Star Odyssey Chapter 2391 to Chapter 2441. You're underestimating Xianxia, Lu Yin said subconsciously. He then sensed the danger in her eyes and quickly changed his words. Of course, even 9 mountains and 8 seas wouldn't be able to detect your methods. The main reason is that they're too cautious, and they might leave something behind wherever they go to see if anyone is following them. They definitely wouldn't be able to detect your methods. She snorted and unhappily said, since we've been discovered, then there's nothing we can do. Those 2 rats are pretty hard to find. Lu Yin looked at the shattered cloud pass stone on the ground. This should be Lu Xiaoga's method, as Lu Yin was also wary of him. When he had first thought that he could definitely kill Lu Xiaoga had managed to escape with his life. Lu Xiaoga had even joined the Frigid Immortal sect as an ordinary cultivator and become Yu Chen's favorite. He had eventually replaced Yu Chen as the person who could speak to half-ancestors in the Frigid Immortal sect. This person was not simple. If Lu Yin wanted to, he could easily take Lu Xiaoga's life. However, Lu Xiaoga had given him a condition that showed his value, which made Lu Yin unable to make up his mind to deal with him. Lu Yin had always used his own value to force others to give in, but he did not have the advantage against Lu Xiaoga. Let's see how long you can hide, Lu Yin muttered to himself before taking out the sticks. Since he could not find Lu Xiaoga and Xianxia, he would go to Unbounded's headquarters. This matter had been on his mind for a long time, and he had to resolve it eventually. Unbounded had too much information, including information on the Redbacks. As long as he could find them, it would be a great contribution to the entire human race. Lu Yin did not expect to be thanked for this, but he also wanted to get rid of the Redbacks. This was everyone's responsibility. Elsewhere, not too far away from Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoga, Xianxia's clone looked at Lu Xiaoga. Someone really followed us? Who? Lu Xiaoga gravely replied, it was just a guess, but now it's confirmed. It's Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoxian? How did he catch up? Xianxia's clone's expression changed, and he suddenly looked at his own body. It's that woman. She purposely chased after us, so she must have left something on me. Lu Xiaoga replied, it's fine. Lu Yin knows that we've been exposed, so he won't chase after us. Xianxia's clone sighed in amazement. The youngsters these days are becoming more and more powerful. I never thought that there would be a day when I, Xianxia, would be overtaken by a junior. The times have long since eliminated us. Even by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and the others from the 9 mountains and 8 seas will also be eliminated by the times. Lu Xiaoga smiled. You can be considered to have started cultivating again, right? Xianxia's clone took a deep look at Lu Xiaoga. Let's go. I need to deal with the hidden dangers in my body first. Right, why is Lu Xiaoxian following us? That woman recognized me. I brought you trouble, Lu Xiaoga said apologetically. Xianxia's clone shook his head. It doesn't matter. Once I recover my strength, I'll be able to bring you to look down on the universe. Even Lu Xiaoxian won't be able to do anything to you. He then stood up and left. Mockery flashed in the depths of Lu Xiaoga's eyes. These people should really be eliminated by the times. Unbounded? The biggest assassin intelligence organization in the starry sky of the Tree of Trees should have a lot of money. Big Sister licked her lips excitedly. Lu Yin smiled. Yes, a lot of money. The two looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. Big Sis' pirate instincts had been nurtured by Heizage Leon since she was young, while Lu Yin's was purely instinctive. They watched as the sticks headed in a certain direction and followed closely behind. Lu Yin didn't know how to use it, but Big Sis could. Under her control, she had already sensed the location of the sticks in this part of the universe, and it was actually in the mortal realm. The 4th district is up ahead. I came here specifically to ask around. Strange, why haven't there been any obstructions along the way? Big Sis was puzzled. Lu Yin took out some soil and handed it over. This is dragon saliva soil. It can deter creatures, even half-ancestors. It's that amazing? Wait, dragon saliva? Saliva? Ancestral Mang saliva. Big Sis blinked. Lu Yin had thought that she was a neat freak like the fog ancestor, but she kept it like a treasure. If this thing is useful, why didn't you take it out earlier? Although my memories are incomplete, I vaguely remember that I had some obsession with the ancestral Meng when I was still the Netherworld ancestor. What obsession? Luine was curious. Big Sis rolled her eyes. How would I know? As they spoke, the two entered the 4th district. With the help of the dragon's saliva soil, their path was unimpeded. Luine even saw a terror ant that had stopped in its tracks, as it had been frightened by the smell of the soil. He casually exterminated it, as it had caused too much damage to the mother tree's roots and could not be left alive. With their speed, they soon arrived at the 5th district. They had traveled in a straight line, and with the help of the dragon's saliva soil, even a half-ancestor would not have been able to travel so quickly. As for envoys, it would take a very long time to travel from one district to another, let alone enlighters or cultivators who were even weaker. To them, the journey to the mortal realm might take them an entire lifetime. Finally, the sticks stopped at a very ordinary mother tree's roots. Beneath their feet, each root was enormous and could even support a planet. Luine looked down, and he had not guessed wrongly. This was where he had seen the sticks when he had fused with the captive envoy. This was the true headquarters of the unbounded realm. Without the sticks' guidance, how could anyone possibly find this place? This is it? Big Sis was puzzled. Luine nodded, and he extended his domain deep into the ground, instantly enveloping an extremely large area. In an instant, an enormous, dark underground space appeared in Lu Yin's mind, and he saw the captive emissary that had no knowledge of the outside world. He saw countless things that had been chewed to pieces, and he saw large amounts of star essence and all sorts of metals piled up like mountains. There were even foreign objects and power vessels. He also saw the corpse that the emissary had accidentally seen when he had merged with it. This is it. Luine exerted some force with his feet, causing the roots to shatter and his body to descend. The envoy who had no knowledge of the outside world stared blankly at Luine as he appeared, not knowing what to do. Luine tore through the void and followed his memories deep into the ground, where he saw a fragment of the sticks. It was exactly the same as what he had seen when he had fused with the envoy. Suddenly, danger appeared in front of him as a black dot tore through the void at an indescribable speed and slammed into Luine. Luine had kept his domain active, but even so, he had not sensed the black dot's appearance. This black dot was not only fast, but it also tore through his void god's domain and directly slammed into him. Luine felt a sharp pain in his chest as his body was sent flying by a huge force. Big Sis hurriedly caught him. Who's there? Even Luine could not withstand the huge impact, and his heart sank. He quickly looked down at his chest and saw the hellworm baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The creature had shrunk to the point where it could stand on Lu Yin's shoulder. He could not react in time, but the hellworm could. It was a progenitor after all. At this moment, the hellworm opened its claws to reveal the black dot. It had the shape of a beetle and was about the size of a fingernail. When Luine saw it, he cried out, "Death bug?" As soon as he spoke, the death bug suddenly disappeared, and the hellworm glared at it before disappearing as well. With the death bug's abilities, it was impossible for it to escape from the hellworm's grasp, and it had been caught in the blink of an eye. "Don't kill it," Luine warned. The hellworm looked at the death bug in its claws with interest. It released it, grabbed it, released it, and grabbed it again. It was having a lot of fun. Big Sis was surprised. "That's the death bug that's ranked second on the heavenly beast list?" Luine nodded and said solemnly, "That's it. It can tear apart my void god's domain, and it's so fast that even I can't react in time. If it wasn't for the hellworm, I would have been in danger. The death bug ignores physical defenses, and I don't have the confidence to completely block it. It has the destructive power of a half-progenitor." Big Sis sighed in amazement as she watched the death bug being played with by the hellworm. Its claws clashed with the bug from time to time, producing light sounds that grew louder and louder as the hellworm exerted more force. Legend has it that the death bug is born from a progenitor's body. It's incomparably tough and ignores physical defenses. It seems like it's true, this thing can even resist the hellworm's attacks. Luine turned to look into the distance where a corpse lay. If the death bug was truly born from a progenitor's body, then that corpse was definitely a progenitor. When he thought of this, he walked closer step by step until he was beside the corpse and looked down. The corpse belonged to a man who had been dead for an unknown period of time. Although he looked quite old, he still gave Luin a feeling that his face was like jade. His entire body seemed to emit a faint, gentle white light, as if he was still alive and could wake up at any time. He couldn't really be alive, could he? No one had ever told Luin that the person lying here was a corpse. This person seemed more like he was sleeping. Luin was just about to test if there was any aura when the aura of a half-ancestor appeared within his domain and rapidly approached. He turned around, and Big Sis also turned around at the same time. A figure descended and exclaimed, "How can the decay be so severe?" As they spoke, the newcomer appeared in front of Luin and Big Sis. Luin was stunned. Elder Song? The half-ancestor who had appeared was the Lu family's brilliant sword grandmaster, Lu Song. He had a stooped figure, and he had greatly admired Lu Yin's former alias, Long Seven. He had even been willing to give Luin another chance to view the sword steel, but he had not hesitated to kill Lu Ku when he had been discovered to be a spy. Lu Yin's impression of Elder Song was that he was decisive, and he would not even hesitate to kill a member of his own family. Elder Song was astonished. "Lu Xiaoxian? Why are you here?" Luin was puzzled. "This is the Realmless headquarters." "Why are you here, Elder Song?" Luin had changed back to his original appearance after meeting up with Big Sis. Otherwise, Big Sis would have found it awkward. Elder Song was shocked. "The Realmless headquarters? It's actually here? No wonder no one could find it." When he saw Lu Yin's puzzled look, he explained, "I came to the 5th district to search for a plant called the Three Mulan. This plant is very useful for treating sword wounds, and I happened to pass by here when I noticed that the mother tree's roots were severely decaying, so I came down to take a look." He then looked at Big Sis. "And this is?" She stared at Elder Song. "His sister." Elder Song frowned and was bewildered. "Xiao Qian?" "She's not Big Sister Lu Qian, but another big sister," Luin said. Lu Qian was the eldest sister of the Lu family and the leader of the 7 heroes. They all called her Big Sister Qian, and Elder Song had seen her before and was rather fond of her, which was why he always called her Little Qian. Elder Song nodded, "I knew it." Luin was about to say something, but Big Sister gave him a look with her back to Elder Song. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he clenched his fist, but Elder Song suddenly disappeared. Luin struck out with a palm, but he was still a step too late. Big Sister turned around and attacked at the same time, but she didn't discover Elder Song either. She had just transmitted to Luin that she had sensed the aura of a dead bug on Elder Song's body. This bug was only present here, which meant that Elder Song had come into contact with it before. He was someone from Limitless, which was why Luin had acted. "Hellworm!" Luin shouted. Hellworm held onto the bug tightly and looked around before suddenly turning around to glare behind Luin. Luin turned around and saw that Elder Song had appeared beside the corpse at some point. He grabbed the corpse and smiled at Luin. Luin subconsciously released an emptiness palm, his domain peeling off the void as he tried to trap Elder Song in an empty space. Elder Song took a step forward, his domain not affecting him at all. Even Lu Yin's emptiness palm didn't affect him. "Die, old man." Big Sister tore through the void and threw a blood lotus at Elder Song. Elder Song flicked his finger, causing 3 consecutive gusts of wind to shatter the blood lotus. Big Sister was in disbelief. At that moment, the hellworm descended, its progenitor's power sweeping out. Elder Song's expression changed, and he disappeared with a single step. Luin used his domain to sense the void, but he was unable to detect any traces of Elder Song's movements. That was impossible. Anyone who appeared in this space would leave behind traces. As long as someone saw them, there would be traces left behind by light, and these traces should be detectable by the domain of the empty god realm. However, it was ineffective against Elder Song. "That old man knows me, or else he wouldn't have been able to break through my battle technique," Big Sister said gloomily. "Chase." The two of them rode the prison flood dragon and instantly rushed out to chase after Elder Song. However, after the prison flood dragon left the underground, it looked around but didn't know where to go. "I can't find any traces of him." Luin found this somewhat inconceivable. The caged Wyrm was a progenitor, but it couldn't find any traces of Elder Song, who was a half-progenitor. Logically speaking, this was impossible. Although the caged Wyrm wasn't very smart and couldn't use its ancestral world, it was still a progenitor. Senior brother Qing Ping was known to be a half-martial ancestor or battle ancestor, but at most, he could only fight against ancestors like Xianxia's clone. It was almost impossible for him to win, just like how it was difficult for him to defeat a half-martial ancestor when he was at the peak of the emissary realm. It was even more impossible for him to escape from the ancestor realm. Elder Song had actually disappeared without a trace in front of the prison flood dragon. "Sis, you said that he knows you?" Luin suddenly thought of something and asked. Big Sis replied, "No one can break through the Blood Lotus battle technique on the first try unless they fight it head-on. Xianxia's clone relied on this battle technique to meet force with force, but that old guy broke through it without hesitation. He sent out 3 gusts of wind that coincidentally hit the Blood Lotus battle technique's weak points and broke it open. This old guy definitely has faced the Blood Lotus battle technique more than once. Ever since I obtained the O secret symbol, my memories have been constantly awakening. I only used the Blood Lotus battle technique on the 5th mainland, and I rarely used it. I definitely haven't met him before. This is the first time. Aside from me, who else knows this battle technique?" Luin thought of Yi during the Supreme Tournament. She had also used the Blood Lotus battle technique, but Yi had nothing to do with Lu Song. "If what you said is true, then this Lu Song might be an old friend of yours from the Above Heaven sect?" Luin asked. Big Sis nodded. "He's definitely an old friend, but I don't know who he is. I can't remember." Luin looked up at the Central Realm. "Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Lu family." Big Sis asked, "The Lu family?" "That's one of the few families in the Cosmic Tree realm that can contend with the 4-way scales, and they're also close to your Lu family. There's someone that you want to rope in. Is it worth it to fall out with them because of Lu Song?" Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. "That depends on who Lu Song is. If he's a progenitor like you who has awakened the memories of the Above Heaven sect, then it's fine. I'm just afraid." "Afraid that he's from the Everlasting Tribe?" Big Sis asked. This was what Luin was most worried about. If Lu Song recognized the Netherworld Ancestors' battle technique, then that meant that he had either lived from the Above Heaven sect until now, or he had awakened the memories of the Above Heaven sect like Big Sis. In the worst-case scenario, he was like one of the 7 sky gods. Those 7 old fellows seemed to have come from the ancient era of the Above Heaven sect. The last possibility was the most likely. Lu Song had acted to steal that progenitor's corpse, but it was also because he had been discovered to be related to Limitless. Why would a normal Lu family half-ancestor be related to Limitless? Not only was Limitless an assassin's intelligence organization, but it also had a lot of information on spies. Lu Song had this information but had not revealed it to the public, which meant that he had no stance on this matter, just like Limitless. It was too terrifying for such a person to be hiding in the Lu family. That old guy dared to run away like that. Even if we reach the Lu family, we won't have any evidence. We can't just say that he's from Limitless because we sensed the death bug's aura, Big Sis said. Luin also felt a headache coming on. Lu Song had acted before them, which meant that he did not care about his identity being exposed. This also meant that he was not afraid of confronting the Lu family, as he believed that his identity would not be exposed. This was the most troublesome part. No matter what, let's go to the Lu family and find him first. If he's willing to expose his identity to steal that corpse, then there might be something wrong with that corpse, Luin said. However, before heading to the Lu family, he still needed to collect the resources from Limitless headquarters. There were many resources here, but after seeing the resources from the Technocracy and Astral Beast domains, Lu Yin's mental fortitude had greatly increased. These resources were not enough to make him lose his composure. Unfortunately, many of the external treasures had been chewed to pieces, which should have been the deathbug's corpse. Luin looked at the deathbug in the prison Wyrm's claws, but he did not deal with it. He would capture it first, as this little thing might be useful. Luin also locked up the emissary who had no knowledge of the outside world. He was not a murderer, and this person was at most a porter. He was neither an assassin nor a spy, so he should not have died. He did not find any information here. It seemed that the place that Xianxia had destroyed was the Limitless Intelligence Center, which could also be considered the headquarters. This place was where all of Limitless resources were gathered, and it was also where Limitless had been created. Now that the headquarters had been destroyed, Limitless did not even have a single assassin left. Lu Yin had thought that he would be able to obtain more information, but it seemed that he had been overthinking. However, he had managed to draw out Lu Song. Before this, he had never thought that there was anything wrong with Lu Song. Although this person was a half-ancestor, Lu Yin had no impression of him, and he had not done anything in the astral tree domain. "Let's go to the Lu family," Lu Yin said. This time, Lu Yin wanted to visit both the Lu family and the farmer family. Now, he had even more reasons to do so. As usual, there were countless people lining up at the Lu family sword stele, and the line stretched far away. Not just anyone could view the sword stele, and only those who were within 10 meters of it could view it. Some people had lined up outside the Lu family for decades without being able to get close, but they were still willing to line up. It was easy to imagine how attractive the sword stele was to these people. Lu Yin and Big Sis arrived in disguise, and their domains easily attracted the Lu family's experts. This person was Lu, who had fought with Lu Yin in the past. At the time, both of them had been hunters, but now, he was an enlighter and had a vigorous aura. Lu Yin's experience could not be replicated by ordinary people. Only enlighters like Lu, who had completed 30 cycles in a few decades, could be considered normal. "Who are you?" Lu stared at Lu Yin and Big Sis. Big Sis was puzzled. "The Lu family is underestimating us. They actually sent an enlighter kid." When Lu heard this, he confidently replied, "This is my Lu family's territory, and no one dares to be impudent. Even a sentinel would dare to come here, let alone an enlighter like me." Big Sis raised her brows. "Kid, you're quite active." Lu Yin stepped forward and looked at Lu, his expression changing. Lu saw Lu Yin reveal his identity, and his expression changed. "You?" Lu Yin changed his appearance again and gestured for Lu to remain silent. "We're here to visit the Lu family. Please introduce us." Lu looked at Lu Yin in shock. The current Lu Yin was no longer the Long Qi of the past, nor was he Yu Hao. He was a powerhouse who had negotiated with the four-way scales ancestor and had the ability to fight against progenitors. "Please wait a moment," Lu immediately reported. The more important Lu Yin's status was, the less he dared to bring him in. The Lu family had long since guessed that Lu Yin would come, but they had not expected him to come so quickly. Lu Yin's arrival could very well change the structure of the cosmic tree domain, and this was not something that Lu could bear. Big Sis looked at the sword stele in the distance with interest. "Although my memories are hazy, I'm sure that I've seen that stele before. I remember that there was a guy who guarded that stele, and he was Wu Tian's disciple." "Wu Xing, the undying god of the 7 sky gods," Lu Yin replied. Big Sis was vexed. "What happened back then?" "Everyone changed. I don't even remember how I became like this, but I'll definitely remember it one day." Soon, Lu finished his report and gestured for Lu Yin and Big Sis to enter. "It's not convenient for the family head to personally welcome you, so I hope you don't mind if I do." Lu Yin smiled. "You and I are of the same generation. Brother Lu, please. Please." Not long after, Big Sis saw that the area around the sword stele was similar to how it had been in the past. "This Lu family is quite hardworking." Lu replied, "My family wakes up and sleeps every day just by looking at the sword stele. It's not hard at all. As long as we can achieve something in the way of the sword, external conditions mean nothing to us." Big Sis shook her head. She could not stand such a primitive way of life. Lu led Lu Yin all the way inside until they arrived at a rather large house. The house's fence was formed from sword edges, and the closer they got, the more they could feel the sharp aura. "Sword chi is exposed. Is this the way of the sword that your Lu family has comprehended?" Big Sis was disdainful. "I'd like to thank my brothers for their constant support. Tomorrow is the day of the wedding. Let's be happy together. Thank you brothers for your support." "Thank you." Lulu replied, this is a special place to receive outsiders. He then looked at Big Sis, we hope that everyone will see our Lu family that way. Big Sis sneered, that's unnecessary. Lulu frowned, as her attitude annoyed him. Luine was helpless as well. Big Sis was like a pirate, and she had been the same when she had joined the Hall of Honor's board of directors. She didn't deliberately cause trouble, but she just didn't fit in with normal interactions. Only those from Leon's armada were suitable for her. Lulu led Luine and Big Sis into the house, where a middle-aged man was already standing. This person was Lu Du, the current head of the Lu family. Luine entered and met Lu Du's eyes. For some reason, he felt that Lu Du looked very familiar. Lu Du looked at Luine with amazement and a strange feeling, as if he was looking at a junior. It's been so many years. It's good that you're still alive, little Seven. Luine looked at Lu Du in confusion. Calling him Little Seven wasn't something that an ordinary person could call him. When he heard the words Little Seven, Lu Yin's gaze towards Lu Du changed. You. I'm sorry, I lost my memories. Lu Du sighed, I'm Little Stone's father. His name is Lu Shi, so you can call him fifth brother. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Fifth brother's father? At this moment, he had a vague impression of the seven heroes. He recalled their appearances in the food paradise, and it was no wonder why Lu Du looked so familiar. He was very similar to the laughing fifth brother from his memories. Your fifth brother's father? Lu Du shook his head, let's not talk about the past. It's good that you're alive. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to help you, but there are some things that I can't help with. Who is this? Luine calmed himself down and introduced, this is my sister. She was the one who saved me when I was stranded on the fifth mainland. Lu Du looked at Big Sis and said, thank you. His words were very sincere, and anyone could hear it. Big Sis nodded and didn't speak like before, Little Seven is also my family. Lu Du smiled and gestured for them to sit. They all sat down, and Lu Du went straight to the point, Little Seven, I'll do my best to help you, but there are some things that I can't help with. You said Wang Wen, right? Luine nodded. Yes. Then you should be clear about the Lu family's answer, Lu Du said bluntly. Lu Du's straightforwardness made Luine feel comfortable, as it meant that Lu Du treated him as one of his own. There was no need for him to beat around the bush. Uncle Lu, I know what you're worried about. The most important thing for the cosmic tree realm right now is to maintain its balance. The four cardinal scales are at the back of the battlefield while you're at the outer realm. If this balance could be maintained, then I wouldn't have come looking for you. What are you trying to say? Lu Du asked. Wang Wen had looked for him and proposed to act as his agent. He had also proposed an alliance. At first, he was tempted, but Bai Chi's words at the farm made them worry. The more they understood the four-way balance, the more worried they became. They were afraid that they would fight to the death. Just like when two people of equal combat strength fought, the coward was afraid of the ruthless, and the ruthless was afraid of the reckless. If they joined forces with Lu Yin's faction, they might be able to suppress the four-direction scale, but if they really did so, it was very likely that they would all perish together. Bai Wanyuan and the others had spent a lot of effort to exile the Lu family, and what they were after was not just a few decades of leadership. The four-way scales banished my Lu family to control the cosmic tree domain. What's the point of having four families controlling it? Lu Du's gaze turned cold. Although I've lost my memories from Lu Xiaoxuan's era, I've been here a few times. Long Qi and Yu Hao are my identities, and these identities allow me to be like a fish in water in the four-way balance, Luine said. His words made Lu Du feel strange. Like a fish in water? But it was not that simple, it was practically a disaster. Uncle Lu, do you know why these identities allow me to play with the four-way balance? Luine asked. Lu Du did not reply. Because these identities all have one thing in common. Luine leaned forward and stared at Lu Du's genius, a crushing genius. Lu Du's eyes narrowed as he met Lu Yin's gaze. Luine said, Long Qi caused the White Dragon clan to lose face because the White Dragon clan placed him on a pedestal so high that they would abandon Long Ke's bloodline for him. Why? It's because Ancestor Mu Xia wants to take Long Seven as a disciple because of his unparalleled lock-breaking talent, not because of his contributions to the human race. The White Dragon clan sees a genius who can crush his peers in the future, someone who has the potential to surpass the four sides of the scale. Yu Hao is even more so. His cultivation talent and lock-breaking talent both surpass Long Qi's, and he's also successful. The four-way balance saw the possibility of roping him in. Once roped in, he could surpass the other three families in the future. The four-way balance has always been thinking of ways to surpass the others. They're not willing to let the four families control the cosmic tree domain. Their main goal in banishing the Lu family was to replace them. Lu Du obviously knew what Lu Yin was talking about. No matter how they fight, they'll always be balanced. Lu Yin shook his head. You think too highly of yourselves, Uncle Lu. If I'm not wrong, the Lu family and the Lu family have long since formed an alliance to deal with the four-way balance. Once the four-way balance gains an advantage, they'll help the other side to maintain the balance, right? Lu Du didn't deny it. In fact, it's not just your two families. Ghost Abyss and the others might think that you're just balancing the cosmic tree domain, but I can guess that the four-way balance can do the same. Let me ask you, is your combined strength comparable to my Lu family's? Lu Yin asked. Lu Du's eyes flashed. Of course not. Lu Yin continued, if the four-way balance can think of ways to banish my Lu family, then there's no need to mention your family. The balance that you're trying to maintain seems more like a balance that the four-way balance is willing to allow you to maintain. Once one of them has the strength to break this balance, then whether it's the other three families or your family, everything will just be an illusion. Big Sis yawned. Lu Yin had said a lot, and so had Lu Du, but their positions were different and they both had their own concerns. In the end, no one had been able to convince the other. Lu Yin had not expected to succeed right from the start. Wang Wen was even more eloquent than him, but he had also failed. Lu Yin's true goal in coming here was to plant a seed for the Lu family. This seed would sprout sooner or later, and even if the four-way balance did not want it to sprout, he would make it sprout. Little Seven, it's not easy for you to come here. Stay for a few days. Little Stone's house is still empty, Lu Du said as they walked out of the house. He was tired, and he looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Xiaoxian had not been so eloquent in the past. Lu Yin was tired as well. Uncle Lu, I'd like to visit the sword steels. Lu Du replied, sure, you can visit whenever you want. Then can my sister take a look? Lu Yin asked. Big Sis looked at Lu Du. Lu Du hesitated. You can, but I'll have to talk to Elder Song first. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I'd like to see Elder Song as well. I have some questions about sword techniques. Questions about sword techniques? Lu Du wanted to say that he could give Lu Yin some pointers, but after some thought, he decided against it. This person in front of him was not just Lu Xiaoxian, he was also a progenitor who had forced by Wang Yuan and the others to come to an agreement. Although Lu Yin was only at the fourth origin tribulation stage, he could fight against a progenitor. He was not someone Lu Du could teach, and only Elder Song was qualified to do so. Alright, I'll help you. That day, Lu Yin and Big Sis stayed at the Lu family's residence. Lu Yin looked at the simple wooden house. This was Fifth Bro's house. He had lived here for many years, and Lu Xiaoxian had definitely been here before. With mixed feelings, Lu Yin fell asleep. The next day, he went to find Lu Yi, someone he had once blended in with. He was currently talking to Zhang Dingtian about something. Lu Yin could not reveal his identity, so he did not acknowledge Zhang Dingtian. As he approached Lu Yi, Zhang Dingtian looked at him warily, and Lu Yi looked at him as well. Lu Yin smiled at them and walked past them. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and on his third step, he was within 5 meters of Lu Yi. Lu Yin took out a needle from his cosmic ring and stealthily moved it. His perspective changed, and he controlled Lu Yi's body to take the needle and place it in the ring. Everything happened in an instant, and the needle had already entered Lu Yi's cosmic ring without him even realizing it. Lu Yin had thought about many things on his way to the Lu family, and the most important thing was Lu Song's identity. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lu Song could not be left alone. However, he had no evidence to prove anything, so he could only rely on Lu Yi to do something. This was why he had asked Lu Song to give him pointers on sword techniques. At that time, most of the Lu family would appear, and Lu Yi would be no exception. Zhang Dingtian was puzzled as he watched Lu Yin leave. Who is he? Lu Yi was also puzzled. I've never seen him before, but that mole has quite a personality. Ignore him and continue. Zhang Dingtian did not mind. Lu Du had gone to look for Lu Song, but he had not appeared. Lu Yin was worried that Lu Song would simply not show up, but on the third day, Lu Du had come looking for Lu Yin. Elder Song will be here soon. If you have any questions about swordsmanship, feel free to ask. He was naturally referring to Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Yin and Big Sis looked at each other and waited quietly. Not long after, the stooped Elder Song appeared. Lu Yin and Big Sis looked over, but there was nothing strange about him. This Elder Song was exactly the same as the one they had seen at Unbounded's headquarters, and there was no change in his expression. No, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. If I'd known that Long Qi was Lu Xiaoxian, I would have kept you here for a few more days. Lu Yin was polite. Greetings, Elder Song. Elder Song nodded and smiled. A year ago, you played chess with Mu Shang, and I saw how stable you were. Compared to Lu Xiaoxuan's era, you've climbed even higher and further. Very good. Lu Yin replied, thank you for your praise, Elder Song. I took on the 14th mission and offended the Lu family. Lu Song waved a hand. Lu Ku was a spy. Damn it, the Lu family has to thank you. He paused and then looked at Big Sis. You may visit the sword steel. Big Sis kept staring at Elder Song, a hint of fear in the depths of her eyes. Have we met before? Lu Song was puzzled. You've been to this region before? Just a year ago. Then we haven't. Today was the day of his wedding, and he was hiding in his room to write. Who cares if the outside world is in full swing? I'll continue writing today at 6:28 p.m., which is when the wedding begins. Brothers, let's be happy together. Thank you for your support, brothers. Big Sis continued to stare at Lu Song, and Lu Yin hurriedly stepped forward to block her. Elder Song, would you be able to guide this junior in sword techniques? Lu Song was confused. Lu Xiaoxian doesn't like sword techniques, but you do. Interesting. Unfortunately, I can't guide you with your current strength. Lu Yin replied, I was able to fight against a progenitor because I relied on external items and not my own strength. My true strength cannot compare to Elder Song's, and I would like to improve my sword techniques, especially the 13 swords. The 13 swords? Lu Du was stunned. Lu, Lu Ke, and a few other elders of the Lu family had arrived as well, including Lu Yi. When Lu Song appeared, they all gathered around him, especially when they heard about the 13 swords. This was exactly what Lu Yin wanted. He glanced at Lu Yi and continued, I obtained the 13 swords from the sword steel, and I was lucky enough to learn it. I want to create the 14th sword, but my talent is limited. It would be best if I could receive some guidance from Elder Song. The 13 swords were lost in the abandoned lands a long time ago. Are you from there? Lu Ke asked from a distance. Many members of the Lu family looked on in confusion. Zhang Dingtian was there as well, and he frowned. Was this person from the 5th mainland? Quiet. Lu Du barked as he scanned his surroundings. Back off. The crowd slowly retreated. Lu Du's prestige in the Lu family was very high, just like how Wang Jingji was in the Wang family. Long Ku and Bai Ting could not compare to him, and even Lu Yi had to respect him. Lu Song was astonished. You want to create the 14th sword? Do you already have an idea? Lu Yi nodded. A little. I've created a prototype, but it seems to have gone astray. That's why I wanted to ask Elder Song for guidance. If you can help me create the 14th sword, then I'm willing to leave the 13 swords to the Lu family. Many members of the Lu family were excited and looked on expectantly. Lu Hao arrived. The 13 swords? Only the 5th mainland had the 13 swords, and there were only a few people who knew them. After Lu Yin had released him, he had gone to the sword sect to interact with Lu Tianmu, but he had not been able to learn the 13 swords. How did this person know them? He looked at Lu Yin's back, but it seemed familiar. Could it be him? The 13 swords was very attractive to the Lu family, but it did not mean that it surpassed all the sword arts of the Lu family. In the eyes of the Lu family, there was no sword art that was absolutely invincible. They cared about the 13 swords because they cared about all the sword arts, not just the 13 swords. Lu Song calmly looked at Lu Yin. Alright, if that's the case, then display all of your sword techniques. I'll do my best to help you complete the 14th sword. Thank you, Elder Song, Lu Yin said. He then raised his hand and transformed his astral source into a sword that transformed into Lu Huang's personal sword. The 14th sword that Lu Yin was referring to was naturally Lu Huang's sword. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lu Huang might have taken the wrong path. It would be good if Elder Song could give him some pointers. Although this was not his main goal. In the surroundings, the cultivators of the Lu family watched closely. How many years had it been since Elder Song used his sword? Now that he finally did so, how could they let it go? More and more members of the Lu family gathered. Lu Hao stared at Lu Yin's back. It was too similar, and it was definitely him. There were only a few people in the 5th mainland who knew the 13 swords, so it was definitely Lu Yin. He had actually come here, and this region of space was about to fall into chaos again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Yin made the first move. This was the Lu family, and his opponent was Lu Song, a half-ancestor. If Lu Song made the first move, others would think that Lu Yin was being too arrogant. Lu Song just stood there like a hunchbacked old man. He did not look like a swordsman at all. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony and raised his hand. This was the first sword, which was the most basic of the 13 swords. Every subsequent sword was basically an extension of the first sword. When the first sword of the 13 swords was unleashed, the eyes of the surrounding Lu family cultivators lit up, especially those who were enlighters. This sword had inspired them. Lu Song casually raised his hand and tapped out with his index finger, causing a thump to ring out. There were many people who could use finger force to break through sword techniques, and Lu Yin often used finger force to break through his enemies' battle techniques. However, Lu Song's finger was not finger force, but rather a sword technique. He had used his finger in place of a sword, and even though it was clearly a finger, the sound of a sword striking out could be heard. In the direction that his index finger moved, the void was directly sliced apart, forming the shape of a sword. Sword finger technique. I never thought that Elder Song would directly use the sword finger technique. Is this person making Elder Song take him so seriously? Someone exclaimed. Lu Hao was bitter, but it was more than just serious. If they were not competing purely in terms of sword techniques, then no one in the entire Lu family would be a match for this person other than the ancestor. He looked at the hellworm that was dozing off on Lu Yin's shoulder. That should be the real thing. Many people in the astral tree realm had bought this type of pet, and it was said to be popular in the 5th mainland. However, this person's pet was the real deal. It was a progenitor. There was a soft thump as the blades clashed once more. Lu Yin had directly used the 4th sword, causing the space around him to ripple as he changed his own force field and the environment around him, creating the 4th sword's unique sword domain. Lu Song tapped out with his finger, and his fingertip trembled as multiple sword edges appeared, tearing through the 4th sword and stabbing towards Lu Yin's forehead. Lu Yin was relying on his 4th origin tribulation stage cultivation, while Lu Song did not use the power of a progenitor. Both of them were using the power of a 4th origin tribulation stage cultivator. The 4th sword was completely defeated. Lu Yin tilted his head and avoided the sword edges. He exclaimed, "Many people have broken through the 13 swords, but you're the first to do so with just your sword techniques alone." Lu Song laughed. It's just the 4th sword. The true power of the 13 swords lies in the final sword. You can use it as much as you want. I heard that you used the 13th sword to injure Xiaxia in Shenwu Plain. I'm looking forward to it. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stared at Lu Song. The 12th sword, profound intent. He had skipped the middle sword technique, which shocked many of the Lu family members. The power of this sword was far greater than the previous 4 swords. Lu Song's eyes lit up. Not bad. With this sword technique, even an enlighter can injure an emissary. This is the true power of the 13 swords. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. He clenched his fingers together and suddenly moved forward, pressing down with his palm. Lu Yin looked up. It was clearly a palm, but what he saw were 5 swords that were sharp enough to pierce through anything. In the distance, Big Sis raised her brows. Why did this sword technique seem so familiar? She had seen it before, but where had she seen it? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this old man was someone she knew. Lu Ying dodged to the side, and Lu Song's palm descended. The 5 swords swept out, and Lu Ying grabbed one of them. The blade was vertical, and a vague sense of danger appeared in Lu Yin's mind. He saw a strange diagram form beside him, and he heard someone exclaim, "Limitless sword technique." Was this another sword technique? Lu Yin's domain was constantly enveloping the area, and he could see that Lu Song no longer had that stooped appearance. This was clearly a sword that had been sealed away for many years, and it was now baring its fangs at Lu Yin. The limitless sword technique descended beside him, and Lu Yin stared at the strange diagram without moving. When he saw the diagram descend, Lu Song was shocked. "Get out of the way." Lu Yin attacked. There was no earth-shattering destructive power, nor was there any shocking battle technique. It was just a very ordinary attack, but it caused the limitless sword technique to stagnate, and the diagram to stop moving. Lu Du was shocked. How was this possible? Even further away, Lu Yi's eyes widened. Lu Yin had actually broken through Elder Song's limitless sword technique? At this moment, Lu Song was the most shocked. The limitless sword technique was his signature technique, and very few people could break through it. Only his ancestor had been able to do so. Who else in the entire astral tree domain could break through his limitless sword technique? This was the first time. You? Lu Song looked at Lu Yin with a puzzled expression. This was the first time he had lost his composure. Lu Yin's hand trembled as he gripped the sword hilt. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was withstanding an unimaginable amount of force. The so-called limitless sword technique was not just a simple sword technique, it was more like a fixed technique formed from sword techniques. It was a technique that could condense the void and cut through everything. This was the limitless sword technique. He had been able to see through it because he had comprehended the myriad weapons technique when he had viewed the sword steel. Dozens of years ago, he had viewed the sword steel as Long Qi and comprehended the method to decipher 10,000 weapons. This allowed him to undergo a great transformation in the way of weapons. Not only could he use the Go Lian, but he could also control the way of the sword, the way of the saber, and even more complicated weapons as he wished. This was a gift from Wu Tian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see through the limitless sword technique. "Senior, take this." The 13th sword. Lu Yin sheathed his sword and disappeared. When he reappeared, his sword was already less than 100 meters away from Lu Song. No one had been able to clearly see when the sword had been slashed out, only those who understood the 13th sword knew what had happened. A gust of wind blew past, and Lu Song slowly raised his head, a sword with emotions. No wonder, no wonder. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Elder Song. Elder Song. The rest of the Lu family's disciples were worried. Lu Song raised a hand to silence them and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. "You're willing to leave this sword technique to my Lu family?" Lu Yin raised his sword again and pointed it at Lu Song. Many of the Lu family's disciples were furious. Lu Du was astonished. When had Lu Xiaoxian become so arrogant? "As long as Elder Song can help me perfect the 14th sword, I don't mind leaving it to the Lu family. There is no such thing as an invincible sword technique in this world, only an invincible person." Lu Song laughed. "An invincible person? Do you think you can achieve that?" "Of course, Elder Song, please enlighten me." "This is the 14th sword." Lu Yin shouted and raised his hand, slashing out. Lu Song looked up and watched the sword slowly descend, but there was no reaction. Everyone stared at Lu Song. Lu Du even took a few steps forward. "Elder Song?" Sometimes, the more there was no reaction, the more abnormal it was. They were worried that Lu Yin's attack would be too powerful and heavily injure Elder Song. However, Elder Song didn't react. He looked at Lu Yin and shook his head helplessly. "So that's how it is." "Sorry, I can't perfect it for you at the moment." Lu Yin frowned. How could there be no reaction? The 14th sword had come from Emperor Lu, and it was called the Sword of Bitterness. It was actually the same as the 13th sword, the emotional sword, but one drew upon emotions while the other drew upon bitterness. That was why he had said that the 14th sword had gone astray and wasn't the true 14th sword. Now that the 13th sword had injured Lu Song, why was there no reaction from the 14th sword? It sounded like he had understood the 14th sword, but why wasn't he injured? Impossible. Wedding at 6:28 p.m., I'll update at the same time. Thank you for your support, thank you. Perhaps some people could be considered heartless, but there was no one in this world who was free of suffering. Even those who were born rich would experience the pain of loneliness, and the most terrifying pain was the pain of loneliness. Elder Song, are you all right? Luin asked. Lu Song coughed and waved his hand tiredly. I'm fine, but I can't help you. Times have changed, and only you can complete the 14th sword. I'm tired, so I'm going back to rest. Big Sis raised a brow. Go back? How could that be? She looked at Luin. Luin frowned and glanced at Louis's position. Louis was quite far from Elder Song, so it would be useless even if he had a needle, but he wasn't far from Luin. With that thought in mind, he stealthily took a few steps towards Louis and asked, Elder Song, are you really all right? Lu Song waved his hand, and Lu Du hurried forward to support him. At this moment, Luin was within 5 meters of Louis. He controlled Louis's body and walked forward. Elder Song, let me help you. In just a few steps, Louis was already 5 steps away from Luin, and Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body. Louis was confused. Why wasn't he at his original position? Before he could react, Lu Song nodded. Then you can help me back. Lu Du, take them to the sword steels. Lu Du nodded and said to Louis, Elder, I'll have to trouble you to take Elder Song back. Louis subconsciously walked towards Lu Song, but he didn't know what was going on. Had he moved? Why didn't he remember? Lu Song was about to leave with Louis' support. Big Sis grew anxious and tried to stop them. Luin gave her a look, telling her not to move. He walked towards Lu Song and Louis. Seniors, are you really all right? The 13th and 14th swords are unbreakable, and I can't control their strength. Lu Du looked at Luin. Elder Song is fine. If you want, you can leave the 13 swords behind. If you don't, then so be it. Luin didn't have the time to deal with Lu Du, and he had already arrived in front of Lu Song and Louis. He raised his foot and landed on the ground, his vision changing as he merged into Louis's body and stopped supporting Elder Song. Elder Song didn't notice, and Louis didn't hesitate to pull out a needle from his cosmic ring. No one would have thought that Louis would make a move on Lu Song. Even if they asked all the Lu clan disciples, no one would believe it. But now, it had really happened. The needle pierced through Lu Song's heart and passed through his body. Blood dripped from the tip of the needle onto the ground. Luin didn't use the slippers, as he was afraid that the slippers would kill Lu Song. If that happened, he would become the Lu family's mortal enemy, as the slippers were too obvious. They belonged to him, and he was the only one who had such a weapon. Lu Du shouted sternly, his gaze cracking. The surrounding Lu family disciples were at a loss. Lu Yin's vision changed, and he returned to his body as he stared intently at Lu Song. Big Sister was the same. Louis regained consciousness and blankly looked at the needle in his hand. What was going on? He raised his head and met Lu Song's gaze. What he saw was a pair of deep, scarlet eyes. Scarlet? Lu Song sent a palm strike towards Louis, but at the critical moment, Luin used the planned secret art and shifted Louis's position the moment Lu Song attacked. Lu Song's palm missed, and his gaze swept towards Luin. The terrifying scarlet eyes in the depths of his eyes landed in front of Luin and many others, including Lu Du that color. He was all too familiar with scarlet. Anyone who could become the head of the Lu family had to have experienced the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield, and this color was engraved in his memory. A corpse king? You really are from the everlasting tribe, Luin barked, raising his hand and sending out an empty palm strike. This emptiness palm was accompanied by palm realm battle force and overlaying stacks, and it caused Louis's scalp to go numb. Big Sister raised her hammer and smashed it down. Lu Song stared at Luin. You're the one who's controlling Louis. You have the ability to control people. He shifted his body and allowed the emptiness palm to hit him. The emptiness palm missed and passed through his body. Big Sister's hammer also smashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Louis gritted his teeth. It was this move again. In the mortal realm, this guy had used this move to escape. This time, he could not let him escape. The hellworm soared from Lu Yin's shoulder and suddenly returned to its original size. It covered the sky and covered the entire Lu family under its pressure. It stared at a corner where Lu Song was standing. If I want to leave, you can't stop me, Lu Song said, his voice ancient and completely different from before. This voice caused Big Sister to have a flash of inspiration, and she blurted out, Wu Xing. Lu was shocked. Wu Xing? Big Sis shouted, that's right, he's Wu Tian's adopted son, Wu Xing. I remember now, no wonder he was able to break through my battle technique. No wonder that sword technique seemed so familiar. It was Wu Xing who had used it before. Lu Song looked at Big Sister in astonishment. An old friend? Who are you? Big Sister did not waste any time and smashed her hammer down. Skyshock hammer, an old friend from the Above Heaven sect. Lu Song's voice began to sound lazy, exactly the same as the Undying God that Lu Yin had seen. Lu Yin had not expected Lu Song to be the Undying God. No, it should be the Undying God's half-ancestor body. Uncle Lu, kill him. He's one of the 7 sky gods. Lu Du could tell even without Lu Yin's reminder. Although he was not familiar with the name Wu Xing, he had heard the words old friend from the Above Heaven sect. It was not simple for someone from the Above Heaven sect to be an old friend. Disciples of the Lu family, back off. Activate the array and protect the sword steel. Above Lu Song, the caged WYRM slashed down with its claw, its progenitor power sweeping out in all directions. Under the power of a progenitor, even a half-ancestor from the 7 sky gods was nothing. However, the result was completely different from what the Lu family had expected. Lu Yin had expected Lu Song to be completely unharmed. How had he done it? No, he's injured. Big Sister exclaimed as she stared at Lu Song. His aura has changed. Lu Yin raised his head and shouted at the caged WYRM, keep attacking and tear him apart. He had not expected Lu Song to be the Undying God's half-ancestor body. It was no wonder why the 14th sword had been ineffective against him. He was not alone, and the effects of the 13th sword had been faked. The caged WYRM roared at the sky and slashed down with its claw once more. Lu Song continuously dodged. Lu Yin and Big Sister's attacks were useless, but he could not completely ignore the caged WYRM's progenitor power. How could a half-ancestor's body ignore the power of a progenitor? Even if this person was one of the 7 sky gods. In the Lu family, with the sword steel as the center, rays of sword chi soared into the sky and gradually enveloped the entire Lu family. The people who were lining up in the distance to view the sword steel were shocked. Since ancient times, the Lu family's array formation had rarely been activated, so much so that this region of space had forgotten that the Lu family also had an ancestor and a protective array formation. The Lu family's array formation originated from the Lu family's own primordial Xianxia. This primordial Xianxia had used the killing intent of his sword as a focal point to form a sword net that covered the entire sky. Even a half-ancestor would not be able to escape from this sword net, and the moment they touched it, they would have to endure the killing intent of dozens of half-ancestors. In theory, no half-ancestor would be able to withstand such an attack, and even a progenitor would have to be careful. Lu Song looked up at the sword net and saw the caged WYRM above him. Around him, Lu Yin and Big Sister were staring at him. He sighed. Can't you just let me quietly guard the martial steel? This is my duty in the first place. Forget it, since that's the case. At this point, he suddenly stared at Lu Yin. Let's get rid of a scourge first. His body then disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of Lu Yin. Starting from the bottom of his feet, swords extended out, forming a forest of swords in the blink of an eye. This was the inner world of the Undying God's half-ancestor body, the forest of swords. Lu Yin continuously retreated as the caged WYRM's progenitor power swept out from above him. However, Lu Song forcefully resisted the progenitor power and arrived in front of Luin. He then smiled at Luin. Actually, I want to die as well, but unfortunately, you can't kill me. With that, the forest of swords instantly pierced towards Luin. There was no escape. Luin did not try to escape, and he instead raised a hand to block Lu Song, who was right in front of him. If one is born in the heavens, they are bound to overturn the heavens. Once he said this, regardless of whether it was Lu Song or the surrounding forest of swords, they were all suppressed. It was as if an invisible force was suppressing them. This was something that even a progenitor could not accomplish. The moment the overturning sky palm appeared, the ground and even the heavens trembled. Even the fifth mainland trembled slightly. At the same time, a figure walked out from outside the sovereign realm. He entered the sovereign realm by himself and looked lazily at the Lu family. His figure flickered as he quickly moved towards the astral tree domain. Undying God, stay behind. The dragon ancestor appeared and opened his eyes. His strange pupils stared straight ahead, causing the void to be obliterated and an indescribable darkness to form. The Undying God dodged. How dangerous. Dragon 2, you can't stop me. The dragon ancestor was shocked, he couldn't find Luin. Xianxia appeared, and his divine martial sword domain descended. His divine martial astral energy formed a chain that headed in a certain direction. The Undying God walked out from there, but he shook his head and raised his foot again. Bai Wan Yuan appeared, and the clouds covered the entire sovereign realm. Finally, even Wang Fan appeared. With a wave of his hand, countless black ropes appeared from the void, seemingly turning the entire sovereign realm into a black rope prison. The Undying God was trapped in a cage, unable to escape no matter what he did. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Attack. Destroy him as soon as possible. Bai Wan Yuan shouted. The four of them attacked at the same time, but at that moment, the Undying God's body dissipated as if he had never appeared. Xiaoxinji's eyes narrowed. He avoided time. Not good. Wang Fan was about to chase after him when a pair of giant eyes appeared behind him. It was the corpse god. She raised a hand and waved it towards the sovereign realm, causing numerous figures to appear. A great battle between progenitors had erupted. In the central realm, Lu Song's body was being pressed down by the caged Wyrm's claws. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. He had used the overturning sky palm to suppress Lu Song, causing a momentary opening that the caged Wyrm had grasped and prevented him from escaping. Luin didn't know how Lu Song had managed to ignore everyone's attacks, but he couldn't escape now. He bent down and was about to say something when Lu Song's body suddenly exploded, not even leaving behind a corpse. The Undying God walked out from above Lu Yin's head and looked down at him. His shadow covered Luin, and everything fell silent. Thank you, brothers, for your support. From today onwards, I'll start a new life. Thank you. A shadow covered Luin just like that. Luin maintained his bent posture and did not move. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he sensed the Undying God with his domain. This was not a shell, but the real Undying God, an ancient progenitor from the era of the above heavens. That indescribable sense of danger caused Lu Yin's scalp to tingle, but he could not move. If he did, he would die. The caged Wyrm stared at the Undying God. It had also sensed danger, a danger that made it want to escape immediately. Lu Du stared blankly at the Undying God that had suddenly appeared. This chilling fear caused his breathing to stagnate. Big Sis gritted her teeth and slowly bent her fingers. Wu, awaken. The Undying God's eyes rolled up and saw Big Sis. A familiar power. Are you? Netherworld? The moment the Undying God's voice fell, Big Sis attacked before he could even finish speaking. A spiritual force that could be seen with the naked eye blasted over. Get down, little seven. Luin did not hesitate to get down. His spiritual force swept over his head and blasted towards the Undying God. The Undying God didn't dodge, but took the attack head-on. His body swayed a little. Although it was only a little, it was enough to shock those who understood the Undying God. The Undying God was one of the eternal seven sky gods, the adopted son of Wu Tian. He was an ancient progenitor, and even Bai Wan Yuan, Wang Fan, and the others had not been able to hold him back or even touch him. Big Sis' face turned pale. Little Seven, run. Luin used reverse steps to escape towards the caged Wyrm. He did not know how Big Sis had affected the undying god, but he knew that this was his chance to escape. Being stared at by one of the 7 sky gods at such a close distance left him in despair. Mixed power. Netherworld, you've regressed a lot. The undying god looked up. Although he was speaking to Big Sis, his gaze was fixed on the fleeing Luin. At the same time, he raised his leg and used reverse steps. However, he instantly stood in front of Luin, the gray color around him dissipating. Time was distorted, this was reverse steps. Using the footwork technique I created to escape. Kid, you're really interesting. The undying god's eyes were hazy, and he did not seem to be awake. However, the power he used brought Luin a deep sense of despair. Roar. The Hell Flood Dragon's claw descended. The undying god stood where he was. The Hell Flood Dragon's claw directly piercing through the Lu family's earth. It caused the central realm to tremble, a giant crack splitting open. It's no use, Big Sis shouted. Luin trusted Big Sis, as she might have remembered something about Wu Xing's past. Even though it was impossible for anyone to harm him, Luin did not want to risk it all. Of the 7 sky gods. Why was of the 7 sky gods? What were Bai Wan Yuan and the others doing? Undying God turned to Big Sis and asked, what else do you remember? Big Sister stared at Undying God and gritted her teeth, not saying a word. Of that. The sea of blood overflowed and overturned, about to drown the undying deity. Ichi rushed towards the undying deity while Luin himself rushed towards the caged Wyrm, hoping to use it to escape. What were Bai Wan Yuan and the others doing? Why couldn't they stop the undying god? Why did they let the undying god enter this region? Did they do it on purpose? At this moment, Luin had too many questions. Whoosh. The void shattered, and Lu Yin's body swayed as he almost fell. The death energy in his heart was rapidly draining away, and when he looked back, he saw that Evil Red's head had been shattered. He would need a large amount of death energy to recover. The undying god looked over, raised a hand, and tapped out with a finger. The undying god used the same technique, but the difference between the undying god and Lu Song was like heaven and earth. As the finger descended, Luin felt his scalp go numb, and he felt the threat of death. This finger had crossed the void and was about to land in front of him. He did not hesitate to retrieve the corpse from his cosmic ring. The undying god tapped the corpse's forehead, but the corpse remained unharmed. The undying god was flabbergasted, but before he could unleash a second attack, a furious sword slash came from above his head. Get out of the Lu family. Luin looked up and saw that the world had been replaced by boundless sword chi. The strands of sword chi were like fish swimming in the sea, and they varied in size. This was the ancestral world of swordsmen. Luin did not need to guess to know who had come, it had to be the Lu family's patriarch. The undying god, one of the 7 sky gods, had come knocking, so how could the Lu family's patriarch sit idly by? A sword descended from the sky, and an old man stood atop it. He was tall and sturdy, and he glared angrily at the undying god. His entire being was even sharper than an unsheathed sword, and he did not hold back at all. The sword chi around him surged, forming strange sword flowers. The undying god was at the tip of the giant sword. The undying god watched the sword descend, but he did not dodge. He allowed the sword to pierce through him and then walked out, not towards Luin, but towards the sword steel. Get out. The Lu family's patriarch pressed down with one hand, and the sword slashed down horizontally in an attempt to kill the undying god. Big Sis grew anxious. It's useless. Old man, let him go. The Lu family's patriarch glared at her. Accomplice? Luin replied, comrade. The Lu family's patriarch raised his brows. Lu Xiaoxian? You've come to my Lu family? At this point, Luin could no longer hide anything. Senior, let the undying god go. He won't even be injured. The Lu family's patriarch angrily rebuked, coward, how can you back down when facing the 7 sky gods? Lu Ying was helpless, as he did not want to, but he trusted Big Sis. Since she had confirmed that no one could harm the Undying God, then no one could. The Undying God had been able to pass through the Sovereign Realm and arrive at the Astral Tree Realm. No matter what the reason was, Lu Ying did not have the ability to face the Undying God head-on, even with the help of the Lu family's patriarch. Only by truly facing the 7 sky gods would one be able to experience the abyss-like despair. Most importantly, Senior Xianxia had not appeared, which meant that the Sovereign Realm was being held back. Otherwise, Senior Xianxia would not have ignored the 7 sky gods' appearance. The Undying God's arrival was unexpected, and this enemy could not be stopped. However, the Lu family's patriarch had a fiery temper, and he completely ignored Lu Yin's advice. Boundless sword chi slashed out from Sirius, and the Undying God looked up. "You should listen to him." After he spoke, his eyes that had been filled with decay suddenly changed. They became scorching hot, arrogant, domineering, and bloodthirsty. "I'll slaughter you today," the Undying God suddenly roared. A long blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed out with the Xia family's 3-blade intense. He slashed out 3 times at the same time, and the 3-blade intense fused together to form an extremely powerful blade that shattered the sword chi and slashed towards the Lu family's patriarch. The Lu family's patriarch was shocked. The Xia family's blade intent? A simple and ordinary sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed out. The blade shattered the blade intent, and the Undying God appeared in front of him, disrupting space-time. The Lu family's patriarch saw the Undying God in front of him, and his sword slashed down, but it missed. Not only did the sword miss, but it also landed in a position that was completely different from what he had controlled. It was as if the sword had been slashed backwards. There were also traces of gray on the sword's edge. Space-time? The Lu family's patriarch's eyes narrowed. Behind him, the Undying God raised his blade high and slashed down. This attack should have been aimed at the Lu family's patriarch's back, but the moment the blade landed, countless strands of sword chi appeared from all directions and frantically counteracted the attack. In the end, the Undying God's attack was stopped. The Lu family's patriarch turned around and stabbed out with his sword. It was a very ordinary attack that could even pierce through a normal person, but it was this attack that caused everything to fall silent. All of the swords within the Lu family's territory hummed in unison, as if this attack had been practiced tens of millions of times. Just this one attack alone was enough to shock the Undying God. Sword Dao convergence. The Lu family's patriarch's expression was calm as he stabbed out. The Undying God's blade shattered, and the tip of the sword continued to approach the Undying God's forehead. Just a little bit more, but it still couldn't get any closer. Lu Ying had the caged Wyrm crash into the Undying God, wanting to knock it to the tip of the sword. One sword and one Wyrm crashed into the Undying God from 2 different directions, but they simultaneously passed through the Undying God's body. In the distance, Big Sis was furious. "Idiot! I told you that you can't hurt him. Run!" Lu Ying sat on the caged Wyrm's back and looked back at the Undying God. He really couldn't hurt the Undying God, but why? The Undying God hadn't used the reverse step or dodged, and there were no traces of time, so why couldn't he hurt the Undying God? The Lu family's patriarch was also pondering this question. He really couldn't hurt the Undying God, so why? He had never fought with the 7 sky gods' true bodies before. Before the Lu family had been exiled, the 7 sky gods' opponents had been the Lu family. After the Lu family had been exiled, the 7 sky gods' opponents had been Bai Wan Yuan and the others. The Lu family's patriarch had always been stationed in the outer realm, and his opponents had always been the Eternal's progenitors. Was this the power of the 7 sky gods? The Undying God raised his hand, and his blade condensed once more as he faced the Lu family's patriarch and the caged Wyrm. Be serious and kill them together. Also, this damned sourcebox array. Lu Yin's heart sank. This was troublesome. Had this guy not been serious before? The Lu family's patriarch's eyelids twitched. Was he only being serious now? He had already done his best, but was the difference really that great? At that moment, an eagle's cry resounded throughout the tree domain. Everyone in the top realm, the middle realm, the lower realm, and even the outer realm heard the cry and subconsciously looked up. Lu Yin, the Lu family's patriarch, Big Sis, and the rest all looked up as well. An eagle cry? The caged Wyrm's mouth gaped open, and his claws were completely bent. He felt as if he had seen something inconceivable. The undying god frowned and slowly looked up at the sovereign realm. It was as if he had met a pair of sharp eyes. Your master is gone, so why are you still guarding this place? Do you really think that you can protect a fragile creature like the humans? Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked down. A giant tail had emerged from the crack in the ground where the caged Wyrm's claws had torn apart. It shot straight towards the top realm and then slammed down. The undying god watched as the giant tail slammed down, and with a thump, his body was smashed into the ground and disappeared. The sourcebox array in the Lu family's territory instantly shattered, and even the sword steel was sent flying by the enormous force. Lu Yin and the rest stared blankly. What was that? The caged Wyrm was lying on the ground with his claws covering his head. There was a monster. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've been busy all day yesterday, and I'm exhausted. Many brothers have tipped me in support, and all I can do is return the favor by updating more chapters. I'll continue to update this afternoon. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Am I seeing things? That's the ancestral Mang's tail? The Lu family's patriarch was shocked. Lu Yin and Big Sis stared blankly at the ground. They could see the mortal realm from here, and they saw an incomparably large python that stretched endlessly. It was the ancestral Mang. The ancestral Mang had awakened. The ancestral Mang attacked the undying deity? Lu Yin had never expected this to happen. The ancestral Mang had been in a deep slumber all this time, but it had suddenly attacked. He looked at the ruler realm. That eagle cry had probably come from the legendary divine eagle. In the astral tree realm, a divine eagle stood tall in the ruler realm, and it had descended to the mortal realm to coil around the ancestral Mang. This was a legend in the astral tree realm. In an even older legend, the ancestral Mang's image was that of a divine eagle on its shoulders and a giant python coiled around its waist. Lu Yin looked at the ancestral Mang swimming below, but he had no idea how it was going to deal with the undying deity. Sis, didn't you say that no one can hurt the undying deity? The ancestral Mang just whipped its tail. Is it human? Big Sis asked. Lu Yin was speechless. That was right, no one could hurt the undying deity, and the ancestral Mang was not human. That big guy is showing off its power again. Wu Xing is in trouble now, so it'll be best if it can be whipped to death. Her eyes lit up. Let's go, little seven. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Yin was tempted. All right. The Lu family's patriarch appeared, not too far away from the two. He stared at Big Sis. How do you know that no one can hurt the seven sky gods? Who are you? The hellworm landed behind Lu Yin and bared its fangs at the Lu family's patriarch. Lu Yin did not want to misunderstand. She's someone who has been frozen since the above heaven era. She's seen Wu Xing, participated in Wu Xing's test, and visited the martial steel. Right, it's the current sword steel. How do you know that I participated? Big Sis was puzzled. Lu Yin had wanted to lie to the Lu family's patriarch, but she had exposed him. The Lu family's patriarch pointed his sword at Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoxian, I don't have time to chat with you. Tell me her origins. Although the Lu and Lu families are close, your development is too abnormal. The four scales guess may not be wrong. Perhaps you. Colluding with the Eternals. Lu Yin frowned. Senior, you believe that I colluded with the Eternals? I refuse to believe it. If I had colluded with the Eternals, the undying god wouldn't have killed me, and I wouldn't have exposed Lu Song's true colors. My sister wouldn't have told you that you couldn't hurt him. The Lu family's patriarch spoke in a low voice. When the 5th and 6th mainlands went to war, it was all because of Ancestor Chen. From the beginning to the end, it was all part of the Eternals' plan. We humans will not underestimate the Eternals' intelligence. Back then, you disguised yourself as Long Yu and Yu Hao, causing chaos in the four directions. This was also one of the reasons why the Lu family and the Lu family were unwilling to agree to Wang Wen's conditions. They were still suspicious of him, and even if he was Lu Xiaoxian and had fought a battle to the death with the everlasting tribe, it was still not enough to erase their suspicions. Humanity had suffered too many losses at the hands of the everlasting tribe. In fact, if it were someone else looking at Luin from another person's perspective, they would also be suspicious of Luin. How could a person who had lost his memories and family background be able to unify the fifth mainland and confront the four sides of balance? It was too illogical. There was no lack of powerhouses from invincible eras throughout history, but their cultivation paths were traceable. There were many things about Luin that could not be explained. The die had 6 pips, and each pip was useful. There were many people with strange innate gifts throughout human history, but Luin could claim that his own was the most unique. The most unique and inexplicable one was the progenitor realm. Lu Yin's conscience was not clear, as he had indeed been in contact with the shaman spirit god. His existence and the fact that he had been able to escape from the astral tree realm had indeed been part of the eternal scheme. Boom! The astral tree realm trembled, and Lu Yin's trio looked down at the mortal realm. The ancestral Meng's body was constantly moving, occasionally colliding with the mother tree. The sky of the mortal realm had changed, turning a withered yellow. It had become decayed, deathly still, and lifeless. This was the undying god's ancestral world, and he was fighting against the ancestral Meng. Countless creatures in the mortal realm were intimidated by this resistance, and they did not dare to move. Even if the ancestral Meng crushed them into a puddle of blood, they did not dare to move. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the sovereign realm or the battlefield on the other side, a rare battle was about to break out. The 5 array bases saw an overwhelming number of corpse kings walk out of the void and climb up. The sourcebox array was immediately activated, and lockbreakers walked out to reinforce the 5 array bases. Almost all of the eternal 12 marquises were mobilized. At the second array base, Xia Yan stared blankly at the scepter in his hand. A cold voice rang out in his ears. Can you withstand the scepter? The scepter transformed into a stream of light that pierced through Xia Yan's body. Xia Yan's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his inner world shook. Monster Long was shocked, and just as he was about to reinforce Xia Yan, a strange human face appeared in front of him. He gritted his teeth. Wait. On the other side, a teacup appeared at the first array base. It was so large that it could cover the entire sky. Within this teacup, regardless of whether it was a person, a corpse king, or any other creature, they were all tea leaves. Strange laughter rang out from the third array base, and it echoed throughout the heavens, causing countless people to wail. The laughter solidified and formed countless strange human faces in the air above the third array base. Each face was a dead person, and they all rushed towards the third array base. At the fifth array base, Lan Ho appeared, along with half a day Ho. You're here too. Don't you want to continue healing? Lan Ho said coldly, the undying god personally attacked the starry sky of trees, and the outcome is unknown. How could I not appear? 2 of the 12 marquises are here. Are you looking down on my 5th array base? Kuang Yan rushed out and stared at Lan Ho and half a day Ho. Half a day Ho coldly glanced at Kuang Yan. It's time to overturn these 5 array bases. He then vanished and began fighting Kuang Yan. The 4th array base was currently the strongest of the 5. Not only were 3 of the 12 marquises here, but the leader of the 12 marquises, Wu Ho, had also arrived. Wu Ho's appearance was no different from an ordinary person's, but only those who fought him would feel pressured. The Yao Emperor's body crashed into the array base. Wu Ho stood in space and stared at the 4th array base. Too weak. He then took a step forward, and suddenly, snow began to fall from above. Snowy world, 1,000 tribulations. Elder Chan made his move, and it was Xue Wuqing formed from the ancestral energy of the 3 suns. Wu Ho had easily defeated the Yao Emperor, which showed how terrifying his strength was. An endless number of corpse kings surged forward, and there were even more of them on the slanting side. Hen Xian dealt with one of the 12 marquises while tossing something out of his cosmic ring. It was a fragment of the myriad beast cage, Greed, which had once brought disaster to the 4th mainland. Luin had improved Greed quite a bit, and he had told them to toss it out if the pressure on the array base was too great. It might not be useful at first, but once it matured and absorbed enough flesh, it could become a monster. It was impossible for the humans to invade the new continent, so they might as well toss it to the Eternals to deal with. Xian tossed out greed, and the Yao Emperor endured his injuries and tossed it out as well. One after another, greeds were tossed towards the new continent, and no one knew what would happen in the future. This battle had come so suddenly that even Bai Wan Yuan and the others did not know why it had erupted. Ever since the dark side battlefield had appeared, there had been very few battles involving the 7 sky gods and the 12 marquises. The undying deity's invasion had ignited the Eternals' morale. But that was the reality. The undying deity was powerful enough to break into the cosmic tree domain, but danger followed. With the 7 sky gods' strength, they could easily break into the cosmic tree domain if they worked together, but why hadn't they done so? It was because there were things in the cosmic tree domain that they were wary of, and the ancestral python god was one of them. At this moment, the undying deity was being entangled by the ancestral python, and even the 7 sky gods were worried that he would not be able to return. Boom! There was another tremor as the mother tree was struck by a huge force. There was no more movement after that. The mortal realm quieted down. Lu Yin and the others waited for a while, but when they saw that there was no movement, they headed towards the mortal realm. Let's go. Lu Yin and Big Sis rode on the caged Wyrm's back and had it descend to the mortal realm. However, the caged Wyrm lay on the ground and did not move. Its claws were firmly pressed against its head. It's afraid, Big Sis said, bewildered. Lu Yin could tell that the caged Wyrm was afraid of the ancestral python. It had been frightened by the ancestral python and would not move no matter how much it threatened it. Even the slippers were useless. Forget it, let's ignore it. Lu Yin brought Big Sis down to the mortal realm. The Lu family's ancestor was still on guard against Lu Yin and Big Sis. Lu Yin watched as the ancestral python continued to coil around the mother tree. He then closed his eyes and fell asleep once more. Where's the undying god? The Lu family's ancestor stared at the mother tree's trunk. He sensed the undying god's aura and hurried over. Lu Yin and Big Sis followed him and saw the undying god where the ancestral python had coiled around the mother tree's trunk. The undying god had returned to its lazy state, as if it hadn't woken up yet. Its body was pressed against the trunk by the ancestral python and it could not move. It had been trapped by the ancestral python. I knew this guy was hard to deal with, but I didn't expect it to be this hard. I can't leave for now, the undying god said slowly. The Lu family's ancestor did not hold back and slashed out with his sword, but it could not touch the undying god. I still can't hurt it. The Lu family's ancestor was confused. Is this an innate gift? Big Sis said solemnly, his innate gift is drift. It's a very strange innate gift that seems useless, but once it's used, it's troublesome. It can drift outside of attacks, drift through the void, and even drift through time. So our attacks are useless against him? Lu Yin was shocked. Big Sis nodded. I vaguely remember Wu Tian once saying that Wu Xing is a genius who might reach their level. If we make him an enemy, we should just run. The undying god looked at Big Sis. Your memories are incomplete, Netherworld. The Lu family's ancestor was shocked. What Netherworld? The progenitor of the Netherworld. Lu Yin slowly explained under the Lu family's ancestor's shocked gaze, my sister is the progenitor of the Netherworld. That's right, she's the one you've heard of in ancient legends. She's even connected to the 3 realms and 6 daos. The Lu family's ancestor looked at her in shock. You're the progenitor of the Netherworld? Big Sis glanced at him. Are you surprised? Little guy. Lu Yin was speechless. The previous Netherworld ancestor had addressed the Lu family's ancestor as such, but the current Big Sis didn't seem to be much older than him. The Lu family's ancestor was in disbelief. How can you be the Netherworld ancestor? Even if he was still alive, he shouldn't be like this. Big Sis was vexed. How would I know? If I had my previous strength, I would have flipped the 4 cardinal scales over. I know, Undying God interjected. Everyone looked at him. Undying God said lazily, you wanted to go to Immemorial City, but you couldn't. You were tricked by Suwang Tian. Suwang Tian? Lu Yin and Big Sis both exclaimed, one confused while the other clenched her teeth. She didn't know why, but when the name Su Wangtian was mentioned, Big Sister felt a surge of anger. This sudden anger caused her face to turn red. Undying God said, Su Wangtian tricked you. He went to Immemorial City, but you couldn't go. Consider yourself unlucky. How did he do that? Luin asked. Undying God looked at him lazily. You were tricked. Many people were tricked by him in that era, and she wasn't the only one. He's just a scoundrel. Luin agreed, as someone who had created a secret technique for the sake of playing chess was just a scoundrel. Alright, I'm going to sleep. You guys can leave, Undying God said lazily. The Lu family's ancestor frowned. You want to sleep? You'll have plenty of time to sleep after you die. He looked at Big Sis. Since you're the Netherworld ancestor, do you have a way to kill him? Isn't he trapped by the ancestral Meng? Big Sis was unhappy. I already said that I don't have a way. It's useless no matter who comes, unless you can invite someone from the Three Realms 6 Daos. Even then, they might not be able to break his innate gift. So that means that he's trapped here and no one can do anything to him? The Lu family's ancestor didn't believe her. Then wouldn't the 7 sky gods be able to come and go freely in the astral tree realm? What do you think? Big Sis retorted. The Lu family's ancestor angrily rebuked, Nonsense, my astral tree realm. Big Sis wanted to retort, but Luin held her back. Big Sis, can we hurt him if we break his innate gift? What? You have an idea? Big Sis looked at Luin. Don't use the death god's power. If you use it, you'll be gone. Who knows if someone will suddenly attack you in this region of space? Don't trust them, they're not good people. Besides, the death god's power is only an attack, and it might not be effective unless the death god himself is here. Luin naturally knew that he could not use the death god's power. Furthermore, just the death god's left arm and Go Lian's death energy alone were not enough to deal with a progenitor, let alone an undying god. Big Sis' words were a habitual threat, and they had caused the 4 cardinal scales to feel apprehensive, regardless of whether the 4 cardinal scales could hear them or not. Wu Xing's innate gift is something that very few people could decipher even in the above heavens era. In this era, I don't know if Bai Wan Yuan and the others can decipher it, but I do know that there's someone who can. Undying God looked up. Is that so? Now I'm curious. Who is it? Luin took a deep breath. Withered ancestor. The undying deity's expression changed. The faces of Big Sis and the Lu clan's patriarch changed. 9 mountains and 8 seas. Withered ancestor? Withered ancestor from the Daosor sex era? Can he break the undying god's power? The Lu clan's patriarch felt that he had misheard. Most people knew that Withered ancestor was an ordinary progenitor. Even in the 9 mountains and 8 seas, few people would place him on the same level as progenitor Chen, the symbol progenitor, Bai Wan Yuan, and the others. He was too low-key, and regardless of whether it was in this era or the Daosor sex era, most people would not even mention him. In many people's eyes, Withered ancestor had become one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas mostly because of luck. That mountain and sea just happened to be suitable for him. Now, Luin was saying that Withered ancestor could break the undying god's power. The Lu clan's patriarch had only understood how unbreakable this power was after fighting with the undying god. The Lu clan's patriarch believed that he could put up a fight against Bai Wan Yuan and the others, but he had been completely suppressed by the undying god. If that was the case, then how could Withered ancestor be an exception? Luin met the undying god's gaze. You should be very clear about this. The undying god's gaze deepened, and he was no longer as lazy as before. How do you know? Luin smiled. I saw it. Withered ancestor doesn't care about you at all. Before he charged towards the Eternals, he even heavily injured you. Your power is useless against him. The undying god was stunned. You saw it? You can see through the passage of time? Luin did not explain. Instead, he said to the Lu clan's patriarch, Senior, no matter what you think of me, dealing with this 7 sky gods is the most important thing. I hope that you can continue to attack him and keep him in a state of perpetual drift. Why? The Lu clan's patriarch did not understand. Luin solemnly replied, This is the only way to kill him. Of the 7 sky gods, every single one is worth killing. The Lu clan's patriarch looked deeply at Lu Yin and then nodded. I'm willing to believe in Lu Xiaoxian. I hope that you won't disappoint me. He then stared at the undying god, causing boundless sword qi to suddenly transform the world and envelop the entire area. The undying god wanted to dodge, but he was trapped by the ancestral Mang and was unable to do so. However, the sword qi could not harm him either. He was drifting away from the sword qi, and even though he was clearly standing there, he could not be hit. Lu Yin took a deep breath. It was time to display his understanding of how things could move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Progenitor Hui had calculated the passage of time and protected the human race's inheritance. The simple progenitor had created rune lines and created a strange civilization. All of them were worthy of respect, including Mr. Mu. Although he had not revealed much, Lu Yin was indebted to the man for teaching him. Although the Grim Reaper had never appeared, the arcane art of life and death had allowed Lu Yin to reach where he was today. Destiny could not be touched. Wu Tian had created a way to use weapons, and the primogenitor had left behind a sword that allowed one to travel through time. However, none of these people had shocked Lu Yin as much as the desolate ancestor. The desolate ancestor had always kept a low profile and used his absolute strength as a progenitor. He had written the least amount of history, and he had clearly risked his life to charge into the Eternals. However, his brilliance had only lasted for a brief moment, and no one had known about it. He clearly did not have the power of time, but he had been able to understand that things could move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. This was the most shocking thing to Lu Yin. During this year of seclusion, Lu Yin had not only been fishing when he rested, but he had also been thinking. He had been thinking about how things could move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. He had also been thinking about battle force in the realm of mastery. He hoped that the results of his comprehension would be useful. Lu Yin faced the undying deity from afar, and for the first time, he had not used it on himself. Things could move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Things could move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Rather than calling it a technique, it was more like the desolate ancestor's comprehension of the universe. There were too many extreme states in the universe. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. This was the effect of an extreme state, causing this state to move in the opposite direction. For example, time was an extreme state, and the desolate ancestor had used things to move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. With wood as the carrier, he had been able to reverse time and control the power of time. This had allowed Lu Yin to comprehend the reversal of time, which allowed him to reverse time and space. Now, Lu Yin was going to use the desolate ancestor's ability to move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. The carrier was the desolate ancestor himself, and its effect was dissociation. Dissociation was also an extreme state that allowed one to dissociate and attack, dissociating space and even dissociating time. Once things reached the extreme, they would move in the opposite direction, and this state would be broken. However, it was not as simple as breaking it. The more illusory the desolate ancestor was, the more real the opposite direction would be. The desolate ancestor would then be hit by all of the attacks. When Lu Yin thought of this method, he subconsciously recalled how the desolate ancestor had attacked the desolate ancestor and destroyed half of the desolate ancestor's body. Could he have used this method as well? If so, then the desolate ancestor was the desolate ancestor's natural nemesis. The desolate ancestor did not care about the Lu family's ancestor's sword qi, and he stared fixedly at Lu Yin's attack as he recalled the scenes from back then. Desolate ancestor was someone they did not value, but he had broken the Eternals' expectations time and time again. In the end, even the 7 sky gods had to step in to fight against him, and the desolate ancestor had lost to desolate ancestor more than once. Since the above heaven era, the desolate ancestor had feared the most was not Wu Tian or the 3 realms 6 Daos, but desolate ancestor himself. This person was terrifyingly low-key, and his wisdom in battle and cultivation was also terrifying. He was so terrifying that he could reverse the universe's common sense. This person had been praised more than once by the only true God, who had said that he had been born in the wrong era. The desolate ancestor had thought that he would never encounter such a power again, but he had not expected it to appear again. Unfortunately, Lu Yin's extreme reversal had not succeeded, and it did not affect the desolate ancestor at all. The desolate ancestor had been struck by the sword qi, but it was not because Lu Yin's extreme reversal had succeeded. Instead, the desolate ancestor had subconsciously removed his free state, and it was only after he had been struck by the sword qi that he realized that his extreme reversal had failed. The desolate ancestor's extreme reversal had still managed to hit the desolate ancestor, which showed how much the desolate ancestor feared him. The Lu family's ancestor thought that he had succeeded. Let's continue. I'll use Sword Dao's unification. I don't believe that I can't kill him. Anyone who had become a progenitor was not simple. The Lu family's ancestor seemed to be far weaker than the desolate ancestor, but that was only because the desolate ancestor's power restrained him. In terms of destructive power alone, even Bai Wang Yuan and the others thought highly of the Lu family's ancestor. The desolate ancestor's Sword Dao's unification was not an ordinary power. Lu Yin shook his head. I failed. He felt that it was a pity. If he had known that the desolate ancestor was so afraid of being hit, he would not have used the slippers. The Lu family's ancestor was puzzled. At this point, the sword qi could no longer harm the desolate ancestor. The desolate ancestor gritted his teeth. Brat, the difference between you and the desolate ancestor is too great. It might be useful when you become a progenitor, but for now, stop dreaming. His personality had changed, and he was constantly switching between laziness and fanaticism. This state meant that he was no longer confident, as the desolate ancestor's power had broken his mental state. But so what if his mental state was broken? As long as he could not hit the desolate ancestor, it was still useless. Again, the Lu family's ancestor shouted. He could see that the desolate ancestor's expression had changed because of Lu Yin's power, which meant that this power might be useful. Lu Yin looked up. Continue. He then attacked the desolate ancestor. He did not believe that he could not hit the desolate ancestor even once. As long as he could hit the desolate ancestor once, it would be fine. The desolate ancestor snorted and continued to remain free. He was certain that Lu Yin would not succeed. I'm too tired. Thank you for your support, thank you. Big Sis watched from the side, trying to recall Wu Xing's past to find an opening, but it was impossible to do so. Dissociation was too difficult to break. In the ruler realm, Mu Xia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the ancestral Meng take action. He was facing a progenitor realm corpse king, so he couldn't help Lu Yin. At that moment, the mother tree swayed, and cracks appeared in space. Bai Wang Yuan looked up. Not good, the lower realm is under attack. Who's not here? Lu Yu. Xianxia barked. Cracks appeared above the astral tree realm. In the mortal realm, the Lu family's ancestor was shocked by this scene. Not good. He stepped out of the void without another word. Lu Yin looked up. Had something happened in the lower realm? That old thing just left? What do we do here? Big Sis was furious, but there was nothing she could do. The Lu family's ancestor's sudden departure meant that something had happened. Lu Yin looked at the undying god, who had returned to his lazy self. Let's go. I'm going to sleep. You can't hurt me. Lu Yu's gone. It would be great if we could get him to the fifth mainland's eternal kingdom, Lu Yin muttered to himself. There, he could use the death energy beneath eternal kingdom to unleash a death god strike. The only thing left that could harm the undying god was the hellworm, but its claws were still very sharp. This was a rare opportunity, and if Lu Yin didn't get rid of the undying god now, he didn't know if he would have another chance in the future. The ruler realm was in a war, and the Eternals would do everything they could to take the undying god away. The ancestral Meng could trap the undying god, but Lu Yin believed that the Eternals would have a way to free him. Once he was free, such a powerful enemy would make it difficult for him to sleep and eat. As long as he could break the undying god's dissociation state, the gap between him and the Lu family's ancestor wouldn't be that great. We can't take him away, but you still want to try? Big Sis asked. Lu Yin looked at her. The ancestral Meng trapped him but didn't kill him. The only explanation is that the ancestral Meng can't kill him. The Eternals are attacking the astral tree realm to take him away. Big Sis, you should leave. What about you? Big Sis asked. Lu Yin frowned. Let me try again. He then headed towards the central realm and found the hellworm. He used the slipper to threaten it, but the hellworm refused to die. The ancestral Meng's aura was too intimidating for it. He had no choice but to give up on the hellworm. He returned to the mortal realm, but Big Sis was still there. Even if the Eternals want to take him away, they won't be able to do it so quickly. The ancestral Meng won't let him escape so easily either. He's safe for now. Luin knew that he couldn't persuade Big Sis to leave, so he just let her be. The general appointment platform appeared, and Luin took out Go Lian and used his death energy to summon Erqi. Erqi should have been holding a serrated blade, but now, he was holding a needle. It was the same needle that Luin had upgraded to the point where it could injure a progenitor. The Fog Ancestor had used this needle to break through the divine valiant heaven chains, and in his other hand was the slipper. Seeing the slippers, Big Sister rubbed her eyes. Did she see wrongly? The evil crimson blood sea rushed toward the Undying God. Undying God ignored him. A mere progenitor can't possibly harm me. Little 7. Big Sis wanted to speak, but Luin stopped her. Sis, do you still remember Hugin? Big Sis was astonished. Ancestor Hui's root of wisdom? The wisdom root can transform a person's intelligence. Although it's only effective for a short period of time, it's enough. With the help of the wisdom root, I should be able to fight effectively. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Undying God looked at Luin. Withering and wisdom root? That's interesting. You can give it a try. Luin took out the wisdom root and brewed some tea. He took a sip and pondered for a moment before suddenly opening his eyes and striking out with a palm. Erqi continued to whip Undying God with the slipper and the needle. Just as Luin used extreme will reverse, the slipper viciously struck Undying God. No one knew what Undying God was enduring at this moment, but under Big Sis's incredulous gaze, he was stunned, just like caged flood dragon. Luin was delighted, as he had succeeded. He had not used the real wisdom root to brew the tea, but rather the fake wisdom root that the Hui family had given him to scare Undying God. During the era of the Daosaur sect, Ancestor Withering had been the most feared by Undying God, and Ancestor Hui had also been the most feared by him. Since Undying God had subconsciously removed his free state because of Ancestor Withering's extreme will reverse, then Ancestor Hui and Ancestor Withering might have been able to scare him. Just as Luin had guessed, Undying God was truly frightened. Erqi successfully whipped Undying God with the slipper and then began to whip him wildly. At the same time, the needle stabbed out, not giving Undying God any time to react. Big Sis was stunned. Was there such a thing? Since ancient times, when had a battle between progenitors not been serious, tragic, and emotional? Why was it so strange this time? Slippers and needles? Were these weapons? As far as Luin knew, it did not matter what kind of weapon it was as long as it was useful. At first, he had used the slipper to stun Ancestor Tortoise, and he had also whipped caged flood dragon until he was as obedient as a puppy. However, neither Ancestor Tortoise nor caged flood dragon were strong enough in front of Undying God. But now, the slipper had been upgraded, and Luin himself did not know how powerful it was. He had wanted to test it out on caged flood dragon, but he had held himself back under caged flood dragon's pitiful gaze. This time, he whipped Undying God's head. Undying God was very strong, and even Ancestor Lu, caged flood dragon, and Luin had been helpless against him. He had even broken through the sovereign realm and descended into the cosmic tree realm, which had caused the ancestral Meng to act. But no matter how strong he was still a progenitor, and a single whip from the slipper was enough to stun him. The slipper whipped him again and again, and the needle stabbed him continuously. Even Undying God was beaten up rather miserably. His hair was scattered, and blood flowed down the surface of his body. Half of his head had cracked open, as if he had been trampled on by a giant creature. He was beaten up for a few breaths before he could react. By now, the slipper had whipped him dozens of times and the needles had stabbed him dozens of times. If he had been an ordinary progenitor, even in existence like the Lu clan's ancestor, he would not have been far from death. However, Undying God had forcibly entered a state of dissociation, causing the slipper and needles attacks to miss. Luin felt that it was a pity, and he was once again shocked by Undying God's strength. He knew how strong caged flood dragon's defenses were, but he had been beaten silly by the slipper that had not been upgraded. Now that the slipper had been upgraded, he had thought that he could continuously whip Undying God to death, but he had not succeeded. Even if he had not succeeded, it was still enough to stun Big Sis. In her memories, when had Wu Xing ever been so miserable? Even if she did not count the era of the Above Heaven sect, according to the 7 gods, Undying God should not have been so miserable. Could Bai Wan Yuan, Xianxia, and the others have done the same? Half of Undying God's head had been shattered, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Lu Yin with hazy eyes, but the other half of his face was unscathed. He looked like an evil spirit, and he began to laugh happily. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was fine if he had bluffed him once, but he could not bluff him a second time. Since that was the case, he took out the root of wisdom from his cosmic ring. It was the real one, and it was also the last one he had. Use it. It's real this time? Undying God looked at the root of wisdom in Lu Yin's hand. When Lu Yin had seen that the slipper had been successful, he had immediately thrown the fake root of wisdom tea away. Undying God had seen this, and he naturally knew that Lu Yin had been bluffing. Lu Yin looked at the root of wisdom reluctantly. It's real. I'll leave the last root of wisdom to you. Ha 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 ha. Undying God laughed maniacally. He laughed crazily, and his laughter confused Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know what he was laughing about. Undying God stared at Lu Yin crazily. Come, kill me if you have the ability. I want to die, and I've always wanted to die. It's been so many years, but no one has been able to kill me. Then don't resist. We'll definitely satisfy you, Big Sis could not help but say. Undying God laughed maniacally and bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the mortal realm. I'm talking about using your own strength to kill me. If you have the ability, then do it. This is the best time. My ancestral world and this beast are mutually restraining each other, so take this opportunity to kill me. Otherwise, you'll never be able to do it. I'm called Undying God, but I want to die. Lu Yin was stunned. Was this a third personality? Undying God's first personality was lazy, as if he would never wake up from his slumber. His second personality was arrogant, belligerent, and bloodthirsty. This was his third personality, and it wanted to die and be killed with dignity. What the hell? Wu Xing was originally human, but after joining the Eternals, he had become like this. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and his impression of the Eternals deepened. Without any hesitation, Lu Yin gathered water in his palm and soaked the wisdom root in it. He then drank a mouthful and closed his eyes. Undying God was right, as this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His ancestral world and the ancestral Mang were mutually restraining each other, and his body was trapped by the ancestral Mang. As long as Lu Yin could use Undying God to force him out of his free state, he would be able to kill him. It was not impossible to do so with the slippers. As he drank the wisdom root tea, Lu Yin instantly saw through many things, and his understanding of Undying God continued to increase. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes and slapped at Undying God. Undying God had failed. It was not enough, as he could not use Undying God. He could not find that state, so he tried again. Ichi continuously attacked with the slippers and needles, but Big Sis could not do anything and could only watch from the side. Soon after, Lu Yin opened his eyes again, but he had failed again. This time, he could use Undying God's free state, but he could not use Undying God as a medium. He had to master both the medium and the extreme state, and there was only one last mouthful of wisdom root tea left. Lu Yin drank it all in one gulp, and his understanding of Undying God's Undying God's Undying God's Undying God's Undying God flashed through his mind. He slapped out again, and this time, his eyes were closed. Undying God had been successfully forced out of his free state, and not only that, but he had also been beaten by the slippers. The same scene played out again, and Big Sis was dumbfounded. She did not know what Lu Yin had done. Lu Yin stared at Undying God. Could he kill him this time? He should be able to, as even the 7 sky gods would find it difficult to withstand the power of the slippers. Even the Forgotten Ruins god had been shocked by the Helldrake's defensive capabilities, and Xianxia had been helpless against it. He had been forced to use the Summer Zen blade to suppress Shenwu Plane, and even the Mist Ancestor had been unable to do anything against it. Besides, the slippers had been upgraded once. Lu Yin's breathing quickened when he thought of the possibility of killing a progenitor. Undying God was one of the 7 sky gods, an ancient powerhouse from the above heaven era. If not for the ancestral Meng, Lu Yin would not have had such an opportunity. The Undying God would not have just stood there and allowed Lu Yin to unleash his power. However, all sorts of coincidences had given Lu Yin a chance to kill one of the 7 sky gods. If he grasped this opportunity, he would leave his name in history, and his reputation would surpass that of countless predecessors. The Undying God was whipped more than 100 times, and his entire head was rotting. His body was gradually crumbling, and he was about to be whipped to death. However, Lu Yin was not excited at all. His gaze did not linger on the Undying God, but rather on the ancestral Meng. Ever since the Undying God had said that his ancestral world and the ancestral Meng were mutually restraining each other, Lu Yin had used his rune lines to approach the ancestral Meng. He had sensed an obscure power within the ancestral Meng's body, and that power should belong to the Undying God. Even though the Undying God's entire body was about to be destroyed, the power within the ancestral Meng's body had not weakened at all. Something's not right. Lu Yin suddenly stopped whipping the Undying God, and he stared at the Undying God's body that was about to be smashed to pieces. "Why did you stop?" Big Sis cried out. "Get rid of him quickly." Lu Yin sighed. "You're luring us into attacking." Big Sis was confused. On the other side, the Undying God's broken body wriggled and then slowly pieced itself back together. Its facial features could be vaguely seen, as well as its scarlet eyes. "Just a little bit more." "What a pity." Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. "Just a little bit more. What's going on?" Big Sis did not understand. Lu Yin answered, "He's luring me to shatter his body and use it to escape the ancestral Meng. Even if the slippers whip him to pieces, it won't kill him. He's using me. The ancestral world that's restraining the ancestral Meng has not weakened at all, so he's not injured." One of the Undying God's eyeballs fell out, and then it bounced in the void as if it was suspended by a string. "How did you find out?" "Even Netherworld couldn't find out." Lu Yin did not mention that it was because of the symbol progenitor's power. When he had fought against the Undying God, he had borrowed the power of the desolate ancestor, Hui, and the symbol progenitor, and he had almost been used. Although he did not know how the Undying God had recovered his broken body, this was definitely a way for him to escape. Big Sister frowned. "Then why did he return to his free state just now?" "If you don't say anything, the first time you hit me with the slipper, you won't find any flaws." "Because the first strike wasn't powerful enough," Lu Yin answered solemnly. Big Sister didn't understand that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. The first time the slipper hit the Undying God, it wasn't because the Undying God was frightened by the wisdom root, but because he was testing. He was testing the power of the slipper. Lu Yin had inexplicably ordered Yi Qi to use the slippers and needles, and even an idiot would know that something was amiss. Yi Qi wanted to test the strength of the slippers, and if he could, he would naturally be willing to be whipped to pieces. Unfortunately, the slippers were not powerful enough, so he could only rely on the fact that things tend to move in the opposite direction when pushed too far. Humans had instincts, and so did cultivators. If a person came into contact with fire, they would instinctively dodge. A practitioner's instinct was to avoid fatal attacks as much as possible. Even if the immortal god was trapped, his instincts would offset some of the damage from the slippers. However, if things were to reach an extreme, it would be different if the immortal god was in a free state. He would take the full brunt of the slippers. In other words, he could be smashed into pieces. If Lu Yin hadn't discovered that the immortal god's ancestral world hadn't weakened, he would never have discovered it. The result was that the immortal god would be whipped to pieces, and then he would use some unknown method to recover and escape from the ancestral Meng. At that time, Lu Yin would definitely be killed. The so-called third personality that wanted to die was also fake. Everything was fake, and he had always wanted to be smashed to pieces. As expected of the genius who unified the fifth mainland. Lu Yin, you're much smarter than Lu Xiaoxian was back then. Unfortunately, you were just a little bit off. Since that's the case, let's create chaos. Every day that I'm trapped here is another day of disaster for the cosmic tree realm. The immortal god's eyes suddenly widened. His bloodshot eyeballs looked like they were about to fall out of their sockets, but at that moment, everyone seemed to see the immortal god's vicious gaze. It wasn't just Luin and Big Sister, but also those from the lower realm, the middle realm, the top realm, and even the outer realm. A pair of bloodshot eyeballs suddenly appeared in front of the countless people in the cosmic tree realm. The entire realm fell silent, and everyone's hair stood on end as they stared blankly at the scene. This scene disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Luin looked at the immortal god. What had he done? Big Sister was also confused, as she had no idea what the immortal god had done. The immortal god let out a hoarse laugh, and his shattered face expanded infinitely, giving off a strange sense of terror. Far away from the roots where the immortal god had been trapped, Lu Xiaoge watched in shock. He had seen the ancestor Meng pierce through the middle realm and drag down a progenitor. He had also seen the battle that had overturned the lower realm. This was a progenitor's battlefield, and the aftershocks had been enough to make the beings in the lower realm tremble in fear. This was the realm that a cultivator should have reached. That's a progenitor. For the ancestor Meng to act, that person should be an absolute expert of the Eternals. It might even be one of the 7 sky gods. Xiaxinji's clone looked up and solemnly gazed into the distance. He had seen much more than Lu Xiaoge, as he had seen Luin and the Lu family's ancestor appear. The main body of the 7 sky gods? Lu Xiaoge was stunned. Xiaxinji's clone nodded. If it wasn't the main body, how could the ancestor Meng act and make the godhawk cry out? The godhawk rarely makes a sound for so many years, and it only responds to such an existence. Is there really a godhawk in the ruler's realm? Lu Xiaoge had thought that this was just a legend. He had been Yu Chen's assistant in the Frigid Immortal sect, so he could not have come into contact with such confidential information. No one had told him about this, and he had not dared to ask around. Xiaxinji's clone looked at him. Many legends are true, but the truth is too unreal for most people, so they think that it's just a legend. The ancestor Meng is also a legend to ordinary people. Didn't you see it? Your old enemy can even meddle in the progenitor's battlefield. Lu Xiaoge took a deep breath. The godhawk, the ancestor Meng, the ancient Grim Reaper, and fate. These legends had appeared one after another, and this universe was becoming more and more interesting. At that moment, Xiaxinji's clone turned to look in a certain direction. The ground there was moving, as if something was about to emerge. He frowned. What's this? A corpse king? Boom. A figure leapt out and raised its dark, empty eyes to stare at Xiaxinji's clone and Lu Xiaoge. If Luin had been here, he would have recognized it as the same corpse that had chased after him in the 5th mainland. It had then been released by the Eternals to hunt down those with ancient bloodlines, causing the burial gardens to open. This type of corpse had also appeared in this part of the universe. The corpse was naturally fearless, and it charged at Xiaxinji's clone. However, the clone easily shattered it. Why would something from the Eternals appear in the mortal realm? That's strange. Lu Xiaoge looked at the corpse that had been shattered into pieces and found it strange as well, but he could not think of a reason. They did not notice that after the corpse shattered into pieces, an undetectable dark red color had melted into the ground and disappeared. This dark red color seemed to have a mind of its own as it moved in the direction of the undying god. Even if someone saw it, they would think that it was a bloodstain. Many corpses appeared in the mortal realm at that moment. These corpses were harmless to the life forms in the mortal realm, but they would immediately attack any cultivators they discovered. Qianzhou also felt like he had seen a ghost. He had originally planned to train in the mortal realm in the astral tree realm, but he had not expected to encounter the ancestor Meng piercing through the central realm. The boulder that had fallen down had almost crushed him to death, and then there had been a great battle between progenitors. No matter how fast he was, he could not have escaped the shockwaves from the battle between progenitors. He had only survived because of luck, but now, a corpse had appeared in front of him. He was not unfamiliar with this type of corpse, as it had appeared in the 5th mainland before. There's one here too? Save me. The corpse chased after him. In the central realm, many corpses crawled out of their graves at the same time, and even more corpses crawled out from the Pawn civilization. They directly slaughtered their clans and sects, causing a reign of terror. It was the same in the top realm. The most conspicuous were the cities under the Wang family's continent. More than 100 corpses surged out from the pawn civilization of one of the cities, killing everywhere. They even killed their way into the valley of the new sky corridor. The cultivators from the fifth mainland and the astral tree realm were dealt with in the blink of an eye. Although the corpses were dealt with, the dark red color had also disappeared underground. In the mortal realm, the place where the undying god was trapped welcomed a half-progenitor, Wu Yao. The battle at the Lu family was so intense that even the ground had been pierced by the ancestor Meng. How could the four-way scales not care? It had not been long since the undying god's main body had appeared, and the people from the four-way scales appeared one by one. After Wu Yao, Xia Ziheng, young Master Yu, Qingchen, and two unfamiliar half-progenitors came. Even the four-way scales did not know how many experts were hidden in the astral tree realm. Sedonglai also came. No one dared to be careless in front of the seven sky gods. If it had not been for the sovereign realm's battle, these half-progenitors would not have come, but rather the progenitors. At most, they would have come to understand the situation. Lu Yin gave a simple explanation of what had happened. Wu Yao coldly said, "It's actually that old bastard Lu Song. I knew something was wrong with him, but I didn't expect it to be the body of a half-progenitor from the seven sky gods." You could tell that something was wrong with Lu Song? Why didn't you say so earlier? Qingchen looked at Wu Yao unhappily. Wu Yao had only said this subconsciously. He had disliked Lu Song for a long time, so how could he let go of this opportunity to add insult to injury? He had not expected Qingchen to take it seriously. "I'm asking you a question," Qingchen shouted. Wu Yao looked at him. "I'm not a sinner of your humble family. Don't talk to me like that. Since you knew something was wrong with Lu Song, why didn't you say anything?" Lu Yin spoke up as well, asking the same question. However, compared to Qingchen, he was much more intimidating. Qingchen and Wu Yao were both half-progenitors, and neither of them believed that the other could suppress them. However, Lu Yin was different. He had challenged 4 half-progenitors by himself and had even killed one. Now, he could borrow the power of a progenitor, which made the four-way scales ancestor feel apprehensive. Wu Yao subconsciously felt apprehensive when facing Lu Yin. He's just a little bit off. I also feel that there's something wrong with the food god. Lu Yin frowned. Qingchen was dissatisfied. Dealing with the Eternals is not child's play. If you really feel that something is wrong, you can tell us. But if we find out that you deliberately tried to harm them, you won't have a good ending. Qingchen, are you threatening me? Wu Yao clenched his fists. Young Master, Yu said slowly, in any case, I feel that there's something wrong with Master. Superintendent Qingchen, you can go and investigate. Sedonglai shouted, get lost, you poisonous bastard. Lu Yin was shocked. Although he wasn't that familiar with Sedonglai, they had met twice, and he had never been so angry before. The culinary god's hatred for Suryu had been too deep, and it had even affected his path to becoming a progenitor. At the same time, Xian Academy also held a great grudge against Suryu. Hehe, humans are just so boring. The undying god's voice sounded, watching these people argue with interest. Everyone looked at him. Xia Ziheng and the rest were shocked. This was the true body of the 7 sky gods, and it was their first time seeing it. Since ancient times, the true bodies of the 7 sky gods had never appeared in the starry sky of the trees. They were only half-martial ancestors and did not have the qualifications to step into the sovereign realm to fight with these monsters. However, this was the first time they saw them in such a state. Can't I kill him? Qingchen asked, looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. He has a way to recover, so I don't dare to kill him. Burn them to ashes, said an unfamiliar half-martial ancestor. This person was tall and sturdy, and the surface of his body was like a blazing sun. Sedonglai said indifferently, Jin Tua, you can try. If you can burn the 7 sky gods to death, your name will go down in history. Jin Tua? A half-martial ancestor expert from the Zijin clan and Jin clan? The Jin clan also has a half-martial ancestor? The Smoke Cloud sect had a half-martial ancestor, so it was not impossible for the Jin clan to have a half-martial ancestor. After all, the Jin clan was famous in the entire starry sky tree. They were qualified to be noticed by the Shenwu sky. Half-ancestor Jin Tua shook his head. I can try if I want to become an ancestor. Unfortunately, I'm destined to never become an ancestor. Sedong Lai, you've been in the half-realm for a long time, right? Why don't you try breaking through to the ancestor realm? Said another unfamiliar half-martial ancestor. Sedong Lai glanced at him. Why don't you try? I'm not destined to become an ancestor either. You can include the undying god in the ancestor realm's origin tribulation. If you die, you can take him with you, Xia Ziheng said sarcastically. Sedong Lai sneered, you can try. As a half-ancestor of the Xia clan, your origin tribulation is much more powerful than mine. Luin did not care about these people's squabbles. They had all cultivated for so many years that they were like old monsters. Who didn't have any grudges? Ever since he had started cultivating, his enemies could be lined up from the fifth mainland all the way to the starry sky tree. Big Sis walked to Lu Yin's side and stared at Sedong Lai. Su? Could he be a descendant of Su Wangtian? Lu Yin replied, that should be the case. He knows the plan's secret art. Big Sister's eyes narrowed. There was a dangerous and cold smile on her face. She harbored malicious intentions. Lu Yin raised his brows. Sis, you don't believe Wu Xing's words, do you? Undying God had said that the Netherworld ancestor had been tricked by Su Wangtian. If Big Sis believed him and decided to take revenge on Sedong Lai, then Sedong Lai would have nowhere to cry. Even though Sedong Lai was a half-step ancestor and Big Sis was not, Lu Yin still felt that Sedong Lai was as pure as a sheep. Not now, Big Sister replied. Lu Yin felt helpless. Did she mean that she would in the future? He looked at Sedong Lai sympathetically. Don't implicate Asian Academy. The battlefield of the sovereign realm isn't over yet? It looks like those progenitors won't be coming, and we can't count on them to kill Wu Xing. Let's go. We'll leave this mess to them, Big Sis suddenly said. Her voice was not soft, and all of the half-step ancestors heard her. Lu Yin was the only one present who had the power to intervene in a battle between progenitors. They were all half-step ancestors, and they were very normal half-step ancestors. They could only watch Undying God, but if Lu Yin left, then they would panic, especially since there was still the ancestral Meng below. Who knew if the ancestral Meng would flip the tables and push the Lu family out? Lu Xiaoxian, the seven sky gods, is a huge threat to the human race. It wasn't easy for him to be trapped, and even we don't have the ability to kill him. Only you can do it. How can you leave him alone? Jin Tua was the first to speak. That's right. If you have the ability, then you should act. Even if you can't kill the seven sky gods, you should wait until the ancestors arrive. Otherwise, who knows what will happen if the Eternals send reinforcements, the unfamiliar half-step ancestor said. Lu Yin glanced at them. Whether I do or not is up to me. I won't tolerate anyone else's nonsense. The unfamiliar half-step ancestor wanted to say something, but he held himself back. Although Lu Yin could fight against progenitors, he was still not one. Although these half-step ancestors were afraid of him, they would not revere him as much as they would a true progenitor. Of course, they did not dare to contradict him either. The half-step ancestors from the four cardinal scales did not speak, as they knew that Lu Yin would not care about their thoughts. We can't do anything about the Undying God. Let's deal with the Lu family first. I suggest that we investigate the Lu family thoroughly and capture all of them to the top realm for investigation, Xia Ziheng said coldly. Wu Yao said, I agree. Prince Yu said, I agree as well, but the Lu family's ancestor is still guarding the top realm. If we find out that there's no problem with the Lu family's disciples, we should still release them. That's natural. Not only the Lu family, but many people in the middle realm also need to be investigated. If there's a problem with the Lu family, then there might be problems with the other families as well. The Pawn civilization must be monitored, Wu Yao said. Even Lu Yin could not refute their words. After all, Lu Song was from the Lu family. How could the Lu family not notice that he was an undying god? How could the Lu family's ancestor not notice? Even though the Lu family's ancestor had acted aggressively and wanted to kill Lu Yin, now that he thought about it carefully, even if there was no problem with him, he was still guilty of negligence. If Lu Yin had not accidentally merged into the emissary's body and investigated the unbounded headquarters, then Lu Song would not have been lured out. If he had not merged into Lu Yi's body, then Lu Song would not have been exposed. All of this was based on the impossible. If not for Lu Yin, Lu Song would not have been exposed. He had hidden too deeply. The deeper he hid, the greater the danger. However, no matter how deeply Lu Song hid, he could not wash away the Lu family's ancestors' negligence. He was a progenitor, so he should bear with it. As for the Pawn civilization, Lu Yin agreed with the four cardinal scales decision. Back then, those corpse kings had walked out of the Pawn civilization. Not only did it violate morality, but it also became a dark place under the starry sky tree. Wait, mummy? What did you say? Mummy? What mummy? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Xianxia said, many mummies have appeared in the top realm and middle realm. Some came from underground, but most came from the Pawn civilization not long ago. What kind of mummy? Lu Yin's expression changed. Xianxia described. Lu Yin stared at the undying god. Did you do it? The undying god's eyes were bloodshot. Years of hard work. Enjoy it. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Those mummies that chased after the primordial bloodline in the fifth mainland were also your doing, right? The undying god did not answer. His split body looked terrifying. These mummies also appeared in the abandoned lands? Xia Ziheng asked. Lu Yin ignored him, his mind constantly thinking about the relationship between the mummies, the primordial bloodline, and the undying god. These mummies are nothing to be afraid of. Just destroy them. Although there are many of them, they are not worth mentioning compared to the entire starry sky tree, Wu Yao said. Wrong. Suddenly, the void behind them split open, and a cold voice sounded out. This voice caused Lu Yin's body to stiffen. He slowly turned around and saw the beautiful Bai Xianer. Everyone was shocked by Bai Xianer's appearance and had different reactions. Wu Yao was respectful, Xia Ziheng and Sir Yu were fearful, and Xianxia was full of admiration. No matter what Bai Xianer had done, she was indeed a genius of the starry sky tree. Even with Lu Yin's monstrous talent and achievements, it was still not enough to overshadow Bai Xianer's brilliance. Everyone in the starry sky tree only had one impression of Bai Xianer: she was a goddess. Bai Xianer's arrival surprised the undying god, and his eyes rolled up as a rare solemn expression appeared on his face. What's wrong? Wu Yao was puzzled. Bai Xianer stood in the void, her long dress fluttering in the wind. She had a sacred and inviolable aura as she calmly looked at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Love? Kinship? Friendship? Or something else? No one could understand. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xianer's eyes and saw deep emotions, but he recalled Bai Ting's words. Some people aren't born human. That girl has no kinship since she was young, but she's good at pretending. You thought she really loved you, but you were wrong. She has no feelings. She's different from normal people. She's not human at all. Bai Ting's words echoed in Lu Yin's mind, and he was met with Bai Xianer's emotional gaze. The strong contrast made Lu Yin remember this scene. She had a pair of emotional eyes, but he didn't know what she was looking at. Bai Xianer? Sudong Lai was shocked. Bai Xianer was still looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at her, and neither spoke. Big Sis sized up Bai Xianer. She's Bai Xianer? She had been in this part of the universe for some time and had naturally heard of Bai Xianer's name, but she didn't know much about the grudge between Lu Yin and Bai Xianer. Now, it seemed that the two had once been extraordinary. If these corpses could be killed so easily, why would the seven sky gods go through so much trouble to hide them? Bai Xianer spoke as she looked past Lu Yin to the undying god. The undying god tilted its broken head and looked at her with a terrifying gaze. Bai Xianer raised her hand and dragged down a mummy from the middle plane world. Then, she killed it in front of everyone. After the mummy died, the corpse floated in midair. Then, everyone was shocked to see a drop of red liquid appear below the mummy. It was like blood, and it rushed towards the undying deity. Wu Yao instinctively tried to stop it and tried to grab it, but it pierced through his palm and merged into the undying god's body. Lu Yin stared at the drop of liquid with an ugly expression. Divine power. It seems like you've seen it before, Bai Xianer said leisurely, her eyes filled with fear. This is his true goal. As long as these corpses die, the eternal race's only true god's divine power will appear and merge into his body, allowing him to recover. No matter how serious his injuries are, unless you annihilate him. However, no one can do it. Luin finally understood. So this was how the undying god could recover. It was the only true god's divine power. He had seen this power before, the first to use it had been the Forgotten Ruins god. That strange, domineering, and unbreakable power had left a deep impression on Luin. Every corpse's divine power enters the undying god's body? If that's the case, then why would he disperse it? Big Sis didn't understand. Baisiano looked at her. Because divine power cannot enter this region. This was something that even Wu Yao and the other half-ancestors didn't know about. They might have known about divine power, but they didn't understand why it couldn't enter the astral tree. Divine power is the only true god's power. If this power is used on any eternal monster, then that monster's power level will skyrocket. If divine power can enter the astral tree at will, then the Eternals wouldn't need to go through the infinite drive to make the astral tree their territory, Baisiano explained. And the thing that prevents divine power from entering the astral tree is. She then pointed into the distance. The realm of trees. The realm of trees? Wu Yao, Xia Ziheng, and the others were shocked. Luin was just as shocked. He had thought that the realm of trees was only there to prevent the people of the astral tree from seeing the battlefield behind it. Baisiano smiled. The realm of trees isn't man-made, it's a gift from the mother tree. Without it, the only true god would be able to attack the astral tree at will. Luin looked up at the top realm. So that's how it is? The realm of trees blocked divine power while Bai Wangyuan and the others from the ruler's realm blocked the progenitor corpse kings. Once the 7 sky gods attacked, Shening and Zhu Meng would have to move as well. This was the reason why the astral tree was able to resist the Eternals. The infinite drive had allowed the people of this region to survive for so long. Not only that, but the Lu family was also the main force resisting the 7 sky gods. However, the Lu family had been exiled, which made Luin look down on the 4 sides of the scale. If the Lu family had still been around, then Patriarch Tianni would have been able to block 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods. If the realm of trees prevents divine power from entering, then how did the undying god get in? So Donglai was puzzled. Baisiano looked at the undying god. You'll have to ask him about that. How did he disperse his godly power into the mummy? It was a long process, but he succeeded. He successfully planted a way to revive himself in the starry sky tree. Even in such a situation, he could still use his godly power to escape. Once he absorbs enough divine power, doesn't that mean he won't even be able to trap the ancestor Meng? Qing Chen's face turned ugly. Once he escapes, who can do anything to him? Now that the undying god is absorbing divine power, the world of trees can't affect him? Baisiano replied, the world of trees is just a barrier, and it can't be passed through using divine power. Now that he's brought his divine power in, it should be fine as long as he doesn't touch the world of trees. Does that mean he can't return to the Eternals? Jean Tua asked subconsciously. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. And the 5th mainland? Baisiano looked at him, and he looked at Baisiano. Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, the Eternals know that there's a new corridor beneath the Wang family that can be used to leave through the 5th mainland. That's why the undying god spent so much time transporting his divine power here. He can advance or retreat as he pleases, Luin explained. Baisiano smiled. Brother Xiaoxian, we can't destroy the undying god. Only the ancestors can do it, but they're all stuck in the sovereign realm. The Eternals won't be able to kill the undying god that easily. However, I have an idea that we can try. Luin frowned and stared at Baisiano. Speak. Baisiano looked at the boundless ancestor Meng in the distance. It's very difficult for the ancestor Meng to kill the undying god, but if we shatter him and cause his power to collapse, then the ancestor Meng can kill him. For example, we can devour and digest him. In the distance, the undying god rolled his eyes. What a vicious woman. She looks young, but her mind is vicious. Baisiano didn't mind. I have to use my brain when dealing with the seniors of the 7 sky gods. Will the ancestor Meng listen to us? Big Sis didn't believe it. It was obvious that such a huge creature wasn't someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, based on her remaining memories of the ancestor Mang, this creature seemed to be a vegetarian. Little 7, the ancestor Mang is a vegetarian, Big Sis quickly said. Xianxia was surprised. Senior, you know that? Senior what? I'm younger than you. Also, don't call me Brother Xiaoxian, it's disgusting, Big Sis scolded. Xianxia didn't mind. It has nothing to do with what we eat. As long as we can deal with the 7 sky gods, it's fine. You're willing to eat shit? Kue Luo had just arrived, and this was the first thing he said. Luin raised a brow. Kue Luo was the best at talking to someone as serious as Xianxia. Kue Luo, we're discussing how to deal with the undying god. Don't cause trouble, Xiao Ziheng shouted. If possible, he really wanted to kill Kue Luo. Kue Luo rolled his eyes. I'm just listening. The only problem now is that someone needs to tell the ancestor Mang and get it to cooperate. Otherwise, even if we destroy the undying god, the ancestor Mang won't know. It's currently fighting against the ancestor world, so it won't know what's going on here. Who's the one who's going? Kue Luo asked. Lu Yin's heart was filled with comfort, and this was something he truly felt. Big Sis looked at Kue Luo in admiration. This old guy really knew how to talk. Wu Yao looked at Kue Luo with the same disgust as Xiao Ziheng. He really wanted to kill him. Qing Chen frowned. He only wanted to deal with the undying god and didn't care about the grudges between the two parties. Xianxia looked at Kue Luo for the first time and said, when I break through to half-ancestor, you'll be the first to die. She spoke calmly, but her expression was terrifyingly serious. Kue Luo was about to retort when Luin spoke up. If you kill him, I'll kill Bai Teng. Xianxia looked at Luin. You want to violate the agreement? Luin raised his head. There are many ways to kill someone. I don't have to do it personally, but I can guarantee that no one will be able to protect him. He knew that Xianxia didn't care about Bai Teng, but he still had to keep up appearances. She wouldn't let Bai Teng die. Xianxia looked at Luin for a while and sighed. Brother Little Xian, you've really changed. Brother Mu was right. The current you isn't good. I told you not to call him that. You're so much older than Little 7, and you still have the nerve to call him brother? Big Sis mocked. Kue Luo laughed strangely. She's a child bride. Big Sis was shocked. Child bride? Enough. Qing Chen shouted, attracting everyone's attention. He solemnly said, the enemy is right in front of us. I implore everyone to put aside their grudges and deal with the undying god first. Kue Luo rolled his eyes but didn't say anything. Else. Wu Yao and the rest glared at Kue Luo, looking like they wanted to eat him alive. Xianxia, you said that you wanted to inform the ancestral Mang. The White Dragon clan is the most suitable, right? Qing Chen asked. Xianxia shook her head. The White Dragon clan just happened to borrow the ancestral Mang's power to cultivate. The ancestral Mang doesn't care about them at all. The only ones who can really inform the ancestral Mang are the Lu clan. The Lu clan is one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. The Lu clan's ancestor is the 5th mainland's Tao Lord, and he can meet the primogenitor at any time. He's no stranger to the ancestral Mang. The ancestral Mang can recognize the aura of the Lu clan's bloodline. Only the Lu clan can speak to the ancestral Mang. Woman, do you know what you're saying? The Lu clan was exiled by the ancestral Mang. Do you think the ancestral Mang will listen to them? Big Sis asked in a low voice. Qing Chen didn't stop her this time. Big Sis was right. Xianxia smiled. Does the ancestral Mang's exiling have anything to do with the Lu clan? Everyone was stunned and confused. Luin didn't understand either. Wasn't the ancestral Mang exiled? Xianxia replied, yes. Then what do you mean by that? What I mean is that the ancestral Mang's exiling is the ancestral Mang's exiling, and the Lu clan's exiling is the Lu clan's exiling. There's no cause or effect, but the 4-way scales used the ancestral Mang's power to push Lu Tianjing out of the astral trees and towards the Eternals. The ancestral Mang didn't know about this from start to finish. Or do you really think that the White Dragon clan can control the ancestral Mang? If that's the case, then why would the four-way scales dare to stay in the top realm? Luin was enlightened. That's right, if the White Dragon clan could use the ancestral Meng to turn things around, then why would the four-way scales dare to stay in the top realm? Wouldn't they be exiled as well? The ancestral Meng could easily break through the middle realm, and with its huge body, it could easily push the top realm out. However, the four-way scales still stayed in the top realm, which was not in line with its nature. The White Dragon clan uses the ancestral Meng's power to cultivate, so they can get close to the ancestral Meng to a certain extent. They also know when the ancestral Meng will turn things around and use that power to attack. This isn't a secret, but you didn't expect it, Xianxia explained. She looked at Luin. The undying god can die like this is the only way. Brother Little Xian, it's up to you. Xianxia looked at. And everyone else looked at him. Don't believe her, this woman wants to kill you at any time, Kue Luo said bluntly. This time, Xianxia ignored him. The method was already in front of him, and this was the path she had given Luin. It was up to him whether he wanted to take it or not. However, one thing was certain, if Luin didn't take this path, then he would definitely be cursed by countless people in the future because he had given up on the opportunity to kill the undying god. As for whether or not this opportunity was a trap that Xianxia had set for him, no one cared. This was human nature, and Xianxia was very good at using human nature. To believe it or not, this was the question that everyone was thinking, including Wu Yao and Sedong Lai. However, those who knew about Xianxia and the Lu family's past felt that she was sending Luin to his death. No one had dealt with the ancestral Meng before, so who knew how it would react? However, Luin didn't consider this. Did he need to? I can go, but you have to come with me, Luin said. Everyone looked at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. Of course. Just like back then, I like to go on adventures with brother Little Xian. Kue Luo didn't say anything. If Xianxia was willing to go with him, then what else could he say? Xianxia was very powerful and had the Book of Destiny. Luin was more afraid of her than Xianxia, but no matter how powerful she was, she couldn't directly face a progenitor. Luin was afraid of her methods and the information she had obtained through destiny, not her battle prowess. Unless Xianxia had a way to make the Zumang listen to her, Luin wasn't afraid. Would the Zumang listen to Xianxia? Luin wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. If he listened to her, he would have died a long time ago. After confirming their location, the two headed towards the Zumang's head. Brother Xiaoxian, do you remember when we were young and adventuring in the top realm? Xianxia asked as she looked at Luin gently. Luin replied, I'm curious. With your innate gift, why weren't you one of the 7 heroes? Xianxia blinked. I should be asking you, Brother Xiaoxian. Ask me? Luin was stunned, as he didn't have any memories of this. Xianxia continued, when the 7 heroes were formed, you didn't include me. Brother Little Xian, you liked me a lot back then, and you spent much more time with me than with them. Luin was confused. Who stopped you from joining the 7 heroes? Xianxia shook her head. No one stopped me, but no one suggested it either. Tu Qiming kept saying that he wanted to be the 8th hero, and you all tacitly agreed. But for me. She paused for a moment. No one suggested it. Luin retracted his gaze. How did we lose our memories? Xianxia smiled. That's my biggest secret. You can guess. You really did it? Luin was shocked. He wasn't the only one who had lost his memories. Wan Zi, Master Shan, and the others had also lost their memories. They were all half-step ancestors, but how strong was Xianxia back then? How was she able to do it? Xianxia didn't deny it. What about the seal on my back? Luin asked again. Xianxia smiled. Isn't it good to be alive? Brother Xiaoxian, you could have lived peacefully in this abandoned land. You don't need to carry this burden, so isn't that good? Why did you come here? Answer my question. Luin barked. Xianxia met his gaze calmly. You'll die if you come into my sight again. I've said it before, and I'll still say it now. Brother Xiaoxian, you're not far from death. If you have any wishes, I can help you. Lu Yin suddenly reached out and grabbed at Bai Xian'er's neck. However, his hand stopped in midair as an invisible force obstructed him. He wanted to use the rune lines of the general platform to attack Bai Xian'er with his progenitor strength. "Will you kill me?" Bai Xian'er suddenly spoke. Lu Yin's hand had already broken through her defenses with the help of his progenitor rune lines, and he grabbed hold of her neck. It was delicate to the touch, and it felt like he could break it at any moment. She looked at him calmly. "Can you kill me?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Killing Bai Xian'er was tantamount to breaking the agreement, and Bai Wangyuan would seek revenge like a madman. Lu Yin couldn't bear the consequences of that. Moreover, did Bai Xian'er die so easily? He didn't believe it. Back when the Sea King had broken through the upper 3 gates and killed the 6th mainland's half-progenitor with a single finger, Bai Xian'er had been the one to do so. He couldn't tell how strong this woman was, but he would believe that she was comparable to a progenitor. He could control her life and death so easily, but it was more like she wanted to be controlled. Lu Yin took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to snap her neck. He withdrew his hand and walked towards the ancestral Meng's head without saying a word. Bai Xian'er looked at him from behind. Her gaze was still so calm that it was scary. This wasn't Lu Yin's first time seeing the ancestral Meng's head. When Longxi had brought him to pay respects to the ancestral Meng, he had seen it from below, but he hadn't seen it in detail. Now, he and Bai Xian'er were floating in the air, looking at the giant python that covered the sky. His fingers felt numb. If this thing opened its mouth to bite him, he wouldn't be able to escape. "It seems to be asleep," Lu Yin said. Bai Xian'er replied, "Blood." Lu Yin looked at her and used the rune lines from the platform to circle around her body. "If something happens to me, you won't be able to live either." He wasn't sure if he could kill her, but he could drag her down with him. Of course, the chances of something happening were low. The Lu family controlled the 5th mainland, and if the ancestral Meng didn't want to deal with the Lu family, it wouldn't be here. Bai Xian'er didn't say anything. Lu Yin cut his finger and watched his blood drip down. In front of him, the giant ancestral Meng's head moved and then opened its eyes. The sky changed color, and all living creatures in the lower realm prostrated themselves. In the distance, Xiaxinji's clone was deathly pale. He stood in place and stared blankly at the ancestral Meng's head, unable to move his body. Lu Xiaoge was the same. No matter if it was a human or a creature, when the ancestral Meng opened its eyes, they couldn't move. Lu Yin didn't know how to describe this feeling. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had seen many giant creatures, but none of them could compare to the ancestral Meng. Being stared at by such a giant creature was like being stared at by the entire sky. This feeling was even more terrifying than being chased by Xiaxinji. Xiaxinji was a human, and no matter how strong he was still human. However, this was the ancestral Meng, a different species that was far more terrifying than him. The ancestral Meng's eyes were so large that they seemed to be able to see through the entire lower realm. However, Lu Yin knew that it was staring at him, and its gaze was focused on him. "Sorry to disturb you," Lu Yin said after a moment of silence. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to remain calm in front of such a scene, let alone speak. It was already quite good that Lu Yin could speak at all. The ancestral Meng's head lowered and approached Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously looked at Bai Xian'er. Her expression was still as calm as ever, and he couldn't tell what she was thinking. Lu Yin wanted to slip away, the pressure was too great, and it was like a normal person facing a progenitor. The ancestral Meng was still approaching, and Lu Yin clenched his fists. "Can you eat the undying?" Lu Yin's heart was in his throat as he stared at the ancestral Meng and gritted his teeth. The ancestral Meng looked at Lu Yin, but its eyes were too large for Lu Yin to see what it was trying to say. It also didn't speak. It was impossible for the ancestral Meng to not have any intelligence. Suddenly, the ancestral Meng's head rose into the air and distanced itself from Lu Yin and Bai Xian'er. Lu Yin stared blankly at the saliva that covered the lower realm. If he wasn't mistaken, that was definitely saliva. Did it just spit at him? Lu Yin had never dreamed that he would be spat at by the ancestral Meng, and he subconsciously blocked the progenitor rune lines above his head. The saliva poured down like an ocean, pouring onto the ground of the lower realm. In the distance, Xiaxinji and Lu Xiaoge were also implicated, and the two were drowned in the ancestral Meng's saliva. Aside from them, many other people and creatures were also drowned in the saliva. To the ancestral Mang, it was a vast ocean to them. What's going on? Luyin was shocked, but he didn't seem to be afraid of being spat at. Xianxia pursed her lips. Take out the progenitor's sword. Luyin looked at her. The progenitor's sword? Xianxia replied, it was raised by the progenitor. If you wanted to listen, you need the progenitor's sword. Why did it spit at me? Luyin asked. Xianxia shook her head. I don't know. This is between it and the Lu family. Luyin was speechless. What did she mean? It spat at the Lu family? When Uncle Chi said that the ancestral Mang was close to the Lu family, I thought it was true. It seems like he lied to me. My father, Lu Chi? Hurry up and take out the progenitor's sword, Xianxia urged. Luyin frowned. So that's your goal? Xianxia looked at him. That's just one of my goals. The ancestral Mang was raised by the progenitor, so if you wanted to listen, you need the progenitor's sword. Or do you not want to kill the undying god? Luyin took a deep breath and hesitated. At that moment, more spit fell from the top of his head. Luyin was displeased. No one had ever spat at him like this before, and it seemed like this guy wasn't going to stop. How much hatred did this guy have for him? If he wanted to take revenge, why would he look for a junior like him? He stopped hesitating and took out the progenitor's sword from his cosmic ring. When the progenitor's sword appeared, it didn't affect the outside world. It was just like when the progenitor's sword had appeared in the fifth mainland, but the ancestral Mang was stunned. The spit above Lu Yin's head was pushed away by the rune lines, and the ancestral Mang's head slowly descended. It stared blankly at the progenitor's sword in Lu Yin's hand and let out a soft hiss. It was just a hiss, but Luyin could hear the nostalgia in it. The ancestral Mang missed the sword, or rather, its owner. Xianxia also looked at the progenitor's sword. This sword represented the highest will of humanity in this universe. Why did you spit at me? Luyin asked, looking at the ancestral Mang. The ancestral Mang ignored him and continued to stare at the progenitor's sword. Luyin put away the sword, and the ancestral Mang stared blankly at him. Suddenly, Luyin looked up, and another gaze landed on him. Although he couldn't see who it was, he could guess that it was the divine eagle. If the ancestral Mang could sense the progenitor's sword, then the divine eagle could as well. Seeing the ancestral Mang like this, as if it was reminiscing, Luyin directly told it his plan. He didn't know if the ancestral Mang would agree, so he left with Xianxia after telling it. Why isn't it speaking? Luyin was puzzled. Xianxia replied, I don't know. Luyin frowned. Whether it was the ancestral Mang or the divine eagle, they could all speak. Even the explorer realm astral beasts could take human form, so it was impossible that they couldn't. But why didn't they speak? It was the same for the hellworm. It seemed that the stronger a creature was, the harder it was for them to break through the limits of their species. Even without a reply from the ancestral Mang, Luyin still planned to try. No matter what, he had to at least ensure that the undying god was heavily injured. As for the dried corpses, the moment Xianxia had told them the truth, the four-way scales had ordered the cosmic trees to only capture them and not kill them. A year ago, Luyin had returned to the fifth mainland, and the cosmic trees had experienced a year of peace. The four-way scales had thought that peace would continue, and even if Luyin returned, he wouldn't cause too much of a stir. After all, he wouldn't try to overthrow the four-way scales the moment he arrived. However, they had still underestimated Lu Yin's ability. He had forced the undying god to come over and forced the eternal race's 7 sky gods to descend on the ruler's realm. He had forced the divine eagle and the ancestral Mang to move out as well. He had forced the backline to experience a life-and-death battle that hadn't happened in decades. Once he arrived, the entire cosmic trees seemed to have come alive. However, no one blamed Luyin. Although he had caused these battles, it had been beneficial to humanity. At the very least, he had given the cosmic trees a good opportunity to kill the undying god. Any one of the 7 sky gods had come from ancient times and were difficult to deal with. Luyin had never thought that the undying god would be involved in his search for the unbounded headquarters. He was also wondering how many more secrets this astral tree held. If Lu Song could involve the undying god, would there be others who could involve the other 7 sky gods as well? Or perhaps even the one true god? Lu Yin and Bai Xian'er returned, and the group of half-ancestors looked at them. Lu Yin did not hesitate to attack the undying god with the slipper. He wanted to see if the ancestral Meng would swallow him. The undying god could no longer maintain his free state, and I Chi viciously slammed down with the slipper. This time, however, the slipper did not succeed as it was blocked by a dark red energy. It was divine power. Lu Yin's heart sank. Divine power was enough to block the slipper? Bai Xian'er was disappointed. It's too late. Qianxia said, let's attack together. It's useless. Sudong Lai shook his head. How can we half-ancestors harm him? Qianxia was unwilling to give up. Strands of dark red divine power appeared from the undying god's shattered body, connecting his body together like threads. His entire body was a strange red, almost as if he was glowing. Did you really think that we spent so much effort to bring divine power here just to recover? You're underestimating the one true God. He's the only one in this universe who can rival a primogenitor. He did not continue. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he controlled I Chi to continuously attack the undying god. He did not believe that he could not exhaust the divine power. Wait, he suddenly thought of something and retrieved the progenitor's sword from his cosmic ring. If the one true God could rival a primogenitor, then the primogenitor's sword should be able to cut through divine power as well. The undying god saw Lu Yin retrieve the progenitor's sword, and the dark red divine power released a dazzling light. Is that the progenitor's sword? All the half-ancestors looked at the sword in Lu Yin's hand. The progenitor's sword? The primogenitor's sword from long ago? Lu Yin leaped up and slashed out with his sword. Let's see if the progenitor's sword can kill you. He then slashed down. All this time, he had been worried that someone would covet the progenitor's sword, but he had never used it. Even when he had been hunted down by Xianxia and fought against Xianxia and Bai Xing on the 5th continent, he had kept the progenitor's sword. Now, there was no need to hide it anymore. The four sides of the balance had long known that the progenitor's sword was in his possession. If he didn't have to wait until now, when would he? The ancestral sword had a terrifying aspect. Once it was touched, it would turn into ashes. Wang Si and Wang Si both disappeared like this. Now, he wanted to see if the undying deity would turn into ashes. To a primogenitor, there shouldn't be any difference between an ancestor and a half-ancestor. Undying God stared at the descent of the progenitor's sword, and so did everyone else. In the distance, Zhu Mei was also watching, and even Lu Yin could feel Shen Ying's gaze on him. Whoosh, as the wind blew, the mother tree swayed, shaking the entire starry sky of trees. How could there be such a strong wind to move the mother tree? In that short moment, he felt like an eternity had passed. He even had time to think about what kind of wind could move the mother tree. Had time been extended? Or had time paused? Wait, he slowly turned to the side and saw that the falling leaves had stopped in midair. When he turned back again, he saw that big sis, Bai Xian'er, and the others had all stopped moving. Time had stopped, but it wasn't gray. Everything around him turned dark red. Even the undying god that was falling apart in front of him stopped. Only the tip of his sword continued to fall slowly. But he had a feeling that in this dark red space, the tip of his sword would never touch the undying god. Who made a move? Beads of sweat dripped down Lu Yin's forehead, and his grip on the sword's hilt became much heavier. Was the sword too heavy? Let go, it's too heavy. You can't hold it. A gentle voice sounded in his ear. Lu Yin wanted to turn around, but he couldn't move. He could have turned his head just now, but he couldn't even make a sound. What was he doing? Was he being controlled? He gripped the hilt tightly. Let go? Impossible. He wouldn't let go. Why are you so stubborn? The essence of life is just a coincidence of the universe's formation. Once the universe changes, life will change as well. Humans will no longer be humans and can become another species. Of course, that species can call themselves humans. Why do you care about your current state? The gentle voice drew closer and closer. Lu Yin couldn't move, and his eyes widened. This person had to be from the Eternals. 7 sky gods? No, he basically knew all of the 7 sky gods, and the ruler's realm couldn't have been let in so easily. Could it be? The essence of your life has changed, and you can call yourself a human or any creature with a code name. That creature can make you stronger and better explore the essence of the universe. It can even grant you eternal life and give you the time and interest to observe the birth of one species after another. Isn't that good? Why do you want to become an observed species? Luin wanted to speak, but his sword continued to descend slowly. He couldn't do anything else. He roared in his heart, and he wanted to release the power in his heart, but he couldn't do anything in this dark red space. You're still too stubborn, but you'll figure it out one day. On that day, you'll kill everyone you know and care about. You'll let go of everything and become a new species that rules the universe. On that day, you'll no longer be stubborn about the word human and can call yourself a human. But at that time, that word will no longer be what you want. At this point, Luin could only watch as a crack appeared on the progenitor's sword. He was shocked. How was this possible? This was the progenitor's sword. Why did it have a crack on it? It wasn't just the progenitor's sword. At this moment, the mother tree shook even more violently. An incomparably huge crack appeared on the mother tree's trunk, and the entire astral tree exploded. Countless people coughed up blood. Luin was instantly sent flying, and the progenitor's sword fell out of his hand and into the mortal realm. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been suppressing this mouthful of blood for a long time, but it had only been an instant. Everything changed in an instant. The crack on the mother tree's trunk shocked Xianxia and the rest. It was as if a crack had appeared in the sky. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin's bleeding arm. She hadn't seen wrong, the progenitor's sword had cracked. It had only been an instant, but it felt like a long time had passed. The undying god's eyes turned, and he saw the crack on the mother tree's trunk. Has a god descended? What's going on, little seven? Big Sis didn't understand, and no one else knew what had happened. They had only seen Luin charge over and slash down with his sword before being sent flying back. The sword fell from his hand, and the mother tree's trunk cracked. Lu Yin's expression sank. The sole true God has acted. The sole true God? Several people cried out, especially Xiaoziheng and the rest. They had heard this name far too many times. This was the only ruler of the Eternals, and it was equivalent to the progenitor to the humans. Such an existence was above the 7 sky gods, but he had actually acted? They had never heard of the sole true God in the astral tree's history. Xianxia's expression turned grave. He broke the progenitor's sword and the mother tree just to save the undying god? Luin clenched his fists. Just to save the undying god? Was that so? It seemed like the undying god wanted to talk to him. Did he say that he would one day kill everyone he knew and cared about and become a new species? Since the gods have descended, then I can't be lazy anymore, the undying god said lazily. Do you know what the greatest weapon against the humans is? Everyone subconsciously looked at him. It's not battle techniques, slaughter, or modification. It's... The undying god paused for a moment before continuing, the human heart. His eyes widened, and the same feeling appeared. Lu Yin's body turned cold, and everyone felt as if the undying god was staring at them from behind. What do you think would happen if the entire human race were to use the Corpse King transformation? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Not good. Everyone's hearts sank. Middle Realm, Blue Moon District. Lu Zhan's expression was solemn, and his sword was stained with blood. Behind him were several cultivators from the poor. Society Master, why don't you go back first? Someone couldn't help but ask. Lu Zhan coldly replied, no need. He then scanned the area below. He's in this area. Find him. You have to find him. We can capture more spies through him. The other cultivators looked at each other helplessly. The Lu family's Grand Elder, Brilliant Sword Grandmaster Lu Song, was actually the undying god. This news had already spread to the poor, and the entire Lu family's territory had been destroyed by the ancestral Meng. No one knew where the sword steel had fallen, and the number of people who had died in the Lu family had yet to be calculated. Although Lu Zhan was the society master of the poor's Blue Moon District, he was still a member of the Lu family. They hoped that Lu Zhan would go back and deal with the situation, but it just so happened that someone was a spy and an emissary, so Lu Zhan couldn't leave. Lu Zhan naturally wanted to go back, but he had a duty to fulfill, so he couldn't leave. He could only hope that the family would be fine. "What's that?" someone exclaimed. Lu Zhan looked over, and his eyes trembled. "Mummy, capture him, but don't kill him." The 4 cardinal scales and the pores had already informed the astral trees that the mummy was not to be killed and could only be captured. Although they didn't know the reason, since it was so serious, they naturally had to carry it out. The mummy was only an enlighter, so it was very easy to capture. However, the moment the mummy was captured, it suddenly opened its mouth and blurted out a technique. This technique was the Corpse King transformation. When Lu Zhan heard about the Corpse King transformation technique, his expression changed, and he immediately contacted Superintendent Xianxia. In the distance, 2 figures were hiding underground. One was a man who was panting heavily, and his back was covered in blood. The other was also a mummy that had been captured by the man. When he heard the mummy mention the Corpse King transformation technique, his eyes lit up. He had been discovered as a spy, and there was no way out in this region of space. Since that was the case, he would cultivate the Corpse King transformation. He hadn't even had the chance to cultivate it when he was a spy, and he hadn't expected that the opportunity would present itself as soon as he was discovered. As long as he cultivated the Corpse King transformation technique, the Eternals would invade this region of space, and he wouldn't even need to explain his identity. The Corpse King transformation would be the best explanation. Did he need a mummy to help him cultivate the Corpse King transformation? The man didn't hesitate and grabbed the mummy to escape. He wanted to cultivate as soon as possible. He had to master the Corpse King transformation. On a deserted island in the middle calm sea, flames soared into the sky. An elder roared furiously, "I won't let you go. I must take revenge, revenge." At this time a muffled voice sounded. The elder looked into the distance and saw a mummy slowly walking over. It didn't attack anyone and just walked while talking about the Corpse King transformation cultivation method. At first, the elder wanted to destroy the mummy, but when he heard about the Corpse King transformation cultivation method, he became more and more serious. He knew about the Corpse King transformation and had been to the battlefield on the other side. He definitely wouldn't attack a Corpse King who cultivated the Corpse King transformation. The Corpse King transformation was too terrifying. With each level, the body would be 10 times stronger. A Corpse King of the same level could kill him as easily as stepping on an ant. Now, he had the chance to learn it? No, learning the Corpse King transformation was tantamount to betraying humanity. The Corpse King transformation wasn't just a cultivation method, it also changed one's body, making it more like a Corpse King. It was like changing from one species to another. He couldn't cultivate it. Once he did, he would become a monster like the Eternals. But if he didn't cultivate it, how could he take revenge? He stared at the ashes in front of him. His wife, his son, his grandson, his disciples, his old friends, they were all dead. They were all killed by his enemies. If he didn't cultivate the Corpse King transformation, how could his old and frail body fight against his enemies? There was no chance. The more he thought about it, the more ferocious the elder's gaze became. He clenched his fists, his fingernails digging into his palms. Blood dripped down his palms. This red color made the elder sink into it. He grabbed the mummy. He didn't care anymore. As long as he could take revenge, he would kill himself. The same scene happened everywhere, whether it was the top realm or the middle realm. Some people captured mummies, while others hid them and used them to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. It wasn't that they wanted to betray, but sometimes, the situation didn't allow them to choose. This was what the undying god said, the human heart. On the other side of the battlefield, countless Corpse Kings attacked the 5 array bases, not giving them a moment to rest. Below the 4th array base, Corpse Kings kept falling. Many Corpse Kings continued to climb. Even if they only had half of their bodies left, they still climbed to the array base to kill. Underground, no Corpse Kings noticed. Or rather, they didn't care. They were growing bit by bit. They continued to absorb the Corpse King's flesh and blood, growing larger and larger as they moved towards the new continent. They felt that there were even more Corpse Kings waiting for them to devour. In the world of sovereigns, when the godly eagle screeched, the ancient god and He Wuxian arrived. Including the Forgotten Ruins god and the Corpse god, 4 of the 7 heavenly gods came. The Undying god was in the starry sky of trees. Only Bai Wuxian and the witchcraft spirit god had not appeared. Looking at the divine martial saber region ahead, He Wuxian said, "To mobilize everyone just for the Undying god, I don't think it's worth it. He's courting death. He's doing it for Wu Tian, but what about us?" The ancient god watched as the Corpse god and the godly eagle clashed. He stepped forward and said, "The true god has decreed that Bai Wangyuan and the others can't leave the sovereign realm. They can't take a single step out." On the other side, Bai Wangyuan and the others looked down from time to time. They were held back by the Eternals and could not leave. Could Lu Xiaoxian really kill the Undying god? Back in the mortal world, bad news continued to spread to Qingchen, Lu Yin, and the others. In less than half a day, many people had already been discovered hiding corpses, and even more would be discovered soon. These people's only goal was to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. They needed the help of corpses to cultivate the Corpse King transformation, which was also the Undying God's goal. The corpse's divine power would definitely fuse into the Undying God's body while they cultivated the Corpse King transformation. This would strengthen the Undying God's divine power, and it would be very difficult to stop this. The human heart was complicated, and the Undying God understood humans all too well. He was originally a human, and he had been lured by the Eternals to become one of the 7 sky gods. He naturally knew how to lure others. The most realistic example that Lu Yin had seen was the Flying Armor Army's commander, Long Xian. If he had been in Long Xian's shoes, he might have also joined the Eternals and become a Redback. The Eternals had not only lured him in, they had also forced him. This was the case on the battlefield on the other side, and it was the same now. However, this was not the only problem. Lu Yin looked at the crack in the progenitor sword in his hand and then at the crack in the mother tree's trunk. Everything was heading in a bad direction, and it seemed that the humans were becoming weaker and weaker in resisting the Eternals. This situation had to be reversed. They had been on the defensive all this time. Beside him, Xia Ziheng and the others were arguing and discussing something. Qing Chen was constantly contacting the people from the humble school, his tone filled with killing intent. Anyone who was found to be hiding the Corpse King would be killed without mercy. So Dong Lai was also using Xian Academy's influence to find the person who was hiding the Corpse King, hoping that everyone could capture it. Bai Xianer stood there calmly, her thoughts unknown. "Little 7, you've done your best," Big Sis said solemnly. Kui Luo sighed. The one true god is a legendary figure. Even the progenitor's sword was cracked by him. Aside from the progenitor, no one can stand up to him. Now that the mother tree's trunk is cracked, there's no way it won't affect limitless kinetic energy. Lu Yin fell silent as he looked at the giant crack in the distance. Yes, the infinite kinetic energy had been set up by the mother tree. Now that the mother tree's trunk had cracked, the infinite kinetic energy would definitely be affected. The Undying God had used the corpses to create chaos, and the 7 sky gods had descended one by one to start a huge battle in the ruler's realm. Even the only true god had appeared, and Sheneng and Zhu Meng had joined in. The situation had suddenly become uncontrollable. If only the Lu family was still here, so Dong Lai sighed. Xia Ziheng snorted. What's the point? The Lu family was exiled to the everlasting realm, but they didn't cause any harm to them. Ichi suddenly raised his hand and slapped Xia Ziheng across the face, sending him flying. Xia Ziheng crashed into a distant root and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared back coldly. Any more nonsense, and I'll feed you to the Zhu Meng. Xia Ziheng gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin, but he didn't dare to say anything else. Sir Yu, Wu Yao, and the rest weren't surprised. Xia Ziheng's words were indeed asking for a beating. He didn't even look at Lu Xiaoxian, wasn't he courting death? If not for the agreement, he would have died just now. Xia Ziheng had only said that subconsciously, as he was used to saying such things. He regretted it as soon as he finished speaking, but Lu Yin had moved too quickly. Ichi was a progenitor, so how could he resist? Lu Yin dismissed the summon and put away the progenitor's sword. He then looked at Bai Xianer. Why did you exile the Lu family? Xianxia replied, Lu Xiaoxian, now's not the time to talk about this. Can't we talk about the grudge between the Lu family and the four-way scales after we deal with the undying god? Lu Yin continued to look at Bai Xian'er. Why? He had never asked her this question before, and she was a very important part of the Lu family's exile. She met his gaze. There's no why. It's just a replacement, that's all. Lu Yin was amused. Do you really think that the four-way scales can replace the Lu family? Bai Xian'er retracted her gaze and looked at the top realm. Some people think so. Do you know how this region of space was formed? Lu Yin asked. Bai Xian'er fell silent. Do you know what else the Lu family has that's completely different from the rest of you? Lu Yin asked again. Bai Xian'er remained silent. Lu Yin looked at Xia Ziheng, Wu Yao, and Sir Yu, but none of them spoke. Lu Yin looked up. Sis, what do you think will happen if we open the Starfall Sea? Her expression changed. What did you say? Open the Starfall Sea? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Yes, the fifth mainland's entrance to the Starfall Sea. No. Once the entrance to the Starfall Sea is opened, the fifth mainland will have to face the full brunt of the Eternals' attack. The fifth mainland will be doomed eternally. She immediately refused. Little Seven, why would you have such a dangerous idea? Everyone else looked at Lu Yin in shock. They couldn't understand why Lu Yin would deliberately expose the fifth mainland to danger. Multi-origin app, Mimi read. Lu Yin took a deep breath. The current situation is too unfavorable for this region of space. The undying god is clearly trapped here, but he has the initiative. He's using the people's hearts to wreak havoc in the astral tree realm. The seven sky gods are suppressing the ruler's realm, and the mother tree's trunk is cracking. If there's a problem with the infinite kinetic energy, this region of space might not be able to stop the Eternals. No, it's too dangerous. I don't agree. Lu Yin naturally knew that it was dangerous, but if the astral tree realm couldn't stop the Eternals, then the fifth mainland was in danger as well. It was for the sake of the fifth mainland that Forefather Soul Sky had separated the Starry Sky Tree from the Starry Sky Tree and turned it into the main battlefield. When the Eternals had attacked the fifth mainland, the liquefied Starsource universe had been devoured by the Starry Sky Tree. It was also because of the Starry Sky Tree that the fifth mainland had managed to survive. The astral tree realm and the fifth mainland were inseparable. No matter what grudges Lu Yin had with the four cardinal scales, he had to find a way to work together against the Eternals. He had already considered the possible dangers, and he had even considered the possibility of the seven sky gods attacking the fifth mainland. Thus, he had to be careful with this decision. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin with admiration for the first time. It came from the bottom of his heart. Lu Xiaoxian, do you really want to open the entrance to the fifth mainland Starfall Sea? Xia Ziheng, so don't lie, and the rest all looked at Lu Yin. Bai Xian'er's eyes flickered, but no one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. In the past, my Lu family was still around and could lead the astral tree realm to the new world. Now, although the Lu family is no longer around, I'm still here, and I can still lead the humans to the new world. Little Seven. Big Sis wanted to say something, but Lu Yin looked at her. Sis, trust me. Big Sis was stunned and fell silent. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xian'er. This is the biggest difference between my Lu family and the four cardinal scales. It's not strength, but... He raised his head. Responsibility. When the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland went to war, our ancestors didn't just face the sixth mainland, but also the Eternals. It was Forefather Tianyi who separated the fifth mainland and allowed the astral tree realm to resist the Eternals. That's how the fifth mainland was able to maintain its peace. Now that the astral tree realm is in trouble, the fifth mainland must step up. Bai Xian'er looked at Lu Yin and smiled. That's more like you, Brother Xiaoxian. Kui Luo rolled his eyes, as he hated this kind of fearlessness the most. Opening a path to the fifth mainland? I think there's something wrong with your brain, he muttered, but then his gaze suddenly changed as he looked at Lu Yin. No, this kid shouldn't be that kind of person. Even if he was willing to sacrifice himself, he shouldn't be sacrificing himself for the four-way scales. Lu Yin calmly took out the wireless goo and contacted the fifth mainland's half-ancestors, mainly Elder Chan, senior brother Qing Ping, Elder Gong, the Sixth Mainland's 9 luminaries, and the Astral Beast Domain Skyminder Imperial Tutor. They were all from the Fifth Mainland, and they had decided to open a path to the Starfall Sea. Although Lu Yin had made the decision, he still needed everyone's support. He had relied on his own strength to become the Fifth Mainland's leader, but this matter concerned the survival of the Fifth Mainland, and it wasn't something he could decide alone. The wireless goo contacted them one by one, and the results were within Lu Yin's expectations. Almost all of them were against his decision, but they all agreed in the end. Lu Yin had said, "The 7 sky gods are about to attack the cosmic tree domain for the Undying God. When the time comes, we can use the new space corridor to reach the Fifth Mainland. Opening the Starfall Sea is to share the pressure of the cosmic tree domain. If the cosmic tree domain can't handle everything, then not only the cosmic tree domain, but the Fifth Mainland will also be destroyed." In the past, the Fifth Mainland had been unfamiliar with the cosmic tree domain, and they didn't know that the cosmic tree domain existed to help them block the Eternals. Even many people in the cosmic tree domain didn't understand this. However, things were different now. Elder Chan and the others had personally stepped onto the front lines of the backline and witnessed the cruelty of the battle against the Eternals. They deeply understood what would happen if the backline was breached. Thus, Elder Chan was the first to agree. Of course, for the sake of the Fifth Mainland, he also raised a condition. Opening a path to the Starfall Sea is to share the pressure of the cosmic tree domain, not to seek death. If the Eternals give up on the Undying God, then the Fifth Mainland will be finished. We need a countermeasure. Of course, Lu Yin had a plan, and Elder Chan agreed. Everyone else agreed as well. He didn't need to ask those from the above heaven era what they thought. He and those people were just passers-by in the Fifth Mainland, and the ones who could make decisions for them were Elder Chan and the others. After convincing the Fifth Mainland, Lu Yin contacted by Wang Yuan. Xiao Ziheng and the others watched as Lu Yin convinced the Fifth Mainland, their gazes complicated. They knew very well just how much risk the Fifth Mainland would have to take in order to make such a decision, and they could not understand why Lu Yin was willing to do such a thing. The cracking of the mother tree's trunk would directly affect its unlimited power. The ruler's world, the 7 sky gods, and the sole true god had even made a move. All of these factors had caused the cosmic tree to become so weak that even the mother tree was on the verge of collapse. Opening the Fifth Mainland's battlefield could indeed reduce the pressure on the cosmic tree. If the Lu family had not been exiled back then, this method would not have been a problem, but now. For some reason, they felt as if they were seeing Lu Xiaoxian from back then. That cheerful, sunny, kind, unscheming son of the Lu family, one of the 7 heroes who dominated the universe. What? Are you willing to open a gap in the Starfall Sea? Bai Wang Yuan was astonished. While he was dealing with the pressure from the 7 sky gods, he was conversing with Lu Yin at the same time. Xiaxinji and the rest had also heard his exclamation. Store it on the bookshelf permanently and record the reading history. Xiaxinji couldn't believe his ears. Wang Fan and the dragon ancestor looked at each other in disbelief. No matter how dangerous the starry sky of trees was, they had not done anything. Based on their understanding of Lu Yin and his enmity with the Lu family, even if the Fifth Mainland was willing, Lu Yin should not have been willing to do so. The Eternals tried their best to save the Undying God, but the Undying God used his corpse king transformation to cause the hearts of the people in the cosmic tree to waver. The sole true God destroyed the mother tree and can act again at any time. Once he acts, no one will be able to stop him. Under these circumstances, the Undying God being trapped is actually disadvantageous for this region. However, we cannot release the Undying God, or else we will never have any hope of defeating the Eternals. You trapped an enemy, but it became your own shackles. Are you willing to accept this? Lu Yin asked. Of course, Bai Wang Yuan was unwilling. Who would be willing to accept this? He had thought that he could kill one of the 7 sky gods, but in the end, this enemy that he could definitely kill had become a threat to his own life. This meant that the humans were too weak compared to the Eternals, so much so that they did not even have to worry about sending themselves to their deaths. Just tell me what you want to do, Bai Wang Yuan said in a low voice. Open a gap in the Starfall Sea and counterattack the Eternals. Regardless of whether or not the Eternals give up on the Undying God, you have to hold back the 7 sky gods and all of the Eternal's forces in the ruler's realm, whether it's the 7 sky gods or the progenitor corpse kings. Now that the ruler's realm has reached a balance, we have an advantage there. We can then reclaim the Starfall Sea and enter the new world through the 3 upper gates, Luin said. You want to use the Undying God as bait to reclaim the Starfall Sea and have us hold back the Eternals? Bai Wangyuan raised his voice. Luin said, if the Eternals care about the Starfall Sea, then they will give up on the Undying God. Similarly, once the Eternals have the strength to leave the ruler's realm, someone from your side will have to come to the Starfall Sea to deal with any progenitor enemies that might appear. If the ruler's realm does not change, then I can lead the 5th mainland directly to the new world. Even if we can't share the pressure of the ruler's realm, we can share the pressure of the 5 array bases on the other side of the battlefield. The mother tree has cracked. If we don't share the pressure of the unlimited energy source, then the moment it malfunctions, even if the unlimited energy source remains intact, the astral tree will be finished. Bai Wangyuan and the others had naturally thought of this, and they had felt uneasy the moment the mother tree had cracked. The pressure from the endless corpse kings on the other side of the battlefield was increasing. The unlimited energy source was a sourcebox array, and it could withstand the Eternals if nothing went wrong. However, if something went wrong, then it could collapse in an instant. At that time, even if they had a few more progenitors, they would not be able to withstand the endless eternal corpse kings. The astral tree would really be in trouble. If the Eternals completely give up on the Undying God and save the Starfall Sea, then that would be the same as moving the ruler's realm's battlefield to the Starfall Sea. Do you want us to defend the Starfall Sea? Bai Wangyuan asked as he recalled this point. Luin replied, I can borrow progenitor Chen's strength from the 5th mainland. If the ruler's realm's battlefield really moves to the Starfall Sea, then you and I will have an even greater advantage. Lu Xiaoxian, only 5 of the 7 sky gods have appeared so far, and there's still one sole true god who hasn't appeared yet, Bai Wangyuan said. He hoped that the 5th mainland would share the pressure of the astral tree, but he also did not want the 5th mainland to be destroyed by the Eternals. This was not out of kindness, as the Eternals did not care about the abandoned land, but the abandoned land could be connected to the astral tree. Once the Eternals entered the astral tree through the abandoned land, then Lu Yin's decision would no longer be to share the pressure of the astral tree. Instead, it would be to create another battlefield for the astral tree. Besides, even the corpse god could not break through the seal of the realm mountain in the Starfall Sea. If the Eternals went there and were blocked outside, then they would be finished. Everyone's perspective was different, and their thoughts were different as well. From Bai Wangyuan's point of view, Lu Yin's decision seemed to be beneficial to them, and it might even cause Luin to lose his life. However, they could instantly think of the disadvantages. Luin frowned. No matter how he looked at it, this decision was beneficial to the astral tree and disadvantageous to the 5th mainland. He had thought that Bai Wangyuan would be happy, but he had not expected the 5th mainland to be so thorough. Not only was he worried that Luin would throw them out of the Starfall Sea, but he was also worried that the 5th mainland would not be able to defend themselves. In fact, Luin had never thought of throwing Bai Wangyuan and the others out of the Starfall Sea. However, if he followed this plan, the Eternals would give up on the Undying God, and the 7 sky gods would shift the battlefield to the Starfall Sea. Bai Wangyuan and the others would have to go to the Starfall Sea to resist the Eternals, and Luin would use the realm mountain to seal them off, trapping them outside. This was exactly the same as when they had exiled the Lu family. But even if he wanted to do something like this, he still had to consider the timing. Now was clearly not the right time, and he was also afraid that these fellows would become anxious and join the Eternals. If that happened, then the human race would truly be finished. Luin found it funny, as he had not thought of this himself, but Bai Wangyuan had reminded him. In the distance, Kuei Luo kept staring at Luin. This kid definitely did not have good intentions. How could he be so dedicated as to share the pressure and risk of the astral tree? There was definitely something wrong. The sole true god and 2 7 sky gods have appeared at the same time. Can the sovereign realm stop them? Luin suddenly asked. Bai Wangyuan fell silent. There was no need to answer this question, as it was impossible to stop them. You all know the answer in your hearts. If they can't stop them, then why hasn't the Eternals made a move in all these years? Why did they send those progenitor corpse kings to a stalemate in the sovereign realm? Lu Yin asked. Bai Ran asked, what do you know? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I don't know, but I can guess that the sole true god hasn't made a move because he can't. The 7 sky gods also haven't moved all at once because they can't. They're probably already at their limit. In any case, there's only one path. It's up to you whether you want to take it or not. With that, Lu Yin ended the call. Lu Yin did not say anything when he saw the gazes of Bai Xian'er and the others. Instead, he left with Big Sis and Kuei Luo. If we can't hold on here, then I won't hesitate to destroy the new sky corridor. Take care of yourselves. The undying god's shattered body was surrounded by a dark red glow, and its eyes stared at the people in front of it, causing them to panic. Lu Yin brought Big Sis and Kuei Luo to the central realm and then rode the caged WYRM towards the new sky corridor. On the WYRM's back, Kuei Luo hissed and looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Just say what you want to say. Kuei Luo shook his head. Something's wrong, kid. Something's wrong with you. Big Sis also looked at Lu Yin. What's going on? Lu Yin took a deep breath and met their gazes. He slowly said, Sis, do you guys believe in parallel spaces? Big Sis raised her brows. There's nothing to believe in. They exist to begin with. Lu Yin looked at Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo replied, of course they exist, but it depends on luck. Even a progenitor might not be able to travel through parallel spaces because they need to determine the coordinates. Why are you bringing this up? Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at the battlefield behind them. There's more than one similar battlefield. The two were shocked by Lu Yin's words. There are other battlefields in the astral tree realm? Not the astral tree realm, but a parallel space. The Eternal's endless corpse kings originate from this parallel space, and they have a way to locate these parallel spaces and cultivate corpse kings from there. These parallel spaces also have creatures and humans, so they can't do whatever they want. That's why there are wars. In other words, Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Our space is just one of the many battlefields in other spaces. It might be huge, but it's not the only one. Kuei Luo understood. No wonder. So you're sure that the Eternals don't have any extra forces to deal with the Starfall Sea? Unless they give up on the Undying God and withdraw their forces, we have an absolute advantage in the Starfall Sea. The Corpse God, the Ancient God, and the rest of the 7 sky gods are all in the ruler's realm to save the Undying God. But if they're all there, why aren't the Witch Spirit God and Bai Wuxian there? That's impossible, and we've always known that the 7 sky gods have half-progenitor corpses scattered across the 5th mainland, the astral tree realm, and even the 6th mainland. But are their corpses limited to just these few places? Lu Yin smiled. They have too many corpses scattered across the parallel spaces. According to this conjecture, while opening the Starfall Sea is risky, it might not be impossible. But what if this conjecture is wrong? What if the Eternals are deliberately exposing a flaw? They want to trick us into opening the Starfall Sea and then gather the 7 sky gods to attack the 5th mainland. What should we do then? Even if this conjecture is correct and they can temporarily give up on the other parallel spaces to deal with this one, what should we do? Big Sis questioned. Lu Yin spread his hands and smiled. Then let's end it together. Big Sis blinked. Isn't that right? If the Eternals could temporarily give up on the other parallel spaces to deal with this one, they would have done so long ago, Lu Yin said. Big Sis thought about it and agreed. The Undying God is very important to them, or else they wouldn't have sent 5 of the 7 sky gods and their only true god. Even so, not all of them have shown up because they can't. Also, I'm guessing that the ruler's realm war won't drag on for too long, Lu Yin said confidently. He wasn't saying this because he was guessing, but because he had long since confirmed it. It was precisely what he knew when he merged into Lan Ho's body. Lan Ho was one of the Eternal Race's 12 Marquises, and he had the ability to travel through parallel space and merge into Lu Yin's body. Not only had he seen the person who had been cloaked in lightning, but he had also seen some of Lu Yin's memories. There were many battlefields, battles, massacres, and bloodshed, but the environment was very unfamiliar. At first, Lu Yin did not understand, but later on, he specifically sought out Big Sis Rakshasa and verified his suspicions with her. In Lanho's memories, there was a battlefield where Big Sis Rakshasa had once been. Many of the corpse kings that had been modified by the Eternals in the New World had come from various parallel battlefields. It was precisely because of this that Luin was certain that the Eternals would no longer be able to attack the Fifth Mainland. They had opened up too many battlefields, and the current situation was already the limit of what they could do. Otherwise, with the Eternals' strength, the Cosmic Tree Realm would not have been able to hold on. Bai Yuan and the others were well aware of this situation, and Luin had only found out where their confidence in exiling the Lu family had come from. It was from those parallel universes. If he had guessed everything correctly. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Someone in those parallel universes must have given the four-way scales a guarantee that even if the Lu family was exiled, the Eternals would not be able to invade the Cosmic Tree Realm. Otherwise, the Lu family might have been able to resist the Eternals when they were still around, but without the Lu family, how could the Cosmic Tree Realm withstand the Eternals? Without the Lu family in this part of the universe, the Eternals who were in a stalemate with the Lu family would also be missing. This meant that the Eternals who had been in a stalemate with the Lu family had been dragged over to another parallel universe. The Lu family's exile was not that simple. Luin clenched his fists. There was still a problem, and it was not as simple as the four-way scale's actions. This was something that he had always found strange. The Lu family had Patriarch Tani, who had become a deity in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. They had more than one progenitor, and they even had a legend. Even so, the Lu family had still been exiled. Why? Not even the undying god could kill the ancestral Mang. The more he thought about it, the more certain Luin became of his guess. At that moment, the Cloud Connect stone vibrated, and he accepted the call. We'll do as you say. We'll maintain a balance of power with the Eternals. If one of them leaves, we'll follow. I guarantee that they won't be able to invade the Fifth Mainland, Bai Yuan said. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. Guesses were guesses, and even if they were proven right, he would still take the risk. He was taking the entire Fifth Mainland on this risk, including the Cosmic Tree Realm. However, this was the only way to turn the situation around. If everything went well, they would either kill the undying god or reclaim the Starfall Sea. If things did not go well, then the outcome would be unpredictable. Luin stood up and spread out his arms. He suddenly let out a long howl that startled both the caged Wyrm and Kue Luo. Life in this world is filled with risks and rewards. I, Luin, have narrowly escaped death several times. Let's see if the heavens will accept me. He then laughed maniacally and rode the caged Wyrm back into the valley, returning to the Fifth Mainland. Within the valley, a group of cultivators stared blankly at him. Not long after, a voice was transmitted to the lower realms, the middle realm, and the top realm. From this moment onwards, all explorers will be forcibly conscripted to the battlefield on the backside. Anyone who refuses to comply will be treated as a traitor. From this moment onwards, there will be no personal battles, no vengeance, and no star essence transactions. All resources will be sold to the battlefield on the backside. The entire Cosmic Tree Realm fell silent, and everyone looked towards the Mother Tree. This sort of forcible conscription had only occurred twice in history. The reason for the first time was unknown, and the second time was when the Lu family had been exiled. The four-way scales had replaced the Lu family to rebuild the top realm and take over the entire backside of the battlefield. At that time, everyone in the Cosmic Tree Realm had been ordered to prepare for battle and be prepared to charge into the backside of the battlefield at any time. Too many people had died at that time, and the Eternals had wanted to take advantage of the Lu family's disappearance to take over the Cosmic Tree Realm. However, the four-way scales had been prepared for this, and they had fought to the death to preserve the 5 array bases on the backside of the battlefield until now. But now, had the forcible conscription war begun again? The Cosmic Tree Realm was too large, and its inheritance had never been severed. Whether it was in the lower realm, the middle realm, or the top realm, there were more or less hidden powerhouses. Once the forcible conscription began, these powerhouses would have to head to the backside of the battlefield, regardless of whether they were in seclusion or hiding from the world. This was the moment when the Cosmic Tree Realm would display its true strength. At the same time, after Luin returned to the Fifth Mainland, he also issued a forcible conscription order to the entire Fifth Mainland. However, under the five-way above the cosmic tree realm, the cultivators of the Fifth Mainland were already used to it. They had been forcibly conscripted so many times over the past few decades that they had become numb to it. This time, however, only a few people knew that it was different. This time, the target of the forcible conscription was the Starfall Sea, and it was to use the Fifth Mainland as a weapon to launch a counterattack against the Eternals. Luine did not return to the Above the Sky sect. At this time, the Fate Maiden, Lu Bujing, and the others were waiting for him. Chu Yuan and the others were also waiting outside the Above the Sky sect. They had just learned that Luine had decided to open the entrance to the Starfall Sea and fight against the Eternals, and they could not understand this decision. They had worked so hard to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea, and they did not even have a decent progenitor. Why did Luine dare to open the entrance? They wanted to wait for Lu Yin's explanation. However, instead of Luine, Kue Luo arrived. This old man will explain everything to you. First, I'm thirsty. Find some water. Kue Luo began to ramble on, but Luine did not have the time to pay attention to them. He had gone to the Neoverse and found Celestial Master Xiaoming. Even with his previous guesses, he could not take the risk of actually opening the entrance to the Starfall Sea. He could not count on the Cosmic Tree Realm, so the only thing that gave him hope was a Sourcebox array. Since the Cosmic Tree Realm had a Sourcebox array with unlimited power, then could the Fifth Mainland have one as well? It did not need to be at the level of unlimited power, but it should be close enough? Within the Lockbreaker realm, Xiaoming looked at Luine strangely. A Sourcebox array with unlimited power? Are you joking with me? Even a progenitor would find it difficult to set it up, let alone me. There is only one person like Progenitor Hui, so don't overthink it. Luine naturally knew this. Is there no Sourcebox array that can be used against progenitors? Xiaoming replied, why don't you ask the High Sage? He's also a progenitor and a half-step progenitor. Luine replied, in terms of lockbreaking, this junior believes that senior might even surpass the Sage Celestial Master. Xiaoming laughed. You're right. Unfortunately, I can't do what you want. Luine was disappointed. Xiaoming asked, why are you forcefully recruiting cultivators? Are we going to war again? Luine had not announced that he had opened the entrance to the Starfall Sea yet, so only the half-step progenitors knew about it. Xiaoming was qualified to know, but he had always been in the Lockbreaker realm and had never left, so he did not understand. Luine explained the situation to Xiaoming, who had a dazed expression on his face. You're really ruthless, Xiaoming said in shock. Don't you know that if you take one wrong step, the entire Fifth Mainland will be buried with you? Luine was helpless. If I don't do this, then not only will the Eternals be able to rescue the Undying Deity, but they might even be able to break through the Cosmic Tree Realm's defenses. When that happens, only the Fifth Mainland will be left. What hope do we have? Only you have the right to take this gamble. If you succeed, you'll be able to reclaim the Starfall Sea or kill one of the 7 sky gods and leave your name in history. If you lose, then everyone will be buried with you. Luine replied, even if you're buried with me, I'll be the first to die. But others don't want to die. Xiaoming felt helpless, but he could not stop Luine. He realized that he did not have enough time to deal with this young man. Not much time had passed since Luine had first appeared in Xiaoming's eyes. Regardless of whether Luine was a friend or foe, or even his master, when Xiaoming thought of Luine, Luine had already surpassed his imagination. Xiaoming also felt this way. Decades ago, he had been considering whether or not to accept Luine as a disciple, and he had even encouraged Wu Dan to surpass him. He had even used himself and the Elysium Heavenly Master as an example to give Wu Dan hope. But now, Xiaoming sighed. This child had defeated the Origin Array Heavenly Master in chess. This wasn't a matter of talent. This child had completely exceeded his understanding of talent. I can't do it, and neither can the High Sage. The only possibility right now is that Celestial Master Gu Yen of the Starry Sky Tree. Regardless of whether you're willing to admit it or not, the Starry Sky Tree is indeed far more powerful than the Fifth Mainland. Whether it's history or inheritance, it has never been broken. Celestial Master Gu Yen has surpassed me and the High Sage. He is fully deserving of the title of the #1 celestial master of the human race, Xiaoming said. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Was he going to look for Gu Yan? Hold on, he suddenly looked at Xiaoming and asked, Senior, have you met heavenly teacher Gu Yan? With Xiaoming's ability, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have admitted that he was inferior to others. Xiaoming nodded. He's in the 5th mainland, but I don't know where he is. I've seen him once before, about half a year ago. Lu Yin left, as he knew where Gu Yan was. He didn't want to go to that place, but he had no choice now. The Shenwu continent was a place filled with pure happiness, and it was a place that evoked Lu Yin's yearning. It had been a few decades since Ming Yan had left, and the current Shenwu continent was being overseen by a person called Ming De. When Ming Zhaoshu had betrayed the Ming family and taken over the throne, he'd killed almost everyone in the Ming family. Only a few of the more remote disciples had survived, and Ming De had been groomed after Ming Yan had left. Compared to the entire universe, the Shenwu continent was too insignificant. If not for Ming Yan's memories, Lu Yin would not have cared who was in control of this place. No matter who it was, they would have to submit to him. The most obvious example was Bei Qing, who had left the Shenwu continent for the Great Yu Empire's auction house. His current status was completely different from before, and a single word from him could determine the life and death of many people like the Shenwu continent. Even though Shenwu continent was small, there were 2 places that stood out from the rest. One was the 5 ceiling planets that surrounded Shenwu continent, each of which was incomparably large and comparable to a planet's sourcebox. The other was the Tower of Resonating Light, where Guyu was buried. At this moment, an old man had been waiting outside the Tower of Resonating Light for a long time. He wore luxurious clothes and was accompanied by maids and guards. He stared at the Tower of Resonating Light in a daze and mumbled something to himself. Lu Yin descended on Shenwu continent and appeared outside the Tower of Resonating Light. The old man's guards sensed his arrival and looked over with vigilance. They only relaxed when they saw that it was Lu Yin. My condolences, Senior, Lu Yin said as he approached the old man, who was Gu Yan. Heavenly Master Gu Yan sighed, I've always been arrogant because of my talent, and I've always looked down on others. This was the case when it came to lockbreaking, and it was even more so when it came to accepting disciples. I thought that I would never have a disciple, but one day, I saw him. His lockbreaking talent shocked even me, and he was incredibly kind and pure. I gave him 5 tests, and he completed all of them. In the end, I accepted him as my disciple and gave him the name Guyu. Guyu's name comes from a battle skill I created myself, the moon constellation battle skill. When the moon is full and the stars fall from the sky, when you look back, you'll only see the mortal world. Originally, I wanted him to be as dazzling as the stars in the sky, but stars can also fall. He didn't even have the chance to shine in the starry sky before he fell. Lu Yin had never expected that Moonstar had not been created by Guyu, but rather, that it had come from Heavenly Master Gu Yan. After being here for so long, he had no one to talk to besides his maids and guards. Do you know who the 3 sovereigns are? Heavenly Master Gu Yan suddenly asked. His back was facing Lu Yin, and his expression was hidden. Lu Yin shook his head, I've never heard of them. Heavenly Master Gu Yan nodded and let out a long breath. I knew that he might have died, but when I found out, I still found it hard to accept. This child is very kind. Lu Yin replied, I know. Senior Guyu tests his disciples based on their pure hearts. Has anyone succeeded? Heavenly Master Gu Yan turned to look at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin's heart ached, and he took out the frozen Ming Yan from his cosmic ring. Under Heavenly Master Gu Yan's astonished gaze, he said, She's called Ming Yan, and she's mine. He paused for a moment before continuing, My dear. She received Senior Guyu's Moonstar battle technique, and Guyu's letter was also given to me by her. Heavenly Master Gu Yan walked over and sized up Ming Yan. What happened? Lu Yin answered solemnly, She was injured by a half-ancestor. Even the fog ancestor would have a hard time helping her, so I could only freeze her. Heavenly Master Gu Yan frowned, Cultivators are not omnipotent, and they are not creators. Some injuries have nothing to do with cultivation, and the fog ancestor cannot help her. The same goes for other progenitors. Lu Yin looked up, If there's someone who can help, I'll definitely find her. Heavenly Master Gu Yan shook his head and did not say anything else. He looked at Ming Yan with pity. He had thought that he would have a grand disciple, but she had turned out to be the same. Did you come here specifically to find me? Heavenly Master Gu Yan was not as shameless as he was when facing others. Lu Yin solemnly recounted what had just happened, and Heavenly Master Gu Yan was shocked. You're quite brave to have dared to take such a gamble. If I hadn't taken the gamble and allowed the undying god to be rescued by the Eternals, would we have had any hope of winning? The mother tree has cracked, and the consequences would have been unthinkable if the infinite energy had been destroyed, Lu Yin said. Heavenly Master Gu Yan nodded. No sourcebox array can last forever. Actually, setting one up is difficult, but destroying it is very simple. The Eternal's endless corpse kings are enough to make the infinite energy unbearable, and the mother tree itself has cracked. If we left it alone, it wouldn't have been long before the infinite energy could no longer be maintained. You've done well. So, are you looking for me to set up a sourcebox array? Lu Yin nodded. I also want to set up a sourcebox array at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. I don't want it to be as powerful as the infinite energy, but it should at least be able to affect progenitors and seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea. After thinking about it, perhaps only Senior can do it. Heavenly Master Gu Yan smiled. You should know that even if I had Ancestor Hui's abilities, it would still be difficult to set up a similar sourcebox array. Besides the difficulty of setting up a sourcebox array, finding a carrier, sourcebox, and various materials is even more difficult. Even Ancestor Hui wouldn't be able to set it up without these materials. Lu Yin asked, what kind of materials do you need? Senior can tell me, and I'll mobilize the entire Fifth Mainland to search for them. There's no need. Those materials aren't easy to find, or else Ancestor Hui wouldn't have been so difficult. Heavenly Master Gu Yan shook his head and then sighed, but you're lucky. You don't need to search for them. Someone else has already found them for you. Lu Yin did not understand. Heavenly Master Gu Yan looked at the tower of resonating light and raised a hand to point above him. Lu Yin looked up and saw the 5 sealing planets. His eyes brightened. The 5 sealing planets? Heavenly Master Gu Yan nodded. The sourcebox arrays that Gu Yu learned all came from me, and one of them is called the Path of Fortune. After I became an Origin Array Heavenly Master, I used the true insight that Ancestor Hui had left behind to comprehend and create it. Although it can't compare to unlimited energy, it still has about 10% of its power. Sealing the entrance to the Starfall Sea shouldn't be a problem, and with the addition of Realm Mountain, it should be even easier. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Path of Fortune? It had 10% of unlimited energy's power? That was a bit exaggerated, as unlimited energy didn't just include the 5 array bases, but also the mother tree as a carrier and the 7 stars in the outer realm. Only then could unlimited energy be considered unlimited energy. Otherwise, how could the 5 array bases stop the Eternals? By Wan Yuan and the others had been able to stop the ancient gods, and the others not just by relying on themselves, but also by the unlimited energy sourcebox array. It was precisely because of unlimited energy and the divine eagle that they had been able to stop the Eternals. Could this Path of Fortune sourcebox array have 10% of unlimited energy's power? Lu Yin had never thought of comparing it to unlimited energy, and he had only hoped that he could set up a sourcebox array that could help him fight against the progenitor Realm Corpse King. Senior, these 5 sealing planets can only stop enlighters at most. Lu Yin didn't understand. Heavenly Master Gu Yan explained, the Path of Fortune doesn't represent the 5 sealing planets. The true Path of Fortune is set up by 7 incomparably large sourceboxes that mimic the 7 stars in the outer realm. It's all thanks to Ancestor Hui's creation of unlimited energy. Otherwise, I might not have been able to create this Path of Fortune array. As for Gu Yu, he said regretfully, he's truly a genius, and he was able to simplify the Path of Fortune array into 5 sealing planets. He should have reached the level of an Origin Array Heavenly Master. What a pity. Lu Yin said, it is indeed a pity. Rumor has it that Senior Gu Yu was harmed by someone. This junior will definitely find a way to find out the truth, and if the person who harmed Senior Gu Yu is still alive, I'll definitely give Senior an explanation. Heavenly Master Gu Yan had a complicated expression. The Path of Fortune requires 7 enormous sourceboxes. There are 5 here, and you still need to find 2 more. That shouldn't be too difficult. Lu Yin relaxed. It's difficult to find 7 at once, but Senior Gu Yu found 5 for me, There are still 2 more that I need to find. He thought of the Lockbreaker realm, where there were 6 similar giant source boxes that formed the 6 ancient spirit array. If he really couldn't find such a large source box, then he would just dismantle the array. The Lockbreaker realm was far less important than the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Mimi reading app, then let's go. The sooner the better. Senior, how long will it take to set up the Path of Fortune array? With the 5 sealing planets as a foundation, it'll take a few days. Alright, then I'll have to trouble Senior. On this day, the people of Shenwu continent would never forget. The 5 sealing planets that had protected them and isolated them from the rest of the universe were gone. In the history of Shenwu continent, the 5 sealing planets had always existed. Now that they had suddenly disappeared, the entire Shenwu continent fell into a state of panic. Mind immediately contacted the Great Yu Empire, but the response he received was that the sect above the Heavenly Master had requisitioned them. As for Shenwu continent, many people knew that it was a special place for Luin. Even if it was completely exposed, it would be fine. Furthermore, there was nothing there that was worth worrying about, unless the matter of Guyuzong being there was exposed. The 5 sealing planets were 5 incomparably large source boxes, and each of them had their own danger. This was also how the Shenwu continent had been cut off from the outside world. Transporting these 5 source boxes to the entrance to the Starfall Sea was not an easy task. One would either have to forcibly remove the danger from the source boxes or move them away in one piece like Heavenly Master Gu Yen had done, which was equivalent to moving all 5 sealing planets. The 5th mainland had completely assembled, and the cultivators were transported to the entrance of the Starfall Sea through the half-progenitor's inner world. Otherwise, it would have taken a long time for the cultivators to gather from all directions. In the outer verse, Wendy Yushan walked out of Xinyu Star with Lu Yefei beside her. They were now spending most of their time on Xinyu Star rather than in the sect above. You don't have to participate, Fei Hua said to Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan looked in the direction of the Starfall Sea. Everyone has their own responsibilities, and I have people I want to protect as well. Several weaves away, Hai Dashao and Hai Feng helplessly stopped and looked back. Chi-Chi, come out. There was no response. Hai Feng raised a hand and flicked it, causing a ripple to spread out and push aside the void to reveal Hai Chi-Chi. Brother, why are you using so much force? You're hurting me. Hai Feng sternly replied, the 5th mainland's assembly isn't child's play. Go back. Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. Forget it. Last time, Luin asked us to assemble, and nothing happened. You guys even saw a battle between progenitors. I won't fall for his trick this time. I want to go and watch as well. Hai Dashao barked, nonsense. How can you joke around on a battlefield of life and death? Hai Feng's gaze was stern. Father led Lu Xianjun to the battlefield behind the astral trees to experience life and death. Before he left, he told us to keep an eye on you. You're not allowed to follow. Go back. No, Luin is just playing around. There won't be a war this time. I know him, and I can contact him if you don't believe me. Hai Chi-Chi then opened her gadget, but she couldn't contact Luin even after trying for a long time. Hai Dashao grabbed her and pulled her back. Many people had the same thoughts as Hai Chi-Chi. The 6th mainland and the astral beast domain were now under the control of the sect above the astral trees, and the astral trees had also reached an agreement. Both sides could still interact with each other, and there would be no war. To many people, this assembly was more like a training exercise. What a waste of time. It would be great if we had more time to cultivate. We might even be able to produce an emissary. Outside the sect above the sect, cultivators arrived one after another and headed towards the assembly point. There, they would enter the progenitor's inner world and be taken away. That's right, Lu Daozi has his authority, so there's no need to worry about it being nullified. He's been tormenting us all the time, someone replied helplessly. They weren't trying to slander Luin, but that was what they truly thought. No one wanted to be disturbed every few days while they gathered together. Everyone had their own plans. Shut up, someone shouted. Everyone looked over and saw an exasperated old man. It was Elder Tan from the Blaze Realm, the one who had competed with Ku Wei for flattery. Impudent. How dare you speak ill of the Taoist? the Taoist cares about humanity. If it weren't for the Taoist, this region of space would have been enslaved by the Eternals long ago. If it weren't for the Taoist, you would have been captured by the starry sky tree as cannon fodder. You heartless beasts. How long has it been since we last met? Have you forgotten Taoist's kindness? He is the heavens of this region. He is the ruler, the protector. You should respect him and treat him with sincerity. Look at you, look at what you're doing. You're all sneaky and biting the hand that feeds you. Many people stared blankly at Elder Tan. He pointed at a group of people and scolded them for almost an hour. He didn't repeat a single word and just continued to flatter them. Everyone was stunned. This scene shocked the monkey greatly. He hadn't expected that Elder Tan's power level would increase so much in just a short period of time. No, he couldn't let this happen. If the old thing saw Seventh Bro, then he would be in big trouble. Even Kuwei's lackey couldn't compare to him. The monkey looked at Elder Tan as if he were a formidable enemy. On Earth, a man and a woman were enjoying a meal in an elegant restaurant. There was a giant statue of Luin outside the restaurant. The man wiped his mouth and looked at the woman with a gentle gaze. Dana, this is the 23rd day of our tour of the Outerverse. That's right. The Outerverse has too many beautiful sceneries, and we still have to continue traveling. Right, Ian? Dana smiled. Her smile was very beautiful. The wildflower who had worn a low-cut dress that exposed her midriff, tight-fitting leather pants, and black boots had now become a dignified and beautiful lady. She had become so gentle. An apologetic look flashed through Ian's eyes. I'm sorry. Perhaps we should stop for a while. Dana wasn't surprised. You're returning to the Third Allied Army? Ian answered seriously, my vacation can be delayed. Now that the Taoists have gathered on the Fifth Mainland, there will definitely be a battle. The Third Allied Army needs me. Dana smiled and interlocked her fingers with Ian's. Then go. I'll support you. Ian nodded vigorously. He was now the commander of the Third Allied Army, and he was no longer Luing Zishan's assistant. His status in the Celestial sect was very high. The higher his position, the more grateful he was to Luin. Luin had been his first opponent on Earth, and Luin had recognized his worth. This person had turned his life upside down, and no matter what he had become, he would never forget this kindness. His sword was pointed at him, and he would face death with equanimity. Cultivators gathered one after another in the Outerverse, Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, and Neoverse. 2 days later, Master Shan arrived at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. He raised his hand, and a glowing sphere flickered. Spacecraft after spacecraft appeared, and people walked out. This sphere was a great world. Some half-ancestors used their inner worlds to bring people, while others could choose to use their great worlds to bring people. Li Zimo stood in outer space and looked ahead. When he saw the entrance to the Starfall Sea, he was shocked. Was this the battlefield this time? If that was the case, then they were about to start another war with the Eternals, and from the looks of it, the humans were likely to be the ones initiating the war. All of the cultivators who had arrived had the same thought, and their expressions changed. Many people who had thought that this gathering would be the same as the previous one began to panic. Most of them had participated in the war against the Eternals, and they knew how cruel war could be. Their attitudes immediately changed, and this news quickly spread to the Fifth Mainland. No one stopped them, as it was better to know that the enemy was the Eternals. Although there would be many deserters, the people who had come would have their mentality adjusted, which would be more beneficial to the war. Not long after, Elder Gong arrived. Similarly, he brought a large group of cultivators with him. There were even more spaceships, and each spaceship was filled with cultivators. The arrival of these cultivators would definitely cause a commotion and disputes. Master Shan and Elder Gong exchanged glances, but they did not need to care about these things. Once the war started, they would not have time to argue. Li Zimo, you traitor, someone shouted from within a sword-shaped spacecraft. This spacecraft belonged to the Sword Sect, and the person who had shouted at Li Zimo was a girl called Lu Ling. She was also Lu Xiaoqiu's cousin, just like Lu Ling. Her face flushed red as she glared at Li Zimo. Beneath the stars, Li Zimo looked at the Sword Sect spacecraft and exchanged glances with Lu Ling. An apologetic look flashed through his eyes, but he remained silent. Lu Ying angrily rebuked, "You're actually Lu." Just as she said that, she was interrupted. She was pulled away. Li Zimo's identity had long since been exposed. He had been arranged to join the sword sect by Lu Ying, and Li Zimo had told Lu Ying many things about the sword sect. That was how Lu Ying had been able to predict the enemy's movements. After this matter was exposed, Li Zimo's days in the sword sect became difficult. Although Lu Ying had unified the Fifth Mainland, and even the sword sect had submitted to him, the sword sect did not dare to do anything to Li Zimo. However, Li Zimo could not stay in the sword sect any longer, so he simply left. As for Lu Ying, everyone knew that she liked Li Zimo. All of the sword sect's disciples coldly looked at Li Zimo. They did not dare to openly curse him, as he had Lu Yin's backing. However, they would not accept him either. Li Zimo silently bowed to the sword sect spacecraft, not to the sword sect, but to Elder Lianqin. In the entire sword sect, the person he owed the most was Elder Lianqin, his master. Suddenly, a voice sounded out in his ear. "I don't blame you. Back then, when I faced Lu Yin's fatal attack, you saved me. Live well. This war will not be simple." It was Elder Lianqin's voice. The apologetic look in Li Zimo's eyes deepened, and he bowed once more. He did not say a single word the entire time, and then he turned and left. Lu Qianjue watched as Li Zimo left. Letting this person lead the sword sect was actually a loss for the sword sect. This person's comprehension of the way of the sword was no less than Xiaoqiu's, which was a pity. A day later, Hellworm arrived with 2 enormous source boxes from the Lockbreaker realm. They had not been taken from the 6 primordial spirit array, but had been given to Lu Ying by Celestial Master Shou. When Hellworm had heard that Lu Ying wanted to take down 2 source boxes, he had been so anxious that he had almost attacked Lu Ying. In the end, he had managed to find 2 source boxes for Lu Ying. Everyone who had gathered, including the half-progenitors, stared at the source boxes in shock. Such enormous source boxes were quite rare. Another day passed, and the 5 sealing planets arrived with Celestial Master Gu Yan. 7 enormous source boxes were handed over to Celestial Master Gu Yan to set up. Lu Ying calculated the time and found that less than 3 days had passed since he had left the Cosmic Tree realm. He would have to wait another 2 days at most before he could open the gap and attack the Starfall Sea. He did not know how long the ruler's realm could last. Perhaps a few days, or perhaps a few years. Many lockbreakers stared at Celestial Master Gu Yan as he set up the sourcebox array, but how could anyone below the level of an Origin Array Master understand it? Even an Origin Array Master would only be able to understand a tiny bit, and this tiny bit was not even the surface. Even the realm's Origin Array Masters could not comprehend it. Only those who had reached the level of an Origin Array Master would be able to comprehend something from Celestial Master Gu Yan's arrangement. Celestial Master Shou Mingshi had followed Lu Ying and stared at Celestial Master Gu Yan's arrangement. Celestial Master Xianxia had done the same, and so had Lu Ying. "Daozi, someone wishes to see you. They say that they have something very important to report about this battle," the second Night King reported respectfully. Lu Ying stood in outer space with his hands clasped behind his back. "Who is it?" "A woman called Zijing," the second Night King replied. Lu Ying was astonished. Zijing? She was the founder of the Interstellar Network, and she was the one who had connected the entire Fifth Mainland to the network. She had also been the one who had contacted Shui Chuanchao, who had given up half of the Endless Weave and forced the humans to connect to the network. Lu Ying had interacted with this woman several times and had a good impression of her. She had also helped him before, so why was she looking for him now? Was it related to this battle? "Let her come," Lu Ying said. Zijing soon arrived, and Lu Ying turned around. "What's the matter?" She smiled. "I need to give you some assistance." Lu Ying was puzzled. "What assistance? Do you think that the Fifth Mainland's network will be of use to the war?" Zijing asked. Lu Ying nodded. "Of course. A smooth flow of information will be immeasurable." "Then what if this network is used on the battlefield?" Zijing asked. Lu Ying did not understand. "What do you mean?" "On the battlefield, the situation is unpredictable. No one knows where an attack will come from, and no one knows where the enemy is. It's very difficult to immediately see through the enemy's layout. If there's a network that connects the entire battlefield, it can immediately analyze the enemy's battle patterns, positions, layout, and resources. Would that affect the war? Zijing's lips curled up as she said something that Lu Ying felt was impossible, but at the same time moved him. What do you mean? A navigation system on the battlefield? Lu Ying was in disbelief. Was there such a thing? Zijing's expression froze. I call it a battle navigation system, but it's useless to just talk about it. Do you have some time to test it out? Send 2 teams of people to battle within a certain range and see how useful it is. Lu Ying looked at Zijing deeply, but he did not ask about the theory or who had invented it. He simply asked the Second Night King to find 200 cultivators of similar cultivation levels and for each team of 100 to test it out in a spacecraft. He wanted to see how useful it was, and if it really was useful, then he would ask about it. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of time. However, he knew that since Zijing had come and said that she would provide assistance, this system would definitely be useful. He looked at the 200 cultivators in front of him expectantly as they began to battle. Fu Shi had not expected that his first battle after responding to the above Heaven Sect's summons would not be against the rumored everlasting monsters, but rather his comrades. He looked at the 100 solemn comrades in front of him. Were they really going to fight? Unconsciously, he looked at Lu Ying in the distance with reverence. This was the person he respected the most, and even though he did not know much about him, he had heard too much about him. He had witnessed Lu Yin's glory in the sovereign tournament from a young age, where Lu Ying had suppressed his peers by himself and was invincible throughout the universe. From that moment on, Fu Shi had sworn that he would one day follow this person onto the battlefield. Even if this person did not have any impression of him, even if this person had never even looked at him, they were still comrades, and that was enough. At that moment, the 100 cultivators in front of him suddenly turned red. It was a very obvious red. Fu Shi was shocked. What's going on? That's right, it's this. At this moment, he was wearing a lens in the corner of his eye. It had been given to him by the woman beside Lu Ying, and he could wear it. Through the lens, the 100 people on the other side had all turned red. Begin. With a single command, the 2 teams charged towards each other and began their battle. In everyone's opinion, the 2 teams should be evenly matched, because the strength of the 2 teams was about the same, and there weren't too many powerful geniuses. There wouldn't be a clear winner in a short period of time, and they would both wear each other down. However, what happened after the battle shocked everyone who saw it. One team was very normal as they directly charged towards the other team, but the other team was not normal. Everyone seemed to have foresight and avoided the other team's attack. If one looked carefully, they would notice that the first team's attack did not hit anyone in the second team. Instead, the second team's counterattack after avoiding the first team's attack almost all hit them. In just an instant, the gap between the 2 teams widened. The first team was all injured, and the second team began to perform. It was as if both teams had rehearsed this. Lu Ying was shocked. This was because he also had a lens on his right eye. Inside the lens, the hundreds of people in the first team were marked in red, while his teammates were marked in blue. An arrow was constantly changing, analyzing the first team's position, attack angle, and movement pattern. As long as he followed the arrow or attacked, not only could he avoid the enemy's attack, he could also counterattack. At this moment, Fu Shi was the one who felt this the most. Of course, that included the cultivators who were wearing lenses. They were like puppets, and all they had to do was follow the arrows. Even if they did not attack, they could still avoid the attacks and move about freely on the battlefield. The battlefield was a bloody place, and who could see the entire situation? No one could guarantee that they could move about freely on the battlefield unless their cultivation was too high and exceeded the limits of the battlefield. Otherwise, anyone with the same cultivation would be drawn into this bloody battle and become a part of it. However, at this moment, they felt that this was not a battlefield, and the people on the other side were not enemies. They were just data being analyzed. This result was that one team had been completely annihilated, while the other team barely had any injuries. Fu Shi looked at Lu Ying in the distance, and the reverence in his eyes almost drove him crazy. This man had actually brought something like this? He did not know what to say. With something like this, was the battlefield still a battlefield? Luin felt the same way at this moment, and he waved for the others to leave. He looked at Zijing with a scrutinizing gaze and deep shock. You developed this? Zijing replied, yes. Luin took off the lens. It was a very common lens that many cultivators wore to measure an opponent's power level. It was often said that an explorer's power level was 10,000, while an emissary's power level was 500,000. Zijing had developed a system that could be implanted into the lens, and this system had completely changed the situation on the battlefield. Why did you develop this? Luin was curious. Zijing replied, war is an unavoidable topic in the universe. Whether it's between humans and living creatures, astral beasts, or unknown enemies, war will always occur. The only thing we can do is try to reduce the number of deaths brought about by war. Cultivators need to improve themselves. Daozi, you've also helped the Aurora Corporation develop microarray weapons, and all I can do is develop this battlefield navigation system. Battlefield navigation system, Luin muttered to himself, and then he looked at Zijing. This system is very important to humans. Can it be used on all battlefields? For example, the war against the Eternals. Zijing nodded. Of course. The system will automatically analyze the enemy's speed, strength, attack patterns, and movement patterns. It will instantly plan a reasonable path and angle of attack for the user. If it determines that the user is no match for the enemy, it will issue a warning and contact nearby users who can deal with the situation. This is not just for individual users, but also for networking. It will connect all the cultivators on the battlefield and help them analyze the best opponent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he listened quietly. Humanity's way of fighting was quietly changing at this moment, and this change was not inferior to the development of microarray weapons. For a long time, humans had considered themselves to be intelligent creations. They had created lies, which had led to civilization. They had created cultivation systems, which had led to inheritances. Now, the development of microarray weapons and battlefield navigation systems had led humanity to a new level. Every 1,000,000 miles, you'll need a stake to serve as the coordinates of the battlefield. Once you don't have a stake, the battlefield navigation system can only serve you. With a stake, you'll be able to connect millions of miles of territory and analyze the entire battlefield. Zijing continued to explain. Luin relayed her words to Xianxia, who was now the commander of the 5th Mainland's allied army. When Xianxia heard about this system, he immediately rushed over and took Zijing away. He wanted to determine the use of the navigation system based on the battlefield. Before leaving, Luin asked Zijing what she wanted as a reward. Zijing muttered to herself for a moment before replying solemnly, no matter when, as long as I don't betray humanity, I hope that you will protect me. Her words were heavy, as there was no one on the 5th Mainland who could threaten her safety. Regardless of whether it was the Hall of Honor or the above Heaven sect, they would all protect her. However, she had still asked for a reward, or rather, a condition. What was she guarding against? There are some things that I'll tell you in detail after this war is over, Zijing said before leaving with Xianxia. Luin retracted his gaze. Another person with secrets, but since she was sure that he could protect her, it meant that it was not serious. He shifted his gaze to the entrance of the Starfall Sea. The war had begun. 6 days. 6 days had passed since Luin left the cosmic tree realm. The pressure from the world of rulers, 7 sky gods, and the endless corpse kings had persisted for 6 days. Luin did not dare to delay for even a second, and he finally stood beside the Realm Mountain. The Realm Mountain was originally called the Pillar of Heaven, and it had supported the Daosor sect since ancient times. It had been created by the primogenitor, and even progenitors would find it difficult to destroy it. There was a sourcebox array within the Realm Mountain, and it had been this array that had pushed the corpse god out and sealed off the Starfall Sea. This sourcebox array was very similar to unlimited energy, and Luin had always believed that progenitor Hui had been able to create the unlimited energy sourcebox array because his inspiration had come from the Realm Mountain. It was similar to how Celestial Master Gu Yan had created his Luck Path sourcebox array from the outside world. Back then, everyone had worked together and painstakingly sealed the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Now, it was about to be opened again. Lu Yin stood beside the realm mountain, and everyone looked at him. Even now, many people were unwilling to open the realm mountain, as they would rather live out their lives in peace. Even if the short-sighted people knew that the cosmic tree realm was facing a disaster, they still wanted to destroy the new void corridor and protect the fifth mainland, not defeat the Eternals. Just as Lu Yin had said to Bai Xian'er and the others, what was the difference between the Lu family and them? It was here. The Lu family would not struggle at death's door just to live a little longer. What the Lu family wanted was to defeat the Eternals and restore the human race's glory. In the past, the Lu family had been able to invade the new void and attack the Eternals. Now that the Lu family was gone, Lu Yin wanted to invade the new void as well. The Eternals were not invincible, otherwise, how could they exist? If they existed, then they would have a way to defeat the Eternals. As he thought about it, he looked at Lu Bujing. The sourcebox array within the realm mountain had always been activated, and it was activated by the ancestral chi of the three suns. Now, if he wanted to stop the array, he would need to rely on the ancestral chi of the three suns as well. Lu Bujing's expression was solemn as he pressed a hand against the realm mountain. The spinning gears behind the mountain slowly stopped, and the mountain shook. Download permanent free book. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Open! With a shout, Lu Bujing pushed the realm mountain horizontally, unleashing the full power of a half-progenitor. There was a rumble as the fifth mainland exploded. Everyone's breathing stopped as they stared outside the realm mountain. As the realm mountain was pushed aside, they saw countless pairs of scarlet eyes. They could feel the boundless slaughter and war that had once occurred. Behind the realm mountain, within the Starfall Sea, countless scarlet eyes stared at the fifth mainland. The corpse god's body, which was closest to Lu Yin, opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. A human had actually opened the realm mountain? Behind the Starfall Sea was a horizontal black hole that stretched across the Starfall Sea to the sixth mainland. It was this horizontal black hole that had pushed the sixth mainland to the brink of destruction. The horizontal black hole also had a gap between it and the fifth mainland. If not for the sixth mainland's three ancestors, the fifth mainland would have been finished as well. The gap had originally been very small, and it would have taken a long time for the sixth mainland's cultivators to migrate to the fifth mainland through it. Now, however, the gap had expanded greatly, and it was now large enough for the allied forces to come out. Just as Lu Yin thought of this, the hellworm roared and reached out with its claws, tearing apart countless corpse kings. Lu Yin rode atop the hellworm and instantly descended into the Starfall Sea. He aimed a palm strike at the corpse god's body. Back then, the corpse god's main body had been blocking his path, and it had even reached out a hand to almost grab Lu Yin. Now, the corpse god's main body was in the sovereign realm, and this was only a half-progenitor's body. There was a thump, and the corpse god's body retreated a few steps. It raised its head and glared at Lu Yin, showing no fear in the face of the hellworm. Lu Yin's palm strike had no effect on it. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If not for the current situation, he would have wanted to fight this half-progenitor's body to test out the corpse god's strength. However, the war had already begun, and all of the fifth mainland's cultivators were watching him. He needed to destroy everything in his path, and he needed to have the confidence to be invincible. Kill! Lu Yin's eyes widened. Behind him, Dojong's ancestral rune lines pressed down on the corpse god's body in an invisible manner. The corpse god spread out his arms as if he wanted to do something, but Lu Yin would not give him the chance. Lu Yin's invincible confidence was at this moment. Dojong's ancestral rune lines completely descended onto the corpse god's body, continuously wiping away his strength. The hellworm's claws descended and tore apart the corpse god's body. It was clearly just a half-progenitor's body, but the ancestral rune lines were unable to wipe it out. This forced Lu Yin to let the hellworm attack. This was the corpse god. Any one of the 7 heavenly gods was difficult to deal with, so he was even more determined to destroy the undying god. Behind him, countless cultivators from the fifth mainland watched as Lu Yin destroyed a demi-ancestor corpse king the moment the realm mountain opened. Then, they watched as the hellworm slaughtered its way out, causing the void to collapse and countless scarlet vertical eyes to vanish. Lu Bujing roared, "Fifth mainland, attack! The humans must defeat the Eternals." "Defeat the Eternals," roared Master Shan. One after another, the half-martial ancestors roared. The cultivators felt their blood boil as they recalled the scenes of the past. Their eyes gradually turned red as they charged towards the Starfall Sea. Numerous battleships formed a torrent of steel as countless beams of light flickered. They wanted to take back the territory that belonged to the humans. Chu Yuan stood in the flying ship. He also had a lens in the corner of his eye. He was Xianxia, and he was connected to the battlefield that spanned 1,000,000 miles. Apart from him, there were many others who had created stakes that could connect nearly 10 million miles of territory. However, compared to the starry sky of the universe, 10 million miles was a very small range. This was already the limit of what Zijing could do, which was why she had created these stakes. At this moment, the entire Fifth Mainland was in motion, speeding up the production of weapons, materials, and so on, as well as transporting resources. This was the Fifth Mainland's war, not the above heaven sex, nor was it personal. Luin carried the will of the entire Fifth Mainland with him. 7 giant source boxes rotated around the realm mountain. The cultivators of the Fifth Mainland had to follow Guyan's instructions to enter and exit. It was impossible for the corpse kings on the other side of the Starfall Sea to enter the Fifth Mainland through the Luck Path sourcebox array. Guyan was confident that he could deal with even a progenitor corpse king. The Luck Path sourcebox array was equivalent to another type of realm mountain that could be freely entered and exited. The Starfall Sea was originally the ruins of the Sea King's dome, but it was now part of the Eternal Kingdom. Luin had even visited this place before. The city lord of the Eternal Kingdom was named Yang, and he was a disciple of Secret Progenitor. When the realm mountain was pushed open and the corpse god's body was destroyed, he suddenly stood up and looked towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Not good. They must be crazy. He then stepped out and headed underground. The underground of the Eternal Kingdom was filled with modified corpse kings. When Yang arrived underground, he immediately knelt down. Master, the Fifth Mainland has opened the Starfall Sea and initiated a war. A pair of eyes opened from underground and slowly walked out. It was one of the 3 ancestors of the Sixth Mainland, Secret Progenitor. Humans opened the entrance to the Starfall Sea without permission? Yang looked up, and his eyes narrowed. Secret Progenitor had changed. One of his eyes was as red as blood, while the other was still that of a normal human. His body exuded the decay of a corpse king, and his entire being seemed to have been corroded. He looked as malevolent as a demon. Yes, Master. Secret Progenitor looked in the direction of the Starfall Sea. Did Xiaoshang come out? Otherwise, why would the humans dare to attack? Lead everyone to resist. I will act on my own, Secret Progenitor said. Yang hurriedly agreed and left the underground, his scalp tingling. He had sided with the Eternals completely under Secret Progenitor's orders. He had been adopted by Secret Progenitor and enjoyed the respect of the Sixth Mainland, so he had to side with Secret Progenitor and side with the Eternals. When he came to the Eternals, he was still a human, and he had not changed at all. He still enjoyed a high status and was the city lord of the Eternal Kingdom. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with that. However, when he saw Secret Progenitor's appearance, he was afraid. If he had to side with the Eternals and turn into something that was neither human nor ghost, he would rather not side with them. But it was too late to say anything now. Secret Progenitor had clearly said that he would always be a human and would never turn into a monster. Why was this happening? Secret Progenitor clenched his fists, his gaze savage. He could see the fear in Yang Yi's eyes and knew what his disciple was thinking, but what could he do? If Xiaoshang hadn't destroyed his ancestral world with a single slash, and if he hadn't attacked the Fifth Mainland and lost half of his body, he would not have ended up like this. If he wanted to recover his progenitor realm cultivation, he had to become a monster. Otherwise, he would not even be as good as Blood Cloaker, and he would be useless to the Eternals. He wanted to become a human king and be valued by the Eternals, not a pawn. Xiaoshang, Xiaoshang, Secret Progenitor muttered to himself, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yang Yi began to mobilize the entire Eternal Kingdom. He mainly mobilized the east side of the city. The west side was filled with corpse kings, and he did not want to go there. City Lord Yang, has the Fifth Mainland attacked? Fan Chen found Yang Yi and asked in a low voice. Fan Yu was right behind him. The Fan family had betrayed the humans decades ago and joined the Eternals. They had even established the Eternal Kingdom in the chaotic nation, with Fan Chen as the city lord. However, when the Eternals were pushed back and sealed outside the Realm Mountain, they had also fled. Wukong had also come, and he had fled to the Starfall Sea. As far as they knew, the Realm Mountain and the Starfall Sea could not be opened. Unless the Eternals did, why would the Fifth Mainland take the initiative to open it? Now, they had actually initiated a war. Yang Yi's expression was solemn. That's right. The Fifth Mainland took the initiative to open the Realm Mountain, and the corpse god's half-progenitor body has been destroyed. Everyone, war has come. Fan Chen panicked. The Fifth Mainland actually dared to initiate a war? They're definitely confident. He then looked at Fan Yu, who was even more panicked than him. They had not betrayed the humans willingly, they had been forced. More accurately, they had been forced to betray the humans because of Fan Chen. Fan Chen had secretly imprisoned the previous Valley Lord of Cloud Valley, Xianxia, so that Fan Chen could cultivate swordsmanship. Afterward, he had even wanted to attack the High Temple's swordsmanship. This matter had been exposed by someone, and the Fan family had become a target of scorn. They had no choice but to betray the humans. If the Eternals had won, then everything would have been fine. They would still be high and mighty, and no matter what Cloud Valley or High Temple, they would still be able to suppress them. However, the Fifth Mainland had initiated a war, which made them uneasy. Wukong narrowed his eyes and looked at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Where's Master? Fan Chen and Fan Yu were stunned. That's right. Although the Starfall Sea was no longer guarded by the 7 sky gods, they still had the secret progenitor. Yang Yi said, Master has his own plans. Everyone, prepare to face the enemy. In the Eastern District, Water God Training Hall. Xianxia sat on the steps, surrounded by only a few people. Water God Training Hall had once been glorious in the Eastern District because Tao Lord Xi was an emissary. However, after Tao Lord Xi's death in Burial Garden, Water God Training Hall had suffered a disastrous decline. Even the hall had shrunk by more than half. Senior sister, the city lord has summoned us. War is coming. What should we do? That's right, senior sister. The Fifth Mainland can't possibly think that we've really defected to the Eternals, right? We were forced to do so. Senior sister, think of something. Xianxia gripped her sword and looked up. We just need to know that we didn't betray them. Sisters, do your best to survive. The countless corpse kings in the Starfall Sea were torn apart and slaughtered by the Hellworm. Behind the Hellworm were countless battleships, the various allied armies, and the aerial corps. The Hellworm was extremely fast, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. After confirming that there were no powerful enemies along the way, Lu Yin charged into the depths of the Starfall Sea. He wanted to pressure the Eternals as much as possible. The Sea King's dome was right in front of him. An envoy-level corpse king charged over, but it was swept away by a progenitor's power and crushed to pieces. Within the Kingdom of Eternity, countless people could sense the Hellworm's might. Yang Yi's hands and feet went cold as he looked at the enormous beast in the distance. This progenitor's power far surpassed his master's, so how could he resist it? What about the Eternals? What about the 7 sky gods? Fan Chen, Fan Yu, Wukong, and Xianxia all stared blankly into the distance. Such a terrifying creature had suddenly appeared, and they could not even react. They could not even move. This was a supreme heavenly might, and many of them were even paralyzed by fear. Lu Yin stood atop the Hellworm's head and looked in the direction of the Sea King's dome. His domain spread out and enveloped the entire Kingdom of Eternity. He could sense that Wukong, Fan Chen, and the others were all ants. What he truly cared about was that he could sense a progenitor's power. Mutant, get out here. A huge sound wave swept through the void, and the Starfall Sea drowned out the planet. Within the Kingdom of Eternity, countless people looked up with dazed expressions. Multi-source app, Mimi read, Wukong's eyes went wide. Lu Yin. It's Lu Yin. Xianxia was shocked, that voice sounded familiar. Yang Yi's pupils shrank, as this person had directly called out his master's name. This person wanted to cause trouble for his master. Beneath the Ionian kingdom, the mutant looked at the distant Hellworm with a cautious expression. His progenitor power slowly spread throughout the entire Starfall Sea. He recognized Luin, a junior who had once competed with his disciple. Now, he was actually riding on the head of that enormous progenitor. How had he done it? No one would have believed that a fourth tribulation cultivator could ride a progenitor if they had not seen it with their own eyes. However, Luin was indeed riding on the Hellworm's head and provoking him. The Hellworm's progenitor power shocked the mutant. He had only felt such boundless progenitor power from the 7 sky gods, and he did not dare to go out. The first time, Xianxia had broken his progenitor world's disk with a single slash, and the second time, when he had been about to charge into the 5th mainland, half of his body had been destroyed by that person. He took out his scarlet eye to contact the 7 sky gods, but he could not reach them. What was going on? What were the 7 sky gods doing? Mutant, you betrayed humanity. Get out here. Luin shouted again. The Hellworm approached, and its shadow covered the Aeonian kingdom, which had once been the Sea King's dome. The progenitor realm was the limit of human cultivation. Countless people wanted to reach it, but they could not. It was a realm that many did not even dare to dream of. Now that Luin had blocked their door and cursed at them, Xianxia and the rest were stunned. Mutant, if you don't come out now, you'll be a disgrace to the progenitor realm, Luin shouted. His Mastery Realm battle force spread out from his body, and a general platform floated beside him. Wasn't his mouth wide open? Was the difference that big? They had clearly fought together before, but now, he even dared to scold his own master? / underground, the mutant was still contacting the 7 sky gods. He was not afraid of Luin, but he was afraid of the Hellworm, Xianxia, and that person. A junior was blocking the door and cursing, and the more he cursed, the more panicked he became. There was definitely a problem. Luin stared at the Aeonian kingdom. This secret progenitor was too cowardly. How could he not dare to come out after being scolded like this? He was a progenitor. If secret progenitor did not appear, then Luin did not want to go any deeper. He was afraid that there would be a problem, and the situation was in a deadlock. Far away at the entrance of the Starfall Sea, Hai Feng and Hai Dashao were constantly fighting with the Corpse Kings. Behind them were he and the elders, who wanted to rush to the Sea King's dome and reclaim what belonged to them. After so many years, there was finally hope. Xiafeng, Dashao, don't be anxious. We'll eventually be able to take back the Sea King's dome. Don't stray too far from me, Elder, he said anxiously. When he saw that Hai Feng and Hai Dashao had both disappeared, he wanted to rush towards the Sea King's dome as well. However, he was currently in the form of Xianxia, and he had a pair of lenses at the corners of his eyes that connected him to cultivators within 1,000,000 kilometers. He could not leave. Hai Dashao followed the arrow in the lens and retreated continuously. Layers upon layers of cracks appeared where he stood. These attacks came from even further away and were not aimed at him. They were merely aftershocks. Without the analysis of the battlefield navigation system, he would have had to endure these attacks. On the battlefield, the enemy's attacks were everywhere. Many people didn't even know how they died or who killed them. Now that there was a battlefield navigation system that could warn them in advance, many people breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if they were watching the entire battle from a high vantage point and could analyze it in an instant. This system shocked even the emissaries and half-martial ancestors, even though it was of no use to them. The battle between an emissary and a half-martial ancestor was different from the battle between ordinary cultivators. The system needed to be developed again before it could be used on them. But it was already pretty good. On the battlefield, regardless of whether it was the spacecraft or the cultivators, the casualties were very, very low. Chu Yuan, Heluo Mavis, Skyline Jialan, and the others were all shocked. Humanity had always been improving. Even though the era of the Above Heaven sect had been the true peak of the human race, it was only based on that era. The current era was not necessarily worse than the era of the Above Heaven sect. Progenitors like Progenitor Chen, Progenitor Ku, and the Talisman Progenitor had appeared in this era, and they had also invented microarray weapons and a battlefield navigation system. This kind of research and development would be shocking even if it had been in the era of the Above Heaven sect. Outside the Starfall Sea, within the 5th mainland, Zijing stood on a spacecraft and watched the battle unfold in the Starfall Sea. At this moment, the humans' war against the Eternals had changed. They had become more agile and lively. This was the height that humanity should have reached. I've given you the item, but I hope that you can really protect me. I hope that I'm not mistaken, Zijing muttered to herself. Even though she was looking in the direction of the Starfall Sea, her eyes were not focused on the battlefield. Outside the Eternal Kingdom, Luin was still cursing when the Blood Ancestor caught up. When he heard Luin cursing the mutants, his expression changed. Dao child, let me try. Luin had the Blood Ancestor sit on the back of the Hellworm. Even as a progenitor, he's being blocked at the door and doesn't even dare to come out. Senior, what's wrong with this mutant? The Sixth Mainland's 3 progenitors had first interacted with the martial ancestors' 9 aspects. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded, the 9 aspects had directly attacked, but they had been forced back by the talisman progenitor's power. The second was the Blood Ancestor. When Luin had faced the emissary's origin tribulation, the Blood Ancestor had descended and spoken with him. As for the secret progenitor, Luin had never really interacted with him since he had betrayed the human race. This was the closest Luin had ever gotten to a mutant, but he knew nothing about them. The Blood Ancestor stood on the Hellworm's head and looked towards the Eternal Kingdom. Mutant, I'm here. Beneath the Eternal Kingdom, the mutant looked at the Blood Ancestor standing beside Luin with a gloomy expression. Yi is a common surname, and it was once the ruler of the Fan realm. When the Sixth Mainland and the Fifth Mainland fought, the Yi family was destroyed by Xianxia. Do you still remember that? The Blood Ancestor asked. The mutant's expression turned ugly, and his gaze turned gloomy. Although the Yi family is dead, the Sixth Mainland hasn't forgotten them. You ate the food of thousands of families and cultivated the Tao of thousands of families, which is why you were able to create all sorts of secret techniques. Do you still remember where you obtained the tribulation crystals that allowed you to pass the 3 stages? Do you still remember who gave you the origin item? Do you still remember what you said? You said that you would lead the Yi family back to the throne of the Fan realm, that you would repay the Sixth Mainland, and that you would repay those who helped you. Have you forgotten all of that? The Blood Ancestor barked. The mutant looked up. Blood fool, there's no need for that. I've already repaid what I owe. Bukong, whose disciple are you? The Blood Ancestor barked. The mutant froze. Within the Eternal Kingdom, Bukong was also stunned. Whose disciple? He was clearly an orphan. He was from the Heng clan. The Heng clan gave you tribulation crystals, but when you were in seclusion to break through to the Ancestor realm, they were wiped out. The first thing you did after breaking through to the Ancestor realm was to avenge the Heng clan. You wiped out their entire clan and took Bukong as your disciple. In order to erase Bukong's hatred, you even sealed him in ice and only unsealed him a few decades ago so that he could cultivate. For him, you worked hard, but you betrayed humanity with him. And Yang Yi, your eldest disciple, obtained the origin item from the Yang clan's ancestor. The Yang clan's ancestor died at Xiaoshang's hands, but he left the origin item to you. Yang Yi betrayed humanity. How can you face the Heng family? How can you face the Yang family's ancestor? How can you compare to Xiaoshang? Are you just a traitor? The Blood Ancestor cursed. Shut up, the mutant barked. The Blood Ancestor angrily rebuked, Yang Yi, Bukong is in the Kingdom of Eternity. Tell them that their ancestors helped you become an ancestor, but you betrayed humanity with them and turned them into monsters. How are you going to explain this to them? The Eternal Kingdom suddenly cracked open, and the mutant charged out. The disc swept towards the Blood Ancestor. I told you to shut up. Luin pushed the Blood Ancestor away. The prison drake raised his head and slammed his claws against the disc. There was a thump, and the progenitor's power suddenly weakened. Even his body shrank as if he had fallen from the progenitor realm. Be careful, he became a progenitor using the Great Reincarnation technique. This disc is his ancestral world, and it's called the Reincarnation Domain. It has the power to turn him back into a child, the Blood Ancestor warned. The prison drake stared blankly at his own claws, which were bleeding. The disc slashed at him again, tearing through the void and leaving behind a deep darkness that seemed colorless. Luin immediately summoned Yi Qi, who slashed at the disc with his serrated blade. There was another collision, and each eye was cut in two. This was something that not even Bai Xing had been able to accomplish, not only because of the disc's unparalleled sharpness, but also because of the great reincarnation technique. Some powers were quite troublesome before they could find a way to break through them, but once they did, things would become much easier. It just so happened that Lu Ying had fought against the great reincarnation technique more than once, and Not Kong had lost all of his confidence. If he wanted to break through the great reincarnation technique, he had to either avoid it before it struck him or erase this power. In the past, it had been very difficult for Lu Ying to erase the great reincarnation technique with the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. He could only avoid it or use other methods to defeat Not Kong. Now, his rune lines could also draw support from the progenitor realm. The prison drake's body recovered as he watched the disc slash at him from behind. His progenitor realm power far surpassed the mutant's, and the great reincarnation technique did not have much effect on him. However, the prison drake was not stupid. He had been ambushed by the disc and was injured, so he did not plan on fighting it head-on. Lu Ying separated himself from the prison drake and allowed it to attack the mutant while he used his progenitor realm rune lines to surround the disc. Even if he could not break through it, he had to contain it. The disc was the mutant's most important weapon, and it was his ancestral world. Once it was contained, it would be very difficult for him to fight against the prison drake. He had been heavily injured twice, and he was much weaker than Bai Xing. However, a progenitor was still a progenitor. Even if he could not fight against the prison drake, it would not be difficult for him to avoid it. Let's see how many of you can withstand my attacks. The mutant's gaze was fierce. He did not care about the disc and directly charged towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin's expression changed. The mutant wanted to slaughter the cultivators of the Fifth Mainland and force him to leave the Starfall Sea. When he thought of this, Lu Yin no longer concealed himself. He stepped onto a star, and the mutant watched as the star below him rose and then exploded. There was a loud boom, and the mutant was forced back by the power of the star's explosion. A crack appeared on the disc, and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. I didn't plan on borrowing Progenitor Chen's power, but since you want to slaughter cultivators, I'll use Progenitor Chen's power to send you on your way. With that, a star rose from the Starfall Sea. The Starfall Sea was also part of the human domain, so it naturally had Progenitor Chen's star. These stars that had exploded were not inhabited by any living creatures. It should be said that almost all of the stars in the Starfall Sea had been moved to the Eternal Kingdom or the Kangming continent by the Eternals. The second star exploded, and the mutant coughed up blood. His eyes widened, and one of his eyes suddenly turned blood red, just like the one Yang Yi had seen underground. The only difference was that there was a fluctuation in that eye, and a tentacle suddenly broke out of it and swept towards Lu Yin. At the same time, countless tentacles wrapped around his body and tightly wrapped around him. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged. What was that? The tentacles were grayish-brown like mud and covered in a disgusting slime. With its appearance, the number of rune lines it brought with it rapidly increased, and it was no less than the mutant's own. Lu Yin looked at the blood ancestor, who was just as confused. I've never seen a mutant use something like this before. Lu Yin did not waste any time with astral explosion, and he immediately exploded the star while using the rune lines to erase the mutant's strength. The mutant's progenitor power had been greatly weakened by the progenitor's rune lines, and astral explosion could easily injure him. He was about the same level as Xianxia's progenitor clone, but the power of astral explosion could not break through the tentacles that were wrapped around him. The tentacles broke apart and extended again, and although they looked disgusting, they were unimaginably tough and had forcibly withstood the power of astral explosion. At this moment, it wasn't just Lu Yin and the blood ancestor who were staring blankly at the mutant wrapped in tentacles. A dignified progenitor looked like a horrifying monster. The disc suddenly broke free from the progenitor's rune lines, and the mutant stretched out a hand from the tentacle to grab it. The tentacles around him spread out, and he appeared in front of everyone. Lu Yin, the blood ancestor, and countless others gasped when they saw him, and a chill ran down their spines. Countless tentacles continuously extended from one of the mutant's eyes and wriggled about. Within the Eternal Kingdom, Seashower vomited, disgusted by the sight. Many people around her vomited as well. Yang Yi was stunned. Master, how did you become like this? Bukong's face turned ugly, and his fingers turned white as he gripped his spear. The mutant stared at Luin, knowing that he looked sinister and disgusting, but he had no other choice. This was his trump card, and he had no choice but to use it against Progenitor Chen's strength. He dug his hand into his eye and pulled out the blood-red pupil. Countless tendrils extended from the pupil. This thing is called the Decaying God. I don't know where the sorcerer spirit god got it, but he gave it to me. With it, I can even fight against Xiaoshang. Although it looks disgusting, it's quite useful and obedient. With the pupil removed, the mutants did not look as disgusting anymore. At most, they would only lose one eye. It would be disgusting to put that eye back on. I never thought that the junior who competed with my disciple would one day push me to this point. The alien looked at Luin. You can borrow Xiaoshang's strength, so killing you is equivalent to taking revenge for my family. The eyeball then turned towards Luin, and countless tendrils extended from it as it ferociously charged at him. He took out a pair of slippers from his cosmic ring and handed them to Ichi. Ichi grabbed the serrated blade with one hand and the slippers with the other before slamming them against the tentacles. The tentacles that could withstand the power of the exploding stars were all broken by the slipper. The mutants were shocked. Impossible. Ichi continued to slap the slippers, and the tentacles continued to shatter. At the same time, progenitor rune lines descended to wipe out the mutants. The hellworm also reached out with its claws from behind. Even Xiaoxinji would have trouble dealing with this three-pronged attack, let alone the mutants. He raised the disc and expanded it infinitely. His realm power crazily spread out, shaking the Starfall Sea. Just as everyone thought that he was about to attack, the disc suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a boundless black trail that extended into the distance. The void returned to normal, and there was nothing left, the disc, the mutants, and even the tentacles. Within the Eternal Kingdom, Yang Yi's body went cold. Master has left. He has given up on this place. Everyone could see that the mutants had fled. This was within Lu Yin's expectations. Even Xiaoxinji could not do anything to him, let alone the mutants. If not for those tentacles, he would have been killed long ago. It had to be said that the Sixth Mainland's three progenitors were far weaker than Xiaoxinji and the others. They were at most on par with Bai Sheng, or perhaps even weaker. However, if a progenitor wanted to escape, Lu Yin would not be able to stop him. Progenitor Chen's strength was not limitless. Senior blood ancestor, why did Progenitor Chen annihilate the entire other family? Lu Yin asked. His impression of Progenitor Chen was that he was invincible in the universe and could kill progenitors, but he should not have annihilated an entire family. The blood ancestor sighed. There was a huge grudge behind this. When the 5th and 6th mainlands went to war, it was a battle to the death. Progenitor Chen had a group of loyal followers who could even be considered his disciples. Those people participated in the battle at Fan Qingshan, but they were all killed. If it was just a war, then it would have been fine if they died on the battlefield. However, the other family stabbed those people to death with spears and dried their bodies. It was extremely cruel. Some people were even stabbed to death in the bodies of giant astral beasts where they were tortured. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he blurted out, an ancient centipede. The blood ancestor was astonished. Centipede? That's an astral beast that the other family used. Lu Yin sighed. So that's how it was. No wonder, no wonder. Progenitor Chen's disciples had been defeated by Fan Qingshan and had been stabbed to death on the ground by the other family's spears. Some of them had even been stabbed to death in the centipede's body. No wonder that ancient centipede had appeared. There were people who had been stabbed to death in the centipede's body, and their bodies had been dried by the wind. It was extremely cruel. Those who had died had even written some words, I hate that I cannot protect my master until the rain clears. Hate, hate, hate. Wasn't this referring to Progenitor Chen? Progenitor Chen loved Wang Xiaoyu and would often wait by the flowers when it rained. So that was how it was. There is no right or wrong in war, and dying on the battlefield is only natural. However, this kind of torture drove Xiaoshang to search for the other family like a madman. In the end, he completely annihilated the entire family, and the other kin was the only survivor. Although he never expressed his hatred for Xiaoshang, compared to the 9 ministers, he only hid it in his heart. The 9 ministers were especially afraid of the Fifth Mainland and did everything they could to weaken or even enslave them. He even personally took action, but the other kin directly betrayed the humans. The darkness in his heart is too deep. Luin did not make any judgments on this matter, as it was not up to him to make any judgments. This was war. Senior, was that otherkin's eyeball really a gift from the witch spirit god? The blood ancestor was solemn. I've never seen it before, so I'm not sure. Perhaps it was. Luin thought of the ancient centipede. The otherkin seemed to be very good at using such disgusting astral beasts. The blood ancestor looked towards the eternal kingdom. What do you plan to do with this place? Luin waved a hand. Let's not talk about this for now. Senior, please tell me more about that era. The blood ancestor was puzzled. Now? Luin nodded. The blood ancestor looked down. Don't you plan on dealing with this first? Luin was about to speak when his eyes suddenly widened. Ichi, who had been summoned all this time, stepped out of the void and slapped down with his slipper. His target was none other than Bukong. Bukong stared blankly at Ichi's arrival. The blood sea's progenitors might caused him to be unable to move, and Xianxia was the same. His only thought was that Luin wanted to kill him, but even if Luin wanted to kill him, was there a need to use a progenitor's strength? Of course, Luin did not want to kill Bukong. His target was the other kin. From the moment the other kin had fled without hesitation, Luin had been making preparations. He had heard what the blood ancestor had said to the other kin. The other kin had been indebted to the Heng and Yang families, which was why he had brought Bukong and Xianxia along with him when he had betrayed the humans. Regardless of his motives for betraying the humans, he definitely cared about Bukong and Xianxia. Luin had gambled on whether or not the other kin would return to rescue them. The blood ancestor had simply left without any intention of trying to rescue Bukong and Xianxia, which made Luin even more concerned. He had spoken with the blood ancestor and not approached the eternal kingdom in order to give the other kin a chance. Lu Yin's guess had not been wrong, the other kin had indeed returned to rescue them. He had not given up on Bukong and Xianxia. The other kin moved quickly, but Luin was even faster. He had long since been prepared, and rune lines covered the entire area. He had immediately sensed that something was amiss, and he had swatted the slipper down without hesitation. It did not matter if the other kin had appeared or not. The tentacles had reached out from the void in an attempt to grab Bukong and Xianxia, but they had been swatted by the slipper. Not only had the tentacles been broken, but even the eyeball had fallen to the ground. Behind the void was the other kin. He looked at Ichi, who had suddenly appeared, and viciously slashed out with his disc. Ichi swatted the disc horizontally with his slipper, and there was a crack as a corner of the disc was broken. The other kin spat out blood, shocked by the power of the slipper. He looked at Bukong and Xianxia with reluctance before turning to leave, not even taking the eyeball from the ground. Everything had happened too quickly, and no one had been able to react in time. Luin landed in the Eternal Kingdom. Ichi was not too far away, and the Hellworm's shadow loomed over him. He looked at the eyeball on the ground. He really wanted to smash it, but it seemed like a pity. He could not use it, but it was still a progenitor's item. The blood ancestor landed and looked at the eyeball. What is it? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Senior, are you interested? The blood ancestor panicked. Not interested. Luin smiled. It doesn't matter if I'm interested or not. Let's see if I can use it first. It seems like as long as there's no one controlling it, this thing won't attack of its own accord. He then disappeared without waiting for the blood ancestor's reply as he headed to the west side of the city. The Eternal Kingdom was split into the east and west sides of the city. The east side was occupied by humans, while the west side was occupied by corpse kings. Not long after, the west side of the city was destroyed, and within the east side of the city, many people were apprehensive as they waited to be dealt with. When the battle at the Starfall Sea had first broken out, Xianxia had wanted to gather all the cultivators to participate in the battle. But now, with the Hellworm looming above him, who would dare to make a move? The east side of the city had submitted, and Luin had everyone wait for the Interstellar Court's judgment. At this moment, Xianxia, Bukong, Fan Chen, and Fan Yu were standing in front of him. These people did not need to be judged, as they were traitors to begin with. Fan Chen's face was ashen, and Fan Yu looked at Luyin in fear. Bukong's eyes were filled with unwillingness, but Yang Yi knew that he was going to die, so he remained calm. "Senior, I'll leave the Fan family to the 6th mainland to deal with," Luyin said. The blood ancestor was still studying the eyeball, and he was still panicking. However, just as Luyin had said, as long as there was no one controlling it, that thing would not attack anyone. The blood ancestor was still trying to control it. Although it was disgusting, it was still quite useful. It could withstand the might of an exploding star, and it was quite tough. The only downside was that it could not withstand the slippers. The Fan family was taken away, and Luyin looked at Yang Yi and Bukong. "Do you regret betraying the humans?" Yang Yi sighed. "I dare not disobey Master's orders." Bukong looked at Luyin. "I hate the fact that the gap between us is growing wider and wider." Luyin looked at him for a while, but he did not kill him. Instead, he locked him up in Mount Supreme. This person would be used to deal with the mutants. As for Yang Yi, he said, "Senior, when the people from the Sea King's dome arrive, we'll let them deal with you." He then left the area and rode the Hellworm towards the 3 upper gates. The 7 sky gods would definitely hear about the mutants' defeat, so it was up to them to decide what to do. The starry sky tree dominated the world. Not long after the mutants were defeated and fled, the ancient god and the others received the news. Didn't the witch spirit god give him the rotten god? How did he lose so quickly? Is such a person worthy of being a human king? The god of forgotten ruins disdainfully responded to Xianxia's attacks at the same time. Xianxia had heard the forgotten ruins deity's words and knew that Luyin had profited from the Starfall Sea. He recalled the various methods that Luyin had used to deal with him, and he could only hope that those methods would be even fiercer. That brat's methods are very strange. He has the ability to enhance external objects, instantly heal others, and even control others. It's normal for the Inhumans to be no match for him. Which one of you can go and deal with him? I'm powerless. He Wuxian stared at Wang Fan in front of him, wanting to trap him. However, this wasn't the first time Wang Fan had faced him, so it was impossible for him to be trapped so easily. The corpse god and the dragon ancestor faced off against each other. The dragon ancestor used the white dragon transformation and the ancestral Mane blood medallion to take on the corpse god head-on. The godly law of the ruins of oblivion dealt with Xianxia. The ancient god's opponent was not only Bai Wan Yuan, but also Xianxia. The old ancestor of the 4 cardinal heavens joined hands with the divine eagle and borrowed its unlimited power to barely block the 4-7 heavenly gods. Looking at the godly eagle descending once again, he said, "Don't use a technique that is useless against the warship fish against me." As he spoke, he closed his 5 fingers and imprisoned the starry sky, freezing the space around the godly eagle and flinging it away. Then, he threw a punch at Bai Wan Yuan. Bai Wan Yuan's expression changed, and the stars in the outer realm shook. 7 stars descended, and 7 beams of light coincidentally blocked the ancient god's attack. The ancient god retracted his hand, glanced at Bai Wan Yuan, and turned to leave. Bai Wan Yuan recalled his agreement with Luyin and wanted to stop him, but against an ancient god, he couldn't stop him at all. The same applied to Xianxia as well. "Ancient god, if you dare to leave, I'll destroy the undying god," Bai Wan Yuan shouted. The ancient god left without looking back. Bai Wan Yuan immediately left the sovereign realm. The forgotten ruins deity's eyes flickered. "How bold of you to take the initiative to open the Starfall Sea for a decisive battle with us Eternals." In the 5th mainland Starfall Sea, Lu Yin's wireless goo vibrated, and he accepted the call. After taking a look, he hurriedly ordered the prison dragon to head towards the entrance. At the same time, he ordered all of the 5th mainland's cultivators to return. Not long after, the ancient god arrived at the Starfall Sea. He looked at the entrance of the Starfall Sea and stepped out, only to be greeted by 7 enormous source boxes. Just as he was about to attack, his scarlet eyes flickered, and he looked up at the Starfall Sea. He saw the enormous hellworm, as well as Luyin and the others. His eyes flashed, and he turned around to leave. Luyin watched the ancient god leave and heaved a sigh of relief. He could calmly face progenitors like Xianxia, but he was still far from being able to face an ancient god. This was an ancient god, a Tao master from the above heavens era. They weren't even on the same level, and Lu Yin's many methods would be easily defeated by an ancient god. Even the Grim Reaper's attack would be useless. Celestial Master Gu Yin he also heaved a sigh of relief, as his luck path array couldn't stop an ancient god. Lu Xiaoxian, if he comes again in the future, just use the Realm Mountain to block the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Otherwise, it'll be too dangerous, Celestial Master Gu Yin said. Lu Yin agreed. Fortunately, the ancient god had left, or else no one would have been able to stop him. In the starry sky of trees, the undying god stared at Bai Wang Yuan in front of him. His body continued to crumble under Bai Wang Yuan's attacks, and if no one stopped him, he might really die at Bai Wang Yuan's hands. Bai Wang Yuan really wanted to kill the undying god, but as the stars outside the Starfall Sea shook, he knew that the ancient god had returned. He had no choice but to return to the sovereign realm. The undying god once again used his divine power to connect to his body. If he could kill the undying god here, then the ancient god would kill Lu Xiaoxian in the Starfall Sea. This would be the best outcome for Bai Wang Yuan, but unfortunately, the ancient god hadn't given up on the undying god. Bai Wang Yuan couldn't allow the ancient god to enter the Starfall Sea as well, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yin wasn't putting his life in the hands of the four cardinal scales. Instead, he was betting that the 7 sky gods wouldn't give up on the undying god. As long as the 7 sky gods didn't give up, then he would be fine. Of course, if they gave up, then he would be finished, and the Starfall Sea wouldn't have an easy time either. The 7 sky gods could enter the Starfall Sea through the new void corridor, but Lu Yin had already made arrangements at both ends of the corridor, so he couldn't let the 4 cardinal scales make the decision. In other words, whether or not the 7 sky gods gave up on the undying god, the 4 cardinal scales couldn't give up on the 5th mainland. Just as he had said before, they were bound together for good or ill. The ancient god's descent and retreat made the decision to open the Starfall Sea the right one. Lu Yin knew that it was time to attack the new void. Although it didn't mean that he had defeated the Eternals, his name would be recorded in history once more. He would make the Lu family a beacon of light for humanity once more, which would be crucial to his future plans. However, there was one prerequisite: the 7 sky gods wouldn't give up on the undying god. No matter how much trouble he caused, the 7 sky gods wouldn't care. Only then would Lu Yin be able to achieve the results he wanted. There was another reason that he hadn't told anyone, and no one knew about it. He was testing the Eternals' foundations and their strategic plans for this part of the universe, including all the other parallel universes. If the Eternals could easily defeat him and rescue the undying god, then that would mean that they were very strong in all the parallel universes. They were strong enough to deal with any accidents in a parallel universe. If the Eternals couldn't do so, then that meant that their strength was limited. These 2 results would lead to 2 different plans for dealing with the Eternals in the future. Lu Yin hoped that the Eternals weren't that strong, so that humanity would have a chance of defeating them. Download forever free book. The ancient gods returned to the astral tree domain and continued to fight to the death in the ruler's realm. Lu Yin continued to pass through the fate path array towards the Starfall Sea. He wanted to attack the new mainland, but that was all he wanted to do to carve his name into everyone's hearts. As for the cultivators from the 5th mainland, they also entered the Starfall Sea to battle the Corpse Kings. Just like before, they stayed near the Starfall Sea's entrance. The astral tree domain's attention was focused on the battlefield behind it, while the 5th mainland's attention was focused on the Starfall Sea. At this time, in the astral beast domain, beside the extinction path, Lingqing was ambushed. Her white inner world could melt anything, and before her inner world could envelop her, the 8-front formation had trapped her. This was by Wuxian's method. The 7 sky gods were absolute powerhouses in the progenitor realm. Even though they had the body of a demi-ancestor, they were still extremely powerful. Even Lingqing, the leader of one of the 12 Elysium gates from the era of the Anzac sect, would find it difficult to deal with them. Even if she hadn't been killed, it would have been impossible for her to resist. It would have been easy. Bai Wuxian's goal was simple: the extinction path. She wanted to open the extinction path and allow the 6th mainland's countless corpse kings to enter. That way, the troops stationed at the Starfall Sea would have to retreat, or the 5th mainland would be massacred. Lu Yin wanted to use the Starfall Sea to divert the Eternals' attention, and Bai Wuxian wanted to use the sixth mainland to divert his attention. But just as Bai Wuxian was about to open the extinction path, a thread appeared from the void and connected to Bai Shan and Bai Shui's inner world. Life Girl walked out. "I want to see who you are." Leng Qing took the opportunity to break through the 8-front formation and slashed at her inner world. The blade was sharp and unparalleled, and together with Life Girl, they broke through Bai Wuxian's inner world in an instant, leaving behind bloodstains in space. Bai Wuxian disappeared from this region of space, but she never appeared again. Lu Ying quickly learned of this and put down the wireless goo. Bai Wuxian's ambush on Leng Qing was within his expectations. Right now, the fifth mainland only had the 7 heavenly gods' body left, and that was Bai Wuxian's. This nail had been nailed into Lu Yin's heart, and it made him feel uncomfortable. The target of this war was the Eternals, so how could Lu Yin not consider all possible scenarios? Life Girl had confirmed that Bai Wuxian's half-progenitor body could no longer be used. In other words, even if the half-progenitor's body was not dead, it could not be used. This nail had been removed, but Lu Yin still did not know who Bai Wuxian was. Bai Wuxian was definitely someone that Lu Yin knew, and it was very likely that Bai Wuxian was someone close to him. But who could it be? Lu Yin ordered an investigation of everyone around him to see if anyone had mysteriously disappeared. This was the only method he could use. At this moment, he had passed by the Sea King's dome and was getting closer and closer to the giant waterfall at the 3 gates. It was right in front of him, and soon, the prison Wyrm moved, tearing through the void as he arrived in front of the 3 gates waterfall. He looked at the waterfall that connected the heavens and the earth. This was it. Lu Yin looked up and saw the 3 gates. When he had traveled through space-time, he had seen the Sea King use progenitor Chen's blood-stained cloak to smash the 3 gates. He had also seen Bai Xianer destroy the 6th mainland's cultivator with a single finger. At that moment, he had helped the 5th mainland break through the 6th mainland sky and caused the 6th mainland to launch a war. The Sea King's right and wrong could only be left to history to judge, but for Lu Yin, that incident had made him who he was today. As long as he passed through the 3 gates, he would reach the new continent of the astral tree realm. He would step into a region that had been difficult for the cultivators of the astral tree realm to enter ever since the Lu family had been exiled. It was a region that belonged solely to the Eternals. No, there was someone who could enter, and that person was Bai Xianer. Otherwise, how could she have attacked the cultivators of the 6th mainland and helped the 5th mainland break through the sky? But then again, how did she enter the new continent? The number of corpse kings in the new continent had increased after the Starfall Sea had been occupied by the Eternals. This meant that the Eternals had not known that the new continent had the 3 gates before that. They had only discovered the existence of the 3 gates after occupying the Starfall Sea. They had then sent countless corpse kings through the 3 gates to increase the pressure on the battlefield on the other side. The prison Wyrm's enormous body descended upon the waterfall. Lu Yin looked at the 3 gates, and just as he was about to enter, he caught a glimpse of a red light from the corner of his eye. He turned around and looked in the direction of the red light. What was that? He had the prison Wyrm head in the direction of the red light, which was behind the 3 gates waterfall. If one considered the horizontal black hole, then that direction was deep into the Eternals' territory, just like the new continent's 5 major array bases. Along the way, countless corpse kings charged towards Lu Yin, but they were all torn apart by the prison Wyrm and could not get close. All Lu Yin saw were scarlet vertical eyes, and he felt numb. However, not long after, he saw a gigantic scarlet vertical eye that was not much smaller than the prison dragon. Corpse kings came out from the scarlet vertical eye, and behind the scarlet vertical eye was the normal starry sky. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw this. So that's how it was. These corpse kings had come from this scarlet vertical eye, and it was the largest of them all. It was like a set of coordinates that had transported countless corpse kings over. Lu Yin had thought that the everlasting race shared a border with the 5th mainland and the astral tree realm. The Lu family had separated from the astral tree realm and stood at the front lines of the everlasting race. Lu Yin had not expected this. These corpse kings had all come from that gigantic scarlet eye, which meant that the everlasting race was not from this region. They were outsiders. Lu Yin stared at the giant scarlet eye in the distance and summoned I Chi to charge over. He wanted to shatter that eye, and as long as he could, there would be no more corpse kings in this region. Ichi wielded a serrated blade and slashed out, tearing apart countless corpse kings. Luin used his progenitor rune lines to spread out, as this place should be guarded by powerhouses. Perhaps there were even mutants. However, Ichi was already close to the eye, and he raised his serrated blade, but Luin still did not see any everlasting powerhouses. This should not be the case, as the everlasting race would definitely take this place seriously. Bang! The sawtooth blade slashed on the scarlet vertical eye. The scarlet vertical eye trembled, and the undead kings that were rushing out of the eye were cut in half. However, the scarlet vertical eye wasn't damaged at all. Keep smashing! Luin barked, and the hellworm attacked as well. Its claws swiped at the eye, and Luin used his progenitor rune lines to reduce the eye's hardness. As long as any object existed, it would have an effect on this region of space. The rune lines of the progenitor realm had replaced this region of space, and any object's influence would directly affect the rune lines of the progenitor realm, causing the rune lines to change. As long as Luin reduced this change, he would be able to reduce the object's ability. The Withering Ancestor's words were miraculous, and the symbol ancestor scripture of Ian Flow was just as miraculous. In the astral tree realm, the moment Ichi's first strike landed on the scarlet eye, the ancient god's expression changed. Not good. Something's happened to the astral gate. When the Forgotten Ruins god heard this, his expression changed as well. Luin discovered a stargate? The ancient god's face was solemn. He raised his hand and waved. The entire void stopped for a moment before it shattered into pieces. Wang Fan, by Wang Yuan, and the others were separated and pushed out. In front of Xianxia's eyes, the gray light was isolated by the fragments of the void. The ancient god had broken through his power of time. Corpse god, protect the star gate, the ancient god said. Just as he finished speaking, light beams appeared from the 7 planets outside the upper realm and shot toward him. Bai Wang Yuan and the others hurriedly attacked, not giving the ancient god and the others a moment to rest. However, the ancient god's attack just now allowed the zombie god to escape. At the same time, the ancient god used the domain empty god realm to continuously shatter the void, preventing Bai Wang Yuan and the rest from using the wireless goo to contact Luin. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were being held back by the ancient god and were unable to contact Luin. However, Xia was able to, and that included the mist ancestor. How could Luin place his life in the hands of the 4 cardinal scales? How could he completely trust their promises? The ones he truly trusted were Senior Xia and the mist ancestor. On the 5th mainland, next to the giant scarlet vertical eye, Luin took out a slipper and tossed it at Ichi Smash. He had no choice, as nothing else could destroy this thing. At that moment, the wireless goo vibrated. Senior Xia had sent news that the zombie god had left the ruler realm. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he immediately controlled the prison drake to escape while looking at Ichi. Ichi used the slipper to slap the giant scarlet vertical eye, and with a crack, the eye cracked open. Luin was delighted, and he quickly controlled the prison drake to escape. Quick, quick, quick. He had been so focused on the giant scarlet vertical eye that he had forgotten that he was still some distance away from the waterfall at the top 3 gates. The zombie god had appeared directly from the top 3 gates, and once she appeared, she would only block Lu Yin's path. Luin did not even dare to think about having the zombie god block his path. Fortunately, the prison drake managed to rush past the waterfall and towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. The next moment, the zombie god walked out with a monstrous aura. Without needing Lu Yin's orders, many of the 5th mainland's cultivators returned to the entrance of the Starfall Sea without hesitation. Shui Chuanxiao was practically screaming for them to return. The zombie god's aura was more terrifying and domineering than anything they had ever experienced before, and it also made them despair. Even Gu Yan was shocked. He had been on the reverse battlefield for countless years and had experienced the power of a progenitor, so he would not tremble when facing a progenitor. However, the 7 sky gods were different. They rarely appeared on the reverse battlefield, and even if they did, they would descend upon the ruler realm. Gu Yan had not experienced the terror of the 7 sky gods for countless years. During this time, he had only encountered the ancient gods and the zombie god, which was more than he had experienced in his entire life. Kid, hurry up and come back. Gu Yan was anxious as he looked at the Starfall Sea, but there was no sign of the prison drake. Luin wanted to return as well, but the corpse god had descended upon the Starfall Sea and unleashed a punch. The wind from the punch cut off their path to the entrance of the Starfall Sea, splitting the entire Starfall Sea into two. The caged Wyrm looked at the corpse god as if it had seen a ghost, and it wanted to flee. However, the wind from the punch blocked its path, and the caged Wyrm was forced back by the force of the punch. This was the zombie god's terrifying strength, and Luin suspected that only progenitor Chen's avatar could rival it. The prison drake bared its fangs and brandished its claws as the zombie god's hand reached out, its eyes filled with terror. Ichi charged over from behind and slapped the zombie god's arm with his slipper. The only item on Lu Yin's body that could contend against the 7 sky gods was the slipper. Fortunately, Luin had upgraded it, or else the slipper that he had just obtained from the dye would not have been so powerful. The zombie god retracted her arm and looked down at Ichi before casually slapping the slipper. Luin waved his hand and used the Yu secret art to retrieve the slipper while Ichi was crushed. Pfft. Luin spat out a mouthful of blood as the death aura in his body was almost completely exhausted. He raised his hand and spun his die. He had to get a 4 because he needed to go to the time-stop space to recover. The zombie god raised her hand and flicked her finger as if she was dealing with an ant. A gust of wind pierced through the void, creating a blackness that devoured everything in its path. The void was sliced apart and truly torn apart. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he immediately took out the corpse that had helped him so many times to block the attack. The prison drake cried out in alarm and turned around to block the attack with its back. This was equivalent to exposing Luin to the zombie god. Luin hurriedly used the planned secret art to change his position. The gust of wind whipped the corpse and pressed it against the prison drake's back. The prison drake howled in agony as it tried to flee towards the Starfall Sea on all fours. Although it was stupid, its instincts told it where to run. Meanwhile, a crack appeared on the corpse that had always helped him. Luin saw it, as this corpse had helped him block multiple calamities and tribulations. It had even helped him survive the final path of the emissary's origin tribulation and Xianxia's attack. This corpse had never disappointed him, but it still could not withstand the zombie god's attacks. If not for this corpse, Luin could already imagine himself and the prison drake being pierced through. Luin rolled his die to 1, but it was useless, so he continued rolling it. He looked up, but the zombie god did not attack. Instead, she just stared at him. Luin did not know if she was staring at him or the prison drake, as he had nothing left that could withstand the next attack. The only things left were the death god's left arm and the death god's hook. Even the progenitor's sword had been shattered by the only true god. Everything he had was so fragile against the Eternals. By wrong, the zombie god said. When Luin heard this, he suddenly looked at the corpse that he had stored away in his cosmic ring. By wrong? Was that the corpse's name? Luin had used this corpse many times before, and he had seen it with Lu Bujing, Fate's daughter, and the others from the above sky sex era, as well as the Fog Ancestor and Xianxia from the Daosaur sex era. However, no one had ever mentioned its name. At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, Gu Yan and the others saw the prison drake's enormous figure. The prison flood dragon also saw the entrance to the Starfall Sea and rushed over. The zombie god took a step forward and appeared behind the prison drake. She raised her hand and grabbed at him. Everyone outside the Starfall Sea was stunned. Was that the zombie god? The blood ancestor gritted his teeth and threw out the eyeball. Countless tendrils extended from the eyeball and viciously rushed out to block Lu Yin's back, blocking the zombie god's view of Luin. Lu Yin's die stopped rolling. Roll, enhance, innate gift borrowing. He could not hold his breath and half squatted down. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he supported himself with his hands. He had not rolled enhance, so he could not recover to his peak state. He would have to rely on the death god's power to return him to the fifth mainland. Just as he was about to take out the death god's left arm, he suddenly noticed that there was an imprint of lightning on the die's side. Lightning? Right, if this is an innate gift borrowing, then what about me? He did not realize that because the prison drake had turned around and exposed him, he had used the planned secret art to move to the spot on the prison drake's head that had been struck by lightning. That spot was right in front of the prison drake's head, and since the prison drake was facing the enemy, Luin would not have stood there. However, since the prison drake had turned around, he had naturally run to that spot. The reason why the prison drake had been so foolish was because it had been struck by lightning, and this bolt of lightning was either a battle technique or an innate gift. If it could be used by the die, then was it an innate gift? The die's enhance was an innate gift, and its power was based on the innate gift. For example, when Luin had been chased by a hunter, he had used the lightning rabbit's innate gift to kill the enemy with lightning. At that time, he had not been able to withstand the might of that lightning. Then, would he be able to perfectly borrow the power of the lightning that had struck the prison drake down? There was no time to think about it. The tendrils behind him were torn to shreds by the zombie god's palm. Luin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He did not care anymore, he would test it out first. He directly used the innate gift of enhance and unleashed it. Crack! The sky changed color, and the starfall sea trembled. Endless lightning was born from the void and blasted towards the corpse god. The lightning illuminated the entire starfall sea, the black hole, and the fifth mainland. It also illuminated the corpse god's shocked face. Lightning master? There was a boom, and the powerful lightning turned into a counterforce that pushed the caged Wyrm towards the fifth mainland. Lu Bujing instinctively used his ancestral chi to activate the Realm Mountains array and push it to block the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The process was not fast, but the corpse god could not stop it. He was struck by lightning, and the lightning's dazzling light blinded everyone's eyes, preventing them from seeing what was happening. When the Realm Mountain completely blocked the entrance to the Starfall Sea and blocked the lightning's light, everyone reacted and stared blankly at the caged Wyrm. It was still charging towards the fifth mainland, and it was truly afraid. The lightning had roasted its butt, and this lightning was so familiar that it was terrified. Luin lay on the caged Wyrm's back and panted heavily. His body had long since become numb, and he could not move. The lightning had severely injured him, and he needed to recuperate. As he thought about it, his body slowly withered away, and he allowed the caged Wyrm to carry him around the fifth mainland. The ruler's realm, the god of forgotten ruins, and Blacklist god all looked in the direction of the new continent and exchanged glances. The ancient god also sensed it. Not long after, the corpse god returned. Not only were the ancient god and the others shocked, but even Bai Wan Yuan and the rest were shocked. They had fought for so long, and the corpse god had tried to destroy the infinite kinetic energy more than once. He had been the one who had fought with them the most, but he had never been injured. Now, however, his body was covered with multiple scars that looked as if he had been burned by lightning. What's going on? The god of forgotten ruins was shocked. The corpse god took out the giant scarlet eye. It was about the same height as the corpse god, but it was much larger than the god of forgotten ruins and the rest. However, its exterior had already been damaged. The ancient god frowned. Was this done by a descendant of the Lu family? The corpse god looked up. It's bad. Let's make the best use of it. Blacklist god was helpless. This was supposed to be our last step, but we were forced to use it. It was too close, which is why we were discovered. We'll have to keep it further in the future. It's not very sturdy. It doesn't matter. There's one in this space. It's enough, the ancient god said. Use it. The zombie goddess gripped the scarlet vertical eye with both hands and raised it high into the air. Then, under the vigilant and confused gazes of Bai Wan Yuan and the others, he threw it directly into the starry sky tree. Regardless of whether it was Bai Wan Yuan's group, the great ancestor of the outer world, or Musie's group, they had never seen something like this before. They watched as the enormous scarlet vertical eye made contact with the world of trees and then turned into red light, forcibly melting the world of trees, causing a gap to appear in the world of trees. Not good. Bai Wan Yuan shouted. The ancient god, the god of forgotten ruins, the zombie god, and the black void god all attacked at the same time. Dark red divine power entered the starry sky tree through the gap in the world of trees. It pierced through the upper world, the middle world, and finally the lower world, hitting the undying god. Undying god's shattered body quickly reconnected, and Xia Ziheng and the other half-martial ancestors were aghast. Run. That's a huge price to pay. The undying god raised his head and looked at the crack between the top realm and the middle realm. He saw the red light melting the world of trees. Once the world of trees was melted to a certain extent, it would begin to repair itself. Although the red light could melt some of it, it wouldn't last for long. The dragon ancestor wanted to stop the divine power from descending, but he was torn apart by the divine power. He raised his arm. Soon, the undying god's body recovered and was full of divine power. He lowered his head to look at the ancestor Mang, who also raised his head to look at him. Your master can't come back, so I'll let you go this time. It won't be long before this space is finished. With that, the undying god raised his hand and pushed away the ancestor Mang's body that was wrapped around him. The surface of the ancestor Mang's body was constantly being burned and melted by the divine power. He let out a howl, but he didn't want to retreat. Above his head, the divine eagle descended and grabbed at the undying god. The undying god looked up and said, "Scram." With that, his body disappeared. The divine eagle's claw missed, and the undying god appeared in the middle realm. He suddenly looked in a direction. The thing was there, and suddenly, the evil Saraira descended. Ancient characters revolved around the evil Saraira and collided with the undying god. Musia's figure appeared. He stepped on the evil Saraira and slapped at the undying god. His palm was entwined with strands of gray, tracing back to the past. The undying god raised his eyebrows. I wanted to deny what just happened. So it was this battle technique. He still has the leisure to accept disciples in this space. Hurry up and leave, there's no time to waste. The ancient god's voice sounded. The undying god looked unwillingly at the fallen sword steel in the distance, and his body disappeared. Musia had not been hit. When he looked back, the undying god had already passed through the tree realm and reached the sovereign realm. Once he was there, no one could stop him from leaving. I want to take Wu Bei away, the undying god said helplessly after returning to the sovereign realm. The Forgotten Ruins god sneered. I sacrificed a divine eye for you. Be content. Think about how you're going to explain this to the true god. We've wasted too much time. Everyone is in a hurry. Let's go. The ancient god barked and was the first to retreat. Next, the Forgotten Ruins god, Corpse god, Blacklist god, and the Undying god all retreated. The corpse kings on the battlefield behind them also retreated. This battle had come and gone quickly. The ancient god and the rest retreated. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest could not stop them, nor could they. Musia immediately contacted Luyin, worried that Luyin had gone to the Starfall Sea again. Luyin could not go even if he wanted to, as the Helldrake had plunged into the Astral River and almost choked him to death. He did not even have the strength to use his slippers to teach the Helldrake a lesson, and he had already been tossed out of the stage. He could only let the Helldrake go crazy. It was not because of the corpse god, but because of that lightning. The Helldrake crashed into something with a bang, and its entire body flipped over. Luyin was also tossed out before finally coming to a stop. He looked in front of him. This was the bottom of the Astral River, and because of the Helldrake's powerful aura, the surrounding creatures had all been scared away. What's that? Luyin looked into the distance and saw a huge metal box. On the other side, the Helldrake shook its head and then lay down to sleep. Luyin walked over and looked at the huge square object in front of him. He knocked on it, and it was indeed a huge metal box. It was no wonder that the Helldrake had crashed into it. However, it was too sturdy, and the Helldrake had not even been able to break it. This was the symbol of the freak ancestor. Luyin remembered that Kui Luo had mentioned that there was a freak ancestor from the era of the Daosor sect who specialized in using rare materials to create weapons that normal people could not use. He even had an armory. Could this be it? The wireless goo kept vibrating, and Luyin picked it up. It was Lu Bujing. How are you? Lu Bujing asked. Luyin leaned against the metal box and replied, How's the Starfall Sea? The realm mountains have been sealed. Luyin sighed in relief. That's good. He recalled the scene from before, and he had clearly only borrowed the Dai's 5. That innate gift had been so powerful that it was exaggerated. The person who had beaten the Helldrake into a pulp was definitely terrifyingly powerful. Luyin had Lu Bujing take care of the following matters while he sized up the metal box. As for the cosmic tree realm, he could not help it. The corpse god had descended, but not a single progenitor had appeared. This was not because the four-way scales had gone back on their word, but because Senior Mu Xia had reminded him. It meant that Bai Wan Yuan and the others might not have been able to do the same. If Luyin rashly went to the Starfall Sea again, he might not be as lucky, but the Eternals would also pay a heavy price. He had already done his best. Right, there was still that scar on the Helldrake's head. Luyin hurriedly went over to take a look, and he found that the scar on the Helldrake's head had disappeared. There was no longer any power of thunder, and that power had been borrowed by the Dai. Then, would the Helldrake recover? Luyin sized up the Helldrake and silently took out a pair of slippers before pricking it with a needle. The Helldrake woke up and was furious. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but when it saw Luyin and the slippers in his hand, it blinked and lowered its claws to show its submission. Luyin sighed in relief. This idiot had not recovered yet, which was good. If the Helldrake regained its intelligence, who would be able to tame it? Go back to sleep, Luyin casually said. Because he spoke, he felt a pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a serious injury from the corpse god, and if not for the corpse in front of him, it would not have been a simple injury. Even his battle force at the Mastery Realm had been shattered. Against the 7 sky gods, Lu Yin's methods were not very useful. The general appointment platform had been thrown away, and it was a small matter to retrieve it. It was a pity that the corpse had been injured, and the progenitor sword had been shattered by the sole true god in the cosmic tree realm. Luyin did not know if it could be repaired. The Helldrake did not sleep and instead looked at Luyin curiously. Luyin walked over to the metal box and looked around, but he could not find the door. He looked at the Helldrake and pointed at the metal box. Turn it over. The Helldrake stretched out a claw and lifted it up. Luyin took a look and saw that there was a door. Turn it over like this. The Helldrake exerted some force and flipped the box over. The metal box was about the size of the Helldrake's head, and when it was flipped over, it caused the astral river to churn and tremble. The people who had been mining pyrolite on the beach were submerged, as they thought that some powerful creature had appeared. Luyin tried to push the door, but it did not budge. He used overlaying stacks and pushed the door open with a bang, allowing him to walk in. The metal box was about the size of the Helldrake's head, and to Luyin, it could almost be considered a planet. Although it was called a box, it was only relative to the Helldrake. The moment he stepped inside, he saw a mountain range that was filled with a solidified, high-temperature liquid. This liquid could no longer be considered magma, as even Luyin could feel the heat. As for the mountain range, if it could withstand such a high-temperature liquid, then it was naturally not an ordinary mountain range. Because the metal box had been flipped over, the high-temperature liquid was everywhere, and there were even droplets of liquid dripping from the top of Lu Yin's head. Luyin walked inside and looked in one direction. There, he saw a weapon that looked like a hook floating in the high-temperature liquid. It floated here and there, and with a casual wave of his hand, the weapon appeared in front of him. The hook was 10 meters long, but the weapon's extension was only as wide as a palm. It was not suitable for a human to use, as the hook was too long. However, it was also not suitable for a small giant, as the extension was too short for the giant to grasp. It also had the symbol of the freak ancestor on it. Luyin shook his head, as this was indeed the freak ancestor's style. This weapon was not suitable for anyone. Luyin grabbed the claw and squeezed it hard. The material was rather tough, and it almost froze him when he touched it. He could feel a bone-piercing chill, but it was a pity that he didn't know what it was made of. He continued to walk further in, and not long after, he saw another long blade. His eyes twitched. From a distance, it looked like a long blade, but upon closer inspection, it was also a long blade. However, the blade and the back of the blade were intertwined, and it was impossible to tell which side was the blade and which was the back. Both sides were the blade and the back of the blade. What was even more disgusting was that there was a barb at the hilt. Luyin didn't know if this thing could harm an enemy, but it would definitely harm himself. Strange ancestor, it really was a strange ancestor. Luyin shook his head and continued walking. He had walked through nearly half of the entire metal box, and through his domain, not a single weapon could escape him. The strangest weapon he had ever seen was a tail, and no matter how he swung it, the tip of the tail would always stab towards the user. The sharpest weapon he had ever seen was an arrow that was curved and hollow. It would never hit its target, even if it was used as a melee weapon. The tip of the arrow was extremely sharp, but the arrowhead was blunt. Its sharpness came from where the arrowhead connected to the body of the arrow. Lu Ying thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out how to use it. Dozens of weapons floated behind him, some big and some small. All of them were made of rather good materials that even Lu Ying cared about, but the strange ancestor had used them to make these broken things. Lu Ying believed that these materials would be very precious regardless of the era, and he was sure that many of them had already gone extinct in this era. However, they had been wasted by the strange ancestor, which made his heart ache. Thankfully, he had his die and could break them down, allowing him to perfectly recreate the materials. He had already reached the central region, where the temperature was the highest. He could see a giant sword hilt towering at the bottom of the mountain range from quite a distance away. The hilt was similar to the sword sect's sword, but it was too big. Normal people would definitely not be able to use it, and only giants would be able to. It was even larger than the broken blade that Xiaxia had left behind in Shenwu Plain. For some reason, Lu Ying relaxed. If the giants could use this sword, then it wouldn't be a waste. Although not many giants would use swords, they were all good at using their fists. Lu Ying took a step forward and appeared on the hilt. He looked down, wanting to see how long the sword was. With a single glance, he was dumbfounded. Was this even possible? The hilt was so long that he felt like only a giant would be able to use it, but the blade was so short that he couldn't even see it. He leapt down and appeared beside the blade, staring at it in a daze. The hilt was long and wide, but the blade was terrifyingly short. It was only a meter long, but it was almost as wide as the hilt. This style consumed a lot of materials, and it also perfectly avoided the conditions that everyone could use it. That's right, no one could use it. The giant could pick up the sword hilt, but he couldn't use the sword body. Normal people couldn't even pick up the sword hilt. Moreover, even if someone could pick up the sword hilt, once the sword body appeared, it would make the enemy laugh to death. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. He really wanted to meet the monster ancestor and see just what kind of person could create such a disgusting weapon with the most expensive and rarest materials. It was no wonder why even the Daosor sect had come to talk to him and asked him to melt these weapons. Lu Ying knew that if he had been in Lu Yin's shoes, he would have been able to slap Lu Ying to death. There were words on the back of the sword. Lu Ying looked over and saw that these were words from the Daosor sect's era. He didn't recognize them, so he used the wireless goo to contact Ghost Monkey and had him take out the Cloud Connect stone so that he could look at the words face to face. I am the monster ancestor. Brother, no, not necessarily. Sister, it's possible. No matter who it is, aren't they angry when they see these weapons that I left behind? Angry? Don't be anxious and listen to me. I didn't have a choice, and I was forced to do it. You ask who it was? It's the everlasting race. Don't misunderstand, I didn't betray humanity, and I'm not Redback. However, I have to admit that fate is sometimes mysterious. I was saved by Redback when I was very young, and that Redback crazily instilled in me the idea of betraying humanity. I was still young back then, so of course I listened to her. You ask why she values me so much? Of course, it's because I'm gifted and talented, and I'm also the most handsome man in the world. By the way, that Redback is a woman. It's hard to break the ideals that you've been instilled with since you were young, but who am I? I'm someone who can definitely become an ancestor, so how can you use common sense to judge me? I betrayed not humanity, but that woman, that Redback. But betrayal isn't that easy, right? That woman has evidence of what I've done in the past, and as for what it is, you know what it is. I had no choice. In the end, I used my handsome appearance and outstanding eloquence to reach an agreement with her. I had to do something that would harm humanity for the rest of my life as repayment for her saving my life, and I also had to keep the evidence a secret. As for her, I left her to fend for herself. Don't blame me for not exposing her, as you can only understand what I felt back then when I was there. Of course, I kept an eye on her and didn't let her do anything. Ha 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 ha. In short, I created these weapons that no one can use and wasted humanity's resources. That was what I did to harm humanity on her behalf. Aside from that, I didn't do anything to harm humanity. My life's goal was to create these strange weapons and slaughter the Eternals. I won't rest until I die. Strange ancestor, Yuni. The strange ancestor had left behind many words, and it took the monkey more than 2 hours to slowly translate them. Although he had wasted resources, as a progenitor, not betraying humanity was his greatest contribution. At the same time, keeping an eye on Redback was equivalent to eliminating a threat. Now, both the strange ancestor and the woman were dead, and everything had disappeared with time, leaving behind only these weapons. Anyone who became an ancestor would experience a legend from birth to death. Even the most low-key withered ancestor would be deeply shocked by those who knew him. The strange ancestor was the same. He had not left his name in history, but what he did could be considered a legend. Forget it, I won't blame you. Don't worry, I can decompose these weapons. Not only did you not waste the materials, but you even helped me keep them. Yuni? Thanks, bro, Luin said as he cheerfully put away all the weapons. He then continued his search in the distance until he had collected all the weapons. Only then did he sit down. It was time to roll his die. Not only did he have to heal himself, but he also had to dissect these weapons. Actually, the metal box, the mountain range inside, and the high temperature of the liquid were all good things, but he did not necessarily need to use them. He would just keep them as a memento to prove that the strange ancestor had once been in this world. Everyone would leave behind traces in this world, but as time passed, those traces would also disappear. Luin left. After leaving the metal box, he did not know how long his traces would remain in the river of time. If the humans in this part of the universe were defeated, then his existence would also disappear. With a melancholy heart, Luin was about to roll his die when his wireless goo vibrated. Senior Xianxia had contacted him, and he quickly answered. The war is over, Xianxia replied. Luin silently waited for the rest of the message. In the end, we were unable to destroy the undying god. He escaped. Xianxia told Luin everything that had happened, including how the corpse kings had retreated from the battlefield. Luin replied, that giant scarlet vertical eye that can melt the tree realm is something like an astral gate. Those corpse kings were able to reach this part of the universe through it. Xianxia had not expected Luin to be related to the final outcome. However, even if Luin had not destroyed that scarlet vertical eye, the Eternals would have done the same thing. They had actually given up on the Starfall Sea and allowed Luin to do whatever he wanted. However, because Luin had attacked that giant scarlet vertical eye, the ancient god had been able to suppress the sovereign realm and force the corpse god down. No matter what, they will not give up on the undying god. 4 of the 7 sky gods came, and even the only true god made a move to crack the mother tree. The price they paid was too great, Xianxia replied. The two ended the call, and the wireless goo vibrated again. This time, it was the fog ancestor. Are you sure you saw Madman Lu? 4 of the 7 sky gods came. If Madman Lu really did betray humanity and is a redback, why didn't he make a move? The fog ancestor asked curiously. From start to finish, Luin had not cared about the 7 sky gods, but rather Madman Lu. He had seen Madman Lu meet the ancient god while traveling through spacetime. Madman Lu had participated in the banishment of the Lu family and wanted to kill him, so he naturally thought that Madman Lu was a redback. Madman Lu would definitely make a move to rescue the undying god, so Luin had informed the fog ancestor not to go all out and to keep an eye on Madman Lu. This was also the reason why the mist ancestor did not have much of a presence from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, even if the mist ancestor was not proficient in combat, she should have had a presence. She should have at least dealt with one of the 7 sky gods if she was delayed by an ancestor realm corpse king. The fog ancestor was also very sullen, but Luin was right. Once Madman Lu made a move, the situation would change completely. She felt that she was the one with the greatest responsibility. But now that the undying god had been rescued and the 7 sky gods had been fighting very hard, Madman Lu had not made a move at all. He had even cooperated with the limitless energy formation to stop the Eternals. This was strange. I don't know what's going on either, but I'm sure that Madman Lu is a redback. He's connected to the ancient god, and he might be plotting something bigger. Senior, you can't let your guard down, Lu Yin reminded. The fog ancestor snorted. Don't tell me that Madman Lu ambushed you and almost killed you, so you're using this opportunity to take revenge. Lu Yin solemnly replied, this concerns the safety of humanity. If I lie, I will never be able to step into the progenitor realm and will die under the origin tribulation. Alright, I'm not asking you to swear such a heavy oath. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. With that, she ended the call. Lu Yin frowned, as he would rather have Madman Lu make a move. With the fog ancestor's strength, she should be able to hold him back. However, Madman Lu had not made a move, which made Lu Yin uneasy. If Madman Lu hadn't made a move in this situation, then either Lu Yin had been mistaken, or the person who had contacted the ancient gods wasn't Madman Lu. Madman Lu just hated the Lu family and wanted to kill them, not Redback. Or, he was plotting something so great that the ancient gods would rather give up on the undying god than expose him. The latter possibility sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin decided to treat his injuries first. Once he recovered, he would find the four-way scales and lay his cards on the table with Madman Lu. He had to remove this nail. The nail in the fifth mainlands by Wushan had already been removed. Even though Lu Yin didn't know who Bai Wushan was and couldn't find the eternity list, his half-ancestor body was gone, and she couldn't do anything about it. He would definitely be able to find Bai Wushan after sifting through the people around him. He tapped the die, and it slowly spun. 6. Lu Yin was surprised to see 6 pips. His consciousness quickly appeared in that dark space, and there was a very bright ball of light around him. More importantly, this ball of light was extremely attractive to him, and he subconsciously knew that he had fused with it before. Such a bright ball of light should belong to a half-ancestor. Had he fused with a half-ancestor before? Lan Ho. Lu Yin had only fused with a half-ancestor once, and that was Lan Ho, one of the 12 Marquises of the Eternals. Lu Yin quickly rushed over, as Lan Ho was too valuable. Not only did he want to know what the Eternals were planning, but he also wanted to see a parallel space through Lan Ho's memories. That giant scarlet eye made it clear to Lu Yin that the Eternals weren't unique to this space, and their battles weren't limited to this space. He had seen other parallel space battlefields through Lan Ho's memories, and he wanted to see more. When he opened his eyes and looked down, he saw that his body was covered in wounds from Kuan Yin, Lan Ho, and the half-ancestor who had attacked the 5th formation base. Kuan Yin was indeed worthy of being called Kuangren. She fought without any regard for her own life, exchanging injury for injury with Lan Ho. In addition, she cooperated with Elder Qiu and Ruing, the 2 half-martial ancestors. Lan Ho suffered unspeakably. Even after half a day, Lan Ho was still unable to gain any advantage. Of course, Kuan Yin and the other 2 half-martial ancestors suffered heavier injuries. The heaviest injury on Marquis Lan's body did not come from Kuan Yin, but from Xianxia. Xianxia's Palm Realm battle aura combined with his empty God Realm domain not only suppressed the 12 Marquis who had attacked the 4th formation base, but also inflicted heavy injuries on him from afar. He was extremely difficult to deal with. Lu Yin had seen Lan Ho's memories and Xianxia's attack. Perhaps Xianxia was not far from breaking through to the ancestor realm. Lan Ho's memories continued to pour into Lu Yin's mind, and Lu Yin's expression changed. The 7 sky gods had all left, and the moment they left the sovereign realm, there was only one progenitor left on the backside of the battlefield, or rather, in this part of space, and that was the other folk. It could be said that ever since the starry sky tree appeared, the Eternals had never been so empty, with only one progenitor left. When the 7 sky gods had left, Lan Ho had not been too far away, and he had seen it with his own eyes. They had left in a hurry, and since he had seen it, it meant that Lu Yin had seen it through his memories as well. Mutant, you stay here. The alien was shocked. The ancient god left me alone? Are you scared? The Forgotten Ruins god asked disdainfully. Blacklist god coldly replied, don't worry. Ever since the Lu family disappeared, the humans in this part of space have not stepped foot on this land, let alone venturing deeper. You just have to stay here and guard the astral gate. There's no time to waste. Let's go. No one has the guts to fight us. Don't go looking for death, hee hee. The Forgotten Ruins god disappeared into the giant scarlet eye. Even the progenitor corpse kings left. Before the undying god left, he said, Lu Xiaoxian has an ability that allows him to control people. I heard that 2 of your disciples are in his hands. Don't let him use them. The alien looked around at his empty surroundings. Aside from Lan Ho and the other 12 marquises, there was not a single progenitor. He had no choice but to stay behind. This memory left a deep impression on Lan Ho, as this space had always been the Eternals' main battlefield. Several of the 7 sky gods had come from this space, especially during the era of the above heaven. The Eternals could only struggle at death's door in this space. Ever since the era of the above heaven, the humans had always been at a disadvantage, but this time, they had finally gained the upper hand. After looking through this memory, Louis knew what he had to do, and he quickly looked through Lan Ho's other memories. His consciousness reappeared in the dark space and then returned to his body. Louis opened his eyes, and they were filled with excitement. The Eternals had actually retreated, which meant that the humans had a chance. In Lan Ho's memories, even when the Lu family had been at its peak, they had only been able to invade the New World. There had been at least 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods guarding this space, and there had also been progenitor corpse kings. Although the Lu family had been strong back then, the Eternals' forces in this space had not been weak either. Now, this was the weakest the Eternals had ever been in this space since the era of the above heaven. They had been too confident that the humans would not be able to invade. This was indeed the case. The 4 scales, including Xianxia and the Fog Ancestor, had no intention of attacking the Eternals. They only wanted to protect the cosmic trees. The mother tree's crack had made them even more apprehensive. That's right, Louis understood now. It was no wonder why the one true god had cracked the mother tree. Perhaps he had taken this step into consideration, causing the cosmic trees to be apprehensive and only think of defense. Unfortunately, they had not expected Louis to know about this, which had sealed the fate of the Eternals in this space. Louis tapped his finger again. No matter what he wanted to do, he had to heal his injuries first, as he had been in a withered state this entire time. He looked at the 2 screens and shook his head. There was no point. Again, 4 pips. Louis exhaled and entered the time-stop space. Not only could he heal in the time-stop space, but he could also roll his die for 2 pips and start dissecting those strange ancestral weapons. As he thought about this, he started to roll his die while healing his injuries. 1 year had passed in the time-stop space, but only a second had passed in the outside world. Louis stood up, walked out of the metal box, and mounted the hellworm. Let's go, cosmic trees. The hellworm roared and leaped out of the astral river, its enormous body heading towards the technocracy. Humans and the Eternals had been fighting for far too many years, from the era of the above heaven to the era of the Daosor sect. Humans understood the Eternals, but the Eternals understood humans even more. The 7 sky gods had confirmed that the cosmic trees did not dare to invade the new continent, and the truth was just as they had guessed. Regardless of whether it was the 4-way scales, Xianxia, the Fog Ancestor, the Nong family, or the Lu family, none of them had any thoughts of invading the new continent. This included all of the cultivators in the cosmic trees, as they only wanted to defend the battlefield behind them. More importantly, the mother tree had cracked, and everyone was worried. Louis arrived at the cosmic trees, mounted the hellworm, and charged towards the Wang family's continent. The hellworm's shadow covered the entire continent, shocking all of the Wang family's cultivators. Wang Jing clenched his fists. What are you doing, Lu Xiaoxian? He did not believe that Louis would dare to attack the Wang family at this time, but the hellworm's attitude was rather unfriendly. Louis looked down at the Wang family's continent and then looked up at the ruler's realm. Come down and talk. I have something important to discuss. Lu Xiaoxian, why have you come to the Wang family? Wang Fan asked, but he did not appear. Louis frowned. Are you afraid of the 7 sky gods? You don't even dare to come out of the ruler's realm? Impudent. Lu Xiaoxian, we're still your seniors. Xiaoxinji shouted. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Don't worry, I'll burn incense for you in the future. Alright, Lu Xiaoxian, what's the matter? The Eternals are not any less intelligent than us humans. Although it seems like the war has ended, it could be one of their schemes. We can't be careless, Bai Zhe said. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he transmitted his voice into the ruler's realm. He did not let everyone hear him, and only a few progenitors could hear him. I want to invade the new continent. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were stunned. What did you say? Invade the new continent, Lu Yin repeated. Xiaoxinji shook his head and sneered. Lu Xiaoxian, do you really think that the Eternals are brainless? We're all worried that the Eternals might take advantage of the gap in the war to make us careless and launch a counterattack, but you actually want to walk right into their trap. The Eternals have more than one battlefield in this space. Gentlemen, let's not beat around the bush. I'm sure you all know this, Lu Yin said. Bai Wang Yuan and the others did not interrupt. Let's cut to the chase. I'm confident that the 7 sky gods are not in this space, and this is a rare opportunity. If we don't invade the new continent and destroy that giant scarlet eye, we won't have such a good opportunity once the Eternals recover from the other battlefields, Lu Yin said. You're underestimating them. I'm not underestimating them. You're the ones who overestimate them. When the Lu family was still around, the Eternals had at least 2 7 sky gods, but the Lu family was still able to invade the new continent. If the Eternals truly have the power to completely surpass our space, then they could easily suppress the 7 sky gods. No one would be their match. I already said this when I decided to open the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Bai Wang Yuan, you haven't forgotten, have you? The mother tree has cracked, and if there's another war, the infinite kinetic energy might run into problems. That's why I want to eliminate the Eternals' power in this space once and for all. Wang Fan was puzzled. Lu Xiaoxian, you keep talking about this space. What exactly do you know? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I know as much as you do. Bai Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances. The Mist Ancestor's voice rang out. Tell me what you know. How laughable. Even I don't know. What's going on? Her tone changed. And you, Lu Brat. Speak. What's going on? Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior, how could you not know about parallel spaces? Why must I know? The Mist Ancestor asked. Lu Yin did not understand. The Mist Ancestor was from 9 mountains and 8 seas, so how could she not know about the Eternals' battles and other parallel spaces? If she did not know, then did that mean that 9 mountains and 8 seas did not know about it either? Then how did Bai Wang Yuan and the others know? Also, did those people from above heaven know? Lu Yin fell silent as he waited for Bai Wang Yuan and the others to answer. Bai Wang Yuan's voice rang out. There are countless parallel spaces in the universe, and some people are lucky enough to enter a parallel space. Even a hunter might be able to do so, but it's impossible for them to return. They have to rely on luck, and the chances of that happening are less than 1 in a billion. Only the Eternals have coordinates, and they can locate all of the parallel spaces. No matter how high one's cultivation is, if one does not have the ability to locate spatial coordinates, then it's impossible to travel between 2 parallel spaces. There are some parallel spaces where the same people live, and this is something that no one can explain. Perhaps only the universe's creator can explain it. Enough with the nonsense. When did you find out about this? How much do you know about the Eternals' parallel battlefields? The Mist Ancestor was irascible. Wang Fan replied, we only knew about it, but we couldn't interfere because we don't have the ability to travel between parallel spaces. Shiwei, you're from 9 mountains and 8 seas, so you should know how difficult it is to do so. This has nothing to do with battle power, and even the 3 realms and 6 Daos from the above sky sect couldn't do it. Perhaps the primogenitor could. Xiaoxinji said, since ancient times, there have only been a few people who know about this, and perhaps only the primogenitors have the ability to travel through parallel universes like the Eternals. We can't influence the battles in other parallel universes, so telling you this is meaningless. Lu Yin replied, how could it be meaningless? Although we don't know about the battles in other parallel spaces, it doesn't stop us from making inferences based on the Eternals' reactions. For example, 4 of the 7 sky gods came to save one undying god, which means that they don't have any strength left in the other parallel battlefields. After such a long delay, they must be in a hurry to deal with the other battlefields. How is this different from me opening the entrance to the Starfall Sea to share the pressure in the Astral Tree battlefield? You're too cowardly. I already said that if we attack the new continent, they won't have the time to deal with the other parallel battlefields. This is our only chance to completely drive the Eternals out of this space. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult in the future. Who can guarantee that there won't be any sky gods trapped in the future? Xianxia barked, Lu Xiaoxian, can you bear the consequences? If this is the Eternals' plan to lure us out, then we won't have unlimited power. Even if one or two of us die, it will be a threat to this space's defenses. So you want to be cowards forever? Protect this tiny piece of land? Lu Ying retorted. By Wang Yuan's side. There are billions of lives in the Astral Tree battlefield. Who will bear the consequences for them? If we had this awareness, we wouldn't have gone against the Lu family, Mu Xia interrupted. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were speechless. This was human selfishness. They had succeeded, but they had also failed. With the disappearance of the Lu clan, the sky above them was gone. However, they had never thought about who would cover the starry sky for them. The starry sky was very dark. Lu Ying looked up at the ruler's realm. It looks like you guys won't be able to attack the new world. Since that's the case, he controlled the Hellworm to head towards the battlefield at the back. I'll take the fourth formation base and kill my way out. There was no absolute right or wrong in such matters. If Bai Wang Yuan and the others were as certain as Lu Ying that there was only one mutant left behind by the Eternals in this region of space, then they would definitely have dared to kill their way out. In fact, they would have been impatient to kill their way out so that they could surpass the Lu family. However, they could not be certain, and it was even more impossible for them to trust Lu Ying. This was because, in the depths of their hearts, Lu Ying and the Eternals were enemies. It was normal for Lu Ying to adopt a conservative strategy since he was unsure of the Eternals' movements. Lu Ying had only dared to charge out because he was certain of the Eternals' movements. Otherwise, charging into the new world alone would be tantamount to suicide. It seems like Lu Xiaoxian is really going to attack the new world, said Wang Fan. Is he so sure that the Eternals won't be able to take care of this place? If he wants to go, then let him go. He wants to prove the might of the Lu family by attacking the new continent. He won't go too far, Dragon Ancestor said. Xiaoxinji's eyes narrowed. I actually hope that he'll go deep into the new world. Everyone fell silent. From what they knew, the Eternal's strength was unfathomable. Lu Ying would definitely encounter powerhouses if he went deep into the new world, such as a progenitor Realm Corpse King or the 7 Sky Gods. If Lu Ying died in the new world, then that would be the best outcome for them. They would not be able to stop Lu Ying from attacking the new world. The moment Lu Ying reached the fourth base of the battlefield, Mu Xia's voice rang out. No matter what happens after you attack the new world, if the fifth mainland cannot defend the fourth base, then the previous agreement will be voided. Furthermore, you will be the one to break the agreement. The four-side scale will not accommodate you for any reason. Have you thought this through? Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. I know, senior brother. I've asked the Fog Ancestor to keep an eye on Madman Lu. Now is not the time to fall out with him, or else we might not be able to do anything to the new world. If we really do encounter a strong enemy, then I'll have to trouble senior brother to provide support for me. You're not confident? Mu Xia asked. Lu Ying raised his head. This is war. Even though the 7 Sky Gods had left this region of space, that did not mean that they could not return. It was just a matter of time. Just as Lu Ying had said to Bai Wang Yuan and the others, the 7 Sky Gods had left in such a hurry that their battle in the parallel space was likely to be at a disadvantage. If they wanted to salvage the situation, then it would take them a long time. Thus, even if they wanted to come back, it would take at least a month or even longer. However, some things could not be absolute. Attacking the new world was a risk, and it was a risk that they would most likely not take. However, this was war, and there was no such thing as absolute safety. The four-side scale had exiled the Lu family, and they were deeply rooted in the Astral Tree domain. There were some risks that had to be taken if Luin wanted to move them, and there were also some things that had to be done. The 5 array bases had just experienced a battle to the death with the Eternals. Luin rode the caged WYRM and arrived. Behind him, he had already found the general appointment platform, and it slowly floated there. Its enormous might shook the battlefield behind him. Everyone at the 5 array bases looked at the caged WYRM. They could not see Luin, but they could see its enormous body. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the entire 4th array base. Defend because the enemy is strong. Offense is my forte, and I've just experienced a battle with the Eternals. Let me ask you, are you afraid? At the 4th array base, Lu Xianjun, the Heavenly Sin Army, the Astral Beast Army, and the Cultivators and Astral Beasts all looked up. No, someone shouted. No. No. More and more people shouted, and more Astral Beasts roared. They were afraid of the caged WYRM, but it was now on their side. Even if it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, it was incomparably tyrannical. So what? It would not attack them. Lu Yin's gaze was icy. You've all walked out of blood and fire. Regardless of whether we were once friends or foes, we now have a common enemy, and that is those monsters. I can tell you that they do not belong to our region of the universe. They are outsiders who want to exterminate and enslave us. We have always been at a disadvantage, but at this moment, they have been defeated and have been forced back by us. If I ask you to accompany me out of the array bases and attack the New World, will you be afraid? No, many of the cultivators shouted without hesitation. Luin stood on the caged WYRM's head and pointed at the other 4 array bases. They don't dare, but we do. They say that we are an abandoned land, so let us open a path for them. Let them know what an abandoned land is, and that we are their ancestral land. Kill. 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 Everyone else. At the 4 array bases, countless cultivators' faces turned green when they heard Lu Yin's words. Kuan Yin roared, Xia Yan clenched his fists, Bai Qi's gaze was gloomy, and Wang Sun stepped forward, unable to hold back his anger. They had been guarding the back of the battlefield for so many years, when had they ever been afraid? Did they need others to open a path for them? Even in their dreams, they wanted to attack the New World. Elder Chan smiled bitterly. Lu Yin's words were too offensive, but he did not care. Lu Yin's target was not the 4 who had fought the Eternals to the death, but rather the 4 cardinal scales. He was mocking the 4 cardinal scales. If he had to take this risk, then he would have to reap the rewards. Regardless of whether or not he could defeat the Eternals, his name would surpass everyone else in the 5th mainland and the Astral Tree realm. He would become the beacon of hope for the future of humanity, the light that could counterattack the Eternals. 5th mainland, kill. Luin roared. The caged WYRM bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged out of the 4th array base, charging towards the New World. Elder Chan, Han Xian, 9 luminaries, and the Yao Emperor all charged out, followed by Lu Xianjun, the Heavenly Sin Army, and the Astral Beast Army. The cultivators all charged out of the 4th array base, and under the support of a half-martial ancestor's inner world, they headed towards the New World, a land that humans had not set foot on for decades. This scene caused the blood of the remaining 4 array bases to boil. They had dreamed of setting foot on the New World. They had been able to do so when the Lu family was still around, but after their disappearance, they had thought that they would never be able to do so. They had not expected Lu Xiaoshuan's appearance to once again ignite this path. They longed to charge down and fight in the New World to reclaim the human lands. Xia Yan immediately asked Xiaxinji for help, while Wang Sun, Bai Qi, and Kuang Yan all asked the ancestors for help as they charged out of the array bases. Bai Wang Yuan and the others watched this scene with gloomy expressions. They had underestimated the significance of heading towards the New World. This was a new chapter, and it meant that humanity could counterattack. Regardless of whether Lu Xiaoxian succeeded or failed in the end, he had won, and his name would be resplendent in history. News of Lu Yin leading the 4th array base to the New World also spread to the top of the Astral Tree realm. This was Kuei Luo's contribution, and Lu Yin wanted to become famous. He wanted the Lu surname to become a religion once again. It might not be of much use in the short term, but it could pave the way for the future, just like how the 5th pagoda had helped the 5th continent. The fifth pagoda had played an important role in Luyin becoming a Tao disciple. There were cities and people in the New World, but they were all being transformed just like the Eternal Kingdom. The Hellworm's enormous body landed on the New World, and the first thing Luyin saw was not the endless horde of corpse kings, but greed. He frowned and looked at the large metal pieces below the array base that were twisting and devouring the flesh of the corpse kings, allowing the Hellworm to grab them. Greed had no intelligence, only instinct. It was not afraid of the Hellworm and wanted to devour its flesh, but it was easily torn apart by the Hellworm's claws. "Be careful, don't mess around," Luyin scolded. The prison flood dragon smashed into the city closest to the array base with a boom, trampling many corpse kings to death. The ground was opened up, and tens of thousands of people were being transformed. Some of them seemed to have just been transported here, while others had almost been transformed. A corpse king tore through the void and ambushed Luyin, but he did not even look at it before it was smashed to pieces by the Hellworm's tail. Corpse kings had one advantage, and that was that they were not afraid of the Hellworm's aura. Behind them, the cultivators of the fourth array base stepped onto the new continent under the protection of the half-progenitor's inner world and began to clear out the scattered corpse kings. "Be careful, the Eternals are unfathomable. They have progenitors and the 12 Marquises. Those guys aren't easy to deal with," Elder Chan warned. Luyin nodded. "Senior, don't split up too much in case of accidents. We can retreat at any time." "I know," Elder Chan replied. This city had already been overturned, so Luyin left it to Elder Chan and the others. Luyin had the Hellworm continue towards the depths of the new continent. He wanted to destroy that giant scarlet eye so that the Eternals could no longer keep bringing corpse kings over. However, this might not eliminate the possibility of the 7 sky gods coming over. The Eternals controlled the coordinates of this space, so it wouldn't be difficult for the 7 sky gods to come over. Although he couldn't eliminate the 7 sky gods or progenitors, it was still good enough to cause the Eternals to lose a giant scarlet eye. The corpse god had come recklessly when the giant scarlet eye on the 5th continent had been attacked, which proved that this eye was extremely valuable. The Hellworm rushed towards the depths of the new continent, destroying all the cities he saw along the way. Luyin looked back and saw that the mother tree was getting further and further away. This was the Eternal's vision of the astral tree, and the mother tree was blood red. Luyin still couldn't figure out how such a huge existence like the mother tree had grown. It had even separated the humans from the Eternals, so how long would it take for the sapling to grow to such a level? Suddenly, Luyin looked into the distance. He sensed the aura of a half-progenitor in his domain, and it might be one of the 12 Marquises. He ordered the Hellworm to attack, and it raised a claw and slapped in that direction. The void was completely torn apart as the shockwaves tore through the ground and extended into the distance. Under the pressure of the progenitor's power, the corpse kings along the way were all crushed into pools of blood. A figure rushed out from a corner of the abandoned city and transformed into countless black centipede-like insects that spread out in all directions. It really was one of the 12 Marquises. Lon Marquis remembered that this fellow was one of the 12 Marquises and had an innate gift called the leeches. These centipede-like creatures were black with deep red mouthparts and were extremely poisonous. This fellow had always been a headache for the 5 great array bases. His leeches were too poisonous, and just a touch would cause one to be poisoned to death. Moreover, it was a painful death. Throughout history, he had caused countless deaths to the 5 great array bases. Among the 12 Marquises, the number of deaths he had caused to the 5 great array bases was enough to rank him in the top 3. In the battle just now, he had also acted, causing countless deaths. He was worth Luyin stopping for a moment. Countless centipede-like creatures flew in all directions, emitting a horrifying sound of joints. Their crimson mouths reflected light from time to time, making one's hair stand on end. Prison flood dragon raised its claws and slashed down. With a hong sound, the earth split into pieces and the void collapsed. Countless cracks spread out and could be seen even from the 5 great formation bases. When the prison flood dragon raised its claws, the countless ants were swallowed by the spatial crack. Not a single one was left, and they were all trampled to death before they were swallowed. One of the 12 Marquises, an opponent that had given Starry Tree a headache for many years, had been annihilated just like that. This was a progenitor, and the prison flood dragon was too close to him. He couldn't even escape, and his strength was ranked near the bottom of the 12 marquises. It was only because his methods were too strange that he had been able to cause so much damage. After dealing with this fellow, Lu Ying continued to ride the prison flood dragon. He headed deeper into the new continent. One city after another was torn apart by the prison flood dragon, followed by the Yao Emperor and Xianxia. They were in charge of dealing with the corpse kings. Behind them were Elder Chan and 9 luminaries, who were responsible for keeping an eye on the cultivators so that the inner world could take them away at any time. As Lu Ying ventured deeper into the new continent, strange stars began to appear above his head. They were the 7 stars of the outer realm. One of them was green, which was Xianxia. Another was hazy and beautiful, like a veil covering it. It was called the 100-flower star. There was also a planet that looked like an eye and was filled with vitality. It was called the Eye Star, and there was also a triangular planet called the Broken Star. Lu Ying looked up and stared at them vigilantly, worried that a bad omen would appear. However, the bad omen did not appear. Instead, the stars that had appeared attacked the new continent. The Eternals had sent Red back deep into the cosmic tree domain, so he had a good understanding of it. In fact, the cosmic tree domain had not been defended in vain. Ever since the era of the Daosaur sect, the Lu family, for Wei Libra, and the others had been investigating the Eternals, and they had a good understanding of the various cities in the new continent. These attacks from the outer realm were not only aimed at the new continent, but they also served as coordinates for the 4th array base, allowing them to know where the corpse kings were, where the cities were, and where the powerful enemies were. Half a day later, Lu Ying frowned when he saw the rain of flowers from 100-flower star. He looked into the distance. 100-flower star was too far away, and it did not pose much of a threat to him. However, it would be hard to say if it attracted the attention of a half-progenitor from the cosmic tree domain. The other marquises did the same. Wang Xiaoyu was not targeted by anyone, but she also headed deeper into the new continent. The 12 marquises all scattered, as this was the first time that they had experienced such a revolution in the new continent. Lu Ying discovered another 12 marquis, but he had not discovered them with his domain. The prison flood dragon was a fool, so he would not actively search for them. Instead, that 12 marquis had exposed himself. He heard laughter in the new continent. Laughter? That was too strange. This was the new continent, a place filled with death and despair. Corpse kings did not know how to laugh, and normal people would not laugh here either, so where had the laughter come from? Lu Ying found the source of the laughter, and it turned out to be a 12 marquis. This person was also in Lan Ho's memories, but Lu Ying had only skimmed through them and had not paid much attention to them. He had been too busy searching through his memories of the parallel battlefield, and now, he finally remembered. This 12 marquis had an innate gift that allowed him to call out the wails of the dead. He used his laughter to replace the air and everything that he saw, forming the faces of the dead. It was rather strange and terrifying, and although it had not caused as many deaths as the previous one, it had left the cultivators of the 5-array bases with a psychological shadow. Most of the cultivators who had returned to the cosmic tree domain had not been able to shake off this shadow because of this 12 marquis. Since he had been discovered, he could not escape, and he became a ghost under the prison flood dragon's claws. Along the way, Lu Ying had already destroyed 2 12 marquises, but there were still many left. The one he wanted to find the most was Lan Ho, as he could merge with him and learn all of his memories. Previously, he had only been able to merge with Enhance because Lan Ho was a half-progenitor, so it would not take too long. Another one was Wang Xiaoyu, as Lu Ying wanted to know what had happened between her and progenitor Chen. However, he had yet to find a single one. Strange. Through his domain, Lu Ying discovered that the corpse kings were all heading in the same direction. There were even emissaries among them, and there was even a half-progenitor. Corpse king heading in the same direction. Lu Yin's domain's range was extremely large, and it constantly extended outwards. He found it strange that he did not attack. It was strange, so he had the prison flood dragon head in that direction as well. Not long after, within his domain, he saw corpse kings jump into the ground and disappear. Beneath the ground, the void was rippling out in layers. If one did not look carefully, they would not have been discovered. They were parallel to the ground, and the surroundings were ruins. Lu Ying stared at that area. Could that be the connection between the upper three gates and the new continent? Throughout the entire new continent, there were only two ways that a corpse king could escape. One was the giant scarlet vertical eye, and the other was the entrance to the upper three gates, which allowed them to escape to the Starfall Sea. The prison flood dragon roared and swept out with its claws, tearing apart the area around the entrance to the upper three gates. With the eruption of progenitor's power, no corpse king dared to head in that direction again. Luin landed and looked down. There was no mistaking it, this was indeed the connection between the upper three gates and the new continent. When the Sea King had shattered the upper three gates, this region of space had been connected to the fifth mainland. After the Eternals had taken over the Starfall Sea, they had used the upper three gates to reach this place. From that moment onwards, the pressure on the battlefield on the other side had increased dramatically. Luin looked back at the 5 formation bases. This place was so far away from them, so how had Xianxia come here? He looked around. No matter how it had been in the past, after decades of changes, this place was completely different from before. If he had come here when the Sea King had shattered the upper three gates, he might have been able to find out how Xianxia had come here. Now, however, that was impossible. This place was a realm point, and it was equivalent to completely reclaiming the Starfall Sea. Next up was the entire new continent. Luin had led the 4th formation base to dominate the new continent, and even 3 of the 12 marquises had died. Luin had killed one, and the other had been killed by Xianxia and the Yao Emperor. The other 4 formation bases were truly anxious. The battlefield on the other side had its own competition, and one's position was the formation base. No matter what the outside world thought, the 4th formation base had completely surpassed the other 4. Luin had even said that they wouldn't dare, which caused the other 4 formation bases to grit their teeth. They had been in the battlefield on the other side for so many years, but they had been looked down upon by the abandoned lands. This was unacceptable. In the ruler's realm, the dragon ancestor said in a low voice, Lu Xiaoxian has already entered the new continent. It doesn't matter if the 7 sky gods appear or what happens to him. If we don't act now, we'll become a laughingstock. If we fall for the Eternals' trap and lose the battlefield on the other side, the entire human race will lose, Bai Wanyuan said solemnly. If the Eternals wanted to use a trap, they wouldn't have waited until now. The mother tree has split open, and we'll be even more cautious. We won't fall for their trap, Wang Fan said. Bai Wanyuan raised his hand, and Bai Xian'er's image appeared on the Cloud Connect stone. What is it, Xian'er? Bai Xian'er calmly looked at Bai Wanyuan. Ancestor, Lu Xiaoxian won't court death. These simple words struck Bai Wanyuan like a bolt of lightning. He put away the Cloud Connect stone and said, attack. Very quickly, roars filled the 5 formation bases as the divine martial sword region descended upon the new continent. Bai Wanyuan, Wang Fan, Xiaxinji, and the dragon ancestor all attacked together. Xia Yan and the rest brought their cultivators out from their inner worlds and charged towards the new continent. Luin turned back. You finally can't take it anymore? Then let's go together and chase the Eternals out. With a resolute gaze, he said, Heldrake, charge. The battlefield on the other side had never been so exciting before. The 5 formation bases all stepped onto the new continent and charged towards the depths of the new continent, slaughtering their way towards the various cities. The 4-way. Balance's ancestor also charged towards the depths of the new continent. Luin represented the 5th mainland while the forefather of the 4 cardinal scales represented the astral tree. This meant that, regardless of whether they had been enemies or not, the humans were united for the first time in the face of the threat of the everlasting race. The Lu family had once controlled the 5th mainland and faced the 7 sky gods in the new continent. Both sides had been at the peak, and it had been difficult to determine who was better. Now, it seemed like the humans were at a disadvantage, but Luin had suddenly risen up and led the humans on the path to counterattack the everlasting race. Bai Wanyuan now regretted not attacking immediately and leaving his name in history. Lu Yin's name would forever be resplendent. Luin did not want to leave his name in history, nor did he want to die. He just wanted to find the giant scarlet eye and destroy it. The eye was in the deepest part of the new continent, which was connected to the other continents behind the mother tree. Beyond the new continent was the starry sky, a place that was completely foreign to Luin. The eye was at the intersection between the starry sky and the new continent, and with the Heldrake's speed, he could reach it very quickly. There was only one mutant left in the new continent, and now that Luin had joined forces with the forefather of the four cardinal scales, the mutant would not be able to stop them as long as he was not stupid. Lu Yin's guess was correct. The eye was at the intersection between the new continent and the starry sky. The mutant looked towards the north, but he could not stop them. The seven sky gods had clearly said that the people of this region would not be able to attack the new continent, but not only had they attacked, but they had also come in full force. Even two of the seven sky gods would be useless against such a force, let alone the mutant. He saw the Heldrake's huge body rapidly approaching and knew that it was Luin. The more dazzling you are, the more miserable your death will be. Luin, I'll wait for the day you die, the mutant said unwillingly before turning around and disappearing into the eye. 12 marquises had already entered before him, and they were not like ordinary corpse kings. They had their own thoughts and were not completely unafraid of death. Luin had already seen the eye, and he also saw the dark starry sky in the distance. Although it was not as bright as the fifth mainland starry sky, it was still a starry sky, and a completely foreign one at that. Behind him, Bai Wangyuan and a few others were rapidly approaching. They knew what Luin was trying to do, and they wanted to destroy the giant scarlet vertical eye before Luin did. The glory of driving away the Eternals should not belong to the Lu family. The Heldrake was getting closer and closer, and Luin also saw it. Suddenly, the caged flood dragon stopped. It remembered that it had attracted the monster by attacking this thing. It was afraid now. Because the hellworm had stopped, Luin had almost been flung away. He was furious. Idiot, charge. The prison flood dragon looked around in fear, fearing that the zombie god would appear. Luin looked behind him, and he knew that Bai Wangyuan and the rest were getting closer and closer. He grew anxious and took out his slippers. Charge. At this moment, the wireless goo vibrated, but Luin ignored it. He raised his slipper and slapped the prison drake. With his speed, Bai Wangyuan and the rest would definitely overtake him. Only the prison drake could reach the giant scarlet eye before them and give Luin a chance to shatter it. The wireless goo continued to vibrate, and so did the cloud connection rock. The prison dragon was whipped a few times by Luin, but it continued to dilly-dally charge towards the huge scarlet vertical eye. A figure appeared in front of Luin. It was an old man with a benevolent face and scarlet eyes. He held a teacup in his hand as he looked at Luin. Luin frowned. The 12 marquises? The old man was one of the 12 marquises. He had returned to this place after the previous battle. He had a chance to leave through the scarlet vertical eye, but he had not. I'm the West Mountain Tea King, a direct descendant of the Lu family. I've tried to kill you before. Luin frowned, as he did. Not remember this person. The person who had tried to kill him was probably referring to himself from Lu Xiaoxuan's era. You're courting death. He then ordered the prison drake to attack, as he did not have time to waste with this old man. Bai Wangyuan and the rest were about to catch up, and he had to be the first to shatter the scarlet vertical eye. Muddy stratagem, the West Mountain Tea King said. Lu Yin's movement suddenly paused, and he stared at the old man. What did you say? The West Mountain Tea King looked at Luin. Muddy stratagem has been activated, and the fifth mainland is in danger. Direct descendant of the Lu family, someone should be contacting you right now. Luin took out the wireless goo, which had been vibrating non-stop since the beginning. He hurriedly connected the call. Something big has happened. Everyone's star energy and astral sources have reversed, and all cultivators have been heavily injured. Lu Bujing sent a message. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his expression changed as he looked up at the West Mountain Tea King. At that moment, the astral sources in his body suddenly reversed, and all four of them began to flow in reverse. He hurriedly suppressed them with his death aura. He could rely on his death aura, but what about the others? A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he looked at the West Mountain Tea King. It's that drop of liquid. The West Mountain Tea King replied, I don't know. My mission is to make a deal with you. My everlasting tribe will stop Muddy stratagem and allow the fifth mainland to return to normal. In return, you will not act against the Stargate. That giant scarlet vertical eye is the Stargate? Luin was puzzled. The West Mountain Tea King replied, "That's right. This condition is beneficial to you. Don't forget that the ones who will benefit the most from the everlasting tribe's disappearance are not you, but your mortal enemies. Without us holding them back, how will you deal with them when Muddy Stratagem has been activated?" Behind him, Bai Wang Yuan and the rest were already closing in on him. Lu Yin's heart sank. Even if I agree, they won't. In any case, the Stargate must not be destroyed. What you do is up to you, son of the Lu family. You were able to reach an agreement with the 4 cardinal scales once, so you can do it a second time. This is the condition that the everlasting tribe is giving you. Muddy Stratagem is extremely important to the everlasting tribe, but in exchange, Muddy Stratagem will not be destroyed. You should rejoice. If we had not fought here, the 5th mainland would have been completely destroyed when Muddy Stratagem was activated, and its cultivation civilization would have come to an end. If you destroy the Stargate, we'll leave. You're finished as well. Humans should be more selfish. Lu Ying closed his eyes. He could feel the strength of the astral sources reversing in his body. If it was like this for him, then it would be even more so for the others. It was difficult for the death aura to suppress the reversing astral sources. He looked at the wireless goo and the Cloud Connect stone, which were both vibrating. People were constantly trying to contact him. There was no time to think, and Lu Ying suddenly opened his eyes. Progenitor rune lines enveloped the West Mountain Tea King and weakened him. The West Mountain Tea King was shocked. "Son of the Lu family, you." Lu Ying barked, "Charge." The hellworm swiped out with its claw. The West Mountain Tea King had the strength of a half-ancestor, and if he fought head-on, he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qing Ping. In other words, he could fight against an ordinary progenitor with the strength of a half-ancestor. If Lu Ying was in a hurry, he might be able to escape from the hellworm's attack. However, he had not expected Lu Ying to be so decisive as to directly attack him. The progenitor rune lines were weakened while the hellworm attacked. No half-ancestor would be able to dodge this attack, not even Qing Ping. After all, a half-ancestor was still a half-ancestor. The West Mountain Tea King had been torn to shreds by the hellworm's sharp claws. Lu Ying did not even have the time to call out a general, and he did not want to do so either. The hellworm charged towards the giant scarlet vertical eye under Lu Yin's threat, arriving in the blink of an eye. Lu Ying then summoned Yi Qi and tossed out the slipper. In the distance, Bai Wang Yuan, Xianxia, Wang Fan, and the dragon ancestor had all arrived. They watched as Yi Qi swatted the slipper down, and with a bang, the giant scarlet vertical eye split open. Everyone stared at the scarlet vertical eye that had split open with shock. Yi Qi raised the slipper and swatted it down a second time. This time, the giant eye was completely smashed to pieces. The fragments slowly fell to the ground, reflecting the light. They were dark red, and the entire new world fell silent. Countless corpse kings seemed to sense something, and they all stopped moving. "The Eternals aren't undefeatable," Lu Ying said as he looked back at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. He then connected to the Cloud Connection stone. On the other end of the stone was Xianxia. "Everyone's star energy and astral sources are reversing. We can't stay in the new world any longer. There's a problem." Lu Ying answered, "It's not the new world. It's the 5th mainland." Through the Cloud Connection stone, Lu Ying saw the cultivators from the 5th mainland sitting cross-legged on the ground. Their faces were pale, and their blood had dyed the ground red. They were clearly heavily injured, and even Xianxia had blood at the corner of his mouth. The 5th mainland? What does that mean? Xianxia had a bad premonition. Lu Ying closed the Cloud Connection stone. The Eternal's chaotic stratagem had been activated. "Master, the chaotic stratagem that you've been searching for has appeared. Just as you guessed, it's the Eternal's plan to deal with the humans. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stop it before it was activated, and I couldn't even detect it." He would not agree to West Mountain Tea King's request to help the Eternals protect the giant scarlet vertical eye, as the 4 cardinal scales would definitely turn against him. This was no longer just a matter of grudges, but also betrayal. If he betrayed them, the 4 cardinal scales would label him as a traitor, and he would be finished. Even if the Eternals kept their promise and abandoned the chaotic stratagem to restore the 5th mainland, what would the 5th mainland be without him? This was not Lu Ying being arrogant, but he was the only person in the fifth mainland who could speak directly to the four cardinal scales. If something happened to him, the cosmic tree realm's attitude towards the fifth mainland would definitely change. This was not much different from using the chaotic stratagem. Furthermore, Lu Ying knew that he could not sacrifice himself for the sake of the chaotic stratagem. With Bai Wangyuan and the others closing in, the only thing he could do was destroy the giant scarlet vertical eye. As for the chaotic stratagem, he could only think of other ways. If something happened to the fifth mainland, then anyone who had cultivated there and absorbed energy would be in trouble, including those who had entered the cosmic tree realm. The war in the new continent had come to an end for the fifth mainland. Lu Ying ordered the Yao Emperor to bring the cultivators of the fourth formation base back. If the chaotic stratagem was not resolved, then the fifth mainland would be finished. Now, he looked down at the ground and the fragments on the ground. If he remembered correctly, the thing that had melted the cosmic tree realm was the giant scarlet vertical eye from the Starfall Sea. So what was the use of these fragments? What? How did this happen? Wang Fan was shocked and looked at Lu Ying. Bai Wangyuan and the others received the news one by one, and they exchanged glances before looking at Lu Ying. They already knew what had happened to the fifth mainland, but they did not understand what had happened to cause the entire fifth mainland's cultivators, or more accurately, the cultivators who had been to the fifth mainland, to reverse their star energy and astral sources. Such a thing had never happened before. What's going on, Lu Xiaoxian? Xiaxinji asked sternly as everyone stared at Lu Ying. Lu Ying landed on the ground and calmly looked at the fragments. The Eternal's plan is to use liquid to devour the astral source universe and then release the astral source and star energy. There's a problem with this newly absorbed astral source and star energy. You know about it? Bai Wangyuan raised his brows. Lu Ying remained indifferent. The Eternals want to use this plan in exchange for not destroying their astral door, but... He paused and then looked at the 4. Can I agree? They all stared at Lu Ying with complicated expressions. Could he agree? How could he? Even if Lu Ying agreed, they would not agree. Destroying that giant scarlet eye meant that the Eternals would not be able to replenish their endless supply of corpse kings. From how nervous they were about that eye, it was obvious that it was very rare and not easy to create. Even if they could locate this space and bring back another giant scarlet eye, the Eternals would still suffer a great loss. Under such circumstances, how could they give up this opportunity for the sake of an abandoned land? There was too little time, and they did not know how powerful the Eternals' plan was. Perhaps this situation would only last for a short period of time, or perhaps it really could destroy the fifth mainland's cultivation civilization. Lu Ying did not expect to get an answer from these people, as there would only be one answer: they would not compromise. He lowered his gaze and looked at the fragments of the scarlet vertical eyes again. Bai Wangyuan and the others landed as well. All of a sudden, the fragments melted and turned into a red streak of light that shot towards his heart under Lu Yin's astonished gaze. No one had expected this to happen. Lu Ying had not expected this, and neither had Bai Wangyuan and the others. All they saw was a streak of red light shooting towards Lu Ying. Lu Yin's body was sent flying into the distance before crashing to the ground. The caged Wyrm's head looked in the direction that Lu Ying had been sent flying, and it was filled with confusion. Bai Wangyuan and the others looked at each other fearfully, and then their figures flashed to where Lu Ying had been sent flying. They saw Lu Ying lying on the ground with a pained expression on his face. His chest had almost been pierced through, and there was an unfathomably deep gorge in the ground. Cough cough. Lu Ying coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at his chest. Fresh blood had dyed his clothes red. He hadn't expected the Scarlet Eye fragments to take the initiative to attack him. Xia had just arrived, and he squatted in front of Lu Ying to help him up. What happened? Lu Ying clutched his chest in confusion. Senior brother, why are you here? It's nothing, just a superficial wound. Xia looked at Lu Yin's chest. The wound was very deep, and it could even be said that it had been pierced through. However, this sort of injury was not enough to kill Lu Ying, as there was no residual energy. Xia heaved a sigh of relief and looked up into space. Lu Ying followed his gaze, and his gaze froze. The Calamity Star had appeared, and its crimson light was glaring. It was no wonder why Xia had come. He had been keeping an eye on the Nightmare Star, and the gradual appearance of the Nightmare Star had forced him to stay close to Luin in order to protect him. "He won't attack me right now, will he?" Luin sneered. He didn't look at Nightmare Star, but rather at Bai Wangyuan and the others. He didn't mention that Madman Lu was a redback, as they wouldn't believe him unless he had proof. Mu Xia's expression was solemn. "With me here, there's no point in attacking." Luin coughed again. "Senior brother, help me back to the 4th base. Something's happened on the 5th mainland." Mu Xia supported Luin and left, leaving Bai Wangyuan and the others behind. Not long after, Bai Wangyuan and the others headed off in 4 different directions, preparing to completely destroy the Eternals and reclaim the new mainland. This was the first time that such an opportunity had appeared in the Cosmic Tree realm. Luin was brought back to the 4th base by Mu Xia, and at that moment, he looked at his heart. That Crimson Remnant was extremely powerful, and he had maintained his battle force at the Palm realm, but it had still easily pierced through his body. With his physical strength and battle force, not even an ordinary progenitor could compare to it, but it had still pierced through his body. This was what Mu Xia, Bai Wangyuan, and the others had seen. In reality, this ray of light was not as simple as it seemed. The moment it had struck Luin, it had attempted to spread Crimson Remnant's power throughout his body. This was even more terrifying than Astral Source Countercurrent, as this was the power of a true god. If it couldn't control Luin, it would destroy him. Who in the universe could resist the power of a true god? If not for the similarly tyrannical power in Lu Yin's heart, he would have been finished. Luin wasn't sure if it was the power in his heart that had neutralized the divine power, but even if it was, it didn't prove that the power in his heart surpassed the divine power. At most, it could only mean that there was too little divine power. After all, Bai Xianer had resisted the power in his heart in the Red Garden. This was only one aspect of it. Another aspect was that there was a red dot near his heart that was the divine power. He had only discovered this red dot when Mu Xia had brought him to the 4th base. He tried to use the black and white mist to neutralize it, but he couldn't do anything about it. The red dot didn't move at all, and it didn't resist either. It just stayed there, leaving Luin helpless. "Those are the people from the 4th base," Mu Xia said. Luin looked down and saw the Yao Emperor and the others taking the cultivators into their inner worlds. Only they could still use their inner worlds. Based on the strength of the astral source reversal, even a half-ancestor like Lan Xian would be half-crippled. Soon, Luin found Elder Chan. The old man's face was slightly pale, but he seemed to be fine. "You almost reversed the astral source reversal in your inner world. If that happened, your cultivation would be half-crippled," Elder Chan said when he saw Luin. Among the 4 half-progenitors at the 4th formation base, Xianxia was in the best condition. Although he also had a stellar source in his body, which was also reversed, what he truly cultivated was battle force and domains. Under the Mastery Realm battle force, his strength did not decrease by much. With Wan Zi overseeing the 4th base, it was fine. Luin had Elder Chan and the others bring the cultivators back while he rode the prison drake back to the 5th mainland. Because of the chaotic stratagem, almost all of the cultivators on the 5th mainland were half-crippled, including those who had come to the astral trees. However, the local cultivators weren't affected. When Luin appeared on the prison drake, countless people cheered. They were cheering for Luin to lead the 4th base to the new world. They were cheering for the first time in decades that the humans had hope of defeating the Eternals. The news of Luin shattering the giant Scarlet Eye hadn't spread yet, but it would spread soon. When that happened, Lu Yin's reputation would reach new heights, whether on the 5th mainland or in the astral trees. However, Luin wasn't in the mood to think about this. Not long after he rode the prison drake back to the 5th mainland, his expression sank. When he came out of the new void corridor, he saw that the cultivators from the 5th mainland and the cultivators from the astral trees were half-crippled. No matter what their cultivation base was, as long as they absorbed star energy or astral source reversal, it would reverse. Some people would have problems even walking, let alone fighting, unless they had the strength of Elder Chan and Xianxia. He went through the technocracy to the Innerverse and arrived at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The allied forces that had attacked the Starfall Sea had yet to retreat, but they were now completely different from before. Even with the help of various external items, they still maintained a considerable amount of combat power, but it couldn't hide the fact that they were half-crippled. Lu Yin saw Lu Bujing, Kai and the other half-ancestors from the Fifth Mainland, including the blood ancestor. Even Gu Yan, a half-ancestor who had just arrived at the Fifth Mainland, was the same. No one could escape this calamity. This was the true chaotic stratagem. It was at this moment that Lu Yin realized that although the liquid had devoured the astral source universe and caused the Fifth Mainland to enter a period of stagnation, it had greatly benefited Lu Bujing and the others when it had been released. The effects were even better than normal cultivation for decades. Lu Yin had wondered why the Eternals were doing this. They couldn't possibly be so kind as to help Lu Bujing and the other half-ancestors. Perhaps it had been a mistake, or perhaps something had gone wrong. He couldn't figure it out. But now, he knew that the Eternals hadn't made a mistake. They didn't care about how Lu Bujing and the other half-ancestors improved. Once the chaotic stratagem was activated, no one would be able to escape. Even progenitors would be affected. One should never underestimate the Eternals. Lu Yin understood Mr. Mu's fear of the Eternals, and he also understood why he was so eager to find out about the chaotic stratagem. If things went wrong, the chaotic stratagem might very well destroy the Fifth Mainland's cultivation civilization. Lu Yin rode the prison Wyrm and searched the entire Fifth Mainland to see if there was a place that wasn't affected. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any. At this moment, the battle on the other side of the astral tree domain was in full swing. Aside from the fourth base, the other four bases were constantly recovering cities in the New World, slaughtering corpse kings, and rescuing humans who had yet to be transformed. Good news kept spreading, as if the New World had already become the territory of the humans. Half a month later, the wireless goo vibrated, and Lu Yin answered. It was by Wang Yuan. Can you guys still defend the fourth formation base? This was by Wang Yuan's first sentence. He understood the Fifth Mainland situation, but so what? The Eternals had been beaten back, and their thoughts were constantly changing. At this moment, the Fifth Mainland's half-crippled state was beneficial to them. Lu Yin could hear the pressure in Bai Wang Yuan's words, but it was within his expectations. What are you trying to say? Bai Wang Yuan replied, if you can't defend the fourth base, you'll be violating the agreement. You should know the consequences. Don't worry, someone will take over. We'll defend the fourth base, Lu Yin said before ending the call. Lu Yin's expression darkened, as he hadn't expected the Eternals' chaotic stratagem to appear only now. Was it revenge? The chaotic stratagem's appearance had caused the Fifth Mainland to be half-crippled, and the Eternals had been beaten back. The four-way scale's ruling position had been completely solidified, which was quite unfavorable for Lu Yin. The West Mountain Tea King had warned him about this and given him time to consider it, but did he really need to consider it when facing the Eternals? Humans should be selfish, but they also needed to have a standpoint. If Lu Yin allowed the Eternals to continue staying because of the four-way scale, he would never be able to forgive himself. He didn't consider himself a magnanimous and selfless gentleman, but there were some things that he couldn't do. Regardless of whether he was a gentleman or a villain, everyone had their own standpoint. The fourth base would be replaced by the remaining members of the Lu family in the astral tree realm, as well as the people from the Fifth Mainland who cultivated battle force. Although there weren't many of them, they were barely enough to support a base. As long as there were enough half-ancestors, the base was no longer a battlefield. The new continent was the end of the war. One Wanzi and one Hen Xian were enough. In the astral tree realm, Bai Wang Yuan and the others swept through the new continent for half a month, clearing out all of the half-ancestors who posed a threat to cultivators. What did Lu Xiaoxian say? Xiaoxinji asked as he looked at Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Ran replied, Lu Xiaoxian said that someone will take over and that the fourth base will be handed over to the Fifth Mainland. The Fifth Mainland is already half-crippled. He's just making sure that there won't be any more battles at the base, so he's just finding some people to put on an act, Xiaoxinji said. Bai Wang Yuan looked at him. So what? Back then, the 3 strikes of astral sky didn't say that the base had to be a battlefield. As long as the fourth base is taken over by the Fifth Mainland, the original conditions will still stand. Wang Fan frowned. The Eternals actually crippled the Fifth Mainland. That's the most important thing. Now that the Eternals have been beaten back, they won't be able to do much in our universe. Even if the 7 sky gods come, they won't be able to bring an endless number of corpse kings. Besides, they were able to beat the Eternals in this battle, which means that their situation in other parallel spaces isn't ideal. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so indifferent to this place, the dragon ancestor said. Now that I think about it, Lu Xiaoxuan's guess was right. Although he doesn't understand other parallel spaces, his control of the situation is quite accurate. Wang Fan sighed. Bai Wang Yuan's eyes flashed. The 5th mainland is half crippled, so Lu Xiaoxian won't be able to do much. So what if he becomes a half-ancestor? Right now, what we should do is take complete control of the astral tree realm. I agree, Xiaxinji said. Wang Fan asked, does the 5th mainland not care? Xiaxinji glanced at him. It's been so many years. How has the abandoned land helped us? Wang Fan stopped talking. The dragon ancestor was worried. I'm afraid that the effects will spread to our universe. Bai Wang Yuan looked at the top realm. Seal the new void corridor immediately. We can only leave, not enter. More than half a month passed, and the entire 5th mainland sank into silence. Most of the cultivators had been severely injured by the energy reversal, and only a small portion of them had suffered light injuries. Big Sis, on the other hand, hadn't suffered any injuries at all, which was similar to Lu Yin's. Unfortunately, there were too few people like her. Lu Yin wanted to find those who had not been injured. He wanted to find out the reason for their injuries, and he also wanted to use this opportunity to confirm the true inheritors of the 5th mainland's unique power. However, this was not going to be easy, as cultivators were used to concealing themselves and keeping their trump cards hidden. Daozi, according to our observations, this sort of countercurrent energy can cause damage to a person's body in an instant, but only for an instant. Once the energy within the body dissipates, it will no longer cause any harm to the body. This process will depend on the degree to which the energy within the body dissipates. After all, everyone's star energy and astral sources are no longer under their control, and they can only slowly dissipate. They can't be released through battle techniques, the blood ancestor explained. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. I know that. The main thing is, what exactly exists in star energy and astral sources that can cause a cultivator's power to flow backwards? If we can't find the reason, then the 5th mainland will never be able to cultivate. It'll be even worse than the liquefied astral source universe. The blood ancestor couldn't answer, nor could he find the reason. Not long after, the medicine immortal came, but he did not bring any good results. He could not find the reason either. Lu Yin tried to find the reason himself, but he still couldn't find it. The Eternals were confident that they could use the turbid stratagem to cut off the 5th mainland's cultivation civilization, so they naturally wouldn't be easy to deal with. The second Night King arrived with an ugly expression. Daozi, the death rate of our 5th mainland's cultivators in the cosmic tree domain has increased again. The so-called Forsaken Alliance has been targeting our 5th mainland for a long time, and they're becoming more and more brazen. It's almost obvious that the four-side scale is behind this. Lu Yin listened quietly. More and more people want to go to the cosmic tree domain. There are rumors that the 5th mainland is already under the Eternals' control. Next, the Eternals will launch a full-scale attack on the 5th mainland by traveling through parallel space. Half of your cultivation is the first step. Everyone says that the Eternals are taking revenge on you, Daozi. Your glory in the New World has brought safety to the cosmic tree domain, but it has caused the 5th mainland to fall into despair. Everyone wants to leave, but the cosmic tree domain has unilaterally sealed off the new void corridor. Lu Yin tapped the air with his finger. Find the source of the rumors. He then looked at the second Night King. Kill without mercy. The second Night King bowed respectfully. Understood. Lu Bujing arrived and heard the second Night King's words. He was vexed. Putting an end to the rumors doesn't mean putting an end to the people's hearts. Everyone wants to leave the 5th mainland, and even if this crisis is resolved, this idea will still be deeply rooted in many people's hearts. If there's any problem, the first thing they'll think of is the Eternals. Actually, you can't blame them. No one wants to stay behind and wait for death. They're afraid. Lu Yin nodded. I know. I'm thinking of something. He then left the main hall. He went to look for the sapling, but there was nothing unusual about it so far. When it sensed Lu In, it docilely leaned against him and gently stroked his face with its leaves. It's good that you're fine. Don't absorb the astral sources for now, Lu In said as he stroked the sapling. The sapling didn't understand, but it happily did whatever Lu In told it to do. Lu In stared into the distance in a daze. How had the Eternals done it? If they could activate the turbid stratagem in an instant, then did they have a way to affect the entire fifth mainland? Unless they were progenitors, it was impossible. Right, there was another possibility, and that was a coincidence. The turbid stratagem might have been activated long ago, but it just so happened to take effect at this time. This made Lu In think that the Eternals had activated the stratagem to protect the Stargate. Regardless of the reason, Lu In was currently helpless against the turbid stratagem. The main thing was that he didn't know what was affecting the Starsource universe. A few days later, the wireless goo vibrated, and Lu In picked it up. It was Yuchen on the other end. He hadn't expected her to take the initiative to contact him. The mother tree is cracking, and the astral source liquid is about to flow out. Yuchen transmitted a message to Lu In. Lu In was shocked. Astral source liquid? Yes, the astral source liquid is stored in the mother tree. Now that the mother tree is cracking, the outer layer of astral source liquid will be broken by the frigid immortal sect. Once that happens, a lot of astral source liquid will flow out. Right now, half-ancestor Wu Yao and half-ancestor Bai Qi are guarding the area below the mother tree, waiting for the astral source liquid to appear. How do you know? Yu Dai reported. Directly below the area where the mother tree was split open, there was a small sect called the Moon Sect. The Moon Sect had Yu Dai in it. The Cold Immortal Sect destroyed the Moon Sect half a month ago. Before Yu Dai died, she sent me a message. She saw the flow of astral origin liquid with her own eyes, but it was blocked by a thin layer of tree bark. The Moon Sect wanted to secretly collect astral origin liquid, but it was destroyed by the Cold Immortal Sect. Lu In was curious. Why did you tell me? If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known. Yuchen paused for a moment. I want to restore the position I had when the junior ancestor was still alive. Are you having a hard time in the frigid immortal sect? Without the junior ancestor, even Lu Xiaoga can ignore me. The sect master doesn't like me because I remind him of the junior ancestor. I can't stay in the frigid immortal sect any longer. You didn't contact Xianxia? I wouldn't dare. Yuchen was an intelligent person, and the more intelligent a person was, the more afraid they would be of encountering someone like Bai Xian'er. She had even given him Bai Xian'er's contact information, so she knew that Bai Xian'er already knew about her betrayal. How could she possibly dare to contact Bai Xian'er? Yuchen was hoping that she would be able to survive through him. Lu In ended the call. Astral source liquid? He needed it. The fifth mainland situation in the starry sky of trees was very bad. It was time to deal with the abandoned alliance. Right, Lu In suddenly thought of Wang Wen. He hadn't received any news of such a huge incident, and he should be fine in the starry sky of trees. Lu In tried to contact Wang Wen using wireless goo, but no one picked up. Lu Yin's expression sank, and he tried a few more times, but to no avail. He stepped out of Heaven's Gate and rode the prison Wyrm to the starry sky of trees. The starry sky of trees sealed off one side of the new space corridor, and the fifth mainland's cultivators could only return. However, this seal was useless against Lu In, and he casually waved his hand to force half-ancestor Ji Feng back. Half-ancestor Ji Feng was shocked, and he looked at the corridor. Lu In walked out with the prison Wyrm on his shoulder and the general appointment platform floating behind him. Lu Xiaoxian? Half-ancestor Ji Feng exclaimed, his gaze somewhat evasive. Many of the fifth mainland's cultivators were overjoyed. They had just arrived, but because of the fifth mainland's incident, not only were they unable to leave, but they were also being sent back. Who would be willing to return under such circumstances? Lu In glanced at half-ancestor Ji Feng and then at Wang Yan. Wang Yan's expression was ugly. Why was he here again? Lu Daozi, something happened to the fifth mainland. You should be fine, right? Wang Yan asked in a gentle tone. Lu Yin's reputation in the starry sky of trees was extremely high, as he had been the one to force his way out of the new space and defeat the Eternals. Now, everyone knew that Lu Yin had shattered the astral gate and prevented the Eternals from coming back. This was a feat that would leave his name in history, and with his status as a direct descendant of the Lu family, there were more and more voices calling for the Lu family to reappear. It could be said that Lu Yin's reputation in the starry sky of trees was catching up to his reputation in the Fifth Mainland. If not for the four-way scale suppression, he would have been able to summon hundreds of people to support him. Lu Yin ignored Wang Yan and picked up the Cloud Connect stone to contact Wang Wen. This time, the connection was successful, and Wang Wen's bitter and pale face appeared on the stone. He was hiding in a transparent coffin. "You finally remembered me. If you hadn't, I would have died." "What's going on?" Lu Yin asked with a frown. Wang Wen looked like a miserable beggar. Wang Wen pointed the Cloud Connect stone at the surroundings, and Lu Yin's gaze froze. There were at least 20 people surrounding the transparent coffin, and they were constantly attacking. These guys have been fighting for days, and they don't seem like they're going to give up. They're from the Abandonment Alliance. Tui, my ass. They're just the four-way scales lackeys, Wang Wen rebuked. Wang Yan's expression changed when he saw this, and he looked at Lu Yin. Something was about to happen, but this wasn't a good time for this kid. The Eternals had disappeared, and if this kid really fell out with the four-way scales, the four ancestors could take action. Right now, they just lacked an excuse to do so. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Wait for me." He took a step forward and vanished. Was the four-way scales deliberately targeting Wang Wen? Lu Yin wasn't sure, but if that was the case, then it was too urgent. They were eager to fall out with him. But could they really afford to? Lu Yin's expression darkened as he rode the Hellworm towards the Central Realm. Wang Fan and the rest noticed Lu Yin's arrival. Strange, why isn't he at the Fifth Mainland trying to resolve the problem? What's he doing here? Ignore him. We'll talk about it after we deal with those people. Xianxia stared down coldly before looking up at the Outer Realm and Broken Star. The astral tree domain had to be completely controlled by the four-way scales. As for that guy, let's see where he can run to. The Eternals were gone, and Xianxia could easily search the astral tree domain. In the Central Realm, there was a transparent coffin floating beside a green lake. Wang Wen shouted, "Don't mess around." "What is this place?" "Don't throw it around." "What if you hit the plants?" Not far away, a dozen cultivators were staring coldly at the coffin. The leader was an emissary, but his face was blurry and hard to see. A faint wind circled around his body, and although it seemed gentle, it was obvious that he was powerful from the void being torn apart. "Throw it down," the emissary ordered. The woman beside him waved her hand, and the transparent coffin was thrown into the green lake. It fell into the lake with a plop and sank in the blink of an eye. Consider him unlucky. Even I can't destroy that kind of transparent coffin, but this green salt lake leads directly to the middle-level sea and connects to the undercurrent of the entire middle-level realm. If he falls into it, he can forget about coming out for the rest of his life. Even if he does come out, the corrosion of the green salt lake is enough to turn him into nothing, the emissary said coldly. Behind him, a dozen practitioners looked on in horror. They had heard of the reputation of the green salt lake. Even if an emissary fell into it, they might not be able to escape. "Is that so? Seems like you know a lot about it." A cold voice sounded from behind. The dozen or so cultivators were shocked. An unfamiliar voice? They all turned around and saw that the enormous caged WYRM had appeared out of nowhere. It covered the sky, but it did not seem to be imposing at all. They also saw Lu Yin standing on top of the caged WYRM. The faces of these cultivators turned pale in an instant. Their limbs turned cold and they almost collapsed to the ground. Prison Flood Dragon opened its mouth and roared. Many of the practitioners collapsed on the spot. The emissary trembled and stared blankly. Lu Xiaoxian? Since you know so much about the Green Salt Lake, I'll let you experience it." Lu Yin flicked his finger, and the emissary's body unconsciously flew into the air before crashing violently into the lake. Lu Yin's battle force had wrapped around him, so he definitely wouldn't die for a while. The battle force would force him down to the bottom of the lake and send him in an unknown direction along the undercurrent. This kind of punishment was even more painful than death. It was like waiting for death without being able to save oneself. The other cultivators trembled as they watched this scene in despair. Luin frowned, and a gust of wind threw them all into the lake. Whether or not they could survive would depend on their own luck. That's too ruthless, but I like it. Wang Wen's voice sounded from the other side. Luin had made his move after the transparent coffin had been thrown into the lake. The other cultivators naturally couldn't see Lu Yin's actions, so they thought that Wang Wen had really fallen into the lake. These guys are from the Four Scales, and they'll only become more and more unscrupulous. They're certain that you won't dare to fall out with them, but they'll definitely try to force you to, Wang Wen said. Luin was calm. That won't happen. They won't fall out with me until they find a way to keep Xianxia safe. Wang Wen rubbed his head and shook it as if he wanted to shake the water out of his ears. In reality, he hadn't touched any water at all. Don't underestimate the Four Scales. Even when your Lu family controlled the Fifth Mainland, they still schemed against you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm not the smartest, but I have the most tricks and the strangest. Let's make a bet. They won't dare to fall out with me for the time being. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. Small bets are harmful, but large bets are harmful. Luin smiled and looked in the direction of the mother tree. Although they won't fall out with me, their actions will definitely become more and more excessive. They're constantly trying to test my bottom line. Since that's the case, let's try it again. He then brought Wang Wen onto the hellworm and headed towards the mother tree. Luin didn't hide his tracks. The hellworm charged towards the mother tree, constantly being watched by the sovereign realm. At first, they thought that the hellworm was heading towards Huayuan or the top realm, but by Wang Yuan's expression darkened when he saw the direction the hellworm was heading in. He had a bad premonition, especially when the hellworm stopped beside the mother tree. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward with a solemn expression. The mother tree had cracked open. This crack wasn't big to the mother tree, but it was huge to the astral tree. It connected heaven and earth, and the width of the crack couldn't be measured by an ordinary person. The various powers of the four cardinal scales, including those of the central realm, all headed towards the crack to investigate, hoping to repair the mother tree. However, the frigid immortal sect had discovered the location where the mother tree's astral liquid could flow out. That location was just a small dot to the mother tree, so the other powers hadn't noticed it. The frigid immortal sect couldn't accurately estimate how much astral liquid would flow out, but it was definitely much more than what they had absorbed. Thus, they naturally couldn't tell anyone that there had been someone called the Yuzong in that location, but he had ordered them to be wiped out. And now, the hellworm had stopped right above the Yuzong. Lu Xiaoxian, what else do you want to do? Bai Wangyuan couldn't help but ask, as that location made him feel very insecure. Beneath the hellworm, Bai Qi and Wu Yao were hiding their auras as much as possible so that Luin wouldn't sense them. Luin replied, Where's the Yuzong? Where did he go? Bai Wangyuan raised his brows. Yuzong? What Yuzong? Lu Xiaoxian, your top priority should be to save the Fifth Mainland. Although the Eternals have been forced to retreat, that doesn't mean that they can't come to our space. If the Fifth Mainland is crippled, how can it resist the Eternals? Luin leaped down and stepped into the ruins of the Yuzong. This should be the Yuzong. How could it be gone? The remains of the building are still here. Was it wiped out by an enemy? Who was it? I'll definitely take revenge. Underground, Wu Yao's expression was extremely ugly. How could this bastard be familiar with the Yuzong? That was just a small sect that was like an ant. He had heard that the Yuzong knew Lu Xiaoxian. Could he be a descendant of the Lu family? That couldn't be right. When the Lu family was still around, the Yuzong had existed as well, and it had always been so insignificant. It couldn't be a descendant of the Lu family. Lu Xiaoxian, what the hell are you doing? Bai Wangyuan barked. Wang Fan and the others were puzzled, and Bai Wangyuan's attitude was a little strange. Luin looked up and frowned. I'm looking for my people. It's none of your business. Bai Wangyuan clenched his fists. If it weren't for that location, he wouldn't have bothered to speak. Right now, they needed to take complete control of the cosmic tree domain, and their next step was to deal with this brat. Damn it, he hoped that this brat wouldn't discover anything. Eh? Is that where the mother tree split open? Luin stood atop the ruins of the Yuzhong and looked into the distance. The Yuzhong was right next to the mother tree, and it was too close. Bai Wang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't say anything else. Luin walked towards the location where the mother tree had split open. The closer he got to the mother tree, the closer he got to Bai Qi and Wu Yao. The two looked at each other and then closed their eyes, suppressing their auras as much as possible. Up above, Zhu Jiao was digging his nose, and his eyes kept rolling outwards. No one knew what he was looking at. Luin took a step forward and appeared right above Wu Yao. This step almost caused Bai Wang Yuan to attack. Underground, Wu Yao opened his eyes, but he didn't dare to look up. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his breathing. Luin clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. I never thought that a half-ancestor would become a rat one day. Get out here. He stomped down with his right foot, causing the ground to crack. Wu Yao was suppressed by Lu Yin's strength, and he roared as he slashed out with his half-sky ring. Bai Qi tried to stop him. Stop. Luin kicked out, but it was like he was kicking a rock. The half-sky ring shattered, and Wu Yao was shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. He had fought with Luin before, and while Luin had relied on various external items to fight against progenitors, Luin had relied on his own strength to fight against a half-ancestor. However, it was impossible for Luin to shatter Wu Yao's inner world's half-sky ring so cleanly. This was impossible, as there shouldn't be such a large gap between them. Lu Yin's kick had not only shocked Wu Yao and Bai Qi, but also Bai Wang Yuan and the rest. How long had it been? It had only been a little over a year, and Lu Yin's strength had transformed yet again. This had been impossible when he had fought his way out of Shenwu Plain. Luin looked down at Wu Yao, and when he saw his pale face, he slowly said, the feeling of a rat being stepped on must not be pleasant. You. Wu Yao was enraged, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. The half-sky ring in front of him shattered and fell to the ground. Bai Qi stared at Luin. Why are you here? Luin was amused. That's what I want to know as well. Why are you all acting like rats here? In the sovereign realm, Wang Fan and the rest looked at Bai Wang Yuan. They did not know why the two progenitors from the Cult Immortal sect were hiding in such an inconspicuous place. How did you do it, Lu Xiaoxian? Wu Yao was unwilling to accept this outcome, as he hoped that Luin had used a progenitor's strength to shatter his half-moon ring. Luin had not used a progenitor's strength, he had only relied on his Mastery Realm Battle Force. Mastery Realm Battle Force was the pinnacle of battle force that the Third Mainland's ancient Pathmaster had created. It was not impossible for Luin to shatter a half-moon ring with just his physical strength. Actually, Luin had not expected to be able to shatter it, he had only wanted to kick it away. It could only be said that Mastery Realm Battle Force was too powerful. Just as Luin had guessed, reaching Mastery Realm Battle Force during the Warring States period was probably equivalent to reaching the level of a half-ancestor. Brother Bai, what's going on? Wang Fan asked calmly from the Sovereign Realm. Bai Wang Yuan answered, Astral Origin Liquid is about to appear. Xianxia sneered and looked down. It seems like Lu Xiaoxian discovered those two rats long ago. No matter what, we can't let him have the Astral Origin Liquid. Of course. Bai Wang Yuan's anger surged. No matter how much Astral Origin Liquid flowed out of the mother tree, it still belonged to the Frigid Immortal sect. He had wanted to use it to help Bai Qi increase her cultivation and break through to the Ancestral Star Realm as soon as possible. Now that Luin had exposed him, the other three families wouldn't give up. Chase Lu Xiaoxian away first. Xiaoxinji raised a hand and pressed down, causing a blade to descend. Halfway through, Mu Xia attacked. What are you doing? Mu Xia, this has nothing to do with you. We're just chasing Lu Xiaoxian away. We don't intend to violate the agreement, Bai Qi said. He was about to attack as well. The threat of the Eternals had been temporarily lifted, and they would not be trapped in the Sovereign Realm. Below, Luin looked up. Chasing me away? What a joke. He tore through the void and appeared at the crack in the mother tree. He looked at the Astral Origin Liquid within the thin layer of bark and cut it open. Lu Xiaoxian, stop! Bai Wangyuan shouted. There was a special way to absorb astral origin liquid, and doing so would only cause the liquid to evaporate. They all thought that Lu Ying wanted to fight to the death. If he could not obtain it, then no one else could. However, Lu Ying had never wanted to fight to the death. He wanted to monopolize it. As the bark was cut open, he immediately began to absorb the astral origin. In just a few breaths, a black hole appeared above his head. He was about to undergo his fifth tribulation. It had not been that long since he had undergone his fourth tribulation. The astral origin within his body had already reached the threshold of the fourth tribulation, so it was only natural for him to break through now. 5 origin tribulations was not enough to make others pay attention to him, especially when it came to Lu Ying. He already had the battle prowess of a half-martial ancestor. Even though advancing a realm would increase his strength, regardless of whether his realm increased or not, his strength had never stopped increasing. In comparison, advancing a realm was not that surprising. With Lu Yin's strength, he could have advanced a long time ago, even though his rate of advancement was ridiculously fast compared to his peers. With 5 origin tribulations descending, Bai Wangyuan and the rest could no longer take action. Although 5 origin tribulations weren't that powerful, if they took action, then the origin tribulations wouldn't just target Lu Ying. They would also be affected, and some unpredictable changes might occur. We'll make our move after the origin tribulation, Bai Zhe replied. This time, he had made up his mind to chase Lu Ying away. This brat had actually used the astral origin liquid to break through. Fortunately, Bai Zhe had not used much astral origin liquid, so there was still a considerable amount left. All he needed to do was survive 5 origin tribulations. We can't let this kid fight to the death. Attack immediately after the 5th origin tribulation ends, Wang Fan reminded. Next to the mother tree, Lu Ying easily dealt with the 5 origin tribulations. However, because he had 4 astral origin cyclones, his origin tribulations were equivalent to 4 origin tribulations. He could only raise his origin tribulations at the same time as before so that no one would notice anything amiss. Mu Xia appeared, standing far away from Lu Ying as he calmly watched. His appearance caused Bai Wangyuan and the rest to frown. Mu Xia was only one person, and they could chase Lu Xiaoxian away if they wanted to. However, Mu Xia could give Lu Xiaoxian time to react. If Lu Xiaoxian intentionally activated the astral origin liquid, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Mu Xia, you've really done well to fall out with us now. Are you ready? Xianxia threatened. Mu Xia didn't reply, and he only looked at the black hole above his head. Strange, why are 5 origin tribulations constantly appearing? Junior brother's origin tribulations are truly abnormal. At that moment, Lu Yin's voice rang out. Don't worry. I won't let the astral origin liquid evaporate. Bai Wangyuan stared at Lu Ying. If you want to snatch the astral origin liquid, then you must be prepared to fall out with us, Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Ying laughed. I was the one who forced the Eternals to retreat. I was the one who shattered the astral gate, and I was the one who led the 4th base into the new world. I was also the one who opened the entrance to the Starfall Sea to share some of your pressure. Now that the Eternals have retreated, you want to be ungrateful and eliminate me, a direct descendant of the Lu family? Lu Yin's words made them fall silent. Now was not the time to fall out with him. Even if they were confident in controlling the cosmic trees and the 5th mainland, they couldn't stop the flow of history from spreading. If they fell out now, no matter what reason they had, they would be seen as trying to eliminate the Lu family, which would greatly affect their reputation. Of course, reputation was only one aspect. More importantly, they weren't sure what the outcome would be if they fell out with Lu Ying. How many progenitors would help them in the cosmic trees? How many progenitors would Lu Xiaoxian have? It was rumored that when the 6th mainland's progenitor of mystery had attacked the 5th mainland, Xia Shang's blade had appeared. These were all uncertain factors. They wanted to take complete control of the cosmic trees and determine the power behind Lu Xiaoxian before eliminating them in one fell swoop. If they made a move now, it would really be a life and death struggle. Other things aside, a few progenitors would definitely die. This was not a loss they wanted to see. The destruction of the astral door meant that the Eternals couldn't launch a large-scale attack, but the 7 sky gods and progenitor corpse kings could definitely come. If they suffered too many losses, how would they deal with it? I wonder how the ancestral Meng's injuries are. I should go visit him, Luin muttered. By Wang Yuan and the others' expressions turned ugly. Right, there was still the ancestral Meng. Back when the ancestral Meng had trapped the undying god, it was Lu Xiaoxian who had gone to find the ancestral Meng and gotten the ancestral Meng to cooperate. Even the dragon ancestor couldn't do this. If they attacked Lu Xiaoxian, who would the ancestral Meng help? This was another unknown. They didn't speak, and Luin didn't say anything either. The origin tribulation above his head dissipated. Mu Xiao looked up at the sovereign's realm. Wu Yao, Bai Qi, and the others waited. The prison flood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, also looking up at the sovereign's realm. Lu Xiaoxian, we can give you some of the astral fluid, but before we solve the problem of the 5th mainland's astral source, you can't come back to the cosmic trees, Bai Wang Yuan said, compromising. Luin retracted his gaze and suddenly pressed down on the mother tree, continuing to absorb the astral fluid. Lu Xiaoxian. Bai Wang Yuan barked. Mu Xia walked out and faced the sovereign's realm. What's with the noise? Who dares to absorb the astral fluid? The mist ancestor's voice rang out. Luin looked up, and through the void, he saw the furious Bai Wang Yuan, as well as the gloomy Wang Fan and the others. I'm sorry, but I want to break through to the 6th origin tribulation. The astral liquid here seems to be enough. Astral fluid continuously entered Lu Yin's body, frantically replenishing the 4 cyclones. Bai Wang Yuan descended. Don't go too far. He attacked Luin, but Mu Xia blocked him. Xiaoxinji, Wang Fan, the dragon ancestor, and the mist ancestor all appeared. The caged Wyrm roared as the progenitors faced each other. They immediately attacked. Luin placed his right hand behind his back and tapped out with a finger. The die slowly spun, but it was useless. Do you really think that we won't attack you? Lu Xiaoxian, you're the one who provoked us this time. You'll pay the price, Xiaoxinji sneered as his divine sword domain erupted and countless blades slashed out. Luin tapped out with another finger. Xiaoxinji, stop. The mist ancestor stopped him and looked back at Luin with a frown. Lu Xiaoxian, stop. You can't absorb the astral fluid. The die stopped at 4 pips. Luin exhaled and entered the time. Stop space. He had absorbed a wave of astral fluid, but that was only a small portion. The rest would be replenished by the sapling's astral fluid. This way, he wouldn't absorb too much of the mother tree's astral fluid while hiding the fact that he had consumed too much astral source. Absorbing the astral fluid and converting it into one's own strength required time, so it couldn't be done in a short amount of time. This was also why Bai Wang Yuan and the others hadn't immediately attacked and had instead continued to threaten Luin. However, they had never imagined that Luin would be able to cultivate in the time-stop space. A year quickly passed, and Luin sensed that his 4 cyclones were close to the threshold of the 6th origin tribulation. He only needed to absorb a little more, which was the result of a year's worth of cultivation. The scene in front of him changed, and he reappeared a mere second later. Lu Xiaoxian, retreat immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. The mist ancestor was truly furious. She wouldn't allow anyone to absorb the mother tree's astral fluid, be it by Wang Yuan's group or Luin. Luin and the mist ancestor exchanged glances. Senior is right. The astral fluid cannot be absorbed, or it would be irresponsible to the mother tree and this region of the universe. My Lu family will definitely protect Senior's ideals, and I will eliminate anyone who tries to absorb the astral fluid. Senior, let's work together. He then pointed at Bai Wang Yuan and the others. The rest of you are not allowed to have any ideas about the mother tree's astral fluid. The mist ancestor was stunned. These words made it sound as if Luin wasn't the one absorbing the astral fluid. What had she just said? How could this guy change his mind so quickly? Mu Xia was also puzzled, as the mist ancestor had only said a few words. Bai Wang Yuan was annoyed. Lu Xiaoxian, you're the one absorbing the astral fluid right now. Luin blinked and coughed. I'm not absorbing it anymore. I won't allow anyone to do such a thing in the future. No matter who it is, I'll beat them up. Am I right, Senior? The mist ancestor raised her brows. You're not absorbing it anymore? Luine was about to speak when a sudden clap of thunder rang out. Everyone looked up to see that a giant black hole had appeared above their heads and was rapidly expanding. Was this an origin tribulation? I'm about to undergo my tribulation. Do you all want to go together? Luine asked. His sixth tribulation had finally arrived. When they heard the words tribulation, the others all hurriedly retreated. Xia glanced at Luine. Was this junior brother's cultivation that fast? The mist ancestor intentionally glanced at the mother tree and saw that it hadn't absorbed much astral fluid. How could this brat's astral source be so little? Furthermore, he had just undergone 5 origin tribulations, so it shouldn't be possible for him to undergo 6 so quickly. Even if he absorbed the astral fluid, it should take some time for it to be converted. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest were thinking the same thing, but no one could understand how Luine had managed to undergo 6 origin tribulations. This was a 6th origin tribulation, which was far from what a 5th origin tribulation could compare to. There were several important breakthroughs in a cultivator's life. The first step was to go from a normal person to a seeker, the second step was to break through to the Melder realm, the third step was to become an explorer, the fourth step was to become an enlighter, the fifth step was to become an emissary, and the sixth step was to break through 6 origin tribulations. The 6th origin tribulation was even more terrifying than the emissary origin tribulation. It was also a qualitative change that would lead to a massive killing tribulation in the stellar source universe. The stellar source universe would try its best to stop them. The stronger the person, the more likely they would be targeted by the stellar source universe. To Bai Wang Yuan and the others, someone like Luine who had undergone 6 origin tribulations might even surpass ordinary cultivators who had undergone half-ancestor origin tribulations. The star source universe would never allow such a person to break through so easily. Luine watched as the black hole above his head continued to expand. It was finally here. 6 origin tribulations. Hold on, would there be any problems with the mother tree? He thought for a moment and took a step forward. He tore through the void and headed towards the Yin Mountain district. He was afraid that the mother tree would be counted as an external object and strengthen the origin tribulation. That would be a waste. The Yin Mountain district was the largest among the Middle Realm's 9 districts, but it was also the most desolate district. Luine had stayed in the Yin Mountain district for a short period of time, so he had some understanding of the place. At this moment, in the humble school of the Yin Mountain district, Xuesi was leisurely drinking wine. He had been troubled by the 4-way scales because of Lu Xiaoxian, but fortunately, the superintendent had saved him. Since then, no one had troubled him. Lu Xiaoxian could walk openly in the starry sky of trees, so who would bother him? He was a retainer of the Lu family, but he did not plan to look for Lu Xiaoxian again. The kindness of the humble class must be repaid, and the kindness of the superintendent must be repaid. Moreover, it seemed that the humble class and Lu Xiaoxian were very close, and the superintendent was Lu Xiaoxuan's senior brother. How messy, this relationship. Xuesi muttered to himself. He leisurely drank a mouthful of wine and was in a great mood. At this moment, a little fatty came looking for him. Sect Master, it's getting dark. Is it going to rain? Xuesi rolled his eyes. Have you heard of rain in the Yin Mountain district? Go play somewhere else, don't disturb this Sect Master's memories. Oh, okay. Little fatty left. Fourth Xue sneered. Rain? These little guys are getting dumber and dumber. It's even raining. He looked outside and his mouth fell open. Wasn't this origin tribulation? In the next moment, Xuesi immediately gathered everyone to flee for their lives. Fourth Sect Master Xue, I'm sorry, but I'll have to trouble you to make way. Xuesi's mind went blank when he saw Luine. You attracted the origin tribulation? It can't be helped. The Yin Mountain district is vast and sparsely populated. It's a good place to transcend the tribulation, Luine said helplessly. Xuesi didn't know what to say. He could vaguely see the governor. Whatever, he had to escape first. Speaking of which, wasn't the range of this origin tribulation a little too large? Everyone had the same thought in their minds. The range of this origin tribulation was too large, so large that it was somewhat exaggerated. Luin stopped, as he also felt that it was too big. It was even bigger than when he had faced the emissary origin tribulation. The Yin mountain region was larger than the fifth mainland's outer verse by dozens of weaves. Even so, the origin tribulation had almost covered the entire Yin mountain region and was even spreading outwards. The sky of the middle realm darkened. The tribulation origin black hole was terrifyingly deep. Luin couldn't clearly see what was inside, so he quietly waited for the calamity to descend. Countless people looked at the Yin mountain district and felt the oppressive atmosphere. Many speculated that it was Watanabe. Ancestral origin tribulation. Some people even guessed that it was the ancestral origin tribulation. Luin seemed calm, but he was actually very nervous. He had 4 astral origin cyclones, which was quite exaggerated. When he had faced the emissary origin tribulation and opened up 4 astral origin cyclones to absorb astral sources, an unstoppable calamity had appeared in the end. If not for that corpse, he would have already died. He couldn't withstand that calamity himself, but he could rely on his corpse to do so. From his point of view, it wasn't a calamity but a punishment. Now that he had opened up all 4 astral origin cyclones, he was about to face his 6th origin tribulation. He didn't know what would happen, and he was very nervous. As he waited, the void changed. It became very quiet, so quiet that it was strange. Not only was there sound, but there was also nothing, including the air and even the astral sources. Everything around him instantly vanished, forming an absolute vacuum around Luin. He looked into the distance. Was that a tsunami? Clouds? No, that wasn't it. It was a sky formed from astral sources that looked like a tsunami. It was a sky that was about to cover the earth. Outside the range of the origin tribulation, Xianxia and the others were shocked. How could such a scene appear? During a 6th origin tribulation? Isn't this the suppression that only progenitor's origin tribulation can appear? How can it appear during a 6th origin tribulation? The mist ancestor exclaimed. The expressions of Bai Yuan and the others changed. They were both happy and nervous. This kind of killing tribulation only appeared in ancestor realm origin tribulations. It was a kind of killing scene that was formed when the astral source universe targeted cultivators who were too strong. They had never heard of a 6th origin tribulation causing such a scene. It was as if the entire astral source universe had turned into the sky and was suppressing down. How many half-ancestors had died to such a thing? They had also encountered it before, but they hadn't expected it to appear during Lu Yin's 6th origin tribulation. Did this mean that the astral source universe acknowledged that his threat was no less than that of a progenitor? He couldn't rely on external items for his tribulation, such as Lu Jian's general appointment platform, caged Wyrm, or his slippers. He could only rely on himself. Had he reached a level where he could threaten the astral source universe's progenitors? That was impossible. Outside the upper realm, many pairs of eyes looked down, filled with shock. Only progenitors could understand this calamity. They had never dreamed that Luin could trigger such a calamity. Xianxia wanted to warn Luin, but Luin was already surrounded by the suppressing sky. Once his voice passed through it, it would definitely trigger a backlash from the calamity. Xianxia couldn't warn Luin. An astral envoy's origin tribulation could be warned by an outsider, and Luin had helped Deqiu undergo his tribulation. 6 origin tribulations could also be done, but this sort of suppressing sky was out of the question. Although Luin didn't understand this calamity, he could sense how terrifying it was. The astral sources in the 4 astral source cyclones within his body were all pulled out and sent towards the suppressing sky. Without the astral sources, how could he survive the tribulation? It's starting. The astral sources in Lu Xiaoshuan's body will be snatched away, and the absolute power of the astral source firmament will suppress the person undergoing the tribulation. If he can't pass this stage, then he won't be qualified to become a progenitor. This is because progenitors are the limit that humans can reach, and they should be able to create their own power system. It's too difficult to rely solely on astral sources to become a progenitor, Wang Fan sighed. The fog ancestor had a complicated expression. Lu Xiaoxian hasn't become a progenitor, but he still has to face this kind of suppression. It's not fair to him. Xianxia was stunned. When a master took in a disciple, talent and hard work were indispensable. An astral envoy could fight a half-ancestor, and a half-ancestor could fight a progenitor. This was the standard, but even Xianxia couldn't face this kind of calamity while undergoing 6 origin tribulations. This was a calamity that targeted those who had become progenitors. Just what kind of talent did this little junior brother have? Luin narrowed his eyes and released power from his heart, creating a starry sky that covered an area. The astral sources that had been snatched away no longer leaked out, and he used the power of the starry sky in his heart to forcefully stop the astral source universe from being snatched away. This result shocked everyone. He actually blocked it? How is that possible? He created his own power system? Only a half-ancestor who goes through a progenitor's origin tribulation and creates their own power system to form an inner world can block the astral source universe from being snatched away. He's actually able to do this at the emissary level. I remember now. When he fought 4 half-ancestors alone, he ignored their inner worlds and killed one of them. This kid has long since created his own power system. Many voices echoed, and all of them came from progenitors. Only progenitors could clearly see the scene of Lu Yin's tribulation. Outside the suppressing firmament, not even half-ancestors could see it. The world rumbled, and it was as if the firmament was being crushed, causing the world to collapse. Humans were incomparably tiny in front of the heavens and earth. How could humans defeat the heavens? The power that you cultivate comes from the heavens, so how can you resist? You are just an ant that will be crushed under the heavens. Do not resist. Suppress. 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 Countless voices echoed throughout the world, wanting to suppress and kill Luin so that he would lose the will to resist. Luin raised his head and looked at the suppressing firmament formed by the astral source universe that was crushing down on him. You want to suppress and kill me? What a joke. Since you are the heavens, then I will overturn the heavens. He then raised a hand, causing dust to fly up and cover the suppressing firmament. It was as if a continent had been added to the suppressing firmament. It was as if the middle realm was above the lower realm, and the peak realm was above the middle realm. Outside the Yin mountain region, countless people's jaws dropped. They were shocked to see another continent appear in the distance. Why was there another continent? Was there going to be a 4th continent in the astral tree region? Such a spectacular scene shocked countless people. No battle technique should be able to surpass the suppressing firmament, but the dust came from the continents. The astral source universe was not a true universe, it was the power of the progenitor, and it was born from the continents. The continents and soil could move freely in this universe, and the astral source universe could not stop them. The soil is below, and the heavens are above. Now that the soil is in the heavens, it will overturn the heavens. Luin roared as he pressed down with his palm, using the soil of the continents to overturn the suppressing firmament formed by the astral source universe. The entire middle realm shook, and the suppressing firmament was forcefully overturned. The suppressing firmament was forcefully overturned, and the astral tree region, including the 5th mainland, trembled. Countless people stared blankly as they waited in despair. No one could do anything about this overturning of the heavens. Who could stop the suppressing firmament? By Wang Yuan and the others' eyes flickered. This suppressing firmament was not very powerful, but it overturned the suppressing firmament, and the shock it brought was unparalleled. Is this the suppressing firmament palm that Lu Shaoxian created? How did he create it? It's the suppressing firmament palm that no one can learn. It's one of the Lu family's ultimate techniques. The fog ancestor's eyes flashed. This is a willed palm technique. It doesn't depend on its power, but it's boundless. It's hard to imagine how such a young person created it. Where did such a concept come from? Xianxia was similarly shocked. Luin could overturn the suppressing firmament with just his envoys, so if others could learn it, would the suppressing firmament still be an obstacle to them? Did this Tao progenitor's calamity mean that they could all overcome it? It was no wonder why it was listed as one of the Lu family's ultimate techniques and why the Lu family's ancestor had appeared. This was the first time Luin had used a sky-toppling palm that covered such a large area, and the effect was quite good. He didn't understand the sky suppressor at all, so he couldn't understand that the shock brought by the sky-flipping palm wasn't just what he imagined, but an unparalleled shock. He had broken through a progenitor's origin tribulation. As sky-toppling palm was overturned, it gradually dissipated along with the tribulation origin black hole. Luin looked up at the sky, it was gone? Everyone else watched as well. Had the tribulation disappeared? Although the tribulation had come and gone quickly, it was still understandable. After all, it was a progenitor's tribulation, which should have been certain death for a cultivator with 6 tribulations. Since Luin had survived it, there should not be any other tribulations. Luin frowned. No matter what that tribulation had been, it should not have disappeared just like that. He had 4 astral cyclones, so how could he have survived it so easily? However, the tribulation origin black hole had disappeared. Strange. The Een Mountain district returned to normal, and the tribulation origin black hole disappeared. Xianxia relaxed, it was finally gone. The appearance of sky-toppling palm had frightened him, and he had despaired as he waited to be crushed to pieces. With his strength, he was not qualified to be targeted by an origin tribulation. He could not even be considered interfering with the tribulation, so he could only be crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoxian had been reliable. Not only had he saved himself, but he had also saved a group of people. Junior brother, how's the investigation of the 5th mainland's astral source coming along? Xianxia asked as he arrived. Luin was vexed. I can't find the reason. There must be a problem with the astral source universe, but I just can't figure out what it is. He then looked up. I never thought that a 6th tribulation would disappear just like that. It's strange. The fog ancestor came over as well. Strange? Do you know what that tribulation was? Luin was puzzled. Senior, have you seen it before? It's called sky-toppling palm, and it's a tribulation from the astral source universe for progenitors. Since ancient times, many half-ancestors have died to this tribulation. You're quite ruthless to be able to survive it, the fog ancestor said. She was impressed. What kind of tribulation can there be if you can survive that tribulation? Luin understood. That was not wrong, as the astral source universe was indeed ruthless. Suddenly, his scalp went numb as an uncontrollable chill spread from head to toe. He had experienced such a chill before, it was a sense of crisis. His expression changed greatly. He raised his head to look at the sky. There was no tribulation origin black hole, nothing at all. Strange, where did this danger come from? Suddenly, he saw the red planet. Was that the Calamity Star? Madman Lu was going to make a move again? Senior, Luin called out. Xiao looked up and saw the Calamity Star. His pupils shrank. Not good, the origin tribulation hasn't disappeared. It's still in the outer realm. Let's go. The mist ancestor cried out in alarm, origin tribulation can be hidden? Brat, just how much danger are you giving it? Luin had also seen the origin tribulation. It had actually left the middle realm and ran to the outer realm. It was hiding itself so that it could suddenly descend upon the outer realm. How could such a thing happen? The origin tribulation also knew strategy? Was it necessary? Wasn't it just 4 cyclones? Was there such a huge crisis? However, now was not the time to think about the origin tribulation. He stared fixedly at the Calamity Star, which was approaching the origin tribulation. Luin gritted his teeth, and his gaze turned cold. Madman Lu wanted to interfere with the origin tribulation, which would cause the origin tribulation to engulf him and Luin. Luin wanted to use the origin tribulation to kill Luin. Xianxia and the mist ancestor could not interfere with this method, as it would only make the origin tribulation even more terrifying. Luin could see this, and so could Xianxia and the rest. Luin stared at the Calamity Star and leaped up. The mist ancestor's expression turned ugly. That person was going all out to kill Lu Xiaoxian, and he himself would have to endure the origin tribulation as well. Stop him. Unlimited kinetic energy will be destroyed by the origin tribulation. Bai Wangyuan was shocked. As someone from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, he had not reacted this way even when the ancient gods and the 7 sky gods had joined forces to attack him. He was not the only one, Wang Fan and the rest tore through the void and stepped into the outer realm. However, before they could reach the outer realm, stars began to appear one after another. The 5 array bases on the battlefield behind them shook, and the entire cosmic tree realm seemed to be shaken. Unlimited kinetic energy included the 5 array bases and the 7 stars in the outer realm. Once the Calamity Star was engulfed by the Origin Tribulation, it would not only affect the Calamity Star, but also the entire unlimited kinetic energy array. This would no longer be a problem for Lu Yin and Madman Lu, but for the entire cosmic tree realm. This was what caused Bai Wan Yuan and the rest to pale. They did not want anything to happen to the unlimited kinetic energy. That madman, the mist ancestor thought as he stared up. Lu Yin had not expected that Madman Lu would want to bury the entire cosmic tree realm. Once the unlimited kinetic energy was destroyed by the Origin Tribulation, the array would lose its effectiveness, and the Eternals would attack again. This would be tantamount to opening up the cosmic tree realm and betraying the entire human race. Kid, suppress your aura, the mist ancestor reminded him. Lu Yin hurriedly suppressed his aura, not wanting the Origin Tribulation to appear so quickly. Bai Wan Yuan and the rest headed to the outer realm to stop the Calamity Star from appearing. The other 6 stars also acted, using the unlimited kinetic energy to drag the Calamity Star back. The Calamity Star stopped moving, no longer approaching the Origin Tribulation. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he saw a figure walk out from the Calamity Star. It was as if a gale had stirred up the Calamity Star, causing it to sway. The figure was filled with a tyrannical and violent aura. The figure's gaze suddenly fell and met Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin saw a pair of crazed eyes that were excited, cruel, and completely irrational. There was an indescribable ferocity in the depths of those eyes. He smiled. Lu Yin saw him smile. This person was Madman Lu. Even though he did not say anything, Lu Yin could clearly feel the boundless killing intent directed at him. There was no need to say anything. This was a killing intent that would not rest until one of them was dead. Madman Lu stepped out of the Calamity Star. Since the Calamity Star could not be moved, he would go find the Origin Tribulation himself. So what if he had to endure the Origin Tribulation? The Lu family's direct descendant had to die. He could not withstand the progenitor's Origin Tribulation. Suddenly, an evil Saraira blocked Madman Lu's path. It was Mu Xia. Mu Xia took a step forward before Bai Wan Yuan and the rest, standing between the Calamity Star and the Origin Tribulation. Go back. Madman Lu looked at Mu Xia. Lu Yin had thought that the man would act, but Mu Xia gave up and returned to the Calamity Star without hesitation. The Calamity Star then disappeared along with the other 6 stars. Bai Wan Yuan and the rest appeared and stared deeply at the Calamity Star. It was clearly Lu Yin's tribulation, but they were all covered in cold sweat. That's crazy. If we don't stop him, he'll drag the unlimited kinetic energy down with him, Wang Fan said in a low voice. He looked at the Calamity Star with fear in his eyes. Xianxia said, this person needs to be dealt with as well. He was able to deal with the Lu family in the past, so he'll be able to deal with us in the future. He's a madman. Bai Wan Yuan suddenly raised a hand to stop Xianxia and looked at Mu Xia. What did he say? Mu Xia's expression was solemn. Nothing. Bai Wan Yuan looked at the Calamity Star again and sighed. This person was too crazy. The Calamity Star disappeared, and this accident left just as quickly as it had appeared. Lu Yin could no longer see the Calamity Star, so he turned his attention to the Origin Tribulation. At that moment, the Origin Tribulation descended with a terrifying killing intent. Its destructive power was comparable to that of a half-ancestor's inner world. It would have been enough to easily kill an ordinary cultivator with 6 Origin Tribulations, but it was not enough to deal with Lu Yin. The killing intent of this Origin Tribulation was not its might, but rather its concealment and the possibility of an accident. The killing intent of this Origin Tribulation allowed everyone to see a different side of the astral source universe. They would do anything to deal with someone undergoing a tribulation. When the Calamity Star was resolved, everyone stared at the sky outside the upper realm and watched as the Calamity Origin black hole disappeared. It should be over this time. Although the 6th Origin Tribulation is comparable to an emissary's Origin Tribulation, these 2 Origin Tribulations were not easy to pass, especially the first suppressing the heavens. Even a half-ancestor would find it difficult to pass, the mist ancestor sighed. Lu Yin's expression did not relax at all. Was it over? No, he did not think so. There was no reason, he just did not think so. Even the origin tribulation could be hidden, which made him feel uneasy. By Wang Yuan's group, Mu Xia, and the mist ancestor all fell silent. The progenitors in the upper realm and Bai Xian in the red flower garden were all watching. Everyone was waiting. Would there be more origin tribulations? The results did not disappoint, the origin tribulation had appeared. Just like the first time, the black hole expanded endlessly above Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin felt bitter, it really was not that easy. In outer space, Xianxia and the others exchanged glances and sighed in relief. It would have been best if Lu Xiaoxian had died to the origin tribulation. They were very curious as to what kind of origin tribulation would appear next. It should not be any weaker than the suppressing the heavens, or there would be no point in trying again. Everyone stared at the black hole above Lu Yin's head. Soon enough, astral sources gathered and the void distorted. Suddenly, a human figure appeared. It was completely black and had no facial features, only 4 limbs. A humanoid origin tribulation, the dragon ancestor cried out. Mu Xia frowned. A humanoid origin tribulation was something that both emissaries and progenitors feared the most. Since the astral source universe had summoned a humanoid origin tribulation, it meant that it believed that this origin tribulation would be stronger than the person undergoing the tribulation, at least in a certain aspect. This was difficult, as once a humanoid origin tribulation appeared, the person undergoing the tribulation would definitely be weaker in a certain aspect. They just did not know who this humanoid origin tribulation was. Origin tribulations could not appear randomly, so this humanoid origin tribulation had to be at least 6 tribulations. It could not be a progenitor, or else it would not have needed to undergo the tribulation. A 6th tribulation origin tribulation that could match Lu Yin. Throughout the entire astral tree domain, or perhaps even throughout the entire history of humanity, there were not many people like this. Everyone watched curiously. Who was this person? Lu Yin also stared. Who could this person be? 9 mountains and 8 seas? Or was it a progenitor that had appeared before? Or was it someone from the era of above heaven? If the astral source universe recognized that this person was stronger than Lu Yin in a certain aspect, then this person had to be someone who could become a progenitor. In the Yin Mountain district, the humanoid origin tribulation stood quietly high in the sky, facing Lu Yin directly. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he waited for the humanoid origin tribulation to attack. With a whoosh, the humanoid origin tribulation moved, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it was right in front of Lu Yin, and it struck out with a palm. Lu Yin raised his own hand at the same time, using the void palm. Boom! The void exploded as countless cracks spread out from where their palms collided. The entire space was torn apart, and the humanoid tribulation origin tribulation was pushed back 10,000 meters. The emptiness palm contained Lu Yin's strength, overlaying Stack's path, battle force, and a domain. Although he hadn't used battle force from the palm realm, it was enough to deal with any opponent, including half-ancestors. Lu Yin hadn't used his full strength in this attack, and it had been a test. In the end, he had forced the humanoid back, but it had only been pushed back 10,000 meters, which had surprised him. Anyone in the same realm who could survive his attack would be considered a peerless genius. As expected of someone from the astral source universe. Suddenly, his right arm started to ache. He lifted it up and looked at it, only to find that it had withered a little at some point in time. Due to his frequent use of things develop in their opposite, he had gotten used to the withered state, which was why he hadn't noticed it immediately. Anyone else would have definitely noticed it. His right arm was withered. Was it from that palm? Was that the life palm? Lu Yin stared at it in shock. Was this person from the Lu family? Only the Lu family's life palm could absorb an opponent's vitality. This person was not only from the Lu family, but also an absolute expert. Otherwise, even if someone in the same realm used the life palm to deal with him, it wouldn't have been able to absorb his vitality. Right, it could also be Xianxia from the frigid immortal sect. The humanoid origin tribulation appeared again, this time with a palm. Lu Yin raised his brows. Since he knew that it was either the life palm or Xianxia, there was no point in continuing. He withered his right arm and used the extreme reversal technique to clash with the humanoid origin tribulation's palm. The humanoid was sent flying, but it didn't hesitate to attack again with another palm. The difference was that it wasn't the life palm this time, as a blurry piece of land had appeared behind the humanoid origin tribulation. Someone from the Lu family. By Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and the others cried out. The dragon ancestor's expression was grave. That's the Lu family's visualization technique. There was a thump, but Lu Yin's palm did not force the humanoid origin tribulation back. He could feel an extraordinary strength behind it. Not only did it contain a terrifying destructive power, but it also contained an indescribable intimidation and suppression. When he looked at the blurry piece of land behind the humanoid origin tribulation, he felt as if countless living beings had attacked him. It was as if a piece of land was pressing down on him. This was the fifth mainland. Someone from the Lu family? Lu Yin finally reacted. Lu Bujing had said that the Lu family's visualization technique was a piece of land, which was the entire fifth mainland. The Lu's family had borrowed the power of the fifth mainland to control it. The direct line of descent was the fifth mainland's visualization, while the collateral line was the Akalanatha heavenly king elephant. That was the life spirit palm, not Xian Fanyao. This person must be a direct descendant of the Lu clan. These voices were complemented by the fifth mainland's visualization, and they brought about a constant pressure that stacked upon each other. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since been suppressed by this pressure, but Lu Yin was unaffected. These voices were from the primogenitor scripture, and this person was definitely a direct descendant of the Lu family. The only question was who this person was. That made sense. Who else but the Lu clan could rival him in 6 origin tribulations in this part of the universe? Lu Yin hadn't expected his opponent to be a direct descendant of the Lu family. He suddenly grew excited and unleashed all of his strength. The realm of mastery battle force wrapped around his arm, and he exerted force with his palm. There was a thump, and the humanoid origin tribulation cultivator was sent flying. The visualized land disappeared. Even if a direct descendant of the Lu family visualized the fifth mainland and combined it with the primogenitor's scripture, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Yin. Since Lu Yin had been cultivating for so long, his foundation was simply too deep. So what if they were from the Lu family? Chu Yuan had also received the teachings of the progenitor, and he was also a Tao disciple of the first mainland. Hulua Mavis and Sky Jadeite were all direct descendants of the first mainland. They were all swept away by Lu Yin. The humanoid origin tribulation cultivator was on the verge of collapsing under Lu Yin's palm, and it kept retreating. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest gasped in shock. Lu Xiaoxian had already surpassed any direct descendant of the Lu family. His battle achievements and experiences were no longer something that the Lu family could restrain. The humanoid origin tribulation cultivator retreated 1,000 meters before stopping. It raised a hand with its palm facing downwards, and the dust on the ground rose up and transformed into a needle that pierced through its palm. It was the Xitigarbha needle. The Xitigarbha needle was a needle that could be used to detoxify or treat illnesses. This person was currently using one of the Lu family's secret techniques. I'm very curious. Who exactly are you? Lu Yin muttered to himself. He was curious about everyone in the Lu family. The humanoid origin tribulation cultivator raised a hand, and a general appointment platform appeared in front of it. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. Even if it was a direct descendant of the Lu family, its strength was already quite impressive. Without the general appointment platform, it would be difficult for it to do anything else. However, how did this humanoid origin tribulation cultivator from the astral source universe use the general appointment platform? Lu Yin felt that this was strange. There were many things in this universe that couldn't be explained. The astral source universe was rumored to have been formed by the progenitor's power, and it enveloped the 6 continents. However, why had the progenitor created the origin tribulation, and how had it drawn out a specific level of origin tribulation? The Eternals had said that the progenitor was dead, but if that was the case, why had the astral source universe remained? It was similar to how the Grim Reaper had left behind Death Chi, and how Fate had left behind Fatezan and the Book of Destiny. Perhaps only by becoming a progenitor would one be able to pry into these mysteries. One figure after another appeared out of thin air, all of them formed from astral sources. Even if this person wasn't a humanoid origin tribulation cultivator, it was still formed from astral sources, so there wasn't much of a difference. The only difference was that this person didn't have any facial features. Large and small creatures of all shapes and sizes were summoned. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of creatures appeared in front of Luin. There were humans and giant beasts, and there were many forms that Luin had never seen before. None of these creatures were at the half-ancestor level, but almost all of them were envoys. There were even a few peak envoys that charged towards Luin. This was the general appointment platform. One person could rule a country, and one person could be revered. Luin raised a hand, and his astral sources transformed into a sword. As long as these creatures weren't at the half-ancestor level, they wouldn't be able to pose a threat to him. He raised his sword and slashed out, turning an envoy into astral sources that dissipated. Beside him, several envoys used various battle techniques to attack, but Lu Yin's sword slashed out horizontally, erasing them all. One envoy after another charged towards Luin like moths to a flame, but they all disappeared under the edge of Lu Yin's sword. Lu Yin's strength was enough to crush anyone below the half-ancestor level. Even those peak envoys would only be able to withstand a few strikes from Luin before they were wiped out in the end. This was the power of someone at the top, and it was an absolute crushing power. In the distance, Xianxia's eyelids twitched as he watched the scene unfold. Every creature that had been summoned was something that he cared about, and there were even some that terrified him. However, they were as powerless as children in front of Luin. This scene had a huge impact on Xianxia and the others, and it was even more impactful than suppressing the heavens. They couldn't understand suppressing the heavens at all. However, Bai Wangyuan and the others weren't surprised at all. In their eyes, envoys were no different from ordinary cultivators. One strike, one kill, and in the blink of an eye, all of the creatures that had been summoned were wiped out. Luin raised his sword and pointed it straight at the humanoid tribulation origin, slashing out with the 13th strike. It was time to end this. This humanoid tribulation origin had not caused much of a disturbance. The astral source universe had probably lured him out because it was certain that this tribulation origin strength was comparable to Lu Yin's. It was impossible to find someone in the same realm who could surpass Luin in a certain aspect. The 13th strike swept past, and the humanoid tribulation origin crouched on the ground. The platform slowly disappeared. He had done quite well, but he still couldn't pose a threat to Luin. It's over. Luin raised his sword again and was about to slash out. Suddenly, a cloth scroll appeared above the humanoid tribulation origin's head. It unfurled, an astral source illuminated the middle realm with a glaring light. It was like a rising sun, and there were 4 words on the scroll: Divine Seal Catalog. Luin was shocked and blurted out, "Divine Seal Catalog?" He wasn't the only one, as everyone who saw this was shocked, including Bai Wangyuan and the others. Since ancient times, there had been many direct descendants in the Lu family who had possessed the Divine Seal Catalog, but there were very few who could actually use it. This was because the Divine Seal Catalog had to be a progenitor, and even if one looked at the entire history of the Lu family, how many people had actually been bestowed the title of progenitor? A family's history could represent the entire continent's history, and the Lu family was such a family. Since ancient times, it had given birth to many progenitors, but compared to the number of direct descendants in the Lu family, the difference was too great. If the Lu family had more than 10,000 direct descendants since its inception, then at most, only 10 of them had become progenitors, and not all of them had been direct descendants. Only those direct descendants who had also become progenitors had a chance of being bestowed the title of progenitor. Otherwise, it would be too difficult. To this day, there were very few direct descendants of the Lu family who had been bestowed the title of progenitor without becoming progenitor, and every single one of them could be remembered. For example, Lu Tianyi had not been bestowed the title of progenitor during the Daosaur sex era. He had been bestowed the title much earlier than the Daosaur sex era, and it could be traced all the way back to the Above Heavens sex era. When he had been bestowed the title of progenitor, he had not been a progenitor, but he had never mentioned what realm he had been at. This was something that Bai Wangyuan and the others knew. For example, Lu Xiaoshuan's father, Lu Qi, had been bestowed the title of progenitor when he had been a half-ancestor. He had relied on the Divine Seal progenitor to rush to the New World and single-handedly turn it upside down. Anyone who had been bestowed the title of progenitor without reaching the progenitor realm was an absolute genius, and they would have been a daozi in the above heavens sect. This humanoid tribulation origin cultivator was the same. No, he was even more terrifying than Lu Qi. Lu Qi had been bestowed the title of progenitor at the half-ancestor realm, but this person had actually been bestowed the title at 6 origin tribulations. How was this possible? No, it's not 6 origin tribulations, the mist ancestor said. Elsewhere, in outer space, Wang Fan's expression was solemn. Although this humanoid tribulation origin cultivator isn't a half-ancestor, he's definitely at the peak of the emissary realm. The tribulations brought by the astral source universe aren't just based on one's cultivation level, but also their true strength. Bai Kun said, when this humanoid tribulation origin cultivator first appeared, he was indeed at 6 origin tribulations, but after the general appointment platform was destroyed, he rose to 7. This is the first time I've seen a humanoid tribulation origin cultivator grow. What exactly is Lu Xiaoxian cultivating? The first one is the sky suppression that only progenitors face. The second one is the hidden origin tribulation, and the third one can actually grow. The dragon ancestor exclaimed, looking at Luyin in disbelief. Every single one of his tribulations is different from an ordinary person's. Xiaoxinji's expression sank. This child cannot be left alive. This humanoid tribulation origin cultivator isn't simple either. A peak emissary can become a deity. Even Lu Tianyi might not necessarily be able to do that. The humanoid tribulation origin cultivator had used the divine seal catalog, which made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat. Could there really be a deity? This was a progenitor, and it would be troublesome for Lu Yin to deal with a progenitor without relying on external items. Could this be the true reason why this humanoid tribulation origin cultivator had appeared? In the sky above the Yin Mountain district, everyone's eyes were focused on the divine seal catalog. A figure walked out from the divine seal catalog under everyone's gaze. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was a progenitor, but who was it? The figure had one hand behind his back and the other in front of his chest. He was holding something that looked like a book as he calmly floated in the air. Even though it was only a sliver of his strength that was being borrowed, the disposition of the other party was reminiscent of a scholar. Wait, a scholar? Lu Yin stared blankly ahead. In outer space, Wang Fan's jaw dropped. Progenitor of literature, that's Lu Qi. By Wang Yuan and the rest were stunned. Lu Qi? Wasn't that Lu Xiaoxuan's father? On Broken Star in outer space, Lu Yu was stunned as well. He recognized the progenitor of literature and Lu Qi. He had been there when Lu Qi had shamelessly sealed the progenitor of literature. This figure was all too familiar. It was Lu Qi who had borrowed the progenitor's power. What the hell? A father hitting a son? No, a son hitting a father? Mu Xia also recognized the figure. It was Lu Qi. He looked at Lu Yin strangely. Should he speak or not? Although Lu Yin had never seen the progenitor of literature before and did not know how Lu Qi had borrowed the progenitor's power, it did not stop him from guessing. This figure reminded him of the progenitor of literature, as it looked exactly like the portrait of the progenitor in Xian Academy. The progenitor of literature. There was no need to guess. That humanoid was definitely his father, Lu Qi. Only Lu Qi had sealed the progenitor of literature, but hadn't Lu Yin become a progenitor of literature when he was a half-step progenitor? This humanoid tribulation's power was at the peak of the envoys. Lu Yin gulped. Had he been beating up his father all this time? Junior brother, be careful. Mu Xia saw Lu Yin's expression and knew that he had guessed it, so he reminded him. Lu Yin sighed and smiled bitterly. It did not matter if this humanoid tribulation was his father or not, he would just fight. If he did not, he would be finished. The problem was no longer the humanoid tribulation, but the progenitor of literature. Lu Yin was about to face a progenitor. No matter how confident Lu Yin was, he did not think that he could fight a progenitor with his current strength. This was no longer a matter of crossing realms, it was a fundamental difference. If you can't win against a progenitor, you can deal with the humanoid tribulation, the mist ancestor said. Lu Yin nodded. This was the only way. In the starry sky outside the upper realm, Xiaoxinji's lips curled upwards as he laughed maniacally. Interesting. My son is going to die at my hands. Ha 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 ha. Bai Wangyuan's expression relaxed. Now that the progenitor of literature has appeared, Lu Xiaoxian won't be able to defeat him no matter how strong he is. He's defeated this time. Wang Fan, Ancestor Dragon, and even the progenitor realm experts outside the upper realm were all thinking the same thing. Some were sorrowful, some were mocking, and some felt a chill as they looked at the stellar source universe. Lu Xiaoxian had drawn out such an impossible origin tribulation, but what about the others? Would there be a similar origin tribulation? Who could survive 6 origin tribulations against an ancestor realm expert? That was impossible. Or did Lu Xiaoxian cultivate something? Had he angered the star source universe? Lu Yin stared intently at Wenzu and struck out with his palm. Of course, he wasn't attacking Wenzu, but rather the humanoid tribulation origin. He had used all of his strength in this attack, as he wanted to shatter the humanoid tribulation origin. However, no matter how fast the empty bright palm was, it was not faster than the changes in the world. The palm's force was stopped halfway, and words filled the sky. This was the progenitor of literature's ancestral world, and no matter how fast Lu Yin was, he was still restricted by this world. The progenitor of literature made a move, and he casually pointed out with his hand as words bombarded Lu Yin. Lu Yin covered his entire body with Mastery Realm battle force, and when the first word landed on his back, he almost suffocated. Even his Mastery Realm battle force had cracked. The power of a progenitor was not something he could withstand. He immediately used the power in his heart to try and disperse the surrounding ancestral world. However, it was impossible. The power in his heart could disperse a half-ancestor's inner world, but it could do nothing to the ancestral world. The second word bombarded him, followed by the third and fourth. Countless words surrounded him like a curtain of rain. This was a truly desperate situation, as just a few words were enough to seriously injure him. If all the words in the world descended, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. Lu Yin regretted his decision, as he should have tried to become a god. With the blood progenitor and Mu Xia, if he could become a god, why would he need to be afraid of the progenitor of literature? He had been too conservative, as he had originally planned to break through to the 6th origin tribulation before trying to become a god. Back then, he had dared to challenge a half-ancestor during his first origin tribulation, and even though he had suffered a backlash, he still had the courage to try. Why was he afraid of becoming a god now? Blood trickled down the corner of Lu Yin's mouth as he looked at the progenitor of literature, who was toying with him. He looked at the humanoid origin tribulation behind the progenitor. Was he really unable to deal with it? There was no such thing as absolute death in the universe, and any situation had a chance of survival. The origin tribulation was no exception. Since the progenitor of literature had drawn him into such a desperate situation, he definitely had a way to get through it. What was it? The first thing that came to Lu Yin's mind was that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Did the progenitor of literature exist in an extreme state? He did not. The undying god's wandering state was an extreme state, and time itself was an extreme state. In that case, could the progenitor of literature create an extreme state? Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the humanoid origin tribulation. The progenitor of literature's borrowed power could have easily defeated Lu Yin in an instant, but it had still attacked him. It was not that the progenitor was showing mercy, but rather that it was limited by the humanoid origin tribulation. More accurately, the God-sealing catalog's master could not truly display the power of a progenitor. The God-sealing catalog was a progenitor, but how could one become a progenitor? It was equivalent to fighting across realms, so there was bound to be a limit. This meant that Lu Yin was facing an imperfect progenitor, which meant that he still had a chance. It was impossible to defeat a progenitor, but he could create an opportunity. Another rune struck Lu Yin's body, almost knocking him to the ground. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone watched as Lu Yin struggled under the origin tribulation. He was facing 6 origin tribulations, which could be considered the most despairing since ancient times. The fog ancestor could not help but look at the origin tribulation black hole. It was too ruthless. Bai Wangyuan and the rest watched as Lu Yin coughed up blood. They constantly tried to avoid the runes, but they could not. Their expressions grew increasingly relaxed. It was impossible to defeat a progenitor unless one used external items. But how could one use external items under the origin tribulation? Xianxia frowned and slowly said, "Junior brother, if you really can't do it, you can sever your own realm." Lu Yin's gaze hardened. Severing one's own realm was equivalent to failing to pass the tribulation, and it would be even more difficult to pass it again. However, this was the only way to protect himself. If he wanted to truly pass the sixth origin tribulation, not only would he have to sever his own realm, but he would also have to make 3 of his 4 astral origin cyclones disappear, allowing him to return to being a normal cultivator. That way, the origin tribulation he faced would not be so abnormal. But what was he relying on? Lu Yin looked up as he continued to endure the constant barrage of runes. He coughed up blood, and his clothes were dyed red. Why was this origin tribulation trying to sever his path? He continued to ponder, simulating various scenarios in his mind. His battle force had already been shattered, and even his physical body was collapsing. The power in his heart was also unable to resist the progenitor's world. He stared at the humanoid origin tribulation in the distance and decided to go all out. The star chessboard appeared beneath his feet and extended outwards, staring at the humanoid tribulation. Lu Yin wanted to move to the side of the humanoid tribulation so that he could directly attack it, but a series of runes blocked his path. Xianxia sneered. Using a secret technique in front of a progenitor? What a joke. The star chessboard cracked open, and only Lu Yin could see that his movements had been blocked. His eyes widened. Star chess, retraction. If you can block my path, then I can also retract my move. Lu Yin's movements affected the space around him, but that was normal. When progenitor's actions also affected the space around him. Lu Yin used retraction to repair when progenitor's influence on the space around him, allowing the space to be repaired and the influence to return to the original path. This would allow him to retrace his original path and appear next to the humanoid origin tribulation. This was using the principle of the planned secret art, retraction. Lu Yin's body kept changing, going from moving to being blocked and then to being repaired. His body became blurry as he constantly endured the pressure from the changes in space, causing his physical body to begin to collapse. With retraction, he instantly approached the humanoid origin tribulation. Success! Xianxia, the fog ancestor, and the others watched on with wide eyes. Just as Lu Yin was about to appear next to the humanoid origin tribulation, his gaze moved away once more as more runes appeared, blocking his path once more. No matter how miraculous the planned secret art was or how it repaired space, it could not be used in front of a progenitor. This was because Lu Yin was facing a progenitor, the peak of human cultivation. Bai Yuan and the others understood when progenitor, so they were not worried at all. No matter what Lu Yin did, he could not break through in progenitor's world. Lu Yin's body began to crack at a visible rate, and he moved further and further away from the humanoid origin tribulation. Had he failed just like that? Impossible. He raised a hand and struck out with a palm. This palm was not aimed at the humanoid origin tribulation, but rather at the runes. This was the meaning of things move in the opposite. Things move in the opposite. It could be used on any object or phenomenon in an extreme state, such as time or the undying deity's wandering state. At this moment, when progenitor had broken the planned secret art, retraction, and caused the repair of space to fail. He had surpassed his control over space, and this was also an extreme state. Lu Yin had been waiting for this moment. When progenitor's world's extreme state on space was exactly the same as time's extreme state on withered trees. When things move in the opposite was used, the extreme state that had blocked the repair of space suddenly stopped. Things move in the opposite was not a secret technique, but a progenitor battle technique that had originated from the withering ancestor. Even the undying deity had not been able to avoid being knocked out of its wandering state, let alone when progenitor. When things move in the opposite, it struck the runes, causing the runes to completely reverse the extreme state that had blocked the repair of space. Lu Yin instantly appeared next to the humanoid origin tribulation, and no one could react in time except for Lu Yin himself. When he appeared next to the humanoid origin tribulation, he used all of his strength to strike out with a palm strike that viciously slammed into the back of the humanoid origin tribulation. The unforeseen event had happened too quickly. It had only been a second since Lu Yin had used the planned secret art to strike the humanoid origin tribulation. In that 1 second, space had changed multiple times, and Lu Yin himself had not been able to withstand it. His body had almost collapsed, and it was only now that Bai Wangyuan and the rest had realized Lu Yin's goal. Thank you. Back in the cycle of reincarnation dancing in the wind, no fish and water a reward from his brothers. He had been in meetings for the past few days, and there were even discussions at night. He had just gotten married this month, and he had even added chapters during the 3 days of his wedding. It was truly tiring. Fortunately, he had his brother's encouragement. Thank you for the rewards and support, thank you for the encouragement, thank you. I'll add more chapters. The humanoid tribulation was destroyed by Lu Yin's palm, along with Wenzu and the Divine Seal catalog. The words disappeared one by one as Wenzu's ancestral world and the Divine Seal catalog disappeared. The humanoid tribulation slowly dissipated as well. Lu Yin looked at the disappearing humanoid tribulation and said, "If you're really my father, then I'm going to be struck by lightning." A gust of wind blew past, causing his blood-stained hair to flutter. Lu Yin looked at Xia and smiled. "Senior brother, it's not bad, right?" Xia praised and smiled for the first time. "Junior brother, I know why Master accepted you. It's not just because of your talent, but also because you can create miracles." The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. "What creates miracles is withering. Things always move in the opposite direction. The more I look at it, the more amazing it seems." Outside the upper realm, Bai Wangyuan and the others all had solemn expressions. Lu Yin had actually survived the tribulation. This was unbelievable, truly unbelievable. A 5th tribulation cultivator had actually managed to survive against a progenitor. Things always move in the opposite direction. Withering's battle technique is truly unbelievable. Wang Fan was shocked. Bai Wangyuan and the others stared at Lu Yin, as they were the only ones who understood how powerful withering was. They had once known that things always moved in the opposite direction, but it seemed like they had still underestimated him. This battle technique could be used on any object or phenomenon. It could even reverse space and time, heal oneself, and even withstand extreme attacks. Just what had withering created? Aside from progenitors, no one else could understand what was happening. They only knew that Lu Yin had survived. This time, it should be over. That was what everyone was thinking. Lu Yin looked up at the black hole. It should be over. If he hadn't thought of creating an extreme state for Wenzu, he wouldn't have been able to survive. He couldn't imagine anyone else besides himself being able to survive against Wenzu. Everyone thought that the tribulation should be over. However, not only had the black hole not disappeared, but it had even expanded. Lu Yin's expression changed as he clenched his fists and looked up. "Do you really want me to die? You're really asking for a scolding." Xia frowned. "Why?" He was clearly in a desperate situation. Why is there still an origin tribulation? The mist ancestor was confused. Again? What else can happen? Is there really going to be a progenitor fighting him? Even they felt despair. This was something that shouldn't have happened. Bai Wangyuan and the rest went completely silent. They hoped that Lu Yin would die under the origin tribulation, but even they felt that it was too much. How could someone who had already gone through 3 origin tribulations be easy to deal with? Even the most elite successors and geniuses had a high chance of failure when facing the first origin tribulation, not to mention Wenzu, who had just faced an origin tribulation that shouldn't have passed. Now that Lu Shaoxian had passed, there were still more. Would they really not rest until one of them was dead? This tribulation would go down in history. Come, I want to see what kind of tribulation will appear. Lu Yin raised his head and shouted as he stared at the black hole. He didn't believe that a progenitor would appear. Then he would accept it. Filled with curiosity and apprehension, under everyone's gazes, an incomparably familiar yet impossible thing descended. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Was that even possible? The mist ancestor, Xia, Bai Wangyuan, and the others, as well as the progenitors from the outer realms, as well as everyone from the middle realms who saw this, were all stunned. Something like this could actually appear? The starry sky above the tree shook. Countless creatures in the lower mortal realms fled in panic. The top realm cracked open as if it was being suppressed by some colossus. On the back of the battlefield, aside from the fourth base, the cultivators from the other four bases were clearing out the corpse kings in the new continent. As the tribulation descended, they felt the earth tremble slightly. What was going on? The mother tree seemed to be shaking. The middle realm ocean was boiling, creating a boundless tsunami. Countless people looked in the direction of the Yin Mountain district and saw an unbelievable scene. There was one more thing, the mother tree. Above the Yin Mountain district, Luin looked up. Wasn't that the mother tree? He had never dreamed that the astral source universe would actually draw out the mother tree. That's right, it was the mother tree. An origin tribulation could have attacks, natural phenomena, various astral beasts, and even people. Naturally, it could also have a mother tree because it absorbed astral sources. That was the logic, but when the mother tree actually appeared, Luin was still stunned. Bai Wang Yuan and the others were also stunned. In the outer realms, 7 stars appeared at the same time. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the mother tree emerge from the black hole. They had never heard of a mother tree appearing in an origin tribulation. What could the mother tree do? Luin was also wondering what the mother tree could do. Crush him to death? He turned back to look at the real mother tree, but it didn't seem to have any reaction. Kid, did you do something that angered the heavens? What kind of origin tribulation is this? It's trying to kill you, the fog ancestor cried out. Musia's face sank. If the Wen ancestor's appearance was excessive, then the mother tree's appearance was not as simple as that. What had his junior brother done? Luin gulped. He didn't have the time to listen to others. His mind was blank as he stared at the mother tree. He wanted to see what it was trying to do. The mother tree slowly descended. Although it wasn't as large as the real mother tree and was probably the same as the humanoid origin tribulation, it was still enough to cover the entire Yin Mountain district, including the surrounding Huayuan and Blue Moon district. Countless people watched the mother tree descend and fell into despair. Luin attacked with a palm to see what effect it would have. The mother tree's roots were struck and cracked. There was an effect, but it was very small. The mother tree was too large and extremely sturdy. Even with Lu Yin's full strength, he could only break a few of the roots. Luin couldn't help but look at the top realm and the ruler realm. It was no wonder why the mother tree could support the entire astral tree and support a progenitor in battle. It was just too sturdy. The mother tree continued to descend, and Luin was constantly suppressed. He kept attacking, trying to break the mother tree's origin tribulation, but his attacks were too small compared to the mother tree. He couldn't descend any further, or the mother tree's origin tribulation would crush the middle realm. A huge sound came from below, and Luin looked down. His pupils shrank as he saw the mother tree's roots. The real mother tree had attacked, and its roots were constantly wriggling. Once the mother tree's origin tribulation descended, the roots would definitely attack. At that time, the tribulation would think that the mother tree was helping it, and it would be over. What should he do? What should he do? There was a boom as Luin crashed into the mother tree's roots. He was surrounded by roots that kept being pressed down, and a huge force was trying to kill him. From the moment he had seen the mother tree, Luin had never imagined that he would one day face such a terrifying existence. This was something that carried the weight of human civilization. How could humans resist it? It had blocked the Eternals and given them a chance to survive. Such an existence was the most monstrous existence in the universe. Lu Yin's existence was unimaginable to humans, and the mother tree's existence was something no one could even imagine. How could they resist such an existence? Even the Eternals couldn't destroy it, otherwise, how could humans have survived until now? The only one who had ever destroyed the mother tree and been seen was the one true God. Luin suddenly thought of something and released the power in his heart. He stared at a red dot that came from a giant scarlet vertical eye, which was the Eternal's astral gate. This was the one true God's divine power. Throughout history, the only one who could truly destroy the mother tree was the one true God. Then, could this red dot help him? Luin didn't know, but since the red dot had landed in his heart, it was his own power and not an external object. No matter what, he had to try. The power in his heart manifested and turned into a part of the starry sky. The red dot was very close to him, and he couldn't erase it before. Now, he wanted to borrow its power. Regardless of whether this power belonged to the one true God or not, Luin didn't want to give it up. He didn't want to sever his own realm and fail his tribulation. Bai Wangyuan and the others were waiting for him to be killed. Below him, the mother tree's roots kept wriggling. There was no time. Luin closed his eyes and grabbed at the red dot. As his hand wrapped around it, his eyes suddenly widened, and a scarlet light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Outside the origin tribulation, Xianxia clenched his fists. Junior brother, sever your own realm. Sever your own realm. You can't fight the mother tree. The fog ancestor shook her head. This brat must have cultivated something incredible, or else his origin tribulation wouldn't be so abnormal. Even though she was from 9 mountains and 8 seas, she still felt that this was abnormal. Bai Wangyuan and the others held their breaths. Were they going to just watch and kill him? He should be killed. There shouldn't be any accidents, and there shouldn't be any accidents. Even they couldn't do anything to the mother tree. Crack. A crack appeared on the mother tree's origin tribulation tree, and then the tree trunk continued to split apart. It was almost exactly the same as when the one true God had cracked the mother tree apart. Everyone's expressions changed. It can't be, right? No one could believe what they were seeing. The mother tree's origin tribulation tree had actually split apart. Lu Yin's roar came from below the mother tree's origin tribulation tree, and it suddenly stopped pressing down. No one can kill me. Lu Yin roared, and the crack on the mother tree's origin tribulation tree grew larger and larger. Finally, an explosive force burst forth that shook the entire cosmic tree. Everyone stared fixedly at it. The mother tree's origin tribulation tree dissipated. Lu Yin lowered his head and panted heavily. His body was covered in bloody scars, and he was in an incomparably miserable state. Every breath he took was filled with blood. No matter how strong Lu Yin was, he had reached his limit this time. In the distance, the prison Wyrm's claws drooped down, and it looked at Lu Yin with fear. It had just sensed an extraordinary power, and its senses were far sharper than humans. Lu Yin's head hung low as he panted heavily. A strand of astral energy descended from above and landed on Lu Yin's body. After the origin tribulation, the fruits of his labor would be revealed. Lu Yin didn't even move as he allowed the astral source to continuously enter his body. The astral source shot straight up into the sky and poured into Lu Yin's body like a rainbow. Lu Yin opened 3 gates and first filled the lower gate's astral source cyclone to the 6th origin tribulation. Next was the middle finger gate, then the upper wisdom gate, and finally the outer astral source cyclone. There were a total of 4 gates. It was also at this moment that everyone was shocked once again. At the same time, they finally understood why the origin tribulation was so abnormal and even shameless. Lu Yin had absorbed too much astral source, to the point that they found it unbelievable. The Lu family can absorb a lot of astral sources, but it can't be this much, the mist ancestor exclaimed as he watched Lu Yin continue to absorb astral sources. Xianxia exclaimed, Junior brother is the one who absorbs the most astral sources after undergoing tribulation, including half-ancestors. Some people don't even absorb as much astral sources as he does after becoming ancestors. The mist ancestor smiled bitterly. In outer space, Bai Wangyuan and the others' faces sank. The more terrifying the tribulation, the greater the threat the cultivator would pose to the astral source universe. They had hoped to see Lu Yin's tribulation destroy him, but now that he had passed it, the characteristics of his tribulation made them even more fearful. They watched as Lu Yin continued to absorb astral sources, and they felt as if all the astral sources in the middle realm had been lifted by him. They exchanged glances. This kid could not continue to grow. Finally, after a long time, Lu Yin stopped absorbing astral sources. The astral sources that had entered his body not only meant that his cultivation level had increased, but also that he had improved in all aspects. The most obvious change was that Lu Yin felt that his body's toughness had reached a new level. Previously, he had to be extremely careful when fighting against a demi-ancestor. Now, even if he did not have Mastery Realm Battle Force, he was confident that his physical body would not be any weaker than a demi-ancestor. With the addition of Mastery Realm Battle Force, he would no longer have to struggle against a demi-ancestor. The mist ancestor, Xianxia, and the others all stared at the black hole as it slowly disappeared. This time it had truly disappeared. This single tribulation had affected the entire cosmic tree realm. Even the progenitor's tribulation had not been so exaggerated. Xianxia approached Luin. "Junior brother, it's over." Luin took a deep breath and looked up at the disappearing black hole. "Next time, let's see what you can do to me." He had truly been pushed to his limits. Even progenitors felt that Lu Yin's 6 tribulations had been excessive. Not even a half-ancestor could survive that. The mist ancestor arrived. The origin. Tribulation is ruthless and shameless, but you're even more ruthless. What exactly did you cultivate? You forced the origin tribulation to be so shameless. Luin looked up and saw Bai Wanyuan and the others descend, surrounding him from all sides. Xiao looked at Bai Wanyuan. The mist ancestor looked around as well. "What? Are you going to fight?" In the distance, the prison Wyrm roared, but it did not dare to approach. It still had Lu Jian's commander appointment platform on its back. Lu Yin slowly asked, "Are you trying to break the agreement?" "Lu Xiaoxian, you're the one who provoked us," said Xiaoxinji coldly. "I was looking for an old friend from the Moon sect, but I discovered that his sect had been exterminated, and there was a half-progenitor from the Frigid Immortal sect at the site. Don't tell me that the Frigid Immortal sect wasn't responsible for this." He then looked at Bai Wanyuan. "As for the astral elixir that appeared when the mother tree split open, no one is allowed to touch it. Anyone who touches it will be irresponsible to the mother tree and this region of the universe." Bai Wangyuan's expression was gloomy. The mist ancestor spoke up. "That's right. No one is allowed to touch the astral origin liquid." She then glared at Luin. "Don't think that I've forgotten that you just absorbed the astral origin liquid. You'll have to pay the price for that." Luin solemnly replied, "Of course. When I absorbed the astral origin liquid, I suddenly realized that this was not a good thing to do, and it could even be considered a shameless act. I will definitely protect Senior's attitude towards astral origin liquid from now on. Anyone who tries to absorb astral origin liquid is an enemy of Junior, Senior, and the entire human race." Lu Yin's attitude left the mist ancestor stunned, and she suddenly saw Huiwen's shadow in Luin. Shameless, flipping the table after eating. She was unhappy, but she had no choice but to cooperate with Luin. Otherwise, what else could she do? Let the 4-way scales absorb a wave of astral origin liquid as well? The dragon ancestor sighed. "Lu Xiaoxian, no, I should call you Luin. You're much more shameless than Lu Xiaoxian." Luin looked at the dragon ancestor. "I heard that you only stepped into the progenitor realm because of Senior Mist Ancestor's guidance. What are you doing now? Attacking Senior? Who's shameless?" "Lu Xiaoxian, you've repeatedly provoked the 4-way scales. Do you really think that we won't dare to attack you?" Xiaoxinji's tone was gloomy, and he really wanted to attack. Luin retorted, "The astral origin liquid belongs to the mother tree. I accidentally discovered it and absorbed it, so that's provoking the 4-way scales? What, when did the mother tree become the 4-way scales' private property?" Bai Wangyuan spoke up. "Let's not talk about what happened before. The problem with the 5th mainland's astral source universe was caused by the Eternals. Before the problem is resolved, Lu Xiaoxian, you are not allowed to step into the cosmic tree domain. This is not just the 4-way scales decision, but also the entire cosmic tree domains. We fear that our astral source universe will also have problems. Can you do this? If not, we can announce to the entire cosmic tree domain that you're doing this for the sake of humanity, so let humanity decide whether you stay or leave." Luin sighed. Bai Wangyuan's words were reasonable. If the 5th mainland's people wanted to escape, then it was normal for the cosmic tree domain's people to not allow them to enter. After all, no one knew if this astral source universe would also have problems. This was not just Bai Wangyuan's concern, but Lu Yin's as well. If something happened to the 5th mainland, then it was fine, but if something happened to the cosmic tree domain as well, then who would be able to resist the Eternals? No matter how much Luin had contributed to the cosmic tree domain, the entire cosmic tree domain's attitude was the same as the 4-way scales. They wanted to prevent the 5th mainland's people from coming back. Alright, I'll do as you say. I'll leave, Luin said calmly. But from now on, you have to guarantee the safety of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators in this domain. Send them all back to the Fifth Mainland. The only reason you can send them back is because of the problem with the astral source universe. Until this problem is resolved, they are not allowed to have any problems. Alright, we'll send all of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators back, Wang Fan said. At this point, both sides had reached a tacit understanding. Luin would not be able to return to the Fifth Mainland for the time being. The four-way scales had not allowed him to come because they needed to completely control the cosmic tree domain. Luin was too much of a variable. Xiaxinji's gloomy expression returned to normal as he watched the hellworm leave. The Eternals have helped us a lot. If Lu Xiaoxian doesn't appear, we can take control of the cosmic tree domain in the shortest time possible. Even if the Fifth Mainland's problem is resolved, Lu Xiaoxian will no longer be able to influence this domain. Be careful with your words. We don't need the Eternals' help, Wang Fan reminded him before turning to leave. Bai Wanyuan looked in the direction that Mu Xia and the Fog Ancestor had left. They had lost Lu Xiaoxian, so they had to be on guard against those two as well. Only by controlling the entire cosmic tree domain would the four-way scales be the four-way scales. On the hellworm's back, Luin fell into deep thought. He knew why the four-way scales had chased him away, but there was nothing he could do about it. Given the current situation, the muddy plan had come at the wrong time. He even suspected that the Eternals had done this on purpose to aggravate the conflict between him and the four-way scales while simultaneously increasing their strength. It was not impossible. Luin brought Wangwen with him. He returned to the Fifth Mainland once more. Mu Xia had accompanied him this time. Luin wanted to become a god. Senior brother, becoming a god won't affect you, right? Luin asked. Mu Xia replied, it won't affect me, but under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to become a god. No one knows if there will be a day when those who become gods will become enemies with those who become gods. Just like the four-way scales and Patriarch Lu Tianyi, Luin said. Mu Xia continued, I find this very strange as well, but only the four-way scales and a few others know what exactly happened that day. Logically speaking, with Patriarch Tianyi's strength, even if he didn't do anything, once the Divine Seal catalog appeared, everyone would be helpless. He could face one or two people from the seven sky gods on his own, but in the end, he was still exiled. Luin knew that this might have something to do with the parallel spaces. Through Lan Ho's memories, he understood some of the parallel spaces. Just like in this part of the universe where the four-way scales wanted to kill him, the parallel spaces might not necessarily be harmonious with each other. Once two spaces intersected, they might join forces or become enemies. Both were very normal. Of course, Lan Ho's memories did not contain any parallel spaces that were close to the Lu family's strength. In fact, there were very few that were even close to the four-way scales. Most of the parallel spaces that Luin knew about would at most face a progenitor realm corpse king, and those spaces might not even know about the existence of the seven sky gods. With these thoughts in mind, they returned to the Fifth Mainland. Luin threw Wangwen to the Sky Genesis court and found a rather remote place with Mu Xia to try to ascend to godhood. During his tribulation, he regretted not ascending to godhood. Otherwise, he would not have been so helpless against Wenzu and almost failed his tribulation. I've never seen your Lu family ascend to godhood. Senior Tianyi only ascended to godhood in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. I didn't exist back then, so how you ascend to godhood is up to you, Mu Xia said. Luin nodded. I know. Thank you, senior brother. Whether one could ascend to godhood with the Divine Seal catalog depended on one's cultivation and willingness. If the person being sealed was not willing, then no one would be able to ascend to godhood. This was the exact opposite of the general appointment platform. The general appointment platform did not require one to be willing, as the person being appointed was already dead. These were two completely opposite methods that had the same purpose. They were the absolute power of the Lu family to control the Fifth Mainland. Luin and Mu Xia were separated by 100 meters. He closed his eyes and muttered to himself for a moment before waving his hand. The cloth in his palm unraveled, and a golden light blossomed from his fingertips. It illuminated the entire technocracy and the Innerverse, as if it wanted to illuminate the entire fifth mainland. Countless people looked at the golden light and knelt down. The Divine Seal catalog did not only bring a golden light, but also a kind of holiness that was compatible with the entire fifth mainland. Aside from the words Divine Seal catalog, there was nothing else on the golden cloth. Mu Xia's expression turned solemn as he faced the golden light of the Divine Seal catalog. He had once thought that Senior Tianyi might ascend to godhood one day. Lu Tianyi stood at the forefront of humanity and faced the Eternals head-on. With his own strength, he even dared to attack the Eternals. It was not that no one had seen Lu Yin's giant scarlet eye before, and it was not that no one could destroy it. That person had been Lu Tianyi, but it had been too difficult to destroy it at that time. The ones blocking his path were not the endless corpse kings, but rather the 7 sky gods, one after another. Lu Tianyi disappeared, and after that, the Divine Seal catalog disappeared as well. The golden light had not appeared for a very long time. If a direct descendant of the Lu family reappeared, how many gods would the Divine Seal catalog be? Mu Xia was looking forward to it. Perhaps Lu Yin could also stand at the forefront of humanity and face their mortal enemies. Mu Xia, are you willing to be sealed? Lu Yin's voice sounded out, but it was completely different from his usual voice. It was much deeper and more sacred, and there was an awe-inspiring majesty to it that made even Mu Xia cautious. I am. The golden light suddenly converged into a beam of light that enveloped Mu Xia's body. There was both light and darkness beneath the beam, and the darkness formed a shadow that headed towards the Divine Seal catalog. Once the shadow entered the Divine Seal catalog, it meant that the seal had been successfully sealed. The shadow only existed under the Divine Seal catalog's light, and only the Divine Seal catalog could use the shadow to battle. This was Divine Seal. Mu Xia watched the shadow head towards the Divine Seal catalog and took a deep breath. From this moment on, Lu Yin's power level would soar once again. Even without external items, he would truly have the strength to face any progenitor. Only he knew how strong he was. Even if he faced 9 mountains and 8 seas alone, he would not fear them. Lu Yin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the Divine Seal catalog disappeared along with the golden light and the shadow. Mu Xia's expression changed, and he rushed to Lu Yin's side. Lu Yin almost collapsed. His face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His entire body trembled, and his mind buzzed. His vision was blurry, and he could not hear anything. He had failed. His Divine Seal had failed. This was just Lu Yin's experiment. Since ancient times, the weakest descendant in the Lu family had been a half-step ancestor. Through the origin tribulation, Lu Yin knew that the humanoid Lu Qi might have been able to ascend to godhood at the peak of the emissary realm. This was the lowest known ascendant, and there was no one below that. Lu Yin wanted to become a god at 6 tribulation origin tribulations, which was the same as trying to seal a half-step ancestor at 1 tribulation origin tribulations. The difference was too great, and he naturally had to bear the consequences. He had failed at that time, and now, he had failed at becoming a god. After a long time, Lu Yin recovered slightly. His body stopped trembling, and his ears could hear. "Junior brother, did you hear that?" Mu Xia asked. Lu Yin nodded and looked at his hands. Drops of blood dripped onto his palms and trickled down from his nostrils. As he looked at the blood, his vision seemed to be dyed red. It was too painful. Ascending to the divinity ascension stage was even more painful than the first time he had tried to ascend to the half-martial ancestor realm. This kind of pain was different from the origin tribulation, and it was also different from cultivating battle force in the Palm realm. It was an unknown kind of pain. "Looks like you need to rest for a while. It's indeed impossible to become a god with 6 origin tribulations." Mu Xia sighed. "It's just wishful thinking on my part, but I'll definitely be able to become a god after 7 origin tribulations at most." "Not necessarily," said Mu Xia. Lu Yin looked at him in confusion. Mu Xia pondered for a moment. When it comes to becoming a god, not only does it depend on one's own cultivation base, it also depends on one's opponent's cultivation base. For example, Senior Tianyi was able to become a god in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Although that doesn't mean that his battle prowess surpasses that of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, at the very least, it's certain that the difference between them isn't too great. If he were to become a god in the 3 realms, 6 daos, or even primogenitor, do you think he'd succeed? Luin understood. Senior brother, are you saying that the difference between our cultivation levels is too great? Mu Xia clasped his hands behind his back. Yes, the difference between you and progenitor Wen is too great. Although it was only a few words, Mu Xia's arrogance was completely revealed at this moment. He believed that he far surpassed progenitor Wen. Progenitor Wen was also a progenitor with an ancestral world. Luin was helpless against those boundless characters, but there was still a difference between progenitor Wen and progenitor Wen. Progenitor Wen might have been on the same level as the 6th mainland's 3 ancestors, but Mu Xia was comparable to 9 mountains and 8 seas. 9 mountains and 8 seas was not on the same level as an ordinary progenitor. Luin thought it through. That's right, Mu Xia was his senior brother and had been recognized by Mr. Mu as an absolute genius. How difficult was it to gain Mr. Mu's recognition? Even if Luin had experienced all sorts of opportunities, it would still be difficult to succeed. If Mu Xia could succeed, then that meant that his cultivation talent was not below Lu Yin's. Just as senior brother Qing Ping had said, an emissary could fight a half-martial ancestor, and a half-martial ancestor could fight an ancestor. It would be fine if Luin was at the level of progenitor Wen, but if he wanted to become a god like Mu Xia, then it would not be as simple as ascending to the divine ancestor realm after 6 origin tribulations. It would be like trying to become a divine ancestor right after becoming an emissary. After thinking this through, Luin felt that he had been wronged. If he had known that he would not have ascended to the divine ancestor Mu Xia, then he would have found another progenitor to ascend to the divine ancestor realm. But who would he have found? Looking around, it seemed that the only person who had willingly become a god was Mu Xia. As for the blood ancestor, there was no need for him to become a god. Mu Xia saw through Lu Yin's thoughts. There are no progenitors in the 5th mainland who can become gods, but there are in the cosmic tree realm. You will find a way. Alright, I'm leaving. Luin nodded. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. Mu Xia left, and Luin let out a long breath. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. The injuries he had sustained during his tribulation had been healed when he had absorbed the astral source, but he had not expected that his injuries would worsen so quickly. Luin watched the die slowly spin. It was 3 pips. He shook his head and decided to continue. This time it was 1 pip. It had only been a few days since he had rolled the die, so he decided to wait 10 days before rolling it again. 10 days later, Luin successfully rolled 4 pips and entered the time-stop space to recover from the backlash of ascending to the divine ancestor realm. A second later, he reappeared, fully recovered, and headed towards the above heaven sect. The new mainland was already being reclaimed, and it was time to clean up the Eternals in the Starfall Sea. A few days after Luin arrived at the above heaven sect, he headed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea once more, intending to clean it up. Along the way, he happened to run into Hai Feng, Hai Dashao, Hai Chi-Chi, and Elder He. When they saw Luin, they immediately bowed. Although it had only been a few decades, the 5th mainland had changed so quickly that even Hai Dashao had no choice but to bow his head to Luin. Did you guys just return from the Starfall Sea? Luin asked. Hai Feng replied, we just executed Yang Yi and were preparing to return to the Outerverse. Luin was astonished. You executed Yang Yi? Hai Chi-Chi clenched her fists. Yang Yi betrayed the human race, so of course he should be executed. Luin looked at her. She wanted to say something else, but under Lu Yin's gaze, she knew to avoid it. She was not as reckless as she had been in the past. Wasn't Yang Yi handed over to the blood ancestor? He's a traitor of the 6th mainland. How did you execute him? Luin asked. Elder He respectfully replied, Senior blood ancestor allowed us to participate in the execution. The Eternals were established in the Sea King's Dome, and he wanted the Sea King's Dome to completely disappear from the Starfall Sea. Luin nodded. Got it. Congratulations, you've gotten your revenge. The group bowed. Thank you, Tao Disciple. Luin waved his hand, and the group headed towards the Outerverse. Hai Chi-Chi turned back to look at Luin. This person had changed so much since they had gone on adventures together and gone through life and death situations together. Suddenly, Luin smiled at her, just like he had in the past. Hai Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, and she blinked. Then, she opened her mouth to say something. Luin was speechless. What she had said was, "You're still as ugly as ever." This girl's tongue was just as poisonous as ever. For some reason, Luin felt nostalgic. Just as he was about to continue to the Starfall Sea, his wireless goo vibrated. Luin accepted the call. "It's me, Lu Tianmu." Luin was puzzled. Why would Lu Tianmu contact him? "What's up?" "Lu Hao wants me to tell you that Lu Yu is dead." Luin did not react at first, but then his expression changed. "What did you say? Lu Yu? The Lu family's ancestor?" Lu Tianmu's expression changed as well. "Lu Yu is the Lu family's ancestor? A progenitor? What did Lu Hao say?" Luin barked. He had a bad premonition. Lu Tianmu replied, "Lu Hao only wanted me to tell you that the four-way scale suddenly attacked Lu Yu. Lu Yu is dead, and he threw Lu Tianmu out before he died. However, Lu Yu is still being targeted and will definitely die. He also wanted me to remind you that before he died, Lu Yu said that the four-way scales had nothing to fear and that he also had an address where the sword steel is located." Lu Yan's expression sank. Lu Yu was the Lu family's ancestor who had fought the undying god alongside him. He had grasped sword Dao at unity and was adept at killing. How could he have died? A progenitor's death could not be left unnoticed. Luin quickly tried to contact Mu Xia, but he could not reach him. He immediately contacted the mist ancestor. The mist ancestor replied quickly, "How did you know?" "It just happened." Luin asked, "Is Ancestor Lu Yu really dead?" The mist ancestor was silent for a moment. "Yes." "Why?" Luin did not understand. How many days had it been? He had just returned from the cosmic tree domain a dozen or so days ago, so how could an ancestor have died in such a short time? Although Lu Yu was not 9 mountains and 8 seas, he was not weak. How could he have died so suddenly? Why had the four-way scales killed a progenitor so decisively? That was a progenitor. Were they not afraid that the outer realm would lose its protection? Were they not afraid of the farmer family and Ghost Abyss retaliation? Everything happened too suddenly. I don't know why, but Lu Yu suddenly left Broken Star and returned to the Lu family's territory. Bai Wang Yuan and a few others suddenly attacked him. 2 9 mountains and 8 seas, 1 Xianxia, and the dragon ancestor attacked him at the same time. Even I would not have been able to withstand their attacks, let alone Lu Yu. Lu Yu died too quickly, and no one could save him. Why did the four-way scales attack Lu Yu? What about my senior? Luin asked. The mist ancestor felt a headache coming on. Both ordinary cultivators and progenitors have grudges against each other. The Lu family once controlled the fifth mainland and suppressed progenitors from killing each other. All of the grudges were transferred to the everlasting race. Now that the Lu family and the everlasting race are gone, internal conflicts naturally erupted. Luin naturally understood this logic, but he had not expected it to erupt so quickly and for an ancestor to die so quickly. Mu Xia went to the frozen immortal sect in the pinnacle realm to look for Bai Wang Yuan. The four-way scales announced that Lu Yu had betrayed the human race. The agriculture ancestor and the Ghost Abyss ancestor went as well. The outer realm is currently in chaos. What about Senior? You didn't go? Luin asked. The mist ancestor calmly replied, "How can I interfere with the grudges between the various parties? Mu Xia represents the humble school, the agriculture ancestor, and the Ghost Abyss ancestor represent themselves. I don't represent anyone." Luin did not say anything. The mist ancestor was right, and no one could force her to help anyone. If the everlasting race was still around, she could take action and use the overall situation to control both sides. However, the everlasting race was no longer around, so she had no reason to interfere. But was it wrong to go against the everlasting race? Of course not, it was the human heart. Luin looked at the wireless goo. He had expected that the four-way scales would try to take complete control of the cosmic trees, but he had not expected them to be so aggressive as to kill Lu Yu first. Lu Yu was a progenitor, one of the strongest humans had, but he had died just like that. Now that Lu Yu was dead, who would be next? The farmer's school? Gue Yuan? Or the humble school? Regardless of whether the four-way scales would act again, the others would be on guard. Although they would join forces and cause trouble for the four-way scales, their authority in the cosmic trees had increased greatly. Lu Yu had said that the four-way scales had nothing to fear, but what gave them the right to do so? Lu Ying tried to contact Muxia again, but he still could not reach him. He was worried about Muxia's safety, and no matter what, he had to go to the cosmic trees to take a look. He had been powerless to stop the Lu family from being exiled, and he could not allow the same thing to happen again. He would not go through the new corridor, as the four-way scales would definitely have a way to deal with him. Also, the four-way scales would know where he was if he went through the new corridor. As he thought about it, Lu Ying rode the Hellworm towards the Neoverse, contacting Drunkard along the way. What? The array was destroyed? Lu Ying was shocked. Drunkard replied, a half-progenitor, and I don't know who it was. He attacked the array as soon as he arrived, but now that the array has been destroyed, the Sage Heavenly Master has arrived. We can't repair it for now. When? Just 2 days ago. Lu Ying frowned, as this was all part of the plan. Destroying the array and attacking Lu Yu had been part of the four-way scales plan all along. But aside from the new corridor and the array, there was also Jupiter. When the Eternals had attacked, Lu Ying had told everyone that Jupiter could be used to travel to the cosmic trees, but no one had confirmed whether or not it was possible. The four-way scales definitely knew about this, but they could not prevent it from happening. Even Lu Ying himself did not know the exact location of the cosmic trees through Jupiter. The more prepared the four-way scales were, the more Lu Ying wanted to go. Otherwise, once the cosmic trees were completely controlled by the four-way scales, he would be stuck in the fifth mainland forever. Once he became a half-progenitor, the agreement would lose its effect, and the four-way scales would attack him. It was impossible for the current fifth mainland to stop the four cardinal scales. In the starry sky of trees, the cold immortal sect had never been so shaken. All the disciples looked up in horror, feeling the pressure of the progenitor realm. By Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and Xianxia faced Muxia, the agriculture family's old ancestor, and the ghost abyss Guizhou. The progenitor realm was the limit of human cultivation. It took many years for one to appear, but now, 6 of them had appeared. Muxia, the humble school was established to deal with the Eternals and find Redback, not to deal with the four-way scales. The grudges between the four-way scales and others have nothing to do with you, Bai Yuan said in a deep voice. Muxia stared at Bai Yuan and said, I won't interfere with your grudges, but if the four directions balance's reason for starting a war involves the Redbacks and the spies, the humble class will not sit idly by. The reason you attacked Lu Yu was because he was protecting the undying deity, and it was the Redbacks. The humble class has not confirmed this matter. What does it have to do with you? This is the result of my four-way scales investigation. Do we need your humble class to interfere? Xianxia shouted angrily. What evidence do you have to prove that Lu Yu is a Redback? Just the undying deity hiding in the Lu family? Do you four-way scales lack Redbacks and spies? The agriculture family's old ancestor spoke, leaning on a tree branch as he stepped on a tree leaf. Although he was filled with spirituality, his muscles were extremely developed, making him look like a muscular man. He even had a hoe on his back, and his voice was deep and heavy. Ghost Abyss old ancestor's body was blurry, surrounded by death energy. You can kill Lu Yu today, you can kill me tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, you can kill Nong Yi. The four-way scales are truly ruthless. Even after so many years, the Eternals have not been able to kill a progenitor so easily. You are even more ruthless than the Eternals. Wang Fan looked at Guizhou. We have evidence of killing Lu Yu, we don't need to explain this to you. Saying so, he looked at Muxia. What does the humble class want today? Or are you using this matter to help your junior brother? Intense winds blew as the 6 progenitors faced each other in the sky, arguing. Their progenitor realm power swept out from time to time, causing heaven and earth to change colors, as if they could attack at any moment. As they argued, the wireless Gu in Nong Yi's hand vibrated. Lu Yu had left Broken Star and returned to the Lu clan's territory because the Lu clan's disciples were in danger. The four-way scales wanted to capture and kill the Lu clan's disciples. To prevent this from happening again, Nong Yi, Guizhu, and even Mu Xia held the wireless gu so that they could contact each other. Nong Yi accepted the call, and Nong Sanyang was on the other end. Nong Yi's expression changed when he saw Nong Sanyang's message, and he muttered to himself, "I'll be leaving first, but I'll be back soon." Guizhu was puzzled. Is there something more important than this? Nong Yi looked at Mu Xia, "Please." He then turned around and left Cold Immortal Sect. Bai Wang Yuan and the rest were shocked, and they exchanged glances. Nong Yi's departure was out of their expectations, and he had definitely left for something more important. What could be more important than this? After leaving Cold Immortal Sect, Nong Yi went straight to Seed Garden, where he saw Luyin under a waterfall outside. Luyin had arrived at the starry sky of trees through Jupiter, and he had appeared in central Calm Sea just like before. After sensing his location, he went straight to Seed Garden and contacted Nong Yi through Nong Sanyang. "The dragon ancestor isn't here, he was waiting for you at New Sky Corridor." "You actually came?" Nong Yi was surprised. Luyin looked at Nong Yi, "Senior, time is of the essence, so I won't waste time. Are you willing to be deified?" Actually, before coming here, Luyin had never thought that the Nong clan's ancestor would be the first one to be deified. After leaving Central Calm Sea and seeing Seed Garden from afar, he suddenly had an idea and contacted Nong Yi through Nong Sanyang. The four-way scales had suddenly attacked Luyu without any hesitation, which meant that they had made certain preparations that would be detrimental to the Lu clan and the Nong clan. The four-way scales were not stupid, and they knew what would happen if Luyu died. Even so, they had still attacked Luyu, which was why Luyin had been able to invite Nong Yi. "Do you know what they're planning?" Nong Yi asked. Luyin shook his head, "No." Nong Yi frowned, "Are you lying to me?" "There's no need to know." Luyin looked at Nong Yi, "Even my Lu family will be exiled. Just the Lu clan, the Nong clan, Ghost Abyss, and even my senior brother won't be able to compare to the original Lu family. Besides, Luyu is already dead, and the four-way scales have 8 progenitors. If a battle to the death breaks out, the Nong clan will disappear along with the Lu clan, along with Ghost Abyss and the Humble School." Nong Yi fell silent. This was the truth, otherwise, they would not have joined forces to attack the Frigid Immortal Sect. The threat of the four-way scales joining forces was too great. Junior still has the same question, "Are you willing to be deified?" Luyin asked. Nong Yi and Luyin and Nong Yi looked at each other deeply. Deified? There were pros and cons. If they were on the same side as an ascendant, then being deified was equivalent to having another progenitor. However, if they turned against each other, then they would be using their own strength to deal with themselves. "Senior, are you willing to be deified?" Luyin asked for the 3rd time. There was no need to elaborate on the current situation. If he was willing, then he was willing. If he was unwilling, then he was unwilling. No one was stupid, and Luyin didn't have the eloquence to change his unwillingness into a willingness. Nong Yi sighed, "Lu Xiaoxian, are you willing to make a promise that as long as my Nong clan doesn't betray humanity, you won't act against my clan?" Luyin raised his head, "Sure, I swear that unless your clan betrays humanity, I will never act against you, except in self-defense." Nong Yi nodded, "Deified then. I'd like to see how someone with 6 origin tribulations will do that." Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he waved his hand, causing a golden light to fill the starry sky of trees. In the frozen immortal sect, Bai Wang Yuan and the others saw the golden light coming from below, and their expressions changed. "Not good, the God Sealing Catalog. It's Lu Xiaoxian." They wanted to go to the central realm, but Mu Xia and Guizhu were blocking their way. "Whoever Lu Xiaoxian becomes a god is his own business. It has nothing to do with you," Guizhu laughed. No wonder that old man Nong Yi had left, it turned out that he had gone to become a god. Once he became a god, there would be another progenitor here, and with Lu Xiaoxian, everything would become unpredictable. Xiaoxinji's expression became extremely ugly, and the scene of Lu Tianyi blocking the front with a God-sealing catalog appeared in his mind. He would never forget that scene. No, he couldn't let Lu Xiaoxian become any stronger. Xiaoxinji's figure flickered as he headed towards the central realm. Guizhou hurriedly acted, causing death energy to surge and instantly cover half of the central realm. Wang Fan and Bai Wangyuan looked at each other. They had to act in the end. Since they couldn't stop Lu Xiaoxian, they would have to see who was the master of the starry sky of trees. Suddenly, Xiaoxinji coughed up blood and his body swayed, almost falling down. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan were shocked. How had Xiaoxinji suddenly been injured? Was it Guizhou? They looked over, and Guizhou was confused. How had Xiaoxinji suddenly been injured? No one knew where Xiaoxinji's injury had come from. Xiaoxinji clutched his abdomen and lowered his head, his pupils dilating. Bastard! Bastard! You actually injured yourself. Bastard! Xiaoxinji, what happened to you? Wang Fan asked. Xiaoxinji coughed twice. I haven't recovered from the battle in the sovereign world. Wang Fan and Bai Wangyuan were confused. Injuries in the sovereign world? When had he been injured? Mu Xia was also confused, but he was quite far away from Bai Wangyuan and the others at that time, so he didn't know and thought that Xiaoxinji was really injured. Bai Wangyuan whispered, "Can you still act?" Xiaoxinji wanted to say something, but he coughed up another mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. I have to go back and treat my injuries. I'm sorry. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan looked at each other. They knew that Xiaoxinji wasn't so simple, but since he said this, it meant that he didn't want to tell them. Xiaoxinji didn't wait for them to answer and just left. He returned to the divine martial heaven, but before he left, he took a deep look at Mu Xia and Guizhou, as if he wanted to see something. Mu Xia and Guizhou were confused, not knowing what had happened to Xiaoxinji. At the same time, the golden light of the god sealing catalog disappeared. They looked towards the central realm. Did he succeed? Or did he fail? There were no records of someone reaching the godly ancestor realm after 6 origin tribulations, but when they thought about Lu Yin's past achievements, even Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan did not dare say that he would fail. Elsewhere, in a corner of the mortal realm, Xiaoxinji's clone spat out blood. Blood even seeped out of his skin as if he had just been fished out of a pool of blood. Let's go. Xiaoxinji has sensed our location. He should be here. Lu Xiaoga helped Xiaoxinji's clone up and left according to the prepared route. Above them was the ancestral Mang, and they had used its aura to intimidate Xiaoxinji, making it difficult for him to find them. Was it worth it? Lu Xiaoga asked, looking at Xiaoxinji's clone with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Xiaoxinji's clone grinned, but his mouth was full of blood, making him look rather savage. I was seriously injured once. At most, I would have gone into seclusion for 100 years to recover, but I got a promise in exchange. Of course it was worth it. Lu Xiaoga's tone was low. You knew? That you were in contact with Lu Xiaoxian? Kid, you underestimate me too much. It's true that the new generation replaces the old, but don't forget that we are not the old. A progenitor can never be the old that has been eliminated. I already felt that something was wrong when Lu Xiaoxian chased after me. Why did he chase after me? Just because I'm Xiaoxinji's clone? And why were you so cautious and careful? You even schemed against Lu Xiaoxian so that he couldn't chase after you. No matter how I look at it, this seems like a game between the two of you. Since it's a game, there's obviously a wager, and your wager is me. The reason for this game is because you're in contact with Lu Xiaoxian, Xiaoxinji's clone said slowly. He was clearly heavily injured and needed to be supported to walk. He could not resist Lu Xiaoga at all, but he did not say anything. Lu Xiaoga sighed in admiration. Senior, you're smarter, more powerful, and more ruthless than I imagined. Xiaoxinji's clone sneered and suddenly looked up. The two of them stayed still and waited for a moment. He's gone. It's Xiaoxinji. If not for the ancestral Mang's aura, he would have found me. Senior, you contacted Lu Yin through me and heavily injured Xiaoxinji in exchange for his promise to help you deal with Xiaoxinji. Do you trust him that much? Lu Xiaoga asked. The same thing had happened after Lu Yin had arrived in the cosmic tree realm. When he saw the seed garden, he thought of Feng Shen Nong Yi. He had then received Lu Xiaoga's contact and made a deal with Xiaoxinji's clone. Xiaoxinji's clone looked up and panted heavily. He gestured for Lu Xiaoga to put him down, and he sat down with his back against the tree. The four-way scales banished the Lu family, and it was a huge gamble. They won, and this time I made a huge gamble as well. I bet that the Lu family will be able to make a comeback. At this point, he looked at Lu Xiaoge. I know that you have a grudge against Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Xiaoge interrupted him before he could finish. Lu Xiaoge smiled and said, I have no grudge against him. I'm just a member of the Dark Forest. Xiaoxinji's clone looked deeply at Lu Xiaoge. Perhaps one day, you will have a place in this universe. Lu Xiaoge smiled. Let's talk about that later. Xiaoxinji is heavily injured, and it looks like the cosmic tree realm won't fall into chaos for the time being. Senior, not only did you injure Xiaoxinji to help Lu Yin in exchange for his promise, but you also believe that the four-way scale is superior to the others. Not only did you help Lu Yin, but you also helped yourself. Xiaoxinji's clone closed his eyes and stopped talking. In the central realm, not far from the seed garden, Lu Yin watched as the Divine Seal catalog descended. There was a shadow that looked exactly like Nong Yi. This was the Divine Seal catalog. In front of him, Nong Yi's eyes glowed as he looked at the Divine Seal catalog. That shadow had come from the Divine Seal catalog's golden light. Where there was light, there would be a shadow, and that shadow had become Nong Yi. How do you feel? Nong Yi asked as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin put the Divine Seal catalog away. I don't feel anything. Senior, let's go and have a chat with Bai Wang Yuan and the others. He then took out Mount Supreme and released the Hellworm. It roared as Lu Yin climbed up. Nong Yi sighed in amazement. Every time I see the Hellworm, I'm amazed. I can't figure out how you managed to subdue it. Senior, let's go. Don't let the frigid immortal sect wait for too long. Nong Yi's figure flashed and appeared above the Hellworm's head. The Hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it roared. Its progenitor's power swept out and it charged towards the top realm. Within the frigid immortal sect, Bai Wang Yuan's expression sank. They had all sensed the Hellworm's power. Lu Xiaoxian had arrived. In the valley below the Wang family's mainland, the dragon ancestor's expression turned ugly. It had indeed been the Hellworm's aura, which meant that the Godseal catalog had been Lu Xiaoxuan's. Beside him, Bai Xing was curious. How did Lu Xiaoxian get here? The dragon ancestor frowned and stepped forward. He had guessed that Lu Yin must have come from Jupiter. It was no secret that Jupiter could connect to the astral tree realm, but no one had ever tried to do so. Lu Yin's arrival had confirmed his guess. Lu Xiaoxuan's arrival meant that things had changed. In the ruler realm, the fog ancestor watched calmly. She had no stance, and if she did, it would be the humans. No matter what realm or cultivation level one was at, there would always be grudges. She was not from the Lu family and could not control the fifth mainland, much less the grudges. She could only watch. The Hellworm and the dragon ancestor arrived at almost the same time. They met outside the frigid immortal sect, and when they saw each other, the dragon ancestor was stunned. Nong Yi? Why are you with Lu Xiaoxian? Wait, you're the one who sealed? Nong Yi coldly glanced at the dragon ancestor before following the Hellworm into the frigid immortal sect. The dragon ancestor hurried in as well. Where's Xiaoxinji? The dragon ancestor asked curiously when he saw Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. Wang Fan explained what had happened with Xiaoxinji. The dragon ancestor's expression turned even uglier. How had the situation suddenly changed? Lu Xiaoxian had sealed Nong Yi, which meant that both Lu Xiaoxian and Nong Yi had joined the fray. Xiaoxinji had been severely injured, and they had lost a few members. How were they supposed to deal with this? The three looked at Muxia and the others. Muxia also looked at Lu Yin in surprise. You sealed? Lu Yin smiled. Yes. Muxia nodded. Guizhu also looked at Lu Yin, and Lu Yin looked back at him. This was the first time the two had met, and they had both used death energy. Decades ago, when Draconic Seven's identity had been exposed, someone from the Ghost Abyss had risked their lives to help him escape. But things were different now. When Draconic Seven had been alive, he had been Lu Xiaoxian, an ant who had needed protection and had been chased by the four-side scales like a stray dog. The Ghost Abyss had been willing to protect him and support him. In the future, he might have been able to lead the Ghost Abyss to the peak, Or he might have been used by the Ghost Abyss until his value was exhausted, allowing the Ghost Abyss to take the initiative. But things were different now. Lu Yin's power had long since gone out of control, and the Ghost Abyss couldn't control it at all. Neither of them had expected that their first meeting would be in the frigid immortal sect. Guizhou? Lu Yin was the first to speak. He looked at the gloomy person across from him, and the density of this person's death energy was astonishing. The Ghost Abyss's death energy definitely wasn't ranked 5th. In any of the Death God's force fields on the continent, the Death God's left arm and Go Lian could also use one attack. Guizhou didn't know what Lu Yin was thinking, but if he did, he would have been on guard. After all, if the Death God's left arm and Go Lian used one attack, the Death God's force field would be completely drained. Guizhou would be the same, and his inheritance would be severed. Lu Xiaoxian, it's been a long time, Guizhou said, looking at Lu Yin as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Lu Yin replied, it has indeed been a long time. I've accepted your kindness, and I'll definitely repay you when I have the chance. Guizhou didn't say anything else and instead looked at Bai Wangyuan. Lu Yin also stopped talking to him and instead looked at Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan. What do you say? Do you want to fight? He then waved his hand, and the golden light blossomed once more as Nong Yi's figure appeared. Everyone looked on in amazement. Aside from Jiu Shan and 8 Seas, this was the first time everyone was looking at the God Seal catalog. Of course, the dragon ancestor was an exception, as he was even older than Jiu Shan and 8 Seas. This is also my first time using the God Seal catalog. Don't blame me if I don't use it well, Lu Yin said, his tone filled with threat. Wang Fan said in a low voice, Lu Xiaoxian, you made an agreement with us a few days ago that you wouldn't step into the astral tree domain. Are you going back on your word so quickly? A few days ago, Senior Lu Yu was still here, but he's gone now, Lu Yin said. Lu Yu's matter has nothing to do with you. Bai Zhe said. Lu Yin sighed. We're all comrades in the battle against the undying god, so how could it have nothing to do with me? Senior specifically invited me to the Lu family for tea and to discuss sword techniques. He also said that he would pass down his sword Dao's unification to me because I'm the most suitable successor. Although he hasn't had the time to pass it down, I'll accept this kindness. Senior won't allow you to slander him as you please. Nonsense, Lu Yu never drinks tea, and how could the Lu family sword Dao's unification be passed down to you? Bai Zhe shouted. Lu Yin raised his brow. What, were you beside me when I was talking to Senior Lu Yu? Bai Wangyuan choked. Lu Xiaoxian, don't be unreasonable. We all know what kind of person Lu Yu is. Hurry up and return to the 5th mainland. This matter has nothing to do with you, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin looked at him. Wang Fan, immediately send Senior Zhongyue's statue to the seed garden. Wang Fan was stunned. What? Lu Yin shouted, Senior Zhongyue was on good terms with the Nong family and swore to join them. Since he's dead, his statue should naturally be placed in the seed garden. Wang Fan looked at Nong Yi. Nong Yi looked at Lu Yin. Was that true? He wasn't that close to Zhongyue. Lu Xiaoxian, what nonsense are you talking about? The dragon ancestor frowned. Zhongyue was a wandering cultivator and a progenitor who had died in the sovereign realm. At that time only Wang Fan had been with him. After Zhongyue's death, Wang Fan had placed his statue on the Wang family's mainland to attract many wandering cultivators to join the Wang family. He had said that Zhongyue had instructed him to do so, but no one knew the details. How can you compare the relationship between Senior Zhongyue and Senior Nong Yi? Wang Fan, you're too shameless, Lu Yin reprimanded. Wang Fan was furious. Zhongyue was the one who said that he was willing to join my Wang family. Who heard that? Senior Lu Yu also said that he would treat me to tea and teach me the sword Dao. Do you admit it? Lu Yin retorted righteously. Wang Fan shouted angrily. Lu Yin did not back down. Everyone else was speechless as they listened to the two bicker, but their expressions soon relaxed. If they could argue, it meant that they would not fight. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting before Lu Yin had even arrived. The two of them quarreled for almost an hour before they stopped. Bai Wangyuan and the dragon ancestor were no longer anxious, as the situation had already reached this point. Mu Xia's expression relaxed, and he looked at Lu Ying with a rare smile. This junior brother was really interesting. Once he arrived, the situation would always change. Some people were born with this ability and knew how to stir things up. They knew how to use all sorts of advantages to create situations that were difficult for their opponents to handle. Whether it was Long Qi, Yu Hao, or Lu Xiaoshuan's identity, he had used them all very well. He had used his own strength to change the situation of the human race. Master, how did you receive this disciple? If he wasn't my junior brother, I would have taken him in as a disciple as well. Lu Ying had completely destroyed the original plan of the four-way scales, and in the end, it had only been a discussion. However, this did not have much to do with Lu Ying. His main goal in coming here was to find Mu Xia, and it was fine as long as he was fine. Of course, the final result was still acceptable. No one could seek justice for Lu Yu's death, and this grudge could only be left to the Lu family. The only thing Lu Ying could do was try his best to save the Lu family, such as the family head. Lu Du. He was fifth bro's father, so he had to find him. There were also Lu Kai, Lu Yi, and Zhongding Tian. Over the next half a month, Lu Ying searched for the Lu family in the Central Realm. He found Lu Kai, and through him, he found Zhongding Tian. Unfortunately, Lu Yi had died to the progenitor's shockwaves. If not for Master, I would have died. Zhongding Tian stood on the back of the caged WYRM and watched the ground recede. The WYRM's speed was so fast that he could not even see it clearly. Lu Ying fell silent. It was normal for cultivators to die. Brother Lu, Master said that he experienced something inexplicable, Zhongding Tian suddenly said. Lu Ying looked at him. So? Aren't you going to ask what happened? Zhongding Tian asked. Lu Ying looked away. A person's death is like an extinguished lamp. What's the point of asking? Zhongding Tian nodded. Yeah, what's the point of asking? Right, there's no need to find the family head. He's dead. How did he die? Lu Ying asked. He wanted to save Fifth Bro's father, and the only reason he had saved the Lu family was because of Fifth Bro's reputation, but it was still too late. Zhongding Tian continued, like Master, he was killed by the shockwaves of the progenitor realm. Master died trying to protect me, while Patriarch charged towards Xianxia. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Was he going to charge at Xianxia? Lu Du was merely an emissary, not even a half-martial ancestor. Yet, he had the courage to charge at Xianxia. It was clear that he was prepared to die at that moment. Was he the one who harmed the Lu family? If he hadn't exposed Lu Song, then the Lu family would have been fine. However, that might not be the case. Even if the four cardinal scales hadn't acted against Lu Yu because of this matter, they would have found other reasons to act against him, and the Lu family would not be able to escape this ordeal. Not long after, they found Lu Lu. He had been out on a mission and was not at home. Now that he had received the news, he had hurried back to the family, but Lu Ying had discovered him midway and taken him away. Lu Lu's eyes were filled with hatred. He looked towards the top realm, truly wishing to tear apart this world. In the past, the Lu family had only been obsessed with their swords, but now, they were filled with hatred. Regardless of whether it was Lu Lu, Lu Kai, or Zhongding Tian, their lives would be filled with hatred. Finally, Lu Ying arrived at the location that Lu Hao had told him through Lu Tianmu. He was curious as to why Lu Hao had not contacted the farmer clan or the humble clan before his death, but had instead contacted him. Could it be that Lu Hao had so much confidence in him? Lu Ying guessed that Lu Hao must have seen through the layout of the astral tree, and that the only one who could break through this situation was an external power, which was Lu Ying himself. If Lu Hao could see through it, then many others could as well. While Lu Ying was lost in his thoughts, the hellworm stopped. Below him, Lu Ying saw Xia Ziheng and an unfamiliar half-martial ancestor. Xia Ziheng and the unfamiliar half-martial ancestor also looked up. Lu Xiaoxian? Lu Ying descended and tore through the void, appearing in front of Xia Ziheng and the half-martial ancestor. Why are you here? It has nothing to do with you, Lu Xiaoxian. You should return to the abandoned land, Xia Ziheng said. Just as Xia Ziheng finished speaking, Lu Ying casually waved his hand. His battle force at the realm of Palm combined with his physical strength, which had been increased by 6 origin tribulations, formed a palm strike that was extremely lethal to even half-ancestors. Xiao Ziheng was shocked, and he slashed out with his blade. However, the palm wind struck him and caused his blade to shatter. The palm wind viciously struck Xiao Ziheng and sent him flying. That unfamiliar half-ancestor hurriedly intervened, but Luin opened his hand. With a boom, the unfamiliar half-martial ancestor was pressed to the ground by the heaven-flipping palm. The heaven-flipping palm was similar to how things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was a battle technique with a concept. It had even been able to press the undying god's body to the ground, let alone this unfamiliar half-martial ancestor whose arms had been crippled. 2 half-martial ancestors had been easily injured by Luin. Xiao Ziheng wanted to intervene, but the hellworm above him roared and stared at him. He panted heavily and did not dare to move. "I'll ask you again. Why are you here?" Luin clasped his hands behind his back and calmly looked at Xiao Ziheng. It hadn't been that long since he had attacked the divine martial plane, but Lu Yin's strength had undergone a drastic transformation. Not only had he reached 6 origin tribulations, but he had also cultivated the heaven-flipping palm and realm of palm battle force. It would not be as difficult for him to deal with 4 half-martial ancestors now, and he did not even need to use external items. Xiao Ziheng did not want to answer. Even under the hellworm's pressure, he gritted his teeth and endured. Luin walked over to the unfamiliar half-martial ancestor and bent down to look at him. It was just like when the undying god had appeared and looked down on him. "Who are you?" The unfamiliar half-martial ancestor looked at Luin in shock. "Xianxia. Your name?" "Yes." "What's your relationship with the Xia family?" Xianxia thought about it, but he was also unwilling to answer. Luin laughed. "You should say that if you have nothing to do with the Xia family, then you will die here. What do you think? Half-martial ancestor Ziheng?" Xiao Ziheng gritted his teeth. "He's the guard of my divine martial prison." Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he knew that this person was the guard of Xiaxinji's clone. Xiaxinji's clone had escaped with Lu Xiaoge, and this person had been sent out by Xiaxinji to search for him. Xiaxinji had most likely crippled Xiaxinji's arms. Luin stepped over Xianxia and walked towards Xiao Ziheng. "It looks like you're certain that I won't dare to do anything to you, so you're not going to say anything?" Xianxia was infuriated, as being stepped over was a great humiliation. Xiao Ziheng's eyes narrowed as he stared at Luin. "Patriarch Xinji won't let you off." Luin suddenly laughed. "You want Xiaxinji to talk to me face to face? Do you think he has the ability to do so?" Xianxia was shocked. Who in the universe would dare to speak of Patriarch Xinji in such a manner? This was Lu Xiaoxian, and it was no wonder that he had attacked the divine martial plane. It was no wonder that he had been able to stand against Patriarch 4 cardinal scales and reach an agreement with him. This was a human. Only Luin had the right to say such things. The moment Luin said this, the humiliation that had just been stepped over instantly vanished. "You're right. I don't want to do anything to you right now." Luin retracted his gaze and swept out with his domain before vanishing. Xiao Ziheng was stunned at first, as he had not expected Luin to suddenly leave. His expression immediately changed. Not good. He hurriedly looked around, searching for traces of Luin. However, Luin appeared right after, and at the same time, a giant sword steel appeared. Xiao Ziheng's jaw dropped. "Lu Xiaoxian, you!" Luin tossed the sword steel onto the back of the caged Wyrm and slowly rose into the air. He looked down at Xiao Ziheng. "Many thanks, half-ancestor Ziheng. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have stayed here, and I definitely wouldn't have been able to find the Lu family sword steel." "Ha ha ha ha." Xiao Ziheng's face paled. It was over. Everything was over. That bastard Lu Xiaoxian was trying to kill him. Searching for the Lu family sword steel was a mission given to him by the Patriarch, and many people were searching for it. He had followed the clues and almost found it, but he had been discovered by that damned Lu Xiaoxian. Why had he appeared so coincidentally? It definitely wasn't because of Luin. The central realm was so big, so how could there be such a coincidence? Furthermore, Lu Yin had already concealed his aura, so the chances of Lu Yin coincidentally running into him were like looking for a needle in a haystack. That bastard must have known that the sword steel was here, but he had purposely said that so that Lu Yin would be punished by the patriarch. After scheming against Xia Ziheng, Lu Yin left the cosmic tree realm. As long as nothing happened here, he would not return for the time being. How many times had this thought appeared in his mind? Every time he was certain that he would not return, he would return for various reasons. Lu Yin shook his head and watched the scenery around him recede. He looked at the sword steel and then at the sovereign realm. It seemed like the four-way scales did not intend to stop him, they were also afraid of trouble. Not stopping him did not mean that they had given up. Since they had killed Lu Yu without hesitation, it meant that they had a plan in place. Even if this unknown plan had been destroyed by Lu Yin, there would be a day when it would be restarted. He just did not know when that day would come. Bai Xing had long since left the New Sky Corridor. Cultivators from the Fifth Mainland were constantly being sent over and then forcibly sent back to the Fifth Mainland. The Hellworm quickly streaked past and then charged into the New Sky Corridor before disappearing. A few months after Lu Yin left the Cosmic Tree Realm, although the people from the Fifth Mainland could not come here, they still sold all sorts of resources. This was especially true for wireless voodoo, which often replaced the cloud connection stones. The Cosmic Tree Realm was also researching the Fifth Mainland's combat methods, as their various external items were quite useful. As for the Fourth Formation Base, Lu Yin sent someone over, but they were all rejected by the Cosmic Tree Realm. Before the Fifth Mainland's problem with the Star Source universe was resolved, no one dared to take the risk of accepting the Fifth Mainland's cultivators, even if it was the reverse battlefield. The reverse battlefield had already changed, and there were not many cultivators left to guard the 5 formation bases. Most of the cultivators had already killed their way into the new world and were close to reclaiming it. The entire Cosmic Tree Realm was becoming more and more complete. As for the Fifth Mainland, they were constantly searching for the reason behind the Star Source universe's problems. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. On this day, a spatial crack appeared at the bottom of Shenwu Continent's Tower of Resonating Light. A figure suddenly rushed out of the spatial crack and crashed into the wall. After he came out, the spatial crack closed back up. The figure looked back. "Oh no, I can't go back. That damned Guyu." After saying that, the figure looked around, then leaped out and carefully left the Tower of Resonating Light. When he looked outside, he saw rows upon rows of cultivators guarding the tower. It's no wonder that Guyu didn't want to connect the two spacetimes and block us outside. Hee, since I'm here, I'll be the master of this weak spacetime. I, Wu Junshi, also have the opportunity to control a spacetime. Ha ha ha. As the figure spoke, his voice grew louder and louder, attracting the attention of the guards. Who is it? The guards surrounded the Tower of Resonating Light. Wu Junshi stood up and looked down. You ants, I am Wu Junshi. Why haven't you kowtowed yet? How dare you? The guards and cultivators all attacked. Wu Junshi sneered, and his eyes widened. An enormous aura swept across the entire Shenwu continent, causing it to sway like a small boat in the midst of a storm. Cracks appeared on the surface of the continent. In the distance, within Mingdu's imperial palace, Mingda was alarmed. There's a powerful enemy. Quickly inform the Above Heaven sect. Less than an hour later, in Mingdu's imperial palace, Mingda gritted his teeth and knelt down in humiliation. Behind him was a group of Shenwu Empire's ministers, and behind him was Bei Hong. Wu Junshi sat high up in the imperial palace and looked down at the crowd. He looked at Mingda with interest. Tell me, who is the strongest person in this universe? What is their strength? Mingda looked up and was about to say something when his body was suddenly sent flying and smashed into a pillar. Many people were shocked. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Bei Hong stood up to help Wu Junshi up, but his body was instantly pressed to the ground. Wu Junshi's aura was so powerful that even the entire Shenwu continent would have to crawl, let alone an imperial palace. This aura continued to spread in all directions. He seemed to be searching for something, or rather, probing for something. Did I allow you to look up? Ants are not allowed to look at their masters. Even if their masters allow you to, you are not allowed to. These are the rules, Wu Junshi said coldly, his tone filled with arrogance. Mingde coughed up blood and bent his body in extreme pain. Wu Junshi glanced at him and then looked at Bei Hong. Your status here is only lower than his. Tell me, who is the strongest person here? What is their strength? Bei Hong lay on the ground and did not look up. The strongest person is someone called Luin. Wu Junshi looked on calmly. He is an emissary, Bei Hong said. Wu Junshi frowned and muttered to himself, emissary? The same cultivation level as Guyu? Back then, Guyu had said that she had faced 7 origin tribulations. As he thought of this, he stared at Bei Hong. How many origin tribulations did Luin face? Bei Hong did not know where Wu Junshi had come from, and neither did anyone else present. They all assumed that he had come to Shenwu continent from the outside world. Ever since the 5 sealing planets had been moved away, many people had come to the Shenwu continent, but they were all just passing by or training. No one dared to act impudently on the Shenwu continent, as everyone knew that this place held a special meaning for Luin. Wu Junshi's actions had puzzled the people of the Shenwu Empire, but his question was even more puzzling. Was there someone in the 5th mainland who didn't know Luin? Bei Hong also couldn't figure out what was going on with Wu Junshi, so he could only reply, I heard that he has undergone 5 origin tribulations, but some say that he has undergone 6. How many origin tribulations has he faced? Wu Junshi was dissatisfied, but at the same time, he didn't care. So what if he had undergone 7 origin tribulations? At most, he was on par with Guyu. 5 origin tribulations, Bei Hongmo said with certainty. Wu Junshi's gaze swept across the crowd. Have you heard of the 3 sovereigns? Everyone was confused, and they all shook their heads. Wu Junshi sneered. Then, what about Guyu? Bei Hong looked up in shock, only to be sent flying with a thump before crashing into a pillar. If you dare to raise your head again, I'll kill you without mercy, Wu Junshi barked. Bei Hong coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. His situation was similar to Mingde's. When the others saw what had happened to them, they all lowered their heads, not daring to raise their heads. Looks like you all know about Guyu, humph. Wu Junshi looked outside. They knew about Guyu, but they didn't know about the 3 sovereigns. Guyu, looks like you've done a perfect job. Not only have you blocked the path through the 3 sovereigns' spacetime, but you've also not allowed the people in your own spacetime to know about it. It's a pity that you're too short-sighted. The strongest powerhouse here is only at 6 origin tribulations, and they can't even compare to you. Your spacetime has regressed too much. Since that was the case, Wu Junshi's gaze burned with passion. Then, let me be the ruler of this spacetime. Mingde looked up. He had not said a single word from start to finish, but when he heard Wu Junshi's words, his eyes were filled with a thick sense of ridicule. It wasn't just him, as Bei Hong was as well. The majority of the people on Shenwu continent only had a general understanding of the outside world, but they did not know too much about it. After all, the 5 sealing planets had sealed them off. However, Mingde and Bei Hong knew a lot about the outside world, especially Bei Hong. His son, Bei Qing, had quite a bit of influence in the Great Eastern Alliance, and his understanding of certain matters far surpassed Mingde's. What realm was Luin at? This question was completely wrong. Could Lu Yin's cultivation realm be used to calculate his strength? The truly knowledgeable people in the outside world did not care about Lu Yin's cultivation realm at all. All they cared about was submitting to him. So what if he was a progenitor? Go and find that Luin, Wu Junshi spoke up, and his words left Mingde, Bei Hong, and the others dumbfounded. They did not dare to raise their heads, which meant that they could not see Wu Junshi. Wu Junshi also could not see their expressions, which were brilliant beyond compare. I will reward whoever can find that Luin, Wu Junshi said calmly, his expression filled with arrogance and a hint of holiness. This expression seemed to have been honed thousands of times, and it was perfectly executed. Bei Hong coughed a few times. Well, it will be difficult for us to get close to Luin with our cultivations. However, I can bring you to the sect that Luin belongs to. With your unrivaled strength in the universe, you will definitely be able to conquer everyone and make the entire universe look down at you. Wu Junshi looked at Bei Hong. You have a way with words, and you are also knowledgeable. In the future, you will be the emperor of this continent. Once I become the ruler of this spacetime, you will know that submitting to me was the correct choice. Bei Hong had served 4 emperors of the Shenwu Empire, so he was naturally good with words. Yes, I will bring you to Luyin. He is not far away, and with your strength, you will be able to reach him in the blink of an eye. Wu Junshi was even more satisfied, and he looked at Bei Hong with admiration. You can raise your head and talk to me, but your gaze will only reach my waist at most. Bei Hong acted as if he had received a great favor, and he was moved to tears. It is already very fortunate that you can raise your head. I will bring you to Luyin. Not long after, Wu Junshi led Bei Hong into outer space. The power that Wu Junshi displayed surprised Bei Hong. This was a 3-colored power that revolved around Wu Junshi's body and brought Bei Hong into outer space. Due to the 5th mainland's astral source problem, they either did not have any astral source or star energy in their bodies, or they were dispersing it. Basically, there were no cultivators who could freely explore the universe. Could this person's 3-colored power not be astral source or star energy? Curious? Wu Junshi asked. Bei Hong respectfully replied, My lord, your power is truly admirable. Wu Junshi was cold and arrogant. This is a sovereign aura. Your spacetime naturally does not know about it. Speaking of which, this spacetime is so weak that it is beyond imagination. None of them even have the power to cultivate, and none of them can even travel the universe. Bei Hong replied, My space naturally cannot compare to my lord's. He could tell that this person had come from another spacetime and was definitely not from any known spacetime. Otherwise, whether it was the astral tree realm or the 6th mainland, it would be impossible for them to not know about the 5th mainland. This person should have come from a parallel spacetime. For a long time, people from parallel spacetimes would occasionally appear. Hunters could tear through the void, and it was normal for them to be lucky enough to travel to a parallel spacetime. After figuring out this person's origins, Wu Junshi sighed. It was good that he knew about this person's origins, but he had been afraid that he did not. As for this person's true strength, he would naturally know once he arrived at the heaven's path. Shenwu continent was located in the innerverse, and due to the astral source problem, there were only spacecraft in outer space. The cultivators in those spacecraft did not have any power, which made Wu Junshi even more disdainful. He increased his speed and brought Bei Hong into the outerverse, heading towards Frostwave Weave. The moment they reached Frostwave Weave, Wu Junshi stopped and looked towards the north. Why was there a faint aura that made his heart tremble? That shouldn't be. He thought that it was just an illusion and continued forward. After that, they arrived at a place far away from the solar system. From afar, Wu Junshi saw the incomparably large ancestral tortoise and hellworm, and his mouth fell open. What was that? He looked at Bei Hong in astonishment. The moment Bei Hong arrived, his expression changed, and he looked at Wu Junshi with a mocking gaze. Wu Junshi's expression had already explained everything. If he really had the power to dominate the 5th mainland, then he would not have been surprised by the hellworm and ancestral tortoise. This person was not as powerful as he thought. There were very few people or creatures on the 5th mainland who were not affected by the astral source problem. The ancestral tortoise and hellworm were rare, and Lu Bujing was also one of the few who was not affected. When he saw the hellworm and ancestral tortoise, Wu Junshi also saw the incomparably majestic Heaven's Path sect. Even an idiot would know that such an enormous and terrifying sect stood tall in outer space, and there were 2 monsters next to it that looked like they were not to be trifled with. When he saw Bei Hong's expression change, Wu Junshi did not hesitate and turned to leave. However, at some point in time, someone had appeared behind him. It was Lu Bujing. A guest from afar is welcome, Lu Bujing said with a bright smile. Wu Junshi gulped. When had this person appeared? Where had he come from? You're Luyin? He asked. Lu Bujing raised his brows. I am Lu Bujing, sect master of the Heaven's Path sect. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wu Junshi's pupils shrank in disbelief. The Heaven's Path sect? Lu Bujing was astonished. It seems like you've heard of it before. You're not too unfamiliar with it. Please, Daozi has waited for a long time. Wu Junshi was stunned. The Heaven's Path sect? The Heaven's Path sect? These were the only words in his mind. He had actually heard the words Heaven's Path sect. Shouldn't these words have disappeared a long time ago? It was impossible that they had the same name. Yes, they definitely had the same name. This place is called Above the Sky sect? Wu Junshi asked. Lu Bujing's lips curled up. Let's go in first. Wu Junshi did not hesitate to attack. What a joke. Go in? With those two giant monsters around, how could he possibly go in? He wanted to return to Shenwu continent through that path. No matter how difficult it was, he had to go back. The tricolored energy rumbled towards Lu Bujing like a dragon. Lu Bujing's face sank. So it's an unwelcome guest. Then, don't blame me for being impolite. He then raised his hand and slapped down. The enormous strength not only dispersed the tricolored energy, but it also pushed Wu Junshi back. The terrifying strength left Wu Junshi in disbelief, and the tricolored energy flowed backwards, almost choking him to death. A demigod? Wu Junshi was shocked and did not dare to attack again. Oh, a demigod is called a demigod in your world? Does that mean that a demigod is a monarch? That's really high and mighty, Lu Bujing said. Wu Junshi stared at Lu Bujing. I'm just passing by. There's no need to be so aggressive. Lu Bujing looked at Bei Hong. That's not how Shenwu continent talks about it. How do you want to settle the debt between Mingde and the ministers? Wu Junshi gritted his teeth, as he had been tricked. This spacetime was not that simple. It seemed like there was not a single expert here, but in reality, they had just wanted to lure him here. I can compensate you. Alright, cut the crap. The Taoist is waiting for you. Don't make the Taoist impatient. Lu Bujing took a step forward and appeared in front of Wu Junshi. Or do you want to spar? Wu Junshi gulped, but in the end, he had no choice. I'll go with you. Not everyone was like Lu Yin and Qing Ping when facing a demigod powerhouse. Rather, such people were far too rare, and only a few had appeared in the long river of time. Normal cultivators, even those who were infinitely close to becoming a demigod, would find it difficult to fight against a demigod, let alone Lu Bujing, who was a demigod from the Lu families above the Sky sect. He was recognized as one of the sect masters of Elysium, and even Xing Yuan's accident had not affected him. Lu Bujing led Wu Junshi and Bei Hong towards the Above Heaven sect. The closer they got to the heavenly sect, the more Lord Wu could feel the terrifying and boundless power of the prison dragon. Every breath he took made his heart jump. He was worried that he would be eaten. He had only felt this kind of feeling from the Lord. These two monsters couldn't be at the monarch realm, right? If that was the case, the heavenly sect might really be the illusory land of gods in his memories. Along the way, Bei Hong had a pious expression as he followed Lu Bujing. Lord Wu continued to observe the heavenly sect and heaved a sigh of relief. It was not as terrifying as he had imagined. The heavenly sect was the same as the places he had passed by before. Most of the people there did not have much power. It should be that the resources of the entire spacetime were only for a few people to use. In the end, the monsters that were nurtured were actually the same as their spacetime. That's good. This Above Heaven sect really has the same name. At this moment, they had arrived at the stairway to heaven. The Lady of Fate walked down slowly, deep in thought. When Lu Bujing saw the Lady of Fate, he subconsciously wanted to avoid her. Fate's daughter completely ignored him. She was thinking about how to get the Book of Destiny out of Lu Yin's hands. She really wanted it. The closer Lord Wu got to the Lady of Fate, the more pressure he felt. It was the same as Lu Bujing behind him, it was another demigod. They climbed up the stairway and arrived outside the main hall. The blood ancestor walked out and nodded at Lu Bujing before disappearing. Lord Wu stood there in a daze, overwhelmed with shock. Wasn't this the pressure of a monarch? The blood ancestor had looked directly at him, but that feeling was exactly the same as when Mu Jun had looked at him. That was a feeling that only a monarch could have. Was that person a monarch? Lord Wu's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking, but his mind was blank. A monarch was completely different from a demigod. They were two completely different concepts. Even if there were 100 demigods standing in front of him right now, they would not be as shocking as a single monarch. Let's go, Lu Bujing urged. Lord Wu continuously gulped. For the first time, his gaze towards the main hall was filled with fear and obedience that seemed to have been practiced millions of times. This familiarity was much more familiar than his previous holiness. It was as if it was innate and carved into his bones. As soon as he stepped out of the main hall, Lord Wu's mentality collapsed. He slowly walked forward as if he was on a pilgrimage, his eyes fixed on the ground the entire time. "Look up," a clear voice called out. It was very young, but it had a feeling that Lord Wu had no choice but to obey. It was as if this person's words were something that he should do. Lord Wu slowly looked up and saw a youth who was looking at him curiously. When he saw this youth, Lord Wu hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, my lord." Beihong found this strange, as this person had changed too quickly. Previously, Lord Wu had acted like a tyrant on the Shenwu continent and acted as if he wanted to rule over the fifth mainland. Now, he was directly kowtowing to Luyin. The more Beihong looked at him, the more this person seemed like a servant. "Greetings, Daozi." Beihong bowed respectfully. Luyin nodded. No need for formalities. He sat down, but when he saw Lord Wu's gaze fall down again, he found it funny. He already knew what had happened on the Shenwu continent, and this person was rather interesting. He did not understand the situation in this space-time, but he wanted to act like a tyrant. "Sit," Luyin said. Lord Wu hurriedly replied, "This lowly one does not dare." "If I tell you to sit, then sit," Luyin repeated. Lord Wu looked apprehensive, and then he looked at the chair. He walked over and slowly sat down, half of his but resting on it. Lu Bujing found this strange, as this person's attitude was rather strange. Lord Wu was a powerhouse who was close to becoming a half-ancestor, so why did he act like a servant? "Beihong, you sit as well," Luyin said. Beihong bowed deeply. "Daozi, this lowly one." "All right, sit." Lu Bujing sat down next to Luyin. Beihong took a deep breath. Just like Lord Wu, he carefully sat down. The Shenwu continent was too insignificant compared to the entire fifth mainland. Lord Wu had served Ming Zhao Tian, followed by Ming Zhao Shu, Ming Yan, and finally Ming De. He had served 4 emperors, and on the Shenwu continent, his reputation was no less than Ming De's. He was truly above everyone else, but even so, he had never thought that he would one day be able to sit here in the main hall of the Tiansheng sect. His son, Bei Qing, had left the Shenwu continent long ago to follow Luyin, and he was considered one of Lu Yin's top subordinates. However, he had never set foot in this main hall before. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and his gratitude towards Luyin grew even deeper. At this moment, Luyin looked at Lord Wu. "Speak. You should know what I want to hear." Lord Wu hurriedly stood up and stared at the ground in front of Luyin. He respectfully said, "This lowly one comes from a parallel spacetime to the 3 sovereigns. In order to escape pursuit, I unintentionally came to this spacetime. Please forgive me if I have offended you." "That's all?" Lu Yin's tone was calm, and he did not force Lord Wu to speak, nor did he believe him. The 3 sovereigns had been carved at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. The sage had asked, so this was where he had come from. Lord Wu's eyes widened. "There's more." He bent his finger. "This lowly one was in the 3 sovereign space, and my mission was to keep an eye on the passage that led to this spacetime. The moment it opened, I was to immediately report to the 3 sovereigns." "Gu Yu. You should be familiar with this name," Luyin said. Lord Wu glanced at Beihong. He had not hidden what he had said on the Shenwu continent. Beihong, Ming De, and the others had all heard it, so Luyin naturally knew about it as well. That passage was discovered by Gu Yu and a senior from the 3 sovereign space. They used the coordinates of the Eternals to locate it, Lord Wu replied. Luyin looked at him. "Tell me the details." Lord Wu did not hide anything. Since they were already here, there was no need to hide anything. He slowly recounted a part of the fifth mainland's history that no one else knew about. Even Gu Yu's master, Gu Yan, did not know about this part of history because it had started after Gu Yu had arrived on the fifth mainland. Gu Yan had never mentioned why Gu Yu had come to the fifth mainland from the cosmic tree realm. Lord Wu only knew about what had happened after Gu Yu had accidentally entered the 3 sovereign space. This was not a secret within the Three Sovereigns space. Guyu came to the Three Sovereigns space and traveled for 100 years, making many friends. At that time, he did not reveal that he had come from another spacetime. It was only when his friends found out that he revealed that he had accidentally obtained the coordinates of the Eternals and that he could locate his own spacetime. No one knows what happened between them, but not long after he had opened up the passage, Guyu used a sourcebox array to seal the passage. The passage was still there, but even the Three Sovereigns were unable to open it, so they sent me to keep an eye on it. It wasn't until yesterday that I accidentally discovered that the passage could be opened, so I came here. As I said, I was being hunted down. Lu Yin's expression changed. Coordinates? Was it that seal? Where are the coordinates? Lord Wu replied, I don't know, but it's definitely not in our spacetime. Otherwise, the Three Sovereigns would have arrived long ago. They should be at the previous location. Lu Yin looked at Bei Hong. Look for the Tower of Resonating Light and see if there's anything similar to the seal. Bei Hong hurriedly stood up and acknowledged the order before leaving. There were some things that he was not supposed to hear, so it was a good time for him to leave. Lu Yin looked at Lord Wu. So Guyu didn't use the 5 sealing planets array to seal Shenwu continent for no reason. What he really wanted to seal was the Three Sovereign spacetime? Lord Wu respectfully replied, that should be the case. Then, tell me about your spacetime. Lu Yin was curious. Lord Wu nodded. From start to finish, he had not looked at Lu Yin at all. Instead, he had been staring at the ground the entire time. Our Three Sovereign spacetime were not called this a long time ago, but no one remembers our original names. The reason why we call ourselves this way is because of the 3 powerful sovereigns who controlled spacetime, Lord Luo, Lord Mu, and Lord Xing. They were all sovereigns and were even husband and wife. They had controlled spacetime for many years, and everyone submitted to them. Even their cultivation levels and power attributes originated from the 3 sovereigns. Husband and wife? Lu Bujing was puzzled. Lord Wu explained, Lord Luo is a man, and Lord Mu and Lord Xing are his wives. Lu Bujing was shocked. There's such a thing? Lu Yin was puzzled. Is it that surprising? Lu Bujing replied, a sovereign is equivalent to a progenitor. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, as this was something to be surprised about. It wasn't surprising for ordinary people to have multiple couples, and it was normal for some emperors to have thousands or even tens of thousands of women. However, these were progenitors. 2 progenitors marrying one man at the same time was out of the ordinary. What kind of spirit was required to accomplish such a feat? Lu Yin looked at Wu Junshi solemnly. Is Lord Luo very strong? Wu Junshi replied, I don't know. You mentioned the coordinates of the Eternals. Is your spacetime also facing the threat of the Eternals? Lu Yin continued to ask. Wu Junshi replied, yes, the Eternals wreak havoc in the universe. If not for the 3 sovereigns, all of us would have been transformed into corpse kings. However, even with the 3 sovereigns fighting against the Eternals, the situation is still not optimistic. This might be the reason why Guyu sealed the passage back then. Who did you learn to act all high and mighty in the Shenwu continent? Lu Yin asked again. Wu Junshi was shocked and hurriedly prostrated himself. My lord, I dare not do it again. I'm willing to accept any punishment. I only ask that you give me a chance. Lu Yin and Lu Bujing looked at each other. This person was equivalent to a peak emissary, but he was acting so lowly. Even if the second Night King had submitted to Lu Yin, he wouldn't have acted so lowly. I'm asking you a question. Just answer. Wu Junshi's forehead dripped with sweat, and he thought for a moment. Yes, I learned it from Lord Luo. Then, is your humility also due to Lord Luo's pressure? Lu Yin asked. Wu Junshi nodded. Lord Luo told us not to look up at him, much less at Lord Mu and Lord Taibai. That's why. Lu Yin laughed. No wonder this guy had learned everything from Lord Luo. Junshi, what's this name? Lu Bujing asked. Sovereign, demigod, and June were all related to the word June, which made one think of something. Wu Junshi replied, the 3 sovereign space-time cultivation systems are ranked from weakest to strongest, humble, subordinate, Junshi, demigod, and lord. I'm a Xianxia, which is equivalent to the spacetime's emissary. Subordinate is equivalent to an enlighter, and humble is equivalent to an explorer. How simple, Lu Bujing commented. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Simple meant that it was easy to manage. From the very beginning of his cultivation level, he had been instilled with the idea that the ruler was supreme. This Lord Luo really liked to act high and mighty. Let me ask you, where did you hear the words above heaven sect? Lu Bujing asked again. Lu Yin was astonished. He knows about the above heaven sect? Lu Bujing nodded. Lu Yin looked at Wu Junshi, as this was not simple at all. This meant that the two spacetimes had interacted before, and that they had been in contact for a very long time. Before Lu Bujing and the others were released from the ice seal, he had never heard of the 3 words above heaven sect. It had already disappeared into history, but a person from the outer space and time actually knew about it. Lord Wu organized his words and respectfully replied, the above heaven sect is a name that has long since disappeared in the river of time and space. I also accidentally heard it from Lord Luo. Lord Luo once said that the above heaven sect was the strongest and most ancient union since the birth of humanity. It's the origin of the word sect. Lord Luo said that the above heaven sect was filled with legends and mysteries. Lord Luo said that the above heaven sect was filled with legends and mysteries. And the real reason why the above heaven sect became a legendary place for us 3 monarchs is because of an ancient expert that has not been confirmed, but should have existed before, the death god. Lu Yin and Lu Bujing were shocked. The death god? Wu Junshi replied, yes, an ancient powerhouse once appeared in our spacetime. He was extremely powerful and brought about a cultivation civilization. He enlightened the human race with wisdom. He was the creator of human civilization, but he was also the executioner who harvested lives and sent them into the cycle of reincarnation. He was the god of death. The death god is a legend in our 3 monarch spacetime, or rather, a god. Even Lord Luo's words are filled with reverence when he mentions the death god. Legend has it that the death god came from the above heaven sect. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Yin. When he mentioned the death god, they were clearly shocked, which meant that they had also heard of the death god before. The death god and the above heaven sect matched, so it seemed that the legend was true. However, this above heaven sect definitely could not be the above heaven sect of their legends. Otherwise, they would not be looking at them, but rather the gods who sat above the clouds and looked down on humanity. Lu Yin and Lu Bujing looked at each other. They had not expected to hear about the death god from Wu Junshi. However, the death god did not necessarily represent the same person. Many myths and legends had death gods. Let me ask you, how much do you know about the death god? What are his characteristics? Lu Yin asked. Wu Junshi replied, legend has it that the death god wields a go lian and is covered in chains. Legend has it that the death god comes from the darkness and leaves behind the darkness. The 2 of them listened, but Wu Junshi did not say much. After all, it was just a legend. Unfortunately, what he said was really just a legend that had no practical use. Many legends were based on certain people's subjective impressions. There are Eternals in your 3 monarch spacetime. Do you know what the strongest Eternals in your spacetime is called? Lu Bujing asked. Wu Junshi blurted out, the god of forgetfulness. Lu Bujing was shocked. The god of forgetfulness? Lu Yin's expression became much more solemn. The god of forgetfulness had actually personally taken action in the 3 monarch spacetime, which meant that it was not simple at all. He had heard of the 7 sky gods before, but that was all he knew about them. The only thing he knew about them was that they were half-progenitors and their possible true identities. However, after fighting with the undying god 3 years ago and experiencing the corpse god's might, he finally understood what the 7 sky gods were. They were 7 monsters that ordinary progenitors could not fight against. The caged Wyrm's defenses were extremely powerful, but it did not dare to charge forward against the corpse god. The undying god had relied on his innate ability to wander about and easily killed his way into the astral tree domain, forcing the ancestral Meng to take action. The strength of the 7 sky gods was still fresh in Lu Yin's mind. Can the 3 monarch spacetime block the god of forgetfulness? Lu Yin asked. Wu Junshi replied, a single monarch can't block it, but the three monarchs can work together and call it the Great Three Monarchs Formation. With the Great Three Monarchs Formation, they can fight against the god of forgetfulness and protect the three monarchs' spacetime from falling for billions of years. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. It's quite powerful to be able to block the god of forgetfulness. If the three of them could work together to block the god of forgetfulness, then the individual strength of the three monarchs should be very close to that of 9 mountains and 8 seas. There might even be an expert at 9 mountains and 8 seas level. Otherwise, if they were just 3 ordinary progenitors, they would not be able to fight against the 7 sky gods. After that, Lu Yin and Lu Bujing asked a lot of questions and gained a better understanding of the three monarchs' spacetime. After half a day, Lu Yin took a sip of tea and slowly said, "You're not bad. You answered all my questions, but I hope that you're not lying." Wu Junshi hurriedly prostrated himself. This lowly one wouldn't dare. This lowly one can no longer return. I've already gone to the three monarchs' spacetime, and from now on, I can only follow your excellency's orders and serve your excellency. How could I dare lie to you? Since the passageway exists and the spacetime coordinates are on our side, there must be a chance to go back. Come, accompany me to look for those coordinates. When I have time, I'll also go to the three monarchs' spacetime, Lu Yin said. He was still very interested in the three monarchs' spacetime. If he could join forces with this spacetime, then the war against the Eternals would change. At the very least, he would be able to affect the god of forgetfulness. Of course, the premise was that they could join forces. Back then, Vu had sealed the 2 spacetime passageways, and Lu Yin believed that there had to be a reason for that. As for the reason, Lu Yin would have to find it himself. He was not Vu, and the two of them were faced with the same choice. Their thoughts and statuses were different, and the choices they made were also different. More importantly, if the legendary Grim Reaper of the three monarchs spacetime was really the Grim Reaper of the Above Heaven era, then perhaps the Grim Reaper had left something behind, which was very attractive to Lu Yin. Wu Junshi hurriedly stood up and wanted to accompany Lu Yin to Shenwu continent. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the tricolored energy circulating around his body suddenly swept out uncontrollably. Lu Bujing pressed down with a hand. You absorbed the astral source? Wu Junshi clutched his chest and looked at the energy that had gone out of control in confusion. What's this? He had indeed absorbed the astral source, as he had been injured by Lu Bujing before. He had subconsciously absorbed the astral source, but it was not for cultivation or recovery. Instead, he had absorbed the astral source to sense the difference between the astral source and his own monarch's aura and compare their strengths. But how could this be? Lu Bujing shook his head. Don't absorb external energy. Just disperse it. Fortunately, the energy you used was different from the astral source, so you were not seriously injured. Otherwise, your cultivation would have been gone. Do you really think that our spacetime is weak? If not for the astral source, then a half-progenitor could pop up anywhere. Wu Junshi suppressed the energy in his body, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Lu Yin looked at the energy on the surface of Wu Junshi's body with interest. This is the energy that you cultivate? Not bad. Wu Junshi was shocked, and he looked up at Lu Yin for the first time. His voice trembled as he said, "This is time poison." Lu Yin and Lu Bujing's expressions changed. What did you say? Wu Junshi was aghast. This is time poison. The Eternals placed a time poison in this spacetime. It's no wonder why I couldn't see any cultivation energy in anyone's body. What do you know? Lu Yin asked anxiously. It had been 3 years, but he had not been able to discover anything about the changes in the astral source. He did not know how long it would take for him to discover the cause, and this had been a headache for the past 3 years. He had also considered the possibility that the Eternals had poisoned the astral source, such as the poison of life, but the poison of life's reaction had not been like this. Now that he had heard the words time poison, it was obvious that this term came from the same source as the poison of life. Wu Junshi replied in a low voice, "My lord, if I'm not mistaken, the Eternals have placed a time poison in the source of this spacetime energy. This poison acts on the absorbed energy, causing it to flow backwards or even accelerate the rate at which a cultivator absorbs energy. This is not a problem with the cultivator, but rather with the time that they absorb energy. This is the Eternal's time poison. This lowly one knows because the Three Monarchs spacetime was once destroyed by this time poison. Before the Three Monarchs spacetime, our spacetime used a different cultivation system, but it was destroyed by the time poison that brought disaster to our spacetime. If the Three Monarchs hadn't appeared and changed the cultivation system, we would have remained enslaved by the Eternals. That's why the time poison has been engraved into our memories. Lu Bujing asked in a low voice, can the time poison only be removed by changing the cultivation system? Wu Junshi replied, it's not removed. The time poison still exists in our spacetime, but we don't absorb it anymore. Lu Bujing looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had never heard of a poison that could affect time. How could the Eternals develop such a poison? Wu Junshi would not lie to him, as there was no need for him to do so. Let's go to Shenwu continent first, Lu Yin said before leaving with Wu Junshi. Wu Junshi was shocked. After learning that the time poison existed in this spacetime and had destroyed the cultivation civilization, the way he looked at Lu Yin changed once again. What kind of person could survive the time poison? Preserve his own strength? Even the three sovereigns might not be able to do so. An entire civilization had been destroyed by the time poison, but someone had survived. How terrifying was this person's control over his cultivation power? Wu Junshi could not imagine it. It was just like how a normal person would never imagine that someone could shatter a planet with a single punch and step on the starry sky. Lu Yin had preserved his strength under the time poison, which was as exaggerated as a normal person shattering a planet with a single punch. Wu Junshi was equally puzzled and shocked. When they returned to the Tower of Resonating Light, Wu Junshi's attitude was completely different. He regretted his arrogance and provoking someone he should not have provoked. From now on, his status in this spacetime would be similar to that of the three sovereigns, or perhaps even worse. After all, he was not from this spacetime. With a goal in mind, Lu Yin easily found a large seal at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. It was exactly the same as the one he had found at the foundation of the Eternals. At the same time, he also found an unstable void beneath the seal that was tightly suppressed. Even with his strength, it was difficult to open this void. Of course, it was not impossible, but it was simply impossible for Wu Junshi to open it with his strength. No wonder he said that he could not return. It's difficult to open it from this spacetime, and it's even more difficult to open it from the three sovereigns, Wu Junshi said. Can Lord Luo open it? I don't know. Without the suppression of Guyu's array, it might be possible, or it might not. Lord Luo tried 1,000 years ago, but he could not open it. He said that it was because of Guyu's array, but he also said that it would be opened in the future. He can affect Guyu's array. You can influence them? The 5 sealing planets. 1,000 years ago. Wait, wasn't 1,000 years ago recorded in Shenwu continent's history when Ming Taizheng moved the 5 sealing planets to protect Shenwu continent due to a war with an extraterrestrial civilization? Could the timing be so coincidental? Ming Taizheng moved the 5 sealing planets at the same time as Lord Luo attacked the passageway? Guyu's 5 sealing planets had essentially been used to seal the passage, not Shenwu continent. The reason why Shenwu continent had been sealed was because Ming Taizheng had moved the 5 sealing planets. But with Ming Taizheng's enlighter cultivation, how could he have moved Guyu's sourcebox array? The gap between them was too big. If Ming Taizheng hadn't moved, but Lord Luo had attacked from the other end of the passage and affected the 5 sealing planets, then that made sense. Now that he thought about it, the Shenwu continent had never done anything to the 5 sealing planets. That was the correct answer. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a massive sourcebox array to protect the tiny Shenwu continent. It should be known that in the entire 5th mainland, only the Lockbreaker world had such a massive sourcebox array. Even Gu Yan had said that it would be difficult to find one, so why had Guyu spent so much effort searching for such a massive sourcebox just to guard it? Had Guyu lived on the Shenwu continent? That didn't make any sense. It would have made sense if Guyu had done it to seal the passage. Lu Yin finally understood the situation, as this was the truth behind the Shenwu continent. Then, how had Guyu died, and why had Guyu sealed the passage? Some truths would disappear with time, and Lu Yin didn't think that he had to find out. However, Gu Yan wouldn't give up, so perhaps he should tell him about this matter. When Gu Yan had first come to the Tower of Resonating Light, Lu Yin had asked him who the three sovereigns were. At the time, Lu Yin had been focused on opening the Starfall Sea's entrance, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now that he thought about it, Lu Yin used his domain to scan the entire Tower of Resonating Light. Finally, he found a few words carved into a stone brick that read, "Beware of the three sovereigns." If not for Gu Yan's reminder, Lu Yin might not have been able to see those words even with his domain. They had been sealed for too long, and they were crooked and crooked. The marks were very faint, and they were almost indistinguishable. It was no wonder why Gu Yan had asked him who the three sovereigns were. He must have believed that the three sovereigns had killed Gu Yu. Lu Yin could see how sad Gu Yan had been when he had first come to the Tower of Resonating Light. He had looked through every inch of the tower, which was why he had seen those words. Lu Yin took out the wireless Gu and contacted Gu Yan. They quickly connected. Lu Yin told him about the three sovereigns' spacetime. Gu Yan fell silent for a long time. "I'll reseal the 5 sealing planets. If Gu Yu wants to seal them, then so be it." Although Senior Gu Yu is wary of the three sovereigns, that doesn't mean that he was killed by them. After all, the three sovereigns are progenitors. If they wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to return, and he wouldn't be able to reseal the 5 sealing planets, Lu Yin said. Gu Yan grunted. "I know. You don't want to seal the three sovereigns' spacetime?" Lu Yin replied, "This concerns the entire strategy against the Eternals. I want to see it more clearly." "Alright, I can arrange the 5 sealing planets slightly. I won't seal them completely," Gu Yan said. Lu Yin ended the call and left Wu Junshi in heavens above heaven. He then headed to the Neoverse and found Xianxia. "Help me take a look at the Poison of Time." Xianxia nodded and immediately flipped through a thick book. He adjusted his glasses and scratched his mushroom head. "Found it. It's the Poison of Time. It's a poison that's specifically used to affect time. This poison can cause time to flow irregularly and even reverse." Xianxia looked at Lu Yin in anticipation of what else he wanted to find out. "Who developed it?" Lu Yin asked. Xianxia shook his head. "It's not written here. Your book describes what happened in this spacetime. That means that the Poison of Time appeared in this spacetime, right?" Lu Yin asked. Xianxia blinked but didn't answer. He continued flipping through the book. Lu Yin quickly asked, "Did it mention how to get rid of the poison?" Xianxia flipped through the book and finally looked up. "No." Lu Yin was disappointed. "But there's a picture," Xianxia said, drawing on the ground. The star energy in his body was also in reverse, so he couldn't cultivate or use it. He could only draw on the ground. He drew a sword and compared it to the book, drawing continuously. Lu Yin looked at the sword and frowned. "Wasn't this the progenitor's sword?" "What do you mean?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Xianxia looked at him blankly. "I don't know. How do I get rid of the Poison of Time? All I see is this sword-shaped picture." Lu Yin looked at the picture of the progenitor's sword and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He looked up as if he'd thought of something. The cultivation civilization in the three sovereign space had been destroyed by the Poison of Time. The Poison of Time should have appeared in the fifth mainland as well, or else the Book of Destiny wouldn't have recorded it. The Poison of Time and the progenitor's sword. One could cause time to become chaotic, while the other could travel through spacetime and open the river of time. In ancient times, the progenitor had established the Above Heaven sect, which was in charge of 6 continents. Each continent had its own Above Heaven sect, and each Above Heaven sect contained a total of 6 progenitor's swords. Lu Yin had once thought that the purpose of the 6 progenitor's swords was to suppress the 6 continents and display the progenitor's might, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. If the progenitor's swords were related to the Poison of Time, then could it be that the progenitor's swords existed to suppress the Poison of Time? Lu Yin quietly stood in place and rubbed his cosmic ring. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin curiously, waiting for him to ask more questions. Lu Yin didn't ask anything and instead took out the progenitor's sword from his cosmic ring. Ever since the progenitor's sword had been shattered by the only true God when he dealt with the undying God, Lu Yin hadn't taken it out for more than 3 years. When the progenitor's sword appeared, a visible ripple spread out and spread across the entire fifth mainland. This ripple had appeared so suddenly that Luin wasn't prepared for it at all. He couldn't understand what it was, but it seemed to cause the fifth mainland to distort. Luin raised the progenitor's sword, but it hadn't changed in the past. What was going on? Suddenly, the ripple shattered and dissipated in all directions. At the same time, countless people on the fifth mainland experienced strange phenomena. Some returned to what they had just been doing, some took a step forward, but then retreated into the distance. Some people appeared on the other side of where they had been standing, and there were even some who had been injured but suddenly recovered. Under the cover of the ripple, time was thrown into chaos. Luin hadn't noticed it at first, but as more and more people contacted him, he found out about these phenomena. Many people were experiencing the phenomenon of time reversal. The progenitor's sword could travel through time and open up the river of time. Luin was well aware of this, but ever since he'd obtained it, it had never changed on its own. So why had it changed just now? The only thing that had changed since he'd obtained the sword was the poison of time. Luin could only think of the poison of time. The poison of time was related to the progenitor's sword, so the abnormality with the progenitor's sword was very likely related to the poison of time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold when he thought about what had just happened. Perhaps this was the key to unlocking the poison of time. But now that the progenitor's sword had cracked, no one but the progenitor would be able to repair it. Lu Yin sighed. There was one other way, and that was to use his Dai's Enhance to upgrade it. He could use his Dai's Enhance and expend a terrifying amount of resources to see if he could restore the progenitor's swordsman. If he really wanted to do that, then the amount of star essence he would need would be unimaginable. Perhaps even the entire fifth mainland's resources might not be enough. This was because this was the progenitor's sword, and it far surpassed the slippers. It would be the most expensive upgrade to date, and that included the future. If the upgrade didn't work, then the fifth mainland would suffer a great loss. To upgrade or not to upgrade? Luin muttered to himself for a long time before putting the progenitor's sword away. He squatted down and looked at Xianxia. Do you have money? Xianxia blinked and touched his cosmic ring, taking out a star essence and a few dozen cubes of star crystals. Brother Lu, here you go. Luin looked at the items and laughed. It's not enough. Xianxia pursed his lips. I'll borrow some from little Qi, he has some too. It's still not enough. Xianxia was put in a difficult position. Then, should I borrow some from a friend? Luin smiled. How much can you borrow? Xianxia thought about it and did some serious calculations. Then, he raised 5 fingers. 5 cubes of crystal marrow. Luin retracted his gaze. 5 cubes of star essence was quite a decent amount for a normal cultivator. He still remembered the joy he had felt when he had obtained his first star essence. It had been a huge sum, but what about now? Any random upgrade would cost tens or even hundreds of billions of star essence, which could easily consume all of the technocracy's star essence resources. Most of the universe's wealth was in the hands of a small number of people, and some people's wealth might even surpass that of an entire astral domain. Luin stood up and patted Xiaoxi's shoulder. You don't need to borrow. I'll borrow it myself. He then vanished. Xiaoxia stared blankly. Was he that short of money? Over the past 3 years, the astral beast domain had already gathered the star essence that they had promised Luin. Just as the beast emperor had guessed, there were close to 5 trillion star essence. It was an exaggerated number, and Lu Yin's breathing quickened when he saw it. He was thinking about how to use this money. Actually, he had not considered repairing the progenitor's sword during these past 3 years because it would consume too much. He had planned to wait until he reached the peak of the envoys before doing so. But now, he was forced to repair it. Even if it was just a test, it would be fine. The fifth mainland's cultivation civilization could not be allowed to disappear. Now that he thought about it, the sole true god had shattered the progenitor's sword partly because of the undying god, and partly because of the poison of time. Although he did not know the connection between the poison of time and the progenitor's sword, the moment he took it out, the same reaction would occur. He did not need to know or use it, the progenitor's sword would naturally act. This was the reason why the sole true god had shattered the progenitor's sword. Luin returned to the sect above the heavens and transported all of the star essence, which attracted Lu Bujing and the others' attention. Although the star essence from the astral beast domain had been given to Lu Yin, this amount of resources was simply too great. Coupled with the fact that Astral Source was in trouble, the astral beast domain had no choice but to pay attention to it. However, Lu Yin did not explain anything to them and immediately announced that he was going into seclusion. Raising his hand, the die appeared before him and began spinning slowly. Over the past 3 years, Lu Yin had frequently rolled the die. His serious art had already reached the level of 350,000 stars, and he was constantly learning how things could move in the opposite direction. He wanted to reach the level where he could manipulate time like the desolate ancestor. There were improvements in other aspects as well. After all, the time spent cultivating the dice wasn't just on the surface. The die slowly rolled to a stop at 4 pips. Within the time-stop space, Lu Yin placed a hand on the mountainous pile of star essence and then disappeared along with it. Once he entered the time-stop space, he would definitely be able to roll 3 pips. After a few tries, he looked at the 2 layers of light in front of him and placed the progenitor's sword on top of them. He took a deep breath, and it was time to begin. Ever since he had become a progenitor, all of the resources he had used to upgrade his cultivation base had never been able to reach this amount. The most frightening thing now was not that he had used up too many resources, but that he did not know how much he had. What was even more frightening was that he could not upgrade his cultivation base. If he could not upgrade the progenitor's sword, then he would have to find other progenitor swords. Lu Yin began to frantically toss in star essence, and when he saw them disappear, he relaxed. This was great. He could upgrade the progenitor's sword, and as long as it could be upgraded, nothing else would be a problem. The 5th mainland did not have that many star essences, so he could borrow or steal from the cosmic tree. 10 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion, 500 billion, a trillion. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yin had tossed in more than 1 trillion star essences, but not even 1/10 of the progenitor's sword had been moved. Fortunately, some of the cracks had disappeared, which meant that it could be repaired. After some calculations, Lu Yin realized that he would need at least 1 trillion star essences to completely repair the progenitor's sword, which would be very difficult for the 5th mainland to gather. The humans might not be able to, but the Eternals were still around. Lu Yin's gaze turned fierce. The only true God had caused him to lose so much, and he would definitely seek revenge. That's right, the Eternals. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The Eternals could also use star essence. Back in the Starfall Sea, he had stolen quite a few Eternal star essence, but that was only in the Starfall Sea. What about the New World? How could he have forgotten about that? The New World would definitely have a lot of star essence, and every city would have some, but there had never been any news about it. Something was wrong, and the 4-way scales must have concealed this information. Lu Yin hated himself for forgetting such an important matter. No, he had to find the 4-way scales and get it back. He had been the first to conquer the New World, so how could his spoils of war only be his reputation? The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more unhappy he became. It had been 3 years since he had left the cosmic tree, and it was about time for him to return. Actually, 3 years was not a long time for anyone else, but it was different for Lu Yin. He had the time-stop space, so 3 years in the outside world felt like 100 years or even more for him. It felt like the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Lu Yin tossed in the remaining star essences, leaving only 500 billion star essences behind. When he saw that nearly half of the progenitor's sword had been moved, he realized that he still needed at least 5 to 6 trillion star essences. A year later, Lu Yin left the time-stop space and headed to the ancestral turtle's back, where the Mavis family resided. The Mavis family did not welcome Lu Yin for any other reason than the fact that every time he visited, it was related to money. The Mavis family had spent a lot of money on Lu Yin. Lu Yin and Cloud Shadow sat across from each other at a tea table. Cloud Shadow watched helplessly as Lu Yin drank his tea, as he had already been drinking for almost an hour. Dao disciple, if you have something to say, just say it. Lu Yin put down his teacup. What will happen if the 5th mainland's economy collapses? Cloud Shadow's expression was solemn. That would be a disaster for humanity. The economy is the foundation of all systems, and if it collapses, all of humanity's systems will collapse. Dao disciple would not want that to happen. Luin looked at her. Then, what about now? Would that be considered a disaster for humanity? What are you talking about? Cloud Shadow did not understand. Luin smiled. Cultivation. She sighed. Naturally, it would be a disaster. If there's a problem with the astral source, then it would be a disaster for the entire human race. This situation is even worse than when the astral source was devoured by the universe. Even if the astral source and star energy were absorbed, the situation would reverse for no reason. Forget about cultivation, it would be good enough if they didn't die. If I say that I have a way to restore the astral source universe, then the price would be the collapse of the economy. What do you think, Elder? Luin asked as he poured himself some tea, as if he was speaking casually. Cloud Shadow's eyes widened. Tao disciple, you have a way to restore the astral source universe? Is there anyone else besides me who can restore the astral source universe? Luin put down his teacup. Cloud Shadow stared at Luin deeply. He was right, in the current fifth mainland, no matter whether it was in terms of power or status, this person was the highest. He represented the fifth mainland's highest will, and if there was anyone who could save the fifth mainland, it would be him. What do you mean by the collapse of the economy? Luin thought about it. I won't say too much, but there are two conditions. First, I can attempt to restore the astral source universe by paying 10 trillion star essences. Second, success is not guaranteed, but there is a 90% chance. He then stared at Cloud Shadow. Elder, do you think it's worth a bet? Cloud Shadow's eyes flickered. A bet? This was a huge bet. 10 trillion star essences? What kind of concept was that? This meant that even if the entire Mavis Bank was emptied, they would not be able to fork out that much money. This also meant that if the Mavis Bank collapsed, the human economy would collapse, and even then, it might not be able to be restored. Tao disciple, what are you trying to say by coming to the Mavis family? Luo Mavis' voice came from behind him. Luin did not turn around, as he knew that she had arrived. Cloud Shadow Mavis was no longer the one with the highest status in the Mavis family. Instead, it was River Mavis, the Tao child from the era of above heaven. She had grasped the true core inherited battle skills of the Mavis family, and was the only one who could truly inherit the Mavis family's legacy after the collapse of the second continent. Her status was far higher than any other Mavis family member. Let's not talk about whether or not the astral source universe can be restored. Even if it is, the collapse of the Mavis Bank and the collapse of the economy will be a disaster for us. We will become the sinners of the human race. Tao disciple, you don't wish to sacrifice the Mavis family to save the fifth mainland, do you? Luo Mavis sat down beside Cloud Shadow. Her tone was calm as she faced Luin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What if I say yes? Cloud Shadow's brows twitched, but she did not speak. Luo Mavis met Lu Yin's gaze. With Tao disciple's abilities, we do not have the ability to refuse. We will do as you say. Luin smiled. You don't have to force me. I'm not stupid enough to sacrifice the Mavis family. Besides, even your Mavis family can't possibly produce 10 trillion star essences. Even the entire astral beast domain can't produce that much. Cloud Shadow relaxed. The human astral source's star essence far surpasses that of the astral beast domain, but it's too scattered. My Mavis family doesn't even have 1/100th of the human astral source's star essence. Many powerful families and sects have stockpiles, and with the huge human population, it's not impossible to gather 10 trillion star essence. It all depends on how we do it. Luo Mavis was curious. Is there really a way to restore the astral source? Luin stood up. Perhaps. In any case, prepare yourselves. I will withdraw the star essence at any time. After all, this is for the sake of the fifth mainland, and everyone has to pay a price, including myself. Before he left, he added, I won't let your efforts go in vain. I will give you a corresponding price. He then left. She stared at the empty space in front of her. Cloud Shadow felt a headache coming on. It's not a small sum this time. When has he ever been short of money? Last time, he gave us 5 billion. This time, not even 500 billion is enough. Mavis rolled her eyes. Cloud Shadow sighed. Actually, the Mavis family isn't greedy. Even when we were in charge of the second mainland, we didn't control the economy. No, Mavis replied. Cloud Shadow shook her head. We controlled the economy to repay the Lu family. The Lu family cultivates and consumes too many resources, but after the Lu family left, we got used to controlling the economy. I didn't expect that we would help them in the end. Sigh, this is good too. Luo Mavis looked at the divine tree and the giant fruits. She didn't care about finances, but the price that Lu Yin had mentioned was something that she cared about. She longed to be able to compete with this person once more, and even though the possibility of that happening was low, she was still unwilling to give up. She was a Daozi, so how could she be weaker than this person? In the above heaven era, it was hard to say who was stronger between her and Lu Tianyi. How could she be so much weaker than this person? It wasn't just her, Chu Yuan and Jialan also wanted to compete with this person again. This day would definitely come, and even if he reached progenitor before them, they would still be able to catch up. After leaving the Mavis family, Lu Yin rode the caged Wyrm to the technocracy. He wanted to go to the astral tree domain and search for the everlasting race's star essence. In the astral tree domain, in the central realm, the Yin mountain district was very different from 3 years ago. Lu Yin had undergone 6 origin tribulations, and the entire area had changed. The ground had become tougher, and dense cracks had spread from the roots of the mother tree. The center had caved in and formed a lake. At first, it was just the bottom, but as time passed, the lake would grow larger and larger. One day, it would flood the entire Yin mountain district and disappear, replaced by the central realm's largest inland lake. At this moment, many people had gathered around the lake to watch. There were disciples from various large families, countless wandering cultivators, and even people from the 4 cardinal scales. They were all looking at the 2 figures above the lake, the corpse goddess and Sir Feather. This was the 3rd day of their duel. 3 days ago, the 2 had fought here, and no one was allowed to interfere. Above the lake, red blood dripped down along Prince Yu's arm. However, he was laughing. Behind him was the 2-faced giant. The pure and holy side was crying, while the resentful side was roaring with hatred. Sir. Of. Mr. Yu laughed miserably. On the first day of the duel, he had threatened the lives of the students who were taken away from Xian Academy in an attempt to disrupt the culinary god's battle rhythm. However, he had failed. The culinary god had been prepared for this, and those students had been saved. However, on the second day, he poisoned the 2-faced giant early in the morning. As long as the culinary god touched it, he would be poisoned. Unfortunately, the culinary god knew him too well. He did not touch the 2-faced giant at all. He even saw through his poison. On the 3rd day, a few hours ago, he told the food god the details of how he killed his junior sister. He wanted to drive the food god crazy, but he didn't succeed. The food god was determined to kill him. After so many years, he had endured so much. Although he couldn't break through to the progenitor realm because of this, he wasn't affected by it. Sir Feather had prepared a lot for this duel, but the food god didn't. He had prepared a lot as well. This was a fair duel to the death. No one would interfere, not even the dragon ancestor. Master, it feels good to take revenge, right? Junior sister's spirit in heaven must be very happy. Sir Feather laughed, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. On the back of the 2-faced giant was a huge burning scar. He also had an identical scar on his back that ran through his entire upper body. The food god's gaze was neither sad nor happy. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. In terms of strength, you're much weaker than me, but you dare to duel. The only thing you can rely on is the White Dragon tribe. You use too many methods to win, but you don't know that strength is the foundation of everything. Sir Feather shook his head. Master, you didn't expect me to kill junior sister, did you? The food god's gaze was filled with extreme hatred and killing intent, but his expression was terrifyingly calm. There are many things you didn't expect. If junior sister was killed, you couldn't save her. If you were killed, you couldn't save her either. Sir Feather then took out an eyeball from his cosmic ring. The huge eyeball stared at the food god as if it had a mind of its own. The food god's pupil shrank. Dragon Ancestor's exotic treasure. Around them, outside the lake, Sudong Lai, Dean Wen, and the others were furious. Despicable, you actually used an ancestral exotic treasure. Xiao Ziheng was also watching from the sidelines. He shook his head disdainfully. Sir Feather has the White Dragon tribe as his backing, so how could he just throw his life away? The food god is too naive. Does he really think that he can take revenge? Qing Chen frowned. As expected, since the White Dragon tribe had spent so much effort to rope Sir Feather in, they couldn't just watch him throw his life away. An ancestral exotic treasure was enough to turn the tables. Senior, Wen Di said worriedly. Mr. Tang, Mr. Zheng, and the others were furious. They glared at Sir Feather and cursed him for being despicable. Above Sir Feather's head, a giant eyeball stared at the food god. Master, what other tricks do you have? Yixian Academy is backed by Lu Xiaoxian, but even he has to rely on external items to fight against a progenitor. Would he give them to you? I'd like to see for myself. Lu Yin arrived in the distance and frowned. He subconsciously touched his cosmic ring. He really wanted to throw the slippers at the food god and slap Sir Feather to death. You want to help the food god? Bai Xianer's sudden appearance surprised Lu Yin. I thought that it would be by Wang Yuan and the others, Lu Yin said. He hadn't hidden himself in the astral tree domain, and he'd only had the hellworm conceal his aura so that Bai Wang Yuan and the others would be able to detect him the moment he arrived. Bai Xianer replied, although I didn't let you come to this region, I can't stop you. Are you saying that I'm going back on my word? Lu Yin asked. Bai Xianer looked ahead. You want to help the food god? Long Air helped Sir Feather, so what's wrong with me helping the food god? Bai Xianer replied, no problem, but the food god doesn't need your help. What do you mean? Lu Yin didn't understand. That eyeball wasn't something that the food god could deal with because it had the power of a progenitor. The dragon ancestor helping Sir Feather was too obvious and unsightly. Bai Xianer asked, Brother Xiaoxian, do you think that everyone needs your help? Lu Yin frowned. Everyone has their own path. Did the food god contact you before the duel? Yes, Bai Xianer replied. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw that Sir Feather had already made his move. That eyeball had the ability to destroy the void, and the food god could only dodge pathetically. Brother Xiaoxian, let's make a bet. Let's bet on the outcome of this duel. Bai Xianer suddenly smiled at Lu Yin. Her smile was so beautiful that Lu Yin could see himself reflected in her eyes. Lu Yin met her gaze. I might not agree with the outcome of your bet. Bai Xianer smiled. It's up to you. You can interfere or not, but... She paused. The outcome won't change. This duel will end in mutual destruction. Lu Yin raised his brows. The food god won't die if I take action. Long Air and the others won't fall out with me because of Sir Feather. I was able to stop them 3 years ago, and I can do the same 3 years later. So? Brother Xiaoxian, do you want to bet? This should be a sure win for you, Bai Xianer challenged. Lu Yin stared at her. Is this the outcome you saw through the Book of Destiny? Bai Xianer smiled but didn't answer. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Destiny. Ever since he had learned about it, he had been wary of it. Whether it was Xianzhou's attitude or the legends about it, no one wanted their life to be predetermined. Destiny seemed to have written down everyone's life. Although Destiny had helped him by giving him the ability to control the four-way scale through stargazing deck, Lu Yin still couldn't accept that his future had been seen through by Destiny. Alright, I'll bet with you. The food god won't die. Even if the dragon ancestor and Bai Wang Yuan interfere, I won't let him die. As for Sir Feather's death, it has nothing to do with me, Lu Yin said. He wanted to end this duel. No matter what grudge the food god and Sir Feather had, he would interfere and overturn the outcome that Destiny had foreseen. Of course, he would definitely give the food god an explanation. Since he had interfered in the duel, he would avenge the food god. Bai Xianer's eyes lit up. Brother Xiaoxian, our bet will officially begin. What do you want to bet? Lu Yin didn't hesitate. I want to know the truth behind the Lu family's banishment. Everything. Bai Xianer smiled. All right. What about your bet? Lu Yin asked. although he was confident that he could protect the food. God, Bai Xian'er's attitude was too strange. Did she really trust destiny that much? He was sure that he could interfere with the outcome, so he asked for what he wanted the most. He really wanted to know what Bai Xian'er wanted the most. Bai Xian'er turned to look at the sky above the lake, where the food god was trying to dodge the eyeball. If I win, I want the two books of destiny to converge. You want my book of destiny? Luyin was surprised. Bai Xian'er shook her head. Just take a look. Converge the books of destiny and see the future. It's not a loss for you. You can see what I see. Luyin thought about it. Alright, it's decided. Above the lake, the food god's inner world had already collapsed. The eyeball had vanished into the void, causing him to cough up blood and his left arm to disappear. Across from him, Sir Feather's two-faced giant pressed down. Master, what are you doing? Ha ha ha, you're in such a sorry state. Junior sister spirit in heaven will laugh at you if she sees this. Didn't you want to avenge her? Come on, master, come on. The food god gritted his teeth and coughed up blood. He wanted to find a chance to attack, but he didn't. Beside the lake, Sudong Lai shouted, "This isn't a fair duel. Let's end it. We'll talk about it later. Let's end it. Senior, let's end it. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to avenge her, but you'll also die." End of chapter 2441. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.